Your godly meteor and earth-shattering star are indeed powerful. But how will you respond to Mewtwo's psychic prowess and Rayquaza's meteor showers? Sato Shuichi remarked, gazing at the individual who claimed to be a god. With a cadre of Pokémon possessing divine strength, Sato Shuichi had ascended to the pinnacle of the world, defeating Uchiha Madara and delivering a kick to Otsutsuki Kaguya. He was not without various companions, including, but not limited to, Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, Konan, and Terumi Mei. Chapter 1. Graduation Assessment. Charmeleon. Use Ember. At Sato Shuichi's command, the Charmeleon before him opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the towering tree. In an instant, the once lush and vibrant tree was engulfed in flames. Within moments, it ignited as if it were dry kindling meeting a fierce blaze. The intensity of the fire was such that even Boruto would struggle to extinguish it. Shortly thereafter, the tree had been reduced to nothing more than charcoal. After performing this feat, Charmeleon turned to Sato Shuichi, its eyes brimming with hope. Sato Shuichi, understanding its sentiment, reached out to stroke Charmeleon's head and encouraged, "You are the greatest, Charmeleon. One day you will undoubtedly become the strongest Pokémon in the world." In truth, Charmeleon was already the strongest Pokémon, for it was the only one in existence. Indeed, this was not the Pokémon world, but a far more perilous realm, the world of Naruto. Originally, Sato Shuichi was just an ordinary college student until one day, he was transported here by a dump truck. After a few years in this world, both of his parents perished during a mission. However, due to the inheritance of a house and a substantial sum left behind by his parents, coupled with his ability to fend for himself, he was not sent to an orphanage. Sato Shuichi, upon his arrival in the Naruto universe, was not without his advantages. He came with a great wheel of fortune. This wheel granted him a chance at a lottery every month, though the prizes were entirely based on luck. To date, he had spun the wheel over 100 times, with the most valuable reward being the Charmeleon that stood before him. Most often, the rewards were trivial items such as snacks or tissues, utterly devoid of utility. Tomorrow marked the day of the graduation assessment at the Ninja Academy, which is why Sato Shuichi was training Charmeleon in the nearby forest. After lavishing praise upon Charmeleon, he instructed it to enhance its physical prowess while he leaned against a tree, allowing himself a moment of respite. After all, he did not bear the Uchiha or Senju name, nor did he possess any extraordinary talent. 6 years of effort had merely allowed him to master the body flicker technique. Given this reality, rigorous training seemed futile. He might as well hope for something extraordinary in the next lottery draw that could propel him to greatness. Furthermore, Charmeleon was no weakling despite its diminutive stature. Its combat prowess rivaled that of an average Chunin. In simple terms, Charmeleon's battle strength could surpass 10 Sato Shuichis. Overall, with Charmeleon by his side, Sato Shuichi felt no trepidation about the upcoming graduation assessment that a crowd was intently observing the two individuals in the arena. Indeed, the graduation examination was underway, and the task was straightforward. Endure for 10 minutes under the scrutiny of the overseeing ninja. This was not an era of peace. The Second Shinobi World War could erupt at any moment. Hence, the evaluation for promotion to Genin was not limited to merely the body flicker. Technique to AT. This moment, Sato Shuichi was fixedly watching the battle taking place on stage. Suddenly, a powerful force struck his back, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall. Simultaneously, a melodious voice akin to a lark reached his ears. "Why are you so engrossed with that unique summoning beast? Passing this assessment should be a breeze, right?" Sato Shuichi turned, casting a resigned glance at Kushina before responding. "Charmeleon has a name. It is not merely a summoning beast. If you keep saying that, you might find yourself singed next time." At this, Kushina instinctively touched her hair. Although she loathed tomatoes, she valued her smooth, flowing red locks. However, she quickly clenched her teeth and retorted fiercely, "Humph! I am not afraid of any Charmeleon or even a little water dragon. If it dares to flaunt its power before me, I shall roast it like a chicken." Kushina waved her delicate fist, her expression one of disdain. The familiarity between Kushina and Sato Shuichi stemmed from the time she was ridiculed upon arriving in Konoha. Sato Shuichi was the first to stand up for her. Furthermore, when Cloud Ninja kidnapped Kushina years ago, It was Sato Shuichi who, accompanied by Umbu, swiftly eliminated the assailants. However, it was thanks to Sato Shuichi's timely warning that the heroic rescue by Minato Namikaze never transpired, leading to Kushina viewing Minato as somewhat effeminate. The fate of Naruto Uzumaki's birth now hung in uncertainty. Just as Sato Shuichi was about to say more to Kushina, the battle on stage concluded. A teacher clad in a Chunin vest approached with a roster in hand. "Shuichi, you are next. Do not be nervous given your usual performance. Passing this assessment should be a straightforward task." Kushina gave Sato Shuichi's shoulder a reassuring pat, encouraging him. "As my little brother, you can surely do it. Once I become Hokage, you will be my advisor." Sato Shuichi nodded at the two before making his way to the arena. Sato Shuichi. I recall this child. He was the one who reported the Cloud Ninja a few years ago, and he possesses a unique summoning beast, Sarutobi, Hiruzen mused, puffing on his pipe. Indeed, that is him. While Sato Shuichi's performance in the practical assessment may not be exceptional, he consistently scores full marks in theoretical examinations. Moreover, his understanding of the will of fire is quite unique. That phrase, "As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire will burn. The shadows of the fire will illuminate the village and nurture new leaves," originated from him, a nearby academy instructor promptly replied. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's gaze towards Sato Shuichi grew more appreciative. So this phrase came from Shuichi's lips. Such insight at such a young age marks him as a ninja worthy of cultivation. It seems he shares a good relationship with Kushina in that case. The latter part of Hiruzen's sentence dwindled to a whisper, unheard by anyone. Unbeknownst to Sato Shuichi, this conversation transpired as he summoned Charmeleon, focusing intently on the ninja who served as the examiner. After forming a confrontational hand sign with the examiner, Sato Shuichi immediately utilized the body flicker technique to create distance. Then, he shouted to Charmeleon, "Charmeleon, use Ember." Chapter 2, Class 3. Charmeleon opened its mouth, unleashing a flame directed at the examiner. If it could land a hit, Sato Shuichi's assessment would conclude successfully. However, as a seasoned Chunin, the examiner was not easily dispatched. The examiner forcefully kicked off with his left leg, evading the surge of flames while swiftly positioning himself beside the little fire dragon, brandishing a sharp kunai in hand. Just as the kunai was about to pierce the dragon's head, the creature instinctively employed its cleaving maneuver. With a resounding clang, the seemingly frail claws of the little fire dragon astonishingly split the sharp kunai in half before the astonished gaze of the examiner. Fortunately, the examiner, seasoned in combat, recognized the unusual sensation in an instant and utilized the substitution technique. Otherwise, he might have sustained severe injury. That moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly shouted, "Little fire dragon, unleash a fiery vortex towards the 8 o'clock direction with all your might." Instantly, a vortex of flames enveloped the arena. As this transpired, a nearby Jonin swiftly formed hand seals, sending forth a water dragon bullet towards the fiery vortex. Amidst the conflation of water and fire, a dense veil of steam enveloped the entire arena. At this juncture, the Jonin leapt onto the stage and, with a casual wave of his hand, a gentle breeze dispersed the steam. The assessment is concluded. Sato Shuichi has passed with an excellent rating. Once the steam cleared, the somewhat disheveled figure of the examiner came into view, his entire body charred, with several large holes burned into his clothing. Had the Jonin's water dragon bullet arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been dire. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions, none anticipating that the usually unassuming Sato Shuichi could so effortlessly defeat a Chunin examiner. Feeling the reverent gazes of those around him, Sato Shuichi profoundly experienced the thrill of playing the underdog. As he clasped his hands behind his back, feigning nonchalance alongside the little fire dragon, a familiar powerful force suddenly emerged from behind him. "Haha, I knew you would win, Shuichi. Truly worthy of being my partner, you haven't embarrassed me," Kushina exclaimed, energetically patting Sato Shuichi on the back with pride. Observing the gleeful Kushina beside him, Sato Shuichi could only shake his head in resignation before gently pulling her down from the stage. While Kushina's antics were somewhat forgivable at other times, in this moment, Sato Shuichi felt an unusual sense of embarrassment under the scrutinizing eyes of the audience. The subsequent examinations proceeded in an orderly fashion, with notable figures such as Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Hisashi, and Uchiha Mikoto all triumphing over their respective Chunin examiners. Although Kushina did not directly defeat an examiner, she appeared remarkably at ease during the assessment. After passing, she complained to Sato Shuichi with indignation. How frustrating. If only I had 5 more minutes, I could have taken down that examiner. What a pity. Sato Shuichi could only reach out and pat her head in consolation. The next day marked the day of team assignments, and without surprise, Sato Shuichi found himself placed in the same group as Kushina. Among the current residents of Konoha, he shared the closest bond with her, as the future host of the Nine Tails. Establishing connections within Konoha was undoubtedly of utmost importance. However, another member of the team took Sato Shuichi by surprise. Uchiha Mikoto, the young lady of the Uchiha clan. The IT was perplexing how Sarutobi Hiruzen could allow a member of the Uchiha clan to be grouped with the future Nine Tails host. Did he not fear potential complications? Moreover, Mikoto's status was evidently distinct from that of an ordinary Uchiha, as evidenced by the respectful demeanor of other Uchiha clan members around her. Sato Shuichi mused with a hint of mischief as the other students were led away by their respective instructors, leaving only Kushina, Mikoto, and himself in the spacious classroom. Initially seated behind them, Mikoto decided to move to the desk in front of them as her peers departed, turning to reveal a gentle smile. Shuichi-kun, Kushina, we will be in the same team from now on. I look forward to working together. Despite her high standing within the Uchiha clan, Mikoto lacked the arrogance often associated with her kin, embodying instead a warm and amiable disposition. With her advantageous background, striking beauty, and gentle character, Mikoto was undoubtedly a popular figure at the Ninja Academy. If there were a vote for the school flower, she would surely win by a landslide. Of course, Kushina was also quite attractive, but her boisterous demeanor, reminiscent of a boy, and her outsider status made her less favored among their peers. Thus, only Sato Shuichi maintained a good rapport with her. Indeed, from now on, we're team members. I look forward to it, Sato Shuichi replied with a warm smile. Kushina, however, leaned against the table and nimbly flipped over to sit beside Mikoto, playfully wrapping an arm around her neck. That we three shall form the strongest team in all of Konoha. When I become Hokage, Mikoto and Shuichi will be my right and left hands. Under our leadership, we shall elevate Konoha to unprecedented heights. Confronted with such fervor from Kushina, Mikoto found herself momentarily at a loss for words, exchanging an awkward glance with Sato Shuichi, which elicited an embarrassed smile. From her, time passed, and as Kushina nearly dozed off at the table, the classroom door finally swung open, revealing the identity of their instructor. She was none other than Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, a disciple of the third Hokage, a princess of the Senju clan, and the future pinnacle of medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. Tsunade sauntered to the podium, surveying the 3 students below her, and let out a languid yawn. She had no interest in the role of a team leader. She would much rather be at the casino, reveling in the thrill of the game. Moreover, these 3 students were no ordinary individuals. Sato Shuichi was merely an unassuming boy who had fortuitously contracted a peculiar summoning beast. The other 2, however, were of significant standing. Uchiha Mikoto was the sole heir of the Uchiha clan's elder, while Uzumaki Kushina was destined to inherit the mantle of the Nine Tails host from Uzumaki Mito. Effectively guiding these 3 was no small challenge. Had it not been for Mito's personal persuasion, Tsunade would never have accepted this assignment. As Tsunade assessed the 3, Sato Shuichi, in turn, scrutinized her. Due to her connection with Mito, Kushina felt somewhat familiar with Tsunade. Mikoto, however, wore a subtle expression. While Konoha was jointly founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans, their relationship could be described as one of bitter rivals, often wishing ill upon each other. Consequently, Tsunade's reputation within the Uchiha clan was rather notorious cold-hearted, excessively fond of alcohol, ruthless, and a gambling addict. Naturally, the last point was likely not an exaggeration. Would being an Uchiha under a Sunjust tutelage truly result in bias? Mikoto was filled with doubt. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi was undeterred by such thoughts. A great admirer of apples, he believed in a principle that the greater the mass of an object, the stronger its gravitational pull. Thus, since Tsunade's appearance, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her that moment. Kushina also sensed something amiss with Sato Shuichi. Thus, she followed Sato Shuichi's gaze. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of defeat surged within her. Before long, this feeling of despair morphed into a vexed embarrassment. Kushina extended her right hand, grasped Sato Shuichi's ear, and yanked him back to reality. Shuichi, is he handsome? In the heat of their gaze, Sato Shuichi could even feel Kushina's warm breath brushing against his face. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he reached up and caressed Kushina's cheek, blurting out without a second thought, "You're not as beautiful as you think." Upon hearing this, Kushina's face turned a shade redder than her vibrant hair. She forcefully pushed Sato Shuichi away, gripping her clothing tightly as she muttered under her breath, "What strange things are you saying here? And why are you being so touchy? You're such a jerk." Observing Kushina, who was entirely different from her usual domineering self, Sato Shuichi began to question whether he was dreaming. However, the faint pain radiating from his ear confirmed that this was no dream. Just as Sato Shuichi and Kushina continued to lock eyes, an impatient voice interrupted their moment. "Ahem, what do you two think this place is? This is the Ninja Academy, the cradle of the will of fire. Engaging in such behavior in this sacred space is simply. Kids these days so annoyingly precocious." It appeared that Tsunade had descended from the podium at some point, looking at Sato Shuichi and Kushina with disappointment. With a swift motion, Kushina stood up, flustered as she exclaimed, "Sister Tsunade, what are you talking about? I would never harbor such thoughts towards Shuichi. I aspire to be the Hokage's woman, and I won't entertain such notions until I achieve that." Tsunade lightly tapped Kushina's head. "I haven't even accused you of anything, so why are you confessing? Moreover, it's work hours, please call me Teacher Tsunade." After a brief commotion, Tsunade led the three of them to the rooftop of the Ninja Academy. Tsunade perched herself on the railing, exuding an air of danger. However, given her physical prowess, even if she fell from the rooftop, she would likely just create a large crater on the ground without sustaining any injuries. "All right, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your instructor. My name is Tsunade, skilled in physical techniques and medical ninjutsu. My interests include drinking and gambling. Now, let's have a self-introduction, starting with Kushina." Tsunade crossed her legs and pointed at Kushina. "I am Kushina, adept in sensory ninjutsu and sealing techniques. I enjoy salty ramen, detest tomatoes and bitter foods, and my dream is to become the Hokage." Tsunade nodded, then turned her gaze towards the middle, focusing on Mikoto. My name is Uchiha Mikoto, proficient in fire and lightning techniques. I relish dango, but dislike spicy food. My aspiration is to become a remarkable ninja." Tsunade nodded once more, then shifted her attention to the only male present. Sato Shuichi summoned his little fire dragon and cradled it in his arms. "I am Sato Shuichi, and this is my closest companion, Little Fire Dragon, who excels in fire techniques and physical combat, that I have no particular likes or dislikes, and my dream is to become a free person." Tsunade regarded the little fire dragon in Shuichi's embrace, recognizing its strength, which rivaled that of an elite chunin. This indicated that among the trio, Sato Shuichi possessed the greatest prowess. Are they ninjas who fight alongside their summoned beasts, much like the Oil Girl clan? Quite intriguing, Tsunade mused inwardly. Well then, our team is officially established today. We will disperse for now and reconvene tomorrow at 3 o'clock beneath Hokage Rock. Do not be late. Tsunade leapt down from the railing, stating, "Teacher Tsunade, will we not have any assessment? Perhaps something like a bell test?" Mikoto inquired curiously. Tsunade stretched languidly, revealing her perfect figure. However, before Sato Shuichi could observe closely, Kushina's head obstructed his view. "That kind of meaningless test is merely a waste of time. I've already witnessed your graduation assessments. You possess the necessary skills to be ninjas, so there's no need for anything additional. Of course, the most pressing matter is that I need to return home for a nap and lack the mood for such trivialities." With that, Tsunade suddenly vanished from their sight. Chapter 4. Why do you have the key to my house? Beneath the radiant sun, the rice paddies shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. while the chorus of cicadas resonated through the woods, enriching the idyllic summer landscape. However, at that moment, Sato Shuichi and his companions were too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty surrounding them. Although it was nearing 4 in the afternoon, the summer sun blazed with relentless intensity. Under such sweltering heat, beads of perspiration quickly formed on the foreheads of the trio. Sensei, aren't we supposed to be ninjas? Why are we doing this kind of work? And with the sun blazing like this, what if we suffer from heat stroke? Kushina couldn't help but complain as she glanced at Tsunade, who was dozing in the shade nearby. Ninjas? You're not quite there yet. Hurry up and get to work. The deadline for the task is at dusk. If you fail to complete it, this will mark the failure of your very first mission. Besides, you need not worry about heat stroke. My medical ninjutsu is quite formidable, Tsunade replied without opening her eyes. Indeed, Shuichi and his companions were tasked with the inaugural mission of their ninja careers, planting rice seedlings. At that moment, Mikoto turned to Kushina, offering reassurance. Let us get moving. The field isn't too vast. With a little effort, we should finish swiftly. Sato Shuichi chimed in agreement. Exactly. Moreover, little Charizard will be here to assist us. Kushina, you aspire to be Hokage. You wouldn't let little Charizard outshine you, would you? He pointed at the little Charizard, which had already begun to busily work. Shuichi's provocation proved effective, and Kushina promptly rolled up her pant legs and sleeves, charging into the field. Who do you think I am? For the sake of Hokage-sama. Even if it's rice planting, I'll be the champion of the field. Observing Kushina's enthusiasm, Mikoto couldn't resist teasing her. You really have her under your spell? Don't you? That's because Kushina possesses a pure heart. You make it sound as if I'm some villain, Shuichi retorted as he approached the rice paddies. Watching Shuichi's retreating figure, Mikoto's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In her impression, Shuichi was a rather modest individual. Apart from his decent appearance and flawless scores in theory exams, he was merely known as Kushina's sidekick. No one anticipated that he would shine brilliantly during the graduation exam, becoming the fastest to defeat the examiner among his peers. Could it be that his years of modesty were merely a guise, hiding his true potential? If Shuichi were aware of Mikoto's thoughts, he would surely argue. Was I trying to be low-key? If I had summoned Charizard earlier, I would have been looking down on everyone daily. After 2 hours of diligent work, the expansive rice field was finally filled with seedlings. Aside from Charizard, who remained sprightly, the clothes of Shuichi and his companions were drenched in sweat. And both Kushina and Mikoto lay sprawled on the ground, disregarding their appearances. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been napping nearby, finally stood up and approached the trio. Well, you actually completed the task before dusk. Not bad. All right, you're dismissed for today. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we'll meet at the usual spot. Don't forget to bring an extra bento. Why bring an extra bento? Kushina turned to Tsunade, puzzled. I'm human too, and I need lunch. Besides, there won't be a mission tomorrow. I'll teach you some real skills. With that, Tsunade turned and left. In that case, I'll make Tsunade-sensei's bento. It's no different to herd one sheep or a flock, Shuichi said, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Great. I want ramen tomorrow. Upon hearing about food, Kushina seemed to forget her fatigue and sprang to her feet, her eyes sparkling at Shuichi. Ramen won't do. It'll turn mushy if left too long. How about fish instead? Shuichi shook his head. Fish sounds fine. Shuichi, you decide, Kushina replied. Mikoto, observing the exchange between Shuichi and Kushina, was filled with bewilderment. She hadn't realized that their relationship had grown so close that they were preparing meals for each other. Moreover, she was curious if their roles had somehow reversed, as it was Shuichi, a boy, who was preparing the food. In truth, Kushina had volunteered to cook before, but the results were less than commendable. While they weren't quite biological weapons, they had certainly caused Shuichi some discomfort. By the way, Mikoto, would you like me to prepare a bento for you as well? Since I'm making 3, adding one more won't be an issue. Shuichi offered kindly, initially intending to decline Shuichi's offer. Mikoto became curious about what flavor of bento he could create. If that's the case, I'll trouble you, Shuichi. As a return favor, I'll prepare some snacks for you. We can enjoy them in the afternoon. After a brief chat, the trio decided to head home, as their disheveled appearances warranted a good wash. Suddenly, Shuichi felt a weight on his back, accompanied by a familiar fragrance that wafted into his nostrils. Shuichi, I'm completely exhausted today. Carry me home, Kushina said, resting her head on his shoulder, her voice soft and playful. You didn't even ask for my permission before jumping on me. How could I possibly toss you off? Humph. My arms are tightly wrapped around your neck. If you throw me off, you'll fall too. Watching the pair, Mikoto felt a surge of envy. Although she was well liked at the Ninja Academy, her Uchiha identity prevented her from forming genuine friendships. Furthermore, she found the haughty demeanor of other Uchiha clansmen unappealing. The playful camaraderie exhibited by Shuichi and Kushina was an experience she had never encountered. Before long, Shuichi arrived at his home, and with a light jump, Kushina dismounted, pulling a key from her pocket and effortlessly unlocking the door. Seeing this, Shuichi could no longer contain himself. How come you have the key to my house? Chapter 5. This blanket is too short, don't worry about such trivial matters. By the way, where's your little sidekick? Kushina asked. Slipping on a pair of pink slippers she retrieved from the shoe cabinet, looking at Shuichi with curiosity. Charizard returned to the summoning realm. Oh, then I'll go take a shower. A shower? Do you have clothes at my place? Are you an idiot? I can just borrow your clothes. You wouldn't deny me such a small favor, would you? Thanks to having several bathrooms in the house. Shuichi didn't need to wait for Kushina to finish her shower. After a quick rinse, he took out a bottle of soda, sipping it while watching the legendary Intimate Paradise. This work, which permeated the entirety of Naruto, appeared rather simplistic in Shuichi's eyes, failing to stir any emotions within him. Nevertheless, the legitimate plotlines had some merit. In that light, if Shuichi were to abandon his ninja career, he might very well sustain himself as a novelist. Akin to Liu Bei, time slipped by, and the sound of hurried footsteps broke the serene atmosphere of the living room. Shuichi turned to look, inadvertently spraying soda from his mouth. Tsunade's long, damp crimson hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her freshly bathed skin had a rosy glow, exuding an alluring charm. However, the crux of the matter lay in her attire. She wore nothing more than a short-sleeved shirt belonging to Sato Shuichi. While the shirt concealed her upper body adequately, it left much to be desired above her knees. Witnessing this tantalizing scene, Sato Shuichi felt a wave of thirst wash over him. He took a hearty gulp of his fizzy drink, the cold carbonation alleviating some of the heat rising within him. What's that expression on your face? It's rather disgusting. Your shirt is oversized. I only need to wear this short sleeve, Tsunade remarked nonchalantly as she plopped down beside Sato Shuichi, her gaze landing on the book in his hands, Intimate Paradise. What is that book? A novel? May I have a look? Without waiting for a response, she snatched Intimate Paradise from him and began to read. I must say, are you underestimating my self-control as a man? Sato Shuichi lamented, staring helplessly at the vacant ceiling. What strange things are you talking about? I can't quite grasp it. This book seems rather inappropriate. Tsunade's initial calm demeanor shifted dramatically as she read, her face flushing bright crimson. Ultimately, she tossed the book onto the floor, flustered, and glared at Sato Shuichi, exclaiming, "Let us forget about those bizarre things. Are we going out to eat, or what?" Sato Shuichi turned to the rosy-cheeked Tsunade and inquired, "Of course we'll eat here at your place. I can't possibly go out dressed like this." "Oh, so you're aware that your attire is problematic? How could you present yourself before me like this? We're brothers. After all, there's no need for formality." "Brother, you smell delightful," Sato Shuichi commented. Tsunade immediately raised her arm, perplexed. "Not at all. I just smell of body wash and shampoo, exactly like you. Where's the pleasant scent?" After dinner, Sato Shuichi set up 2 lounge chairs on the rooftop, and they both reclined, gazing at the bright starry sky. "When do you plan to head back?" "It's getting late," Sato Shuichi suddenly asked Tsunade. "My clothes are still drying. They won't be ready until tomorrow morning. I'll stay here tonight. It's not my first time." Due to her living alone, Tsunade enjoyed a degree of freedom. Previously, she had stayed over at Sato Shuichi's after a late night. Back then, Sato Shuichi had slept in his parents' room, while Tsunade occupied his own. Thus, one could say Tsunade had been Sato Shuichi's childhood companion. At that moment, Sato Shuichi seemed to recall something and sat up abruptly, gazing at Tsunade. "Oh no, I washed the other blankets yesterday. They're still hanging outside. That means there's only one blanket in the house." "Huh, why would you do that? How bothersome. I didn't know you were having a guest today. Why not head back home while it's still early?" "I refuse. I would be uncomfortable in these damp clothes. Why don't you just make do tonight? After all, you're sturdy. You won't suffer from a night without a blanket." "Sister, even though it's summer, you know how chilly the nights in Konoha can be. I might catch a cold and miss the morning assembly." "Don't worry, Tsunade is the best in Konoha. A mere cold is hardly a problem." Tsunade placed a long pillow in the middle of the bed and warned Sato Shuichi, "This is the boundary. You must not cross it, or I will hit you hard." Observing Tsunade brandishing her tiny fists, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but tease. "Didn't you say we're brothers? Are you doubting your brother?" I don't know who it was today, but someone couldn't take their eyes off Tsunade-sensei. Besides, your glances at me are rather peculiar too. Upon hearing this, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Sato Shuichi's forehead. How could Tsunade be so perceptive? Perhaps it was the heritage of the Uzumaki clan. This wretched ninja world only valued bloodlines. Not receiving a response, Tsunade gently kicked him. "All right, turn off the light. We have to wake up early tomorrow." Even with the lights off, moonlight streamed in through the window, preventing the room from becoming completely dark. Sato Shuichi could still see the brightness in Tsunade's eyes. A moment later, Tsunade spoke up. "Shuichi, are you asleep?" Sato Shuichi replied with a hint of exasperation. "I'm not Zhang Fei. I don't possess the skill to sleep with my eyes open. Could you lend me some more blankets? Half of me is exposed." In response to Tsunade's request, Sato Shuichi didn't answer, but instead pulled away the pillows separating them and inched closer. Feeling Sato Shuichi's presence suddenly near her, Tsunade's face turned a deep shade of red, her voice trembling slightly. "Idiot Shuichi, what are you doing? The blanket isn't long enough. I can't cover myself properly. If you remove the pillow, we can both cover up. We're brothers. There's no need to be so formal," Sato Shuichi said, suddenly wrapping his arms around Tsunade. As she opened her mouth to question him, he quickly interjected, "You know I usually sleep with a stuffed toy. Nothing inappropriate about just sharing a sleep, right?" With that, Sato Shuichi closed his eyes. Tsunade, looking at his mischievous expression, resisted the urge to kick him, eventually shutting her own eyes as well. Originally, she had wanted to discuss what Tsunade would teach the next day, but now her mind was too distracted to do so. The following morning, Sato Shuichi groggily opened his eyes, stretching and rubbing his sore back. Had he known, he would have chosen to sleep on the sofa rather than share a bed with Tsunade. Who could have anticipated her restless sleeping would lead to him being kicked off the bed multiple times throughout the night? Seeing Tsunade still peacefully asleep, Sato Shuichi shook his head and quietly exited the room. "Ah, you all are quite punctual. I was beginning to wonder if anyone would be late." Tsunade greeted them with a warm smile. "Even if you smile like a blooming flower, it doesn't change the fact that you're late. It's already past noon. Didn't we agree to meet at 10? Sato Shuichi retorted, giving Tsunade a deadpan stare. Tsunade tousled Sato Shuichi's hair playfully. "Don't sweat the small stuff. I intended to arrive early, but the allure of my blanket was too strong. Besides, with that expression at your age, you might find it hard to get a girlfriend in the future." Tsunade then led the group to a forest near the Hokage Rock. "All right, let us set aside the chit-chat for now. Let us eat." With that, she eagerly opened a bento box, marveling at the contents inside. "Not bad, for someone so young. You have quite the culinary skills. From this perspective, our team's future meals will certainly improve." Sato Shuichi also picked up a bento box and sat beside Tsunade. "However, I heard that other teams, to celebrate their formation, have their instructors treat them to lavish meals." "Haha, well, at the moment, my funds are rather limited. Once my fortunes turn, not only will I treat you to a grand feast, but a week's worth of meals will be no trouble at all." After saying this, Tsunade began to focus on her meal. She hadn't eaten anything all day, rushing here right after brushing her teeth and washing her face, and her stomach was already growling with hunger. Looking at the dishes before her, Mikoto felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. How could she possibly cook worse than a boy? In terms of femininity, she felt utterly outmatched. Nevertheless, she soon immersed herself in the delicious food, forgetting her slight discontent. Satisfied, Tsunade patted her belly and turned to the three seated in front of her. "Today, we shall begin with tree climbing. Not the kind you might think, but using chakra to ascend trees." With that, Tsunade slowly walked up the trunk of a nearby tree. Her feet seemed to be glued to the bark, allowing her to ascend effortlessly to the canopy. Just as Tsunade prepared to bask in the admiration of her three students, she noticed Kushina had also climbed a tree. "What? I thought we would learn some powerful jutsu. This is merely a technique for chakra control. I could walk on water if it came to that." Observing Kushina's smug demeanor, Tsunade shifted her gaze to Sato Shuichi and Mikoto below. "Me too. Under my father's guidance, I learned these skills." Tsunade jumped down from the tree and rubbed her temples. Sometimes, having exceptionally talented students can be a burden, as it diminishes the sense of accomplishment in teaching. Tsunade had initially intended to let Sato Shuichi and the others fall a few times before stepping in as their savior to teach them the technique. In that case, practice on your own. Shuichi, come with me. Though unsure of Tsunade's intentions, Kushina and Mikoto began to practice their ninjutsu. Mikoto, as a member of the Uchiha clan, doesn't he require much guidance from me? And Kushina, being taught by the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is similarly self-sufficient. So what do you wish to learn, Shuichi? Tsunade inquired, noticing Sato Shuichi's somewhat lackadaisical demeanor. As she mentioned, Mikoto, being an Uchiha, required little intervention, while Kushina was under the tutelage of Uzumaki Mito. Thus, the only one left without a significant background was Sato Shuichi, who had no external support beyond his little fire dragon. Teacher, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu. Seeing the earnest expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Tsunade couldn't help but ask curiously, medical ninjutsu? Generally, at your age, people prefer flashy, powerful techniques. What made you think of medical ninjutsu? Is it because of something you've experienced? Without hesitation, Sato Shuichi replied, my goal in learning medical ninjutsu is to protect my comrades. That way, if Kushina or Mikoto get injured, I can help them immediately. Tsunade softened her gaze upon hearing Sato Shuichi's sincere words. To protect others? That is not something a typical ninja would say, but I like it. In that case, come to my house tomorrow. Medical ninjutsu is not simple. It requires specialized knowledge. Tsunade patted Sato Shuichi's shoulder and said, learning is the easiest thing for me. Do you know why I always score 100 on tests? Curious, Tsunade asked why. Because the test only has 100 points, Sato Shuichi replied, raising his head proudly. Goodness, you little rascal, always showing off, Tsunade sighed. For now, go train with your summoning beast. Come to my house tomorrow afternoon. I need to think about how to teach you. Tsunade rubbed her temples. While she was currently one of the most authoritative medical ninjas in Konoha, she was uncertain about how to teach medical ninjutsu. If she misled a student, it would be a disaster. Afterward, Sato Shuichi summoned his little fire dragon and began physical training. As dusk approached, everyone returned home. Kushina did not accompany Sato Shuichi back, as she was going to learn sealing techniques from Uzumaki Mito that evening. Without Kushina, Sato Shuichi lost the desire to cook for himself. He simply grabbed a bowl of tonkatsu ramen at Ichiraku Ramen before heading home. Just past midnight, as Sato Shuichi lay in bed, he suddenly opened his eyes. It had been a month, and he could finally spin the lottery wheel. Over the years, the only truly useful item he had received was the little fire dragon's egg. However, this time felt different. It was his first lottery after becoming a ninja, and surely, it should be a guaranteed win. With excitement in his eyes, Sato Shuichi watched the wheel spin. With a loud bang, a golden light appeared before him. He slapped his thigh in excitement. Golden legend. I've finally scored again. Today is indeed my lucky day. However, his initial excitement was doused when he saw what he had won. The black mole of love significantly increases attraction to the opposite sex. Covering his face with his hands, Sato Shuichi thought, if this were my previous life, I might have surpassed Roland with this skill, becoming the legendary king of gigolos. Or I could easily find a wealthy woman and lead a life of leisure. But this is the world of Naruto. What use is this skill? To charm the ultimate Otsutsuki Kaguya? Besides, Sato Shuichi was already quite good-looking. If he hadn't always been with Kushina, he would have received countless love letters. Shaking his head, Sato Shuichi realized that transitioning from an ordinary life to a remarkable one was not as simple as he had hoped. He then closed his eyes and slowly drifted into slumber. In a luxurious estate belonging to the Senju clan, Tsunade teasingly lifted Sato Shuichi's chin with her finger. Wondering aloud, strange, why do I feel like you've become much more handsome overnight? Sato Shuichi, of course, could not reveal that it was due to the skill, so he simply replied, I'm still growing. Isn't it normal to become handsomer by the day? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the house. I overslept. Oh no, Orochimaru-sensei will surely be furious. As Sato Shuichi and Tsunade turned to see the source of the commotion, they spotted a disheveled figure racing toward the door, hastily chewing on a piece of bread. Suddenly, Shoju stopped in his tracks, staring in disbelief at Sato Shuichi and Tsunade in the living room. He recognized Sato Shuichi, having been classmates for 6 years, but he was puzzled as to why he was in his home and why his lazy sister was doing such a thing. After a rapid mental calculation, Shoju reached an astonishing conclusion. He pointed incredulously at Tsunade and exclaimed, "Sis, you actually like younger guys?" "I'm telling Grandma." On Tsunade's forehead, several veins suddenly bulged, and in the blink of an eye, her figure vanished from Shuichi Sato's sight, only to reappear before Rope Tree. Confronted by Tsunade's menacing aura, Rope Tree was abruptly reminded of the fear he once felt under her dominion, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. "Isn't this my gentle, kind, and beautiful sister? I didn't see anything just now. I'm off to report to Lord Orochimaru. Shall we talk later this evening?" Tsunade pressed her hands together, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. To Rope Tree, this noise echoed like the footsteps of death. "I'll inform Orochimaru that you cannot come today and must rest at home." As her words fell, Rope Tree felt a tremendous force strike his chin, sending him hurtling backward. Observing this poignant sibling dynamic, Shuichi Sato felt immensely grateful that he did not have a sister. Approximately half an hour later, Tsunade returned, her face alight with vigor. Indeed, Rope Tree was the type who needed a good thrashing every 3 days to release pent-up tension. After witnessing the earlier scene, Sato felt a profound respect for Tsunade blossom within him. Logically, Rope Tree should not have been able to endure such a beating for half an hour. But Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was a game-changer. With her left hand embodying the iron fist of love and her right hand employing healing techniques, she left Rope Tree utterly disoriented. "Well, let us commence our lesson. You are aware that chakra possesses 7 attributes, correct?" Sato nodded. "It is quite normal not to know, considering that the Ninja Academy did not cover this. Do you know? A book in the library records that, in addition to the common 5 attributes of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, there are also the yin and yang attributes." Sato replied, "I see. I had forgotten you were quite the scholar. Do you know your own chakra attributes?" Sato shook his head. Tsunade then produced a piece of chakra paper and handed it to Sato. "Infuse your chakra into this paper, and it will reveal your chakra attributes. However, it can only detect the 5 basic attributes and not the yin and yang." Sato accepted the chakra paper and gradually infused it with his chakra. Soon, the previously smooth paper began to transform, revealing 5 distinct areas. One ignited with flames, another split apart, a third crinkled, the fourth dampened, and the last shattered. Observing this, Sato felt a swell of pride. It appeared he possessed an innate talent, exhibiting all 5 chakra attributes. Chapter 8. Chains? "Ah, you have quite the talent. Extend your hand." At Tsunade's words, Sato promptly extended his right hand. Tsunade grasped it firmly. As an exceptional ninja, she had completed countless arduous missions, her hands stained with the blood of many. Yet, her palms bore no calluses, and the warmth radiating from her wrist felt as smooth as jade, enchanting Sato despite his lack of peculiar inclinations. Before long, Tsunade released her hold on his wrist. To possess all 7 attributes of chakra is indeed rare. It was evident that Tsunade's earlier gesture was to ascertain whether Sato possessed the yin and yang attributes within him. Noticing Sato's silence, she continued, "Medical ninjutsu is quite similar to conventional ninjutsu, but it requires the invocation of yang chakra. Additionally, a comprehensive understanding of the human body is essential. I have a book titled Basic Knowledge of Human Anatomy for you to peruse." Upon receiving the book, Sato experienced a moment of disorientation. The existence of anatomy in this world was unexpected. However, upon seeing the author's name, Senju Tobarama, he felt reassured. As the creator of most of Konoha's forbidden techniques, Tobarama, the second Hokage, was akin to Orochimaru, a mad scientist with a penchant for human experimentation. Otherwise, he would not have devised the Edo Tensei technique. Given his prior studies related to medicine, Sato found the material relatively easy to absorb, consuming the entire book within a single afternoon. After learning this, Tsunade displayed little surprise, instead providing Sato with several additional medical texts for him to study diligently. Later, after sharing a dinner at Tsunade's home, Sato took his leave. As he was the one responsible for the meal, given the culinary incompetence of a gambling addict and a hot-headed fool. "Shuichi, I've mastered an incredibly powerful technique." Initially absorbed in his studies, Sato was interrupted by a voice from outside. Upon stepping out, he beheld Kushina surrounded by swirling golden chains, energetically brandishing them. Meanwhile, the little fire dragon gazed curiously at the shimmering chains, contemplating whether to reach out and touch them. Upon seeing Sato emerge, Kushina, eager to showcase her newfound skill, brightened as if she had discovered a new continent. She quickly dispelled the technique and bounded over to Sato, exclaiming, "Shuichi, did you secretly consume something extraordinary? You look incredibly handsome right now." "No, Haven Tea, I always look this way. By the way, that technique you just performed was the sealing technique, adamantine binding, right?" Sato deftly shifted the subject, and Kushina didn't press further, instead standing tall with her hands on her hips, proudly declaring, "Humph, as expected of Shuichi. You truly have an eye for talent. Indeed, that is the renowned adamantine binding, which, when mastered, can even restrain tailed beasts. Granny Mito praised me as a rare genius of the Uzumaki clan, managing to grasp such an advanced sealing technique so swiftly. If Kushina had a tail, it would undoubtedly be standing straight up in delight." Sato, understanding her pride, affectionately ruffled her hair, praising, "Kushina, you are truly impressive. I shall rely on you for protection from now on. Rest assured, Shuichi, with me around, no one will ever harm you. By the way, how is your learning of medical ninjutsu with Tsunade-sama going?" "I'm still in the theoretical stage. Formal training will commence in a few days." "Ah, with your talents. You should master it swiftly. To celebrate the future Hokage's mastery of adamantine binding, shall we indulge in some barbecue today?" Granny Mito generously gifted me a substantial allowance. Naturally, Sato could not decline Kushina's invitation. Thus, the two, along with the little fire dragon, made their way to the barbecue restaurant in the village center. Despite being a Pokémon, the fire dragon had a high tolerance for human food and particularly relished spicy dishes, perhaps due to its affinity for flames. Over the next month, Shuichi and his companions completed several high-ranking missions, and under Tsunade's guidance, he mastered several medical ninjutsu. It seemed that Sato possessed an innate talent for medical techniques, with even Tsunade remarking that she had never encountered a medical ninja with such potential. It appeared that Sato's skills were heavily inclined towards medical ninjutsu, marking him as a prodigious talent in this domain. Under the twilight glow, Sato Shuichi cradled a hefty orange cat as he and his companions made their way toward the Hokage building. Suddenly, Kushina, who was leading the group, halted and turned to Tsunade, voicing her dissatisfaction. "Tsunade-sensei, when will these days come to an end? Every day is either about finding cats or farming. This is not the ninja life I envisioned." Sato Shuichi and Mikoto nodded in agreement. Although these low-level missions were straightforward, they were exceedingly tedious, and the meager rewards divided among the four offered little incentive. At that moment, however, Mikoto discreetly stole a glance at Sato Shuichi's face. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable allure in his presence, compelling her to observe him. Yet, this also stirred a sense of guilt within her towards Kushina, as if she were betraying a friend. Hearing this, Tsunade stroked her chin thoughtfully. "You make a fair point. How about this, tomorrow? I will take you on a higher-level mission. But a word of advice, don't overindulge in your meals." As she spoke the latter part, a mischievous smile crept across Tsunade's face. However, lost in their excitement, Kushina and Mikoto failed to notice the peculiar expression on Tsunade's countenance. Chapter 9. Overnight, observing Tsunade's odd expression, Sato Shuichi had already surmised what the next day would entail, yet he was mentally prepared. After all, in this world, if one did not possess the resolve to eliminate others, one could easily become a victim. The following day arrived swiftly, and under the eager gazes of Kushina and Mikoto, Tsunade accepted a mission to eliminate bandits. Soon, the group set forth with great enthusiasm towards the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. Due to the distance of the mission, it was expected that they would spend approximately 2 days traveling. After all, no foolhardy bandit would dare to wreak havoc near the village. Even if one did, they would quickly be dealt with. As they exited the village, Kushina and Mikoto gazed around in wonder, feeling a strange thrill despite the familiar scenery. This was a common reaction for ninjas embarking on their first mission outside the village, the mix of anxiety and joy from stepping out of their comfort zone. In contrast, Sato Shuichi exhibited a markedly different demeanor. Aside from becoming a tad more vigilant, he displayed no further emotions. Observing his demeanor, Tsunade couldn't help but tease him. "Is this your first time outside the village? You seem utterly unexcited, akin to that detestable Orochimaru." Sato Shuichi glanced up at Tsunade and replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be excited about? We are not on a leisurely outing, and leaving the village's barrier signifies that danger could be lurking at any moment." Tsunade scoffed. "You're far too mature for your age, which is rather unappealing. Relax, with me around, there's nothing to fear." Despite her teasing, Tsunade felt quite pleased with Sato Shuichi's demeanor. As a ninja, It was paramount to maintain a sense of respect and caution. Overconfidence could lead to disastrous consequences. Before long, the sun began to set. Tsunade glanced at the dimming sky and declared, "All right, let us set up camp for the night." Shortly thereafter, they discovered a small stream and pitched their tents on a relatively flat area. Watching the fish swim in the stream, Sato Shuichi turned his attention to his fire dragon. The fire dragon nodded and, with a spark of electricity in its tiny paw, delivered a decisive blow to the water. With a series of crackling sounds, the previously serene fish floated belly up to the surface. It seemed that the fire dragon's thunder punch was quite formidable in the world of Pokémon. It would surely possess champion-level potential. This commotion naturally attracted Tsunade and the others nearby. "Your spirit beast can utilize lightning techniques?" Tsunade asked, intrigued by the fire dragon. "It is an inherent ability of the fire dragon, resembling a bloodline limit more than a ninjutsu," Sato Shuichi explained, having once considered teaching the fire dragon ninjutsu. Imagining a dragon that could perform a Rasengan and fly through space-time was exhilarating. Unfortunately, the fire dragon lacked chakra and could not learn any ninjutsu. "Oh, your spirit beast possesses considerable talent. It is still in its juvenile phase. Who knows what it might achieve as it matures?" Sato Shuichi nodded, gently petting the fire dragon, who closed its eyes in contentment. Given that the fire dragon already exhibited strength comparable to a Chunin, upon evolving into a Charmeleon, it might achieve Jonin-level prowess, with the potential to evolve further into a Charizard. Perhaps Sato Shuichi could someday navigate the ninja world with his fire dragon, a far more valuable asset than any mere love-related skill. Even a month later, Sato Shuichi remained vexed by the love mark skill, which, despite being a golden-level reward, proved to be disappointingly trivial. Each time he recalled this, he couldn't help but slap his thigh in frustration. Yet tonight, the Wheel of Fortune would offer another chance for a draw. He hoped for something truly useful this time. After gathering the fish floating in the stream, Sato Shuichi began preparing dinner. After all, who would prefer cold rations over a warm meal? He planned to grill some fish while also making a pot of fish soup. On the way to this location, he had noticed numerous edible mushrooms in the nearby forest. Though it would be his first time trying mushrooms in fish soup, he anticipated it would not taste too bad. After dinner, Tsunade organized the night watch. Though the ninja world was relatively calm, unexpected events could arise at night, making it essential to designate guards. Sato Shuichi and Mikoto would watch over the first half of the night, while Tsunade and Kushina would take the latter half. After these arrangements, Tsunade yawned and retreated into her tent. Kushina approached Sato Shuichi, shaking her tiny fist in warning. "Shuichi, do not bully Mikoto, or I will not let you off easily. Do you not trust me?" He replied with a hint of exasperation. "Hurry and sleep. I will need your help during the latter watch." Sato Shuichi looked at Kushina with a resigned expression. "I know exactly what you're like, which is why I'm warning you. Tsunade-sensei should have arranged for me to guard with you." Seeing that Kushina was intent on lecturing, Sato Shuichi could only cast an apologetic glance at Mikoto before gently pushing Kushina into a neighboring tent. Soon, the camp fell silent, the only sounds being the crackling of the campfire. The fire dragon had nestled against Sato Shuichi's leg and drifted off to sleep. Although the little fire dragon now possesses the strength of a Ch-nin, it remains in its developmental stage and requires ample sleep. Initially, Sato Shuichi intended to send the little fire dragon back to the spirit realm, but the creature was resolute, insisting on staying by his side. Reflecting on recent events, Sato Shuichi's gaze towards the little fire dragon softened considerably. Chapter 10. The dice. Is this the little fire dragon? It appears truly adorable, Mikoto suddenly declared as she approached Sato Shuichi and took a seat before him, gazing at the creature. "You and the little fire dragon should get along splendidly. As you are the first to remember its name, others merely refer to it as a spirit beast." Sato Shuichi reached out to stroke the little fire dragon's face, replying, "Could you share how you encountered the little fire dragon? If you prefer not to, feel free to disregard my question." Although Mikoto and Sato Shuichi were teammates, there were many secrets among ninjas. For instance, if Hanzo, often referred to as a demigod, had his spirit beast's information leaked, it could significantly diminish his power. However, Sato Shuichi appeared unguarded, as there was only one Pokémon in the entire ninja world, the little fire dragon. Its origin is quite mysterious. On a night of the full moon, I was asleep when a tremendous noise jolted me awake. When I ventured outside, I discovered a large hole in the center of the yard. Initially, I thought it was a meteorite, but to my surprise, it contained what appeared to be an egg. I took the egg home, and it subsequently hatched into the little fire dragon. After hearing Sato Shuichi's account, Mikoto regarded him with an expression of skepticism. After all, the tale seemed rather fantastical. Yet, considering the little fire dragon's extraordinary abilities, its origins seemed plausible. At that moment, Sato Shuichi shifted the focus of the conversation towards Mikoto. In exchange, why don't you share your story? He suggested. If my former classmates knew I was able to keep watch with the school bell, they'd be envious. A faint blush crossed Mikoto's cheeks as she shyly replied. The title of school bell is merely a fabrication spread by those trivial individuals. Moreover, my past is rather mundane. Before I met you and Kushina, I had no friends worthy of trust. Sato Shuichi turned to Mikoto, his expression one of surprise. That cannot be. With your popularity and amiable personality, how could you lack friends? Mikoto buried her head in her knees, responding after a considerable pause with a muffled voice. Those individuals are either enamored by my family background or my appearance. They do not seek genuine friendship. Furthermore, some people feign kindness while secretly plotting against you. You know, I've always envied the close bond you share with Kushina. Seeing Mikoto's despondent demeanor, Sato Shuichi felt at a loss for words to comfort her, especially since Kushina was not known for her sensitivity. After a lengthy silence, he finally offered a consolation. It's all right. Now Kushina and I are your friends, aren't we? Besides, Tsunade-sensei is quite amiable, though just remember not to lend her any money. Mikoto lifted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. Isn't Tsunade-sensei of high standing within the Senju clan? How could she possibly ask us for money? Huh, you might be overestimating the self-discipline of a gambler. He replied with a chuckle, particularly one who keeps returning to the tables despite repeated losses, even earning a reputation as a big fat sheep among the casino staff. If the first Hokage knew his granddaughter was behaving in such a manner, I wonder what he would think. Just then, an object suddenly struck Sato Shuichi's head, interrupting his light-hearted banter. As he regained his footing and focused, he realized it was a shoe that had fallen from above. The flight trajectory and shoe size made it easy to deduce its owner. Sure enough, Tsunade's voice echoed from within the tent. You little rascal. You show no respect for your teacher and dare to speak ill of me. If you do it again, next time it won't be my shoe that lands on your head. Sato Shuichi shook his head, offering Mikoto an exasperated expression as he returned the shoe to Tsunade's tent. Truthfully, had Mikoto not been present, he might have engaged in a rather epic display of displeasure. Nonetheless, this unfortunate incident succeeded in lifting Mikoto's spirits, bringing a radiant smile to her face. As Sato Shuichi observed Mikoto's smile, he blurted out without hesitation, "You look truly beautiful when you smile. If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose you as the school belle. Wouldn't that upset Kushina?" Mikoto questioned, her curiosity piqued. Sato Shuichi brushed off her concern, resuming his previous position. Kushina is quite perceptive. As long as you continually praise her as the future Hokage, there will be no issue. Nighttime passed in a haze of idle chatter, swiftly ushering them into the latter hours. However, before the shift change, Tsunade left a sizable bump on Sato Shuichi's head as a reward for his earlier disrespect. Observing Sato Shuichi's unfortunate predicament, Mikoto could no longer contain her laughter, her voice ringing like a melodious bell. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Kushina appeared bewildered, poking the bump on Sato Shuichi's head in astonishment. Wow, Shuichi, you've grown horns. How impressive. At her remark, even Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, smiles do not vanish, they merely transfer. Thus, Sato Shuichi could only return to his tent with a scowl. After using medical ninjutsu to heal the bump, he recalled that his lottery chances had reset. Engaging in light conversation with Mikoto had made him forget this detail. Evidently, women only serve to diminish his opportunities for growth. As the spinning wheel turned, a blue light suddenly captured Sato Shuichi's attention. It was his first time drawing a blue item. While it might not rival the allure of gold, it certainly surpassed the usual white in value. Upon seeing this reward, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but smile. A dark golden die. When used, it enhances luck for 1 hour, increasing with the number rolled. This item, tied to the elusive concept of luck, held significant importance for Sato Shuichi. Should he roll a 6 before his next lottery, the chances of a favorable outcome would dramatically increase. Although merely a blue item, Sato Shuichi was thoroughly satisfied with it. Chapter 11. The quirky taste. By the afternoon of the following day, the group finally arrived at the location of their mission. gazing at the mountain shrouded in dense trees. Tsunade declared, "The stronghold atop this mountain is our target. I have but one request for you all. Leave no stone unturned. Every bandit, regardless of age or gender, must be eliminated. Understood?" Seeing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Sato Shuichi and the others ceased their light-hearted banter and nodded solemnly. "Before we proceed, let's devise a simple plan," Mikoto suggested, turning her gaze towards Sato Shuichi alongside Kushina. After a moment of contemplation, Sato Shuichi spoke. "Let us commence our operation at 3 o'clock in the morning. This time coincides with the deepest phase of sleep for most. The little fire dragon will create chaos inside, while I will guard the back entrance. And the two of you will keep watch at the front." Due to the simplicity of this mission, Kushina had perceived that there were no ninjas among the bandits. Consequently, the operational plan was somewhat rudimentary. However, plans that are less elaborate often succeed more easily, as simplicity minimizes the chances of errors. Were it not for Tsunade's directive to leave no one behind, the little fire dragon could have single-handedly wreaked havoc. Regarding Sato Shuichi's strategy, both Kushina and Mikoto expressed no dissent. Thus, the three of them found a spot to rest, recovering their strength lost during the journey while mentally preparing for the impending dawn operation. The gravity of taking lives weighed heavily on both Kushina and Mikoto, creating a complex emotional landscape. Although they had mentally prepared for this since their first day as ninjas, the reality before them proved challenging to accept. Even the typically carefree Kushina felt a slight tremor in her body, let alone the more sensitive Mikoto. At that moment, Sato Shuichi gently took both of their hands and comforted them with a soothing tone. "It's all right. Those bandits are wicked individuals. Our mission is to rid the world of their menace, allowing more lives to flourish without guilt." After hearing Sato's words, the expressions on Kushina and Mikoto's faces softened considerably. Observing from the side, Tsunade nodded slightly, initially believing she would have to intervene personally. Although Sato Shuichi was the weakest in terms of combat prowess within the team, his maturity surpassed that of the others. In Tsunade's absence, he undoubtedly became the backbone of the group. Before long, the clock struck 2 in the morning. The three exchanged glances and stealthily ascended the mountain. Meanwhile, at the entrance, 2 sentinels were idly chatting. "Do you think anyone will come at this hour? It's unlikely anyone would venture into this desolate gorge. What's our purpose here, then? Perhaps to fill the void left by the lack of guards in the hideout." Engrossed in their conversation, the 2 henchmen failed to notice a pair of dark eyes silently watching them from behind. Seeing that they were unaware of his presence, Sato Shuichi deftly pulled 2 pristine kunai from his ninja tool pouch. With 2 swift motions, the sharp kunai pierced the throats of the 2 sentinels, who fell without uttering a sound. Warm blood flowed onto Sato's palms, yet his heart remained untroubled. At that moment, his only concern was how to clean the blood from the kunai. After eliminating the only 2 sentinels, Sato and his companions proceeded unobstructed into the hideout. Per the plan, Kushina and Mikoto positioned themselves at the entrance while Sato found a way in through the back. Once everyone reached their designated spots, Sato nodded at the little fire dragon. Immediately, the little fire dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the previously silent hideout. The wooden structures of the hideout caught fire swiftly, illuminating the dark night as brightly as day. Within moments, the bandits, startled from their slumber, scrambled about in confusion like headless flies. "Fire! Fire! What a blaze! Hurry! Put it out! Help! My leg's trapped! Save me! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The little fire dragon, like a skilled assassin, mercilessly reaped the lives of the bandits amidst the flames. Most bandits had no time to comprehend what was happening before they became souls lost to the abyss. Those few who were aware of the situation could not escape either, caught off guard by the little fire dragon's unexpected assault, unable even to grasp their weapons in time. Even if they had weapons, they would have posed no threat to the little fire dragon. Occasionally, a bandit would confront Sato Shuichi, but they all met swift ends at the hands of his kunai. These bandits could handle defenseless civilians, but against trained ninjas, they were merely fodder for slaughter. Once the hideout lay in ruins, consumed by flames, Sato Shuichi and the little fire dragon regrouped with Kushina and Mikoto at the entrance. There, Kushina and Mikoto stood pale, gazing at the nearby corpses. Although they had sustained no physical harm, the experience of their first kill left a profound shadow on their hearts. In response, Sato gently patted their shoulders, knowing that only time could heal their wounds. At that moment, Tsunade appeared behind the trio, clapping her hands. Well done, you three. You executed this mission splendidly. As a reward, upon returning to the village, how about I treat you to some grilled meat? Despite the mission's conclusion, the air remained thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Upon hearing the mention of grilled meat, Kushina and Mikoto's expressions soured instantly. Witnessing the two rush away to vomit, Tsunade couldn't help but smirk with a hint of schadenfreude. Sato Shuichi could only sigh in resignation. Tsunade-sensei, you truly have a rather morbid sense of humor. Chapter 12. Living slugs. This is a rite of passage for a ninja, yet you seem unaffected. Kushina and Mikoto can barely handle the thought of distant killing with ninjutsu, while you plunged kunai directly into them. Tsunade, curious, turned to Sato Shuichi. Perhaps my resolve is deeper, or maybe the books I've read have taught me where to strike most effectively. You should really consider becoming Orochimaru's student. You two are cut from the same cloth. Tsunade-sensei, would you truly let such a promising student slip away? Besides, did you not feel queasy the first time you wielded ninjutsu? Tsunade pulled Sato closer, playfully ruffling his hair. You clever little rascal, trying to pin that on me? In retrospect, while I didn't vomit, I did struggle to eat for several days. Jiraiya, that useless fellow, was the one who was sick everywhere. As for Orochimaru, he, like you now, showed no reaction at all. At this moment, Kushina and Mikoto finally returned, their faces ashen. From their appearance, it was clear they might embrace vegetarianism for days to come. Without further ado, after returning to Konoha and completing their mission, Tsunade excitedly dashed off in a particular direction. Her fervent expression hinted at one destination, the casino. 2 days later, Kushina and Mikoto had nearly recovered, yet their spirits remained low. Consequently, everyone returned to their respective homes. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tsunade led Sato Shuichi and the others through over 20 missions. Now, Kushina and Mikoto had grown accustomed to dining near corpses without their appetites being affected. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi's medical ninjutsu had seen remarkable improvement, surpassing the skills of most doctors at the Konoha hospital. In Tsunade's residence, gazing at Sato Shuichi's handsome visage, Tsunade couldn't help but murmur to herself. This insufferable boy is becoming increasingly charming. I wonder how many hearts he will ensnare in the future. Subsequently, Tsunade retrieved a scroll from her bosom and placed it before Sato Shuichi. This is the summoning scroll of the Whetbone Forest. You should inscribe your name without delay. Sato Shuichi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and promptly bit his finger to sign his name. After all, the Whetbone Forest is one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries of the ninja world. Moreover, the sage mode of the legendary Senju Hashirama, the first of those below the 6 paths, is likely derived from this very place. It would be illogical for the Whetbone Forest to lack a method of sage training when the other 2 sanctuaries, the Dragon Cave and Mayaboka Mountain, possess their own. Within the summoning scroll, Sato Shuichi also recognized 2 familiar names, Tsunade and Senju Hashirama. Upon seeing Sato Shuichi complete his signature, Tsunade continued. You are undoubtedly familiar with the summoning of beasts. Now, let us attempt to summon a living slug. Sato Shuichi nodded, and while his wound was still fresh, he formed the hand seals necessary for summoning. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the living room, and when the haze dissipated, a slug of adult size appeared between Sato Shuichi and Tsunade. Anyone with a fear of insects would likely faint at this sight. Although the living slug may not be visually appealing, its voice was melodious, reminiscent of a gentle older sister. Tsunade-sama, how may I assist you? Tsunade pointed to Sato Shuichi. It is this young man who summoned you. He is my student, Sato Shuichi, and has just signed the summoning contract for the Whetbone Forest. The slug turned to appraise Sato Shuichi, then bowed slightly with a soft voice. I see. Then I shall look forward to serving you, Master Shuichi. Sato Shuichi immediately bent in response. I look forward to your guidance, dear slug. What sets the living slug apart from other summoning beasts is its ability to split. And within the entirety of the Whetbone Forest, there exists only one such slug. This means that the slug summoned by Sato Shuichi is merely a manifestation of its essence. If his chakra is sufficient, summoning the complete slug would allow him to easily suppress tailed beasts. However, even someone like Tsunade, a member of the Senju clan, cannot fully summon the slug. Perhaps only Senju Hashirama possesses that level of chakra, yet he need not summon slugs. With a mere clap of his hands, he can conjure a wooden warrior capable of easily overpowering the 9 tails. After a brief introduction to Sato Shuichi, the slug, seeing that it had no further role, dispelled the summoning technique and returned to the wet bone forest. Once the slug vanished, Tsunade continued. Although you have a formidable summoning beast like the little fire dragon by your side, and have made a pact with the slug, your own combat capabilities remain lacking. Thus, I intend to teach you a unique ninjutsu that I have created, which I have named Mighty Strength. With that, Tsunade led Sato Shuichi to the training ground outside. She then lifted her left leg and forcefully stomped it onto the ground. A thunderous boom reverberated, causing the earth to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. The spot where her left foot landed was marked by several deep, unseeable fissures. Observing the astonished expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Tsunade displayed a proud smile. Mighty Strength involves channeling chakra to stimulate the cells within the body, thereby enhancing physical techniques, much like the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Ninja. I once shattered a small hill with a single punch. If you master Mighty Strength, self-defense will be assured. Sato Shuichi nodded fervently, his gaze filled with admiration for Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade revealed all her treasured techniques. Aside from the yet-to-be-developed Een Seal, both the Slug Summoning Scroll and Mighty Strength are her trump cards. This signifies that after half a year of companionship, Tsunade has wholly regarded Sato Shuichi as her true disciple. In the following hours, Tsunade began to impart the essence of Mighty Strength step by step. However, while Sato Shuichi possessed exceptional talent in medical ninjutsu, he proved rather mediocre in other ninjutsu. After an entire afternoon, he had not even grasped the fundamentals of Mighty Strength. In Chapter 13, If I Were to Transform, Tsunade found the situation perplexing. This is strange. Given your talent in medical ninjutsu, learning Mighty Strength should be effortless. Why is it that you are struggling so? Sato Shuichi could only respond with a helpless gaze at the ground. Perhaps I am only gifted in medical ninjutsu. Aside from what you have taught me, I only know the body flicker technique. Upon hearing this, Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. It dawned on her that Sato Shuichi had hardly utilized any other ninjutsu. Typically, his battles were fought by the little fire dragon, and when he engaged directly, he resorted to kunai for close combat. Contemplating this, Tsunade rubbed her temples, displaying a look of frustration. After a considerable pause, Tsunade suddenly thought of a technique. She placed Sato Shuichi's hands on her wrists and activated Mighty Strength. Do you feel anything? With Tsunade's expectant gaze upon him, Sato Shuichi's eyes became unfocused, and he replied uncertainly, I only feel that your wrists are soft and smooth. Quite pleasant to the touch. With a resounding smack, Tsunade delivered a playful reprimand. I meant, can you sense the flow of my chakra? Why were you thinking about those things? After receiving the playful blow, Sato Shuichi finally comprehended Tsunade's intention, directing his focus entirely on the movement of chakra in her wrists. After Tsunade demonstrated several times, Sato Shuichi finally grasped a fragment of the technique. He raised his right hand, appearing contemplative. After a while, Sato Shuichi suddenly struck a nearby tree with his fist. The once sturdy tree began to tremble violently, shedding countless leaves and branches. Witnessing this scene, Sato Shuichi's expression radiated sheer joy. He leaped onto Tsunade, wrapping his arms around her waist in excitement. I did it. Did you see, teacher? I have truly learned Mighty Strength. Tsunade also wore an expression of exhilaration, even more so than when she had first developed Mighty Strength. She almost questioned her teaching methods. But ultimately, she was relieved that Sato Shuichi had indeed mastered the technique. After a while, Sato Shuichi remained clinging to Tsunade, prompting her to express her impatience. I warn you not to overstep your boundaries. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi reluctantly released his hold on Tsunade. Initially, his embrace stemmed from excitement, but he found it difficult to part with the delightful sensation of her soft form, though it felt somewhat disloyal to Kushina. The tactile experience of Tsunade surpassed that of Kushina significantly. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Kushina had yet to reach her full potential. After all, Tsunade currently represented the pinnacle of her prowess, while Kushina still required time to mature. Meeting Tsunade's skeptical gaze, Sato Shuichi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he explained. I was simply too exhilarated. Well, I shall overlook this transgression for now. Should I catch you taking liberties again, you will not escape my wrath easily. This is my reflection on monstrous strength. Please take it home and read it carefully. If you encounter any confusion, feel free to visit my house to inquire. Should I be away, you may find me at the casino at the eastern end of the village. Sato Shuichi nodded slightly, accepting the somewhat thick notebook from Tsunade, whose elegant handwriting starkly contrasted with her character. "Why did you hit me without reason?" Sato Shuichi questioned, bewildered, as he rubbed his forehead. "For some reason. I felt as though you were orchestrating something against me in your mind," he added. Tsunade explained. "Do you possess a beast-like intuition, Haki?" "You scoundrel," Sato Shuichi silently scoffed. Sensing Tsunade's readiness to strike again, he quickly opted for the prudent course of action. Sato Shuichi handed a cup of barley tea to Kushina and inquired, "What has transpired?" Kushina stared at her fingers, remaining silent for an extended period. Sato Shuichi did not press her, simply choosing to accompany her in quietude. After an indeterminate time, Kushina suddenly lifted her head and responded in a hoarse voice, "Shuichi, if I were to become a monster, would you despise me?" Hearing this, Sato Shuichi sighed deeply. It appeared that Uzumaki Mito was nearing her end, and Kushina was destined to assume the mantle of the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Otherwise, she would not exhibit such vulnerability. Moreover, the grave reality was that with Mito's passing, the Second Great Ninja War would soon commence. Although, as Tsunade's student, it was unlikely he would serve as mere fodder. Yet, even top-tier ninjas like SH under Orochimaru's supervision, had fallen victim to explosive tags. The perilous nature of the Ninja World War was thus evident. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. In the face of Kushina's despondency, Sato Shuichi recognized that conventional actions would not suffice. He needed to undertake a bold maneuver never before attempted, to rekindle her spirit. With that, Sato Shuichi extended his hands and delivered a firm slap to Kushina's cheek, producing a resounding crack. Instantly, her face flushed crimson at an observable rate, not due to emotion, but rather the impact of his hands. The sudden pain roused Kushina from her self-deprecation, yet she still harbored reservations about becoming the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If she transformed into a monster, what right would she have to stand beside Sato Shuichi? Gazing at the still-dazed Kushina, Sato Shuichi earnestly declared, "Regardless of how you may change, my affection for you will remain unwavering. It has been so in the past, it is so in the present, and it shall be so in the future." In the face of his earnest expression, Kushina gradually grasped the sincerity of his words. Her countenance blushed a deep shade, as if emanating steam. In a blink, she vanished from his sight, leaving Sato Shuichi in astonishment. Chapter 14. Uzumaki Mito. Sato Shuichi touched his lips, musing to himself, still so reckless, without even a response. Within the confines of a certain Senju clan residence, Kushina tossed and turned on her bed, much like a restless silkworm. Was that a confession? It must have been a confession. Should I accept Shuichi's feelings? If I agree too readily, will it make me seem frivolous? But my first kiss was stolen by that rogue. How should I face Shuichi now? This is so frustrating. Had I known, I wouldn't have gone to him. While Kushina wrestled with her thoughts, the other principal character of this incident had long since drifted into slumber. 3 days later, Sato Shuichi awaited Kushina's arrival, but instead, Tsunade appeared. Initially, he assumed Tsunade had come to assess his training in monstrous strength. But upon seeing the sorrow etched on her face, he felt a pang of dread. Could today be the day Kushina became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? As Sato Shuichi conjectured. Upon arriving at his home, Tsunade fixed her gaze upon him for a prolonged moment before speaking in a gravelly voice. "Come with me. Kushina is waiting for you." Although Sato Shuichi wished to inquire about their destination, Tsunade's somber demeanor deterred him from asking further. After following Tsunade for a considerable distance, the presence of people around them suddenly dissipated. Shadows of Umbu flitted through the forest, guarding the area with utmost vigilance. Soon, four figures resembling elder statesmen came into view. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the iron-willed Shimura Danzo, and 2 advisors from Konoha, Mito Munin and T. Kyokoharu. Upon spotting Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi approached with a warm smile. "Tsunade, Shuichi, you both have arrived." Due to her troubled mood, Tsunade merely nodded. In contrast, Sato Shuichi bowed respectfully and greeted, "Hokage-sama, it is an honor." Observing this exchange, a flicker of displeasure crossed Danzo's countenance. Under normal circumstances, Sato Shuichi would not have belonged in such a gathering. However, Uzumaki Mito had specifically summoned him. According to her, the Jinchuriki must be swayed by love to tame the Nine Tails. Sato Shuichi was deemed an anchor between Konoha and Kushina, especially since she hailed from the Whirlpool village. Her sense of belonging to Konoha still uncertain. Moreover, considering the bond between Sato Shuichi and Kushina. Controlling him would indirectly allow for the manipulation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hence, Hiruzen's amiable approach towards Sato Shuichi was not surprising. Just as Hiruzen wished to engage Sato Shuichi in light conversation, Danzo coldly interjected, "Well, since everyone is present, let us proceed and not keep Mito-sama waiting." Hiruzen nodded and took Sato Shuichi by the hand, leading him to a secluded valley. There, Sato Shuichi beheld Kushina seated next to an elderly woman. Though the woman appeared kind and gentle, both Hiruzen and Danzo regarded her with deep respect. Revealing her esteemed identity, the wife of the first Hokage, Tsunade's grandmother, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mito. Mito beckoned Sato Shuichi forward, and after glancing at Tsunade, he approached her, kneeling respectfully. "Mito-sama, it is a pleasure to meet you." After a careful examination of Sato Shuichi, Mito smiled and remarked, "You must be Shuichi, correct? You are quite handsome. No wonder Kushina speaks of you so often." At this, Kushina's face turned beet red as she playfully chided, "Grandma, didn't we agree not to discuss such things?" Mito chuckled, patting Kushina's hand. All right, I shall refrain." Kushina is a young woman now. She has become shy. Subsequently, Uzumaki Mizuho gazed solemnly at Sato Shuichi. "You are a clever child. You must have anticipated our presence here," she remarked. Sato Shuichi nodded affirmatively. Mizuho let out a deep sigh. Kushina has endured much hardship over the years. She lost her parents at a tender age, moved from the Whirlpool village to Konoha, and faced exclusion. Now, she must become the vessel for the Nine-Tails. Alone, she cannot possibly control it. "So can I trust you?" Sato Shuichi nodded earnestly, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, Mizuho-sama, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow any harm to come to Kushina." Mizuho nodded in acknowledgement and handed Sato Shuichi a storage scroll. "This contains the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. I entrust it to you." Instead of immediately accepting the scroll, Sato Shuichi glanced toward Tsunade, who stood a short distance away. Noticing his subtle gesture, Mizuho teasingly remarked, "Why are you looking at Tsunade? This is a matter of the Uzumaki clan. Besides, with the Whirlpool village gone, Kushina will not withhold anything from you." As she spoke, a flicker of sorrow passed through Mizuho's eyes. Although she was one of the founders of Konoha, the Whirlpool village was where she had grown up. Its destruction was a profound blow to her. Perhaps, had it not been for this, Mizuho could have endured a few more years. Hearing her speak this way, Sato Shuichi took the scroll. "Since you have accepted my gift, you must treat Kushina well from now on. Otherwise, I shall not spare you in the afterlife," she added, only to be interrupted by a fit of violent coughing. Kushina, concerned, immediately reached out to gently pat her back. Chapter 15, The Nine-Tails. Observing Kushina's sorrowful expression, Mizuho sighed softly. "Do not mourn, Kushina. This was all destined to happen, beyond the reach of human will. I dream of Hashirama every day. It is time for our reunion. You should be happy for me." With tears in her eyes, Kushina nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mizuho called out to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "It is time to begin, Hiruzen." Hiruzen nodded, summoning his summoning beast, Enma. Enma appeared as a colossal gorilla, stronger than Hanzo's salamander. Crucially, Enma could transform into a staff. And in the original tale, he had even been depicted as directly repelling the Nine-Tails. Perhaps due to prior communication, Enma remained silent, attentively watching Mizuho. Meanwhile, Danzo summoned his own beast, a massive dream eater. Sato Shuichi contemplated, but chose not to summon his small fire dragon, considering it might only be of use once it evolved into a Charizard. "Kushina, Shuichi, please stand back for now. We wouldn't want any unforeseen accidents," Mizuho said with a kind smile. Kushina opened her mouth, seemingly wishing to say something, but no sound emerged. Thus, Sato Shuichi silently led Kushina behind Tsunade. At that moment, Mizuho pressed her hand against her abdomen, an array of cryptic runes materializing in the air. Simultaneously, a torrent of crimson chakra surged forth from the runes. Before long, this chakra coalesced into an enormous nine-tails fox. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, you are all doomed. Upon its emergence, the Nine-Tails let out a colossal roar. Clearly agitated by its past enslavement, the atmosphere solidified as the Nine-Tails roared, immediately drawing the attention of all present. Even Enma transformed into his staff form, tightly gripped by Hiruzen. Despite being able to control the Nine-Tails with a mere glance, Madara was aware of its undeniable power as one of the strongest tailed beasts. Mizuho spoke once more. Nine Tails, after all these years, it is time to let go of your hatred. Hashirama and Madara have passed on. Upon hearing this, the Nine Tails broke into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, those two wretched souls have finally perished. Now that they are gone, I shall turn this place into ruins. None among you humans are worth anything. Seeing the Nine Tails unwilling to reconcile, Mizuho shook her head, and suddenly, countless thick golden chains erupted from her body, binding the newly freed Nine Tails once again. Kushina, now is the time. Mizuho shouted towards her. Despite trembling in fear, Kushina bravely stepped forward. Under Mizuho's sealing technique, the Nine Tails chakra surged violently towards her. With a resentful growl, the Nine Tails exclaimed, "Damn you, humans! I shall return," before being sealed within Kushina's body. Witnessing this, Sato Shuichi marveled at Mizuho's strength. Typically, a Jinchuriki would perish upon losing their tailed beast. Yet, despite her frail appearance, Mizuho had managed to seal the Nine Tails successfully. Even aside from her role as a Jinchuriki, Mizuho was undoubtedly a powerful figure, embodying the prowess of a shinobi from the Warring States period. After accomplishing this, Mizuho suddenly coughed up a pool of blood, her energy waning. Seeing this, Kushina and Tsunade rushed to her side, followed closely by Sato Shuichi. Hiruzen turned away, unable to bear the sight. Danzo, however, watched Kushina's figure with covetous ambition, recognizing the need to control the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Mizuho, with Tsunade in one hand and Kushina in the other, spoke weakly, "I am going to reunite with Hashirama. There is nothing to mourn." Kushina, do not fear the Nine Tails. It too harbors loneliness within. You must reach out to it. I believe you can do it. Turning to Tsunade, she continued, "Tsunade, you are a source of pride for me. If only you could drink less and gamble less, you would be free of constraints. Alas, I will not see you marry Shinsuke." Upon hearing this, Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Finally, Mizuho turned her gaze to Sato Shuichi. "Shuichi, I entrust Kushina to you. Treat her well, do not let me down." Sato Shuichi nodded firmly. In the end, Mizuho surveyed her surroundings before gently closing her eyes, her head tilting to the side. Her funeral took place that very day. In this world, there was no custom of exhuming bodies for joint burial. Her grave lay beside that of Senju Hashirama. During the ceremony, Tsunade and Shinsuke wept inconsolably, while Jiraiya hesitated to approach, ultimately choosing to remain standing still. Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade's retreating figure and suddenly lamented, "Indeed, human life is remarkably fragile." Kushina, on the other hand, was nestled in the embrace of Sato Shuichi, thoroughly soaking his shirt. The departed are gone, yet the living must continue with their lives. However, with the passing of Uzumaki Mido, the atmosphere in the ninja world turned palpably tense. Konoha had lost its most formidable weapon, the Nine Tails, newly transformed into a Jinchuriki. Kushina clearly could not harness the power of the Nine Tails. Moreover, other ninja villages exhibited signs of economic stagnation, if not regression. After all, Konoha was situated in the Land of Fire, renowned for possessing the most fertile lands in the world and boasting the most advanced economy. Chapter 16. The second Pokémon. The entire ninja world seemed to be on the brink of a storm, placing immense pressure on Sato Shuichi. Yet, there was a silver lining. During this period, his Charmander had successfully evolved into a Charmeleon, instantly granting it the power equivalent to a Jonin. Additionally, Sato Shuichi had drawn a Pokémon egg, though its contents remained unknown. Nonetheless, it provided him with an additional card for the future. One sunny afternoon, Sato Shuichi was engaged in a repetitive exercise with a carp. In essence, he would inflict an injury on the carp, heal it using medical ninjutsu, and then injure it again, continuing this cycle to enhance his proficiency in medical techniques. Although the situation in the ninja world was tense, the major ninja villages had yet to take immediate action. Consequently, the Konoha hospital had few patients, forcing Sato Shuichi to make do with a less-than-ideal dinner that night. At that moment, Charmeleon's figure suddenly appeared before him. Noticing Charmeleon's urgency, Sato Shuichi quickly inquired about the matter. After a series of gestures from Charmeleon, he understood that the Pokémon egg he had placed in the spirit world was about to hatch. Thus, Charmeleon hurried to his side. Sato Shuichi casually returned the carp to the stream, accumulating a bit of good fortune while hoping that he wouldn't end up with a rattata or a caterpie from the egg. The spirit world where Charmeleon resided was a realm disconnected from any other, resembling a fantastical microcosm. Thus far, only Sato Shuichi and Charmeleon could enter. This realm boasted forests, sandy expanses, ocean surfaces, lakes, and even a volcanic crater, essentially every conceivable landscape. As Sato Shuichi and Charmeleon anxiously observed, the Pokémon egg began to tremble. Suddenly, a green horn emerged from the shell. Before long, the Pokémon completely broke free from its egg. It was the juvenile form of the Pokémon known as the Desert Tyrant, Banjirasu, referred to as Yungaras. If Charmeleon were to become a master of fire release in the future, then Yungaras would undoubtedly become a master of earth release. Sato Shuichi crouched down, extending his right hand, and softly spoke, "Yungaras, I am Sato Shuichi, and this is our companion, Charmeleon. I look forward to your companionship." Yungaras glanced at the smiling Sato Shuichi, then at Charmeleon, before gently placing its tiny paw in Sato Shuichi's palm. After exchanging greetings with Charmeleon, Yungaras burrowed into the ground, heading toward a nearby mountain. Observing Charmeleon's puzzled expression, Sato Shuichi explained, "Yungaras needs to consume a substantial amount of earth to accumulate the strength necessary for evolution, perhaps an entire mountain's worth." After hearing this, Charmeleon gazed at the hole left by Yungaras with newfound respect. The prospect of needing to consume so much earth for evolution indicated that it would be extraordinarily powerful. Charmeleon resolved to train harder, determined not to be surpassed by those who came after. Sato Shuichi, perplexed by Charmeleon's sudden intensity, could only wonder at the situation. However, noting Charmeleon's earnest training, he recognized it as a positive development. Should Charmeleon evolve into a Charizard before the Second Shinobi World War, Sato Shuichi's chances of survival would significantly increase. Yet, with Kushina now serving as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Konoha would undoubtedly refrain from assigning her any perilous missions. The risk of jeopardizing the Ninetales was simply not worth it. Thus, even if the Second Shinobi World War were to erupt, Sato Shuichi's team would remain relatively secure. Time passed gradually, during which Sato Shuichi's team successfully completed numerous missions, including several involving high-level ninjas. However, both Tsunade and Kushina became noticeably more reticent. In light of this, Mikoto privately approached Sato Shuichi to inquire about the situation, but he could only express his helplessness. After all, the loss of a loved one is not a sudden tempest, but a lifelong dampness. Only time can heal such wounds. One day, as Sato Shuichi visited Tsunade's home to practice ninjutsu, he unexpectedly discovered that Suk and Tsunade seemed to be embroiled in an argument. "I must go? Kojiro and Nami are both going. Why can't I? I said you cannot go, and that is final. I am your sister, after all. I will speak to Orochimaru about this, and you are to stay home for the time being. I don't care. You are just an old hag. I'm grown up now. I don't need your supervision." With that, a flushed Suk shot Tsunade a glare and dashed out of the house. Tsunade, left behind, rubbed her temples in exasperation. At that moment, Sato Shuichi cautiously approached and softly inquired, "Teacher, may I practice ninjutsu now?" Tsunade glanced at him. "Aren't you going to ask about the argument between Suk and me? It's difficult to resolve family disputes. And it's evident that Suk was in the wrong. After all, how could my esteemed teacher ever be at fault?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Sato Shuichi a disapproving look. "Your response is no different than silence. Suk's team has received a mission in the Land of Rain, but I do not wish for him to go. Do you understand? The current situation in the Land of Rain is perilous, with rain and sand ninjas engaging in constant skirmishes. However, under Orochimaru's leadership, there should be no significant issues, given his formidable strength. Moreover, if Sato Shuichi recalled correctly, Suk was likely to have perished during the Second Shinobi World War from an explosive tag. Therefore, this mission to the Land of Rain should pose no major concerns. However, Sato Shuichi dared not voice too many thoughts. The last thing he wanted was to inadvertently cause trouble for Suk due to his own words. Chapter 17. Danzo. Just as Sato Shuichi was finishing his practice of medical ninjutsu and preparing to return home, Tsunade suddenly called out to him, "I will be leaving the village tomorrow for a mission and may not return for some time. During this period, you, Kushina, and Mikoto should focus on your training within the village. Even if you undertake missions, do not leave the village, understand?" Seeing the seriousness on Tsunade's face, Sato Shuichi could only nod in agreement. Tsunade then waved her hand, signaling that he could depart. After Tsunade's departure, Shuichi Sato led a life that was remarkably ordinary. Besides occasionally strolling through the market with Kushina and Mikoto, he spent his time nurturing his bond with Charizard and young Giratina in the spirit realm. One moonlit night, as he enjoyed the evening breeze outside his home after dinner, an unexpected visitor appeared before him. A ninja clad entirely in black, even concealing his face, emerged from the shadows nearby. "Are you Shuichi Sato? Follow me," the figure commanded. Observing the malicious demeanor of the stranger, Shuichi feigned compliance, nodding as he approached. However, as he drew near, he suddenly swung his fist towards the ninja's midsection. The black-clad figure seemed to anticipate the attack, swiftly raising his right hand to block Shuichi's punch. Yet, he was unprepared for the sheer force behind it, which sent him flying, crashing into several large trees. In that instant, Shuichi summoned Charizard, shouting, "Charizard, use Heat Wave." A torrent of scorching air enveloped the ninja, igniting the very fabric of his attire. "Shuichi, I'm not your enemy. Stop!" the ninja yelled in desperation. With a scoff, Shuichi retorted, "Even the insane claim they are saying. You're out here at night dressed like that attempting to abduct me. And you expect me to believe you're not a foe? You should take that up with the Umbu. Charizard, use Aura Sphere." Charizard materialized behind the ninja, who was still reeling from the heat wave and unaware of the imminent danger. With a resounding crash, Shuichi observed the remnants of what could only be described as a splattered mass not far away, lost in contemplation. "Charizard, it seems your strength was a tad excessive." Charizard scratched his head innocently, as if to say that it was Shuichi's command for the Aura Sphere that led to the outcome. Having ensured there were no witnesses around, Shuichi instructed Charizard to unleash a fiery blast, erasing all traces of the ninja from this realm. After concluding this business, he affectionately patted Charizard's head and retired to his home for the night. After all, this black-clad intruder had appeared with ill intent, and eliminating him could be justified as self-defense. No one could contest that. In the dead of night, within a clandestine base in Konoha, Danzo Shimura wore a grim expression as he regarded the ninja squatting before him. "Has the second not returned yet? Lord Danzo, we have been unable to locate him. There is a significant chance he has met with misfortune." Danzo waved dismissively, sending the ninja away. He stood motionless like a statue for an extended period before murmuring to himself, "Is this your doing, Hisashi? Just wait, I shall become Hokage." Unbeknownst to Shuichi, as he slumbered, he had drawn the attention of a certain humanoid entity due to his connection with Kushina. Being the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina was heavily guarded. Thus, even Danzo could not dispatch route to approach her. However, Shuichi was a different matter altogether. His most valuable identities were as Kushina's boyfriend and Tsunade's apprentice. Hence, as soon as Tsunade left the village, Danzo eagerly dispatched root ninjas to make contact with Shuichi. Little did Danzo anticipate that his specially skilled ninja would be so effortlessly eliminated. Just as Shuichi had predicted, after disposing of the black-clad figure, no one came searching for him. Time passed in a tranquil manner, as Shuichi adhered to Tsunade's directive to refrain from missions. The tasks available in Konoha were low-level, tedious, and offered meager rewards, rendering them unnecessary to undertake. One day, while idly wandering the village, Shuichi noticed a flurry of hurried ninjas, and the atmosphere shifted to one of unease. To confirm his suspicions, he first ventured to the local grocery store. Sure enough, the previously stable prices of food had skyrocketed. All signs indicated that war was looming, or perhaps it had already begun. Within the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep draw from his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke after a long pause. "Send someone to Awagakure to inquire why they are sending ninjas to invade the borders of the Fire Country." With a resounding thud, Danzo slammed his palm onto the table before Hiruzen. "Isn't it obvious? Those damned rock ninjas are seeking to incite war. We must not cower. Send ninjas to eliminate them immediately." Mito Gaiden added, "Ever since Lord Mito departed, the neighboring villages have grown increasingly restless. The rock ninjas' movements may be a test of Konoha's defenses. We must respond firmly." At last, Hiruzen resolved, "If that is the case, let Kakashi lead the charge against those rock ninjas." Danzo interjected, "Bring Shuichi along too." Hiruzen looked at Danzo with surprise. "Shuichi? He is merely a genin. What purpose would he serve? What if he causes trouble with the Nine Tails?" Danzo maintained a confident demeanor. Hiruzen, you are unaware. Though Shuichi is just a genin, our root ninjas estimate that he possesses strength equivalent to a J-nin. Moreover, with Tsunade absent, This mission could serve as an opportunity for Shuichi to be promoted to CH9 upon completion. Although Hiruzen sensed ulterior motives at play, he ultimately trusted Kakashi's capabilities and acquiesced to Danzo's request. In Hiruzen's view, Shuichi, having mastered Tsunade's strength techniques and the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, would become a crucial anchor against the Ninetales, and rapid growth would be beneficial. As Shuichi returned home from the market, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Without hesitation, he swung his fist backward. To his astonishment, the blow was effortlessly blocked by the figure behind him. "Nice strength," the ninja said, releasing Shuichi's fist with a gentle smile. "I am Kakashi Hitaki, but you may call me White Fang. There is a mission that requires your assistance. The task level is currently ranked A." Shuichi's expression fell at this revelation. "I am merely a genin. What merit do I have to accompany Lord White Fang on a mission, especially one of such high rank?" Kakashi seized Shuichi by the collar and sprinted toward the village entrance. "This is a mandatory mission. Refusal is not an option. Besides, upon your return, you will be promoted to CH9. Faced with this reality, Shuichi had no choice but to accept. "Then please let me go. I can walk on my own." Kakashi glanced at Shuichi and then abruptly released him. Shuichi fell momentarily but quickly regained his balance, landing atop a tree before following Kakashi's lead. Although White Fang advanced at a rapid pace, Sato Shuichi managed to keep up, for under Tsunade's rigorous training, his physical prowess was hardly inferior to that of elite ninja. Listening to the sounds behind him, White Fang's expression remained unperturbed. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen would never dispatch a mere genin on a mission alongside him. He was no babysitter. As they pressed onward, Sato Shuichi and White Fang soon arrived at a location over 90 miles from Konoha. This area was an expansive forest, rarely frequented except by a few nefarious outlaws, as it harbored various perilous creatures. With a swift motion, Sato Shuichi pinned a venomous snake, flicking its tongue, to a tree with a kunai. Retrieving his weapon, he turned to White Fang and inquired, "May I ask what our mission entails? Did I not inform you? Our task is to eliminate the rock shinobi invading the Land of Fire. Is it just the two of us? Indeed. Or do you wish for more companions?" Upon hearing White Fang's response, Sato Shuichi felt a pang of unease. While White Fang possessed strength akin to that of a Kaguya, the invading team of rock shinobi would surely comprise at least special jonin. Was it not a tad reckless to confront them with just a genin? Was Sarutobi Hiruzen out of his mind? As Sato Shuichi continued his silent grievances, White Fang abruptly rose, gazing northeast. "The enemies approach, 2 jonin and 3 special jonin. I will handle the 2 jonin. You take care of the 3 special jonin." Before Sato Shuichi could respond, White Fang drew his white chakra blade, and in a flash, his figure vanished. Though uncertain of White Fang's sensory skills, Sato Shuichi immediately summoned his little fire dragon, preparing for battle. Shortly thereafter, the 3 rock shinobi appeared before him. Although they bore no identification, their rugged skin instantly revealed their origin from the land of Earth. What is a Konoha brat doing here? Let us dispose of him without delay," one of the rock shinobi sneered. "Don't blame me, kid. Blame yourself for obstructing our path. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet." In the face of the earthen dragon formed from soil, Sato Shuichi pondered why ninjas always announced their techniques during combat. Did they not realize it merely warned their adversaries of their impending moves? With a powerful leap, Sato Shuichi landed before the 3 rock shinobi and delivered a punch that sent the central shinobi flying. The trio had underestimated the seemingly innocuous Sato Shuichi, who demonstrated formidable strength. The middle shinobi crashed into several trees, clearly incapacitated. The other 2 rock shinobi quickly distanced themselves from Sato Shuichi using body flicker technique. One of them, with a perplexed expression, remarked, "Is this Tsunade's monstrous strength? Our mission is compromised." Exchanging glances, they brandished kunai and charged at Sato Shuichi. Initially, they had underestimated him, but now they regarded him as an equal threat, launching their most lethal attacks. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Sato Shuichi. It was the fire dragon. With its jaws agape, it unleashed a fiery vortex that enveloped the 2 rock shinobi. Accompanied by their piercing screams, the fire dragon expelled 2 jets of flame, incinerating them utterly. Sato Shuichi then turned his gaze toward the rock shinobi who had been struck by his powerful blow. Upon witnessing the fate of his comrades, the shinobi lost all courage to continue fighting. Trembling, he scrambled to his feet and attempted to flee. However, He soon found himself face to face with a pair of legs that appeared hauntingly familiar. With a swift motion, the rock shinobi's legs were severed cleanly, as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. White Fang's cold voice echoed, "If I were you, I would not choose to flee. Now, tell me, what is the plan of the rock shinobi?" The shinobi looked up at White Fang, quaking in fear. "Why, you are the legendary White Fang." Chapter 19. Chunin. White Fang retrieved a sealing scroll from his attire and tossed it onto the incapacitated rock shinobi. Upon contact, the scroll unleashed numerous white, gauze-like strands that enveloped him. Subsequently, White Fang hung the cocoon-like form on a tree and turned to Sato Shuichi. "Well done. I doubt you could have so effortlessly defeated 3 special jonin at your age." In response to White Fang's praise, Sato Shuichi merely nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. He then glanced at the cocoon. "Is it sufficient to leave it like this?" White Fang prodded the cocoon. "He is already sealed. Soon, an Umbu will arrive to retrieve him. That is no longer our concern. The rock shinobi would not dispatch merely one team for an invasion. We must continue." Sato Shuichi nodded and followed closely behind White Fang as they pressed onward. A week passed swiftly, and Sato Shuichi and White Fang had successfully eradicated the majority of the rock shinobi. As for those who slipped through their grasp, it was beyond their reach. Given the vastness of the Land of Fire and their lack of a comprehensive map, Sato Shuichi had gained significantly from this experience. The struggle between life and death served as the finest honing stone. It was no exaggeration to say that he could now contend with 3 versions of his former self from a week prior. Even without relying on the fire dragon, he could now easily dispatch a special jonin. After cleaving the last rock shinobi in 2, White Fang flicked the blood from his blade onto a nearby tree. With a graceful motion, he sheathed his sword and turned to Sato Shuichi. "Our mission is completed. I have matters to attend to. You may return to the village alone." Without waiting for Sato Shuichi's response, White Fang's form vanished into the woods. As one of Konoha's rare Kaga-level forces, White Fang had no time for respite, especially during such a sensitive period. Consequently, Sato Shuichi, accompanied by the fire dragon, made his way back towards Konoha. As they journeyed, the fire dragon suddenly halted, its demeanor serious as it focused on a particular direction. It sensed a chilling aura approaching, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. Noticing the fire dragon's alertness, Sato Shuichi tensed, preparing to retreat to the summoning realm should the situation turn dire. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush. Suddenly, a head broke through the foliage. Upon recognizing the individual, Sato Shuichi's taut nerves finally relaxed. "Shuichi, what are you doing here?" Rope Tree cast a puzzled glance at Sato Shuichi, then hastened to his side, excitedly wiping his nose as he exclaimed, "Shuichi, you can hardly imagine the caliber of mission I completed in the Land of Rain. It was an A-rank task. Teacher Orochimaru has already assured me that I will be recommended for the next Chunin exam. At that point, I will be a Chunin, one step closer to becoming Hokage." Haha. Just then, Orochimaru emerged from the thicket where Rope Tree had been moments before, 2 passers-by trailing behind him. These 2 individuals were likely Rope Tree's teammates. Orochimaru cast a chilling gaze over Sato Shuichi and Fire Dinosaur before speaking. "Sato Shuichi, if I recall correctly, you are a student of Tsunade. What brings you here? Surely you." As he trailed off, his tone grew notably colder. It was difficult not to question the motives of a genin appearing at the borders of the Land of Fire without teammates. At that moment, a figure suddenly stepped between Sato Shuichi and Orochimaru. It was White Fang. Having sensed a powerful chakra approaching Sato Shuichi, he swiftly returned to his side. White Fang's presence spared Sato Shuichi much explanation, while Orochimaru would not act against him as Tsunade's student. Clarifying the situation would still be cumbersome. However, upon hearing that Sato Shuichi would become a Chunin upon returning to the village, Rope Tree's expression fell. He never anticipated that, despite being peers. While he was reveling in the prospect of qualifying for the Chunin exam, Sato Shuichi had already achieved that status. This vast disparity, even with Rope Tree's cheerful disposition, left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi accompanied Orochimaru's team back to Konoha. Upon returning, he first collected his Chunin appointment letter and vest from Hiruzen Sarutobi before heading straight home. Though he bore no physical injuries from the week's battles, Sato Shuichi's spirit had been greatly drained. After a quick bath upon arriving home, he collapsed into bed, only to awaken the next day at noon. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from the kitchen. Driven by curiosity, Sato Shuichi ambled towards the source. Upon closer inspection, he found Kushina clad in an apron, wielding a spatula, seemingly engrossed in culinary endeavors. Watching Kushina bustling about in the kitchen, a wave of warmth washed over Sato Shuichi. At that moment, Kushina noticed Sato Shuichi leaning against the kitchen door, and she promptly set down the spatula, rushed over, and embraced him. "You're finally awake. I was planning to wake you after finishing cooking." Sato Shuichi gently patted Kushina's head and inquired, "Kushina, when did you arrive?" "I came over right after breakfast." "Why didn't you wake me? I saw you sleeping so peacefully that I couldn't bear to disturb you, especially after you just completed such an incredible mission." As he gazed at Kushina in his arms, Sato Shuichi instinctively lowered his head. Noticing his demeanor, Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she remained still. Just as their lips were about to meet, a burnt smell wafted into their nostrils. Oh no, the noodles I was cooking," Kushina exclaimed, clearly distressed that her lovingly prepared lunch for Sato Shuichi had gone awry. However, this was quite agreeable to Sato Shuichi, as he was not particularly keen on her cooking. Kushina's culinary creations often bore her unique interpretations, resulting in rather peculiar flavors, which she herself failed to recognize as unpalatable. After tidying up the kitchen's aftermath, Sato Shuichi and Kushina opted to dine out. After a satisfying meal, they strolled hand in hand down the street. Suddenly, Kushina halted and pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "Shuichi. Look, isn't that Mikoto?" Following Kushina's, Sato Shuichi indeed spotted Mikoto, albeit with an impatient expression on her face, accompanied by a man clad in Uchiha attire. At that moment, Mikoto also caught sight of Sato Shuichi and Kushina. She muttered something impatiently to the man behind her before jogging towards them. Upon reaching Sato Shuichi and Kushina, she eagerly inquired, "Who was that guy just now? Could he possibly be your—" At this, a look of distaste crossed Mikoto's face. "That annoying guy is Uchiha Fugaku. He always acts so high and mighty. I can't stand him. Lately, I don't know what has gotten into him. He has been making a fuss around me. So infuriating." Observing Mikoto's troubled expression, Kushina quickly chimed in. "That guy looks decent, but turns out he's that kind of person. Don't worry, Mikoto. If I see him again, I'll give him a good thrashing so he won't dare bother you again." Seeing the seriousness in Kushina's expression, Mikoto hurriedly interjected, "It's not that severe. Besides, I've heard he has already awakened his Sharingan, so he is not weak at all. Humph, I don't care if he has a 3-tomo or a 4-tomo. Next time I see him, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. Worst case, I'll borrow some chakra from that stinky fox." Intrigued by Kushina's comment, Sato Shuichi curiously asked, "You've already struck up a relationship with the Ninetales?" "Not really. That stinky fox goes wild and screams every time it sees me. However, I can forcibly borrow some chakra from it." As she spoke, a layer of red chakra enveloped Kushina. Sato Shuichi quickly interjected, "Stop. If you do that, the Umbu will come after us." It was rather risky to unleash the chakra of the Ninetales in the bustling streets, given that they were a team. And due to her family's background, Mikoto had long been aware of Kushina's identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, hence she showed no curiosity. Afterward, Mikoto joined their group, and they continued to stroll together. In a sense, this could be regarded as a team-building exercise for Sato Shuichi's group. Days later, Sato Shuichi found himself deep in thought as he faced an Umbu member. "Are you saying that I, a mere chunin, am responsible for overseeing a logistics team delivering supplies to the borders of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind?" In response to Sato Shuichi's query, the Umbu member replied in a curt tone, "That is the nature of this mission. However, you will be accompanied by several other genin. The logistics team is scheduled to depart at noon tomorrow. Make sure not to be late." With that, the Umbu member leaped out the window, vanishing from Sato Shuichi's sight. Contemplating the details of the mission before him, Sato Shuichi sensed something amiss. Logically, protecting a logistics team would typically require at least 5 chunin. Even though the village of Konoha is currently experiencing a manpower shortage due to the ongoing war, it is rather inconceivable that they would dispatch merely a nin and a handful of genin for such a task. Furthermore, the supplies requiring escort are minimal, hardly warranting such elaborate precautions. The entire situation emanates an eerie atmosphere, as if an unseen hand were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Nevertheless, the mission orders have been issued, and Sato Shuichi finds himself without the option of retreat, unless he were to inflict injury upon himself. which would allow him to withdraw due to incapacity. However, such a course of action would come at too great a cost. Perhaps this is merely a trivial coincidence. After all, he is just an ordinary nin, and it is unlikely that anyone would go to such lengths to plot against him. A little caution should suffice. He reassured himself inwardly. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and after bidding farewell to Kushina and Mikoto, Sato Shuichi embarked on his journey to the border. Accompanied by a group of nameless passers-by, the first 3 days unfolded without incident, presenting a facade of tranquility. Just as Sato Shuichi believed he could effortlessly secure a high-level mission, an unexpected turn of events arose on the night of the 4th day. He was still nestled within his tent, enveloped in slumber, when an odd sensation of being watched roused him from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings, he discovered that the source of this unsettling gaze emanated from a small insect perched at the edge of his tent. After exchanging a brief stare with the creature, Sato Shuichi shook his head, thinking to himself how paranoid he had become. Merely an insect, after all, hardly worth his concern. Yet, this thought was swiftly overturned. He sat up abruptly and summoned his Charizard. An insect? That must be the specialty of the Oil Woman clan. This revelation clarified everything. Someone was indeed keeping an eye on Sato Shuichi, and that individual was none other than Danzo, the infamous leader of the Konoha route. It was inconceivable that an ordinary person could possess the strength to orchestrate such a scheme. After swiftly crushing the insect, Sato Shuichi stepped outside the camp with Charizard in tow. At that moment, a genin on night watch noticed him, sporting a look of confusion. Nin Sato, is something amiss? Sato Shuichi offered a nonchalant response and, accompanied by Charizard, disappeared into the depths of the forest. Once several miles from the camp, he called into the darkened woods, "Come forth, you cowardly rodents. I am aware of your presence." His voice echoed, but the forest fell silent, as if all had been a mere figment of his imagination. Moments later, shadows emerged around him, 7 or 8 figures cloaked in darkness. One stepped forward and addressed Sato Shuichi. "Since you have discovered us, surrender quietly." Sato Shuichi cast a cold glance at him and disdainfully replied, "You are sent by that old dog Danzo, are you not?" The shadowy figure exhibited no change in expression, as if the encounter held no significance for him. "There is no need for idle chatter. You have 2 choices. Come with us willingly, or we will have to break your limbs and take you by force. Out of respect for our shared village, I would prefer to avoid unnecessary violence." "Bah, you are hardly ninjas, merely tools of Danzo. How can you be so sure of your victory?" Sato Shuichi retorted, unperturbed by the confidence radiating from the figures before him. "We have analyzed your information countless times. Even with that peculiar summoning beast, you possess at most the strength of 2 nin, making you no match for us." Despite the evident confidence of the shadowy figures, Sato Shuichi remained composed. He reached into his pocket and retrieved several items, hastily feeding them to Charizard. Upon ingestion, Charizard was enveloped in a brilliant white light, signaling its evolution into a far more formidable form. Sato Shuichi questioned whether he had perhaps stumbled into the wrong world, as most of the rewards from the roulette seemed to originate from the Pokémon realm. Although puzzled by the circumstances, instinct warned him that he could not allow the evolution to proceed uninterrupted, lest dire consequences ensue. As the ninjas unleashed various jutsu aimed at the evolving Charizard, their techniques suddenly collided with a shimmering purple barrier surrounding him. A smirk graced Sato Shuichi's lips. "Did you truly believe I was merely boasting? I have established a sealing barrier around us. For the time being, you are powerless against me." Despite the relentless barrage of jutsu, the once impenetrable barrier began to show cracks, as if on the verge of shattering. At that moment, the radiant light enveloping Charizard dissipated, revealing a towering Charizard standing over 4 meters tall, significantly larger than the average Charizard, which typically measures around 1.7 meters. With a thunderous roar, the newly evolved Charizard announced its presence to the world. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Charizard, the leading ninja made a swift decision. Mission failed. Retreat immediately. The remaining ninjas scattered in haste. Sato Shuichi exchanged a glance with Charizard, who swiftly took to the air, its massive wings propelling it toward one of the fleeing ninjas. With a swift swipe of its claw, the ninja was severed in 2. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Charizard returned to Sato Shuichi, having eliminated every last one of the assailants. Sato Shuichi patted Charizard's sturdy chest, exclaiming with delight, "From now on, you shall carry me through the skies." Charizard extended its claws, effortlessly tossing Sato Shuichi onto its back before soaring into the heavens. A powerful gust of wind enveloped Sato Shuichi's body, but he quickly acclimated to the force, reveling in the cool breeze of the altitude. He gazed down upon the endless expanse of forest below. At that moment, he understood humanity's relentless yearning for the sky. The sensation of flight was utterly exhilarating. After circling the skies several times, Sato Shuichi instructed Charizard to descend. He stealthily returned to the camp, undetected. Following the obliteration of the rogue ninjas, his journey proceeded without further incident. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the main camp of Konoha, and Sato Shuichi successfully completed his mission. Just then, a voice filled with astonishment pierced the air. "What are you doing here, you little rascal? Did I not tell you to stay within the village?" As Sato Shuichi turned around, he found Tsunade gazing at him with an expression of displeasure. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sato Shuichi pounced on his Tsunade as if he were a fledgling returning to its nest, beginning to lament. "Teacher, you have no idea. The moment you left the village, I was bullied." He recounted in fits and starts the myriad events that had transpired during her absence. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's face fell. "That old coot Danzo actually dared to lay a hand on you. Rest assured, when I return to the village, I shall seek justice for you," she assured him, patting his head. Just as their heartfelt teacher-student bond was being reaffirmed, an unexpected voice interjected. "You must be Shuichi, right? Quite remarkable. Escorting the logistics team all on your own." Following the voice, Sato Shuichi saw a blue-haired individual smiling brightly at him. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing this blue-haired figure, a sense of animosity welled up within Sato Shuichi. Thus, he turned to Tsunade and inquired, "Teacher, who is this blue-haired person?" At this, Kato Danto nearly lost his composure, struggling to maintain his smile. "What on earth is blue-haired supposed to mean? Is he referring to me?" Chapter 22. Inside the tent. However, Kato quickly regained his composure and donned a gentle smile again. "I am Kato Danto. I look forward to working with you. I will take my leave now so as not to interrupt your reunion." After Kato departed, Tsunade turned to Sato Shuichi, puzzled. "I can't shake the feeling that you have some reservations about Kato. He seems like a decent person, doesn't he?" Sato Shuichi replied. "I believe that his sunny exterior masks a less than sincere heart." "Teacher, why do you consider him a good person?" "I proposed at the Jonin meeting that every team in Konoha should be accompanied by a medical ninja to significantly reduce casualties. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, those disloyal fellows, refused to agree, but Kato supported me." After listening to Tsunade's explanation, Sato Shuichi regarded her with a rather peculiar expression. After scrutinizing her face for a considerable time, he continued, "Teacher, this idea of yours seems to have been proposed in a fit of passion without consideration for practicality. Kato is indeed up to no good if he agrees with such a suggestion." Sato Shuichi's subtly disdainful gaze ignited a fiery wrath within Tsunade. "If you don't provide a proper explanation today, prepare yourself for a month of lying in bed," she declared, her hands interlocking, the bones cracking ominously. In the face of Tsunade's threat, Sato Shuichi remained unperturbed, calmly continuing, "To become a medical ninja, one must possess a natural talent for chakra manipulation. With so many teams in Konoha, is it feasible to gather a sufficient number of talented individuals to learn medical ninjutsu? Furthermore, the resources required to train one medical ninja could instead train 3 ordinary ninjas. In battle, which would be more effective, 6 ordinary ninjas or 2 ordinary ninjas and 1 medical ninja? Moreover, not all medical ninjas possess extraordinary abilities like yours. They are quite vulnerable and would undoubtedly become prime targets on the battlefield. Therefore, it would be more practical to establish a wartime hospital within the camp and teach ordinary ninjas how to perform emergency wound care. This would require fewer resources while yielding significant results." After Sato Shuichi's discourse, Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. After a lengthy pause, she finally regained her composure and vigorously patted Sato Shuichi on the shoulder. "Your mind is truly sharp. To devise such a plan is commendable. You are indeed my pupil, and it seems my teachings have not been in vain." Observing Tsunade's triumphant demeanor, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but reflect on the wisdom behind ancient sayings, such as big-chested but empty-headed. Among Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, Tsunade undoubtedly ranked lowest in intelligence. As for Orochimaru, there were few in the ninja world more astute than he. Jiraiya belonged to the category of those whose wisdom often appeared foolish. Only Tsunade consistently allowed emotions to overshadow reason, leading her to make peculiar choices. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly tapped Sato Shuichi on the head. "You little rascal, are you concocting stories about me in your mind?" Sato Shuichi feigned innocence. "In the past, I would have faced dire consequences for such thoughts. I offer you such valuable suggestions, and instead of a reward, I face reprimand. Had I known this would happen, I would have kept my thoughts to myself." With that, Sato Shuichi turned away, adopting a posture of indifference towards Tsunade. Observing his demeanor, Tsunade sighed, "I misjudged you. And for that, I apologize. Is that satisfactory?" Sato Shuichi glanced back at her, insisting, "Is that enough? How pitiful for Lady Tsunade. I think I shall take my leave and avoid being an eyesore to someone." Just then, Tsunade reached out and grasped Sato Shuichi's collar. "Do not push your luck here. Speak up, what exactly do you want?" A somewhat embarrassed expression crossed Sato Shuichi's face. "Well, I haven't yet been assigned a tent. I would like to share a tent with you, teacher." "What? You are not a 3-year-old child. Are you afraid of the dark?" "I do not wish to acquire any peculiar titles. But that old coot Danzo has his sights set on me. What if he sends someone to ambush me while I sleep? Besides, isn't it customary for a teacher and student to share accommodations?" Tsunade's expression shifted to one of conflicted contemplation. After a considerable deliberation, she ultimately acquiesced to Sato Shuichi's request. As one of the commanders, her tent was spacious enough. She could simply add another bed. Thus, Sato Shuichi followed Tsunade to the tent that would soon be his home. From the outside, it appeared to be an unremarkable tent, albeit significantly larger than those surrounding it. The interior was simply furnished, containing only a bed and a set of table and chairs, with a few books and empty liquor bottles adorning the table. The tent was permeated by a faint scent of alcohol, accompanied by a subtle, pleasant fragrance that was quite soothing. Before long, a ninja delivered a bed to the tent's entrance. Tsunade gestured for Sato Shuichi to retrieve it while she sat in a chair, pouring herself a drink from a bottle of sake. After arranging his sleeping area, Sato Shuichi observed Tsunade downing cup after cup and felt compelled to voice his concern. "Teacher, we are in the midst of a war, stationed at the front line. Is it truly wise to indulge in alcohol like this? Don't worry, this little bit of alcohol has no effect on me. Ever since Kushina became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, drinking has become my sole vice." After hearing this, Sato Shuichi fell silent. It seemed that Tsunade, known for her gambling addiction, had not visited a casino for quite some time. The loss of Uzumaki Mito must have deeply affected her. Thus, Sato Shuichi slowly approached Tsunade from behind and gently embraced her. Chapter 23. A deceptive act. "I have not yet fallen to the point of needing a mere child like you to comfort me." Despite uttering such words, Tsunade felt no displeasure towards Sato Shuichi's embrace. In fact, there was a hint of joy within her. Perhaps it was due to Sato Shuichi's presence that Tsunade consumed far more alcohol than usual that day. Observing Tsunade, who had collapsed onto the table, Sato Shuichi sighed helplessly. Fortunately, Tsunade possessed a decent tolerance for alcohol. When intoxicated, she merely slumped over to sleep. Had she been prone to drunken antics, Sato Shuichi would have struggled to control her extraordinary strength. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi gently positioned his left hand at the crook of Tsunade's knee while his right hand found its way to her neck, cradling her in a princess carry. Upon fully lifting her, an indescribable expression crossed Sato Shuichi's face. Though Tsunade's flushed cheeks and relaxed form indicated she had completely lost control of her body, the chakra within her was unmistakably steady. It was rare for anyone to maintain such a calm flow of chakra while inebriated, and her breathing bore an unmistakable hint of concealed desire. Realizing that Tsunade was merely feigning intoxication, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Is this truly necessary, even for a gentleman? Once he confirmed Tsunade's act, Sato Shuichi dared not make any unnecessary movements. Initially, he had considered taking advantage of the opportunity, but now he quickly resolved to behave appropriately. He gently removed Tsunade's shoes, covered her with a blanket, and tenderly stroked her forehead, murmuring, "Teacher, being your student is the greatest fortune of my life. Though I may not voice it, you are my utmost idol." Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Tsunade's lips. "This little rascal still possesses some conscience. Despite your laziness and fondness for gambling, I shall never harbor disdain for you. You will always remain my dearest teacher. Does this little rascal suspect I am not truly drunk? Is he merely flattering me with these words?" Should I open my eyes? After a brief internal struggle, Tsunade ultimately decided not to open her eyes. She wanted to observe Sato Shuichi's next actions. This peculiar sensation led Tsunade to refrain from stopping Sato Shuichi's movements. Beneath her deeply furrowed brows, Sato Shuichi wore a relieved smile. He had expected his actions would provoke Tsunade's wrath, perhaps even a punch that would send him flying, yet it seemed she tacitly accepted his behavior. If that were the case, perhaps Tsunade held some fondness for him. Otherwise, she would not have allowed such liberties. With this thought, excitement illuminated Sato Shuichi's face. After Sato Shuichi released his hold, Tsunade finally exhaled, though a sense of loss washed over her. He gently pulled the blanket up around her, intending to return to his own bed. However, gazing at Tsunade's exquisite features, an impulsive desire surged within him. Since she had seemingly accepted his actions, would it truly be inappropriate to steal a kiss? Seizing the moment, Sato Shuichi swiftly leaned down and then immediately lifted his head. The fluidity of his motion made it appear as though he had successfully stolen a chicken, a triumphant grin adorning his face. No one would have suspected what had just transpired. Indeed, in extreme circumstances, human potential is astonishing. After completing his clandestine act, Sato Shuichi stole a glance at Tsunade's face. Noting her eyes remained firmly shut. However, faint veins seemed to throb at her forehead. This little rascal shall see how I deal with him tomorrow. Tsunade clenched her fists beneath the blanket, harboring vengeful thoughts. At that moment, Sato Shuichi had already hidden beneath his own blanket, gazing at the bulge beneath Tsunade's covers with a complex expression. After a long while, she sighed deeply and turned over to sleep. That night, both Sato Shuichi and Tsunade were destined for a restless slumber. As dawn broke the following day, Sato Shuichi, having struggled to find rest through the night, awoke late as the sun's rays streamed in. To his surprise, he found Tsunade writing something at the table. Typically, Tsunade was among the last to rise. You've finally awakened. Go wash up quickly. I brought you some food, Tsunade said, glancing at him. Sato Shuichi, taken aback by her nonchalant demeanor, questioned whether the events of the previous night had merely been a dream. He had anticipated Tsunade would seek retribution come morning. Yet she appeared to act as though nothing had transpired, not daring to inquire further, knowing he was in the wrong. He nodded and stepped out of the tent to wash up. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered an uninvited guest. Shuichi, what are you doing here? Kato Dan inquired incredulously. Eyeing him, Sato Shuichi shrugged, confidently replying, This is my teacher's tent. Why shouldn't I be here? What brings you? Kato Dan squeezed the flowers concealed behind him, wondering if he would claim to have spotted them in the wild and brought them to win Tsunade's favor. I need to speak with Tsunade about something urgent. Is she inside? He stammered. After the events of the previous night, Sato Shuichi had decisively regarded Tsunade as his future wife. Consequently, he held little regard for Kato Dan's intentions to encroach upon his territory. Chapter 24. A mere paradise of affection. Furthermore, Sato Shuichi easily discerned the small item hidden behind Kato Dan. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively. The teacher is busy right now. No one can disturb her. Upon hearing this, Kato Dan glanced toward Tsunade's tent, seemingly wanting to say something. However, with Sato Shuichi's words hanging in the air, continuing to press the issue would yield no fruitful outcome. Dejected, he turned and walked away. Who were you speaking to outside? Tsunade asked as Sato Shuichi returned to the tent after washing up. Just an inconsequential clown, he replied casually before starting his meal. As one of the highest-ranking commanders in the camp, Tsunade's fare was undoubtedly lavish. The meal was a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, though the flavor left much to be desired. After all, they were on the front lines of battle. It was a luxury to seek flavor when merely having food to fill their bellies was already a blessing. Tsunade glanced at Sato Shuichi, who was enjoying his meal, and returned her focus to her work. She had overheard the conversation between Sato Shuichi and Kato Dan, but dismissed it. While she had once held a slight fondness for Kato Dan, after all, he had supported her proposal at the Jonin meeting. Her opinion of him had plummeted after Sato Shuichi's explanation the day prior. He had transformed in her mind from a likable colleague to a dubious stranger. Thus, the seemingly irrelevant adjective attributed to Sato Shuichi holds a sliver of truth. After finishing his meal, Sato Shuichi approached Tsunade from behind, eager to discern the contents of her writing. A cursory glance revealed that she was elaborating on the suggestions he had made the previous day, supplementing them with several of her own insights. As a seasoned medical ninja who had experienced the battlefield firsthand, Tsunade's practical expertise was undeniably formidable. Given a spark of inspiration, she could swiftly devise a comprehensive plan. As Sato Shuichi continued to observe, his attention shifted from Tsunade's notes to the slender neck partially concealed by her flowing golden locks. The subtle allure of her exposed skin heightened his intrigue. Sensing the growing intensity of his gaze, Tsunade decided to avert any potential escalation of the situation by assigning him a task, instructing him to find a more suitable place to occupy himself. With a reluctant sigh, Sato Shuichi vacated the tent, though he took solace in the fact that Tsunade had chosen a more indirect approach this time, rather than resorting to her usual bluntness. In a sense, this indicated a shift in their relationship. Wandering aimlessly through the camp, he observed the bustling ninjas around him and stifled a yawn out of boredom. He longed to return to Konoha, as this place felt somewhat dull, with no appealing locales nearby. Situated on the border of the land of fire and the land of wind, the area was merely a vast expanse of sand. Shuichi, a familiar voice called from behind, prompting him to turn around. He was met with the sight of Minato Namikaze approaching him with an expression of delight. Indeed, it's you, Shuichi. It's been a while. I didn't expect to find you here. Minato, wearing a warm smile, continued, I was assigned to protect a logistics team, and coincidentally, my teacher is here as well, so I stayed to see if I could assist in any way. Ah, I see. I too came here with Jiraiya-sensei, Sato Shuichi replied. By the way, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on becoming a Chunin. It's remarkable that you are the only one from our cohort to achieve that distinction. Though belated, Minato offered him a brand new ninja tool pouch as a token of celebration. Sato Shuichi accepted it with gratitude, noting that it was the third gift he had received for his promotion, the first two being from Kushina and Mikoto. However, his relationship with Minato had never been particularly close. Kushina had never fully approved of Minato's demeanor, which naturally created a distance between Sato Shuichi and him. Observing the genuine happiness radiating from Minato's face, Sato Shuichi could not help but feel that he was indeed a good person. The two soon found a spot to sit and began sharing amusing anecdotes from their experiences as ninjas. As time passed, a boisterous voice abruptly interrupted their conversation. Ah, Minato, is that you? And who might this be? Sato Shuichi turned to see a burly figure clad in wooden sandals, adorned with an oil-stained forehead protector, and sporting long white hair, curiously surveying him. Minato sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Jiraiya-sensei, this is my friend Sato Shuichi, the only Chunin from our year and an exceptionally talented ninja. Then, addressing Sato Shuichi, he added, Shuichi, this is my teacher, Jiraiya, who has been a guiding light throughout my ninja journey. Ha ha ha, Minato, you flatter me. I'm not as remarkable as you claim. So, you are Tsunade's student? You seem quite promising. Jiraiya chuckled before scrutinizing Sato Shuichi. You are the author of the tale of the gutsy ninja? Sato Shuichi inquired, prompting Minato to blush with embarrassment. For his teacher's literary endeavors were not exactly a source of pride. Contrarily, Jiraiya beamed with pride. Oh, you know of it? In that case, you must be one of my fans. Would you like an autograph? Sato Shuichi wore a disdainful expression. Aside from the decent writing style, your tale of the gutsy ninja is utterly lacking in substance, he retorted. Jiraiya, taken aback, stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Sato Shuichi. This is art, do you understand? What do you know, you little brat? If you're so talented, why not write your own? In response, Sato Shuichi produced a notebook and tossed it to Jiraiya. As Jiraiya flipped it open, he began reading aloud, intent on critiquing what he perceived to be the audacity of this young boy questioning his work. However, as he progressed through the pages, Jiraiya's initial scorn transformed into surprise. The narrative of young Aben was indeed superior to his own work. After a brief perusal, he silently tucked the notebook away, determined to study it further at a later time. With a complex expression, Jiraiya regarded Sato Shuichi. You possess remarkable talent. It would be a shame to squander it in the pursuit of becoming a ninja. I'll hold on to your novel for now. When I find the time, I'll get it published. Do you have a pen name? This was precisely Sato Shuichi's intention as he contemplated his future. The slow pace of earning money through missions was unsustainable, and Jiraiya's success inspired him. If he could become a renowned erotic novelist in the ninja world, wealth would surely follow. However, the literary industry in this world was still in its infancy, making it challenging to find a publisher. Moreover, conventional publishers might hesitate to embrace such a genre. Thus, he had chosen to present young Aben to Jiraiya. whose eccentricity meant he would likely not abscond with Sato Shuichi's earnings. "I'll go by the pen name Shadow of the Ninja World," he replied without hesitation, appropriating the infamous title of Danzo for a pseudonym. After all, not everyone could regard such matters with the same pride as Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, then turned to Minato. "All right, Minato, I have some matters to attend to. You can continue your training." With that, he vanished before Minato could respond, leaving Sato Shuichi and Minato exchanging bewildered glances. After a moment of silence, Minato broke the stillness. "Shuichi, you are truly remarkable. It's enviable that you possess writing talent." Observing the expression on Namake's Minato's face, Sato Shuichi inquired with a hint of confusion, "Are you aware of what Jiraiya has written?" Minato shook his head in response. "Master Jiraiya has instructed me that my primary objective is to grow stronger and not to be swayed by external distractions." Upon hearing this answer, Sato Shuichi exhibited a look of surprise. He had not anticipated Jiraiya to be so earnest. He had imagined Jiraiya would drag Minato along to sneak a peek at the women's bathhouse. It appeared that the notorious trio of gambling and debauchery from Konoha was still in their naive phase, lacking the reckless demeanor they would later exhibit. A few days later, Sato Shuichi encountered a familiar face, displaying an expression of utter disinterest. Meanwhile, Kakashi beamed with a radiant smile. "Long time no see. It seems you are back in action. A squad of elite puppet masters from the Sand Village has infiltrated the Land of Fire, and our task is to eliminate them. Notably, I recommended you for this mission." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's expression darkened further. His current life was not exactly lavish, but it was vibrant and fulfilling. During the day, he exchanged writing experiences with Jiraiya, while in the evenings, he spent time with Tsunade. Life was quite enjoyable. However, who would have thought that Kakashi would not allow him any respite? Moreover, the mission's target could very well be the parents of the Scorpion, a notorious figure, given that Chio was the highest commander on the Sand side. If she learned that her son and daughter-in-law had perished at the hands of Sato Shuichi and Kakashi, there would be no stopping her wrath. Sato Shuichi sighed deeply. "In this camp, there are so many jonin. Why come to me, a mere chunin?" Kakashi patted Sato Shuichi's head. "Well, you are the one I know best here. Additionally, you won't hinder me during the mission. Of course, you may refuse. This task is not mandatory." With Kakashi's words weighing heavily, Sato Shuichi naturally chose not to back down. After all, if anything were to go awry, the fire dragon could swiftly carry him to safety. Its speed was unmatched in the ninja world. "I accept the mission, but I would like to recommend someone. He should be able to assist me effectively. His name is Namake's Minato," Sato Shuichi stated. Though Minato still held the title of Genin, he possessed strength equivalent to that of a Jonin, coupled with exceptional combat intelligence, making him a formidable ally. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. "I have heard of Minato's reputation. Since you vouch for him, I shall extend an invitation. Let us meet at the camp entrance at 8:30 this evening." After speaking, Kakashi vanished in a flash. Sato Shuichi then made his way to Tsunade's tent. Inside, Tsunade was organizing various vials, likely containing medicinal remedies. Sato Shuichi approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Teacher, I am about to embark on a mission." Upon hearing this, Tsunade paused for a moment before resuming her work. She was already aware of the situation, as Kakashi had informed her earlier. Initially, she vehemently opposed the idea, considering the mission to be perilous. However, when Kakashi posed the question, "Can you protect him for a moment? Can you protect him for a lifetime?" Tsunade ultimately relented. Now, she was preparing an antidote for Sato Shuichi. Knowing that aside from their puppets, the Sand's puppet masters were also adept at poisoning. After a considerable amount of time, Tsunade finally completed her task and handed Sato Shuichi a vial. "This is my specially crafted antidote. A single sip will suffice if you find yourself poisoned. I have no other requests of you. Just return safely. Remember, utmost caution is paramount." Observing the concern etched on Tsunade's face, Sato Shuichi nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, teacher. I will not disappoint you." Tsunade nodded and suddenly instructed, "Close your eyes." Sato Shuichi promptly complied, feeling something cool drape around his neck. Just as he was about to open his eyes to see what it was, Tsunade continued, "You may not open your eyes yet." Then, he felt a gentle warmth on his forehead. After leaving a soft imprint on Sato Shuichi's brow, Tsunade feigned casualness, saying, "This necklace was passed down from my grandfather. I now present it to you, hoping it brings you good fortune. By the way, that was merely a gesture of encouragement, nothing more. Do not overthink it." Seeing Tsunade blush slightly, Sato Shuichi stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, softly whispering, "Teacher, I truly care for you." At these words, Tsunade involuntarily trembled but remained silent for a long moment. Eventually, she extricated herself from his embrace. "Well, I have other matters to attend to. Please do not linger." Although Tsunade did not explicitly respond to Sato Shuichi's near confession, she neither rejected it, choosing instead to defer the concern to her future self. For Sato Shuichi, this outcome was more than enough. After all, time was on their side. Outside the Konoha camp, Sato Shuichi, now prepared, encountered his two teammates, the calm and collected Kakashi, and the excited yet nervous Minato. Minato approached Sato Shuichi, bowing deeply in sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Shuichi, for the recommendation. I will do my utmost to fulfill this mission." Sato Shuichi patted Minato on the shoulder, offering no further words. The three then quietly departed under the cover of night. As they journeyed, Kakashi spoke, according to intelligence. "The leader of the Sand Ninja squad infiltrating Konoha is a powerful puppet master of high rank. If possible, we should capture him alive." Minato listened intently, committing every word to memory, while Sato Shuichi voiced his concern. "With only 3 of us, capturing them alive seems quite challenging." Without hesitation, Kakashi replied, "Then we shall leave them all in Konoha." His tone revealed a chilling intensity. Approximately 2 hours later, Kakashi suddenly halted, signaling Sato Shuichi and Minato to spot their target. The two immediately ceased all movement, recognizing the mission objective: 12 ninjas, 5 of whom were jonin, including 2 puppet masters among them, with the rest being chunin. Kakashi then turned to Sato Shuichi and Minato. "Leave the strongest puppet master to me." Sato Shuichi was the first to speak up. "I shall take charge of the remaining 4 jonin." Kakashi nodded and continued, "In that case, Minato, you handle those chunin. Is that acceptable?" Minato nodded firmly, replying, "I guarantee the completion of this mission." Subsequently, Kakashi unsheathed his short blade, stealthily approaching the group of sand ninjas. "I wonder if Scorpion will hold it against us for leaving without notice," the father of the Scorpion mused, gazing into the flickering campfire. "Scorpion is a sensible child. He should understand." The uncertainty surrounding the conclusion of this war weighed heavily in the air. A gentle-looking female ninja, the mother of the Scorpion, sighed in contemplation. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the moment, questioning, "Isn't this war initiated by your sand ninjas?" As the words fell, a flash of white light erupted, and the head of a sand ninja Nin was severed in an instant. This shocking turn of events plunged the sand ninja squad into disarray. However, the seasoned veterans dispatched for this invasion quickly regained their composure, drawing their weapons and eyeing the formidable White Fang with caution. "You are the White Fang of Konoha? It seems we have long been targeted," the Scorpion's father muttered, his expression grim. At that moment, Sato Shuichi and Namikaze Minato emerged slowly. "Uncle, do not focus on the White Fang. Your opponent is me," Sato Shuichi retorted playfully, extending his middle finger towards the Scorpion's father. "Huh? A mere kid dares to provoke me? Very well, I shall dispatch you first, and then deal with the White Fang. I am curious to see if the so-called White Fang of Konoha lives up to its reputation." The Scorpion's father unfurled a scroll, and 10 puppets emerged, brandishing an array of weapons, some wielding blades, others swords, and even a scythe, each bizarrely unique. As White Fang and Namikaze Minato engaged their respective adversaries, Sato Shuichi summoned a fire-breathing dragon. Upon seeing the dragon, the Scorpion's father, initially relaxed, suddenly grew serious, sensing an imminent threat. He commanded his puppets to encircle the dragon. "Fire-breathing dragon, unleash your flames." Under Sato Shuichi's command, the dragon opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of searing fire that melted one puppet and elevated the ambient temperature significantly. "This summoning beast's fire technique is terrifying," the Scorpion's father muttered, his expression darkening as he maneuvered his puppets to distance themselves from the dragon. For a puppeteer, encountering a taijutsu ninja is the gravest challenge, as such ninjas can easily destroy puppets with their physical prowess. The fire-breathing dragon's destructive potential surpassed that of any taijutsu user. Suddenly, a long-haired puppet opened its mouth, expelling a cloud of purple poison. The fire-breathing dragon was caught off guard and enveloped by the noxious mist. Sato Shuichi's expression soured. This was their first encounter with a puppeteer, and they were unprepared. Had they been ready, the dragon could have dispersed the poison with a gust of hot wind. It remained uncertain whether Tsunade's antidote would be effective on the dragon. As the poison dissipated, the fire-breathing dragon appeared unaffected, yet a purple sheen now adorned its skin, indicating it was poisoned. To prevent any further complications, Sato Shuichi commanded the dragon to attack the remaining puppets. However, under the scorpion's father's expert control, the 9 remaining puppets skillfully evaded the dragon's flames. As the situation began to tilt unfavorably, Sato Shuichi redirected the dragon to target the scorpion's father. After all, regardless of how formidable the puppets were, they remained mere flesh and blood. A single strike from the fire-breathing dragon could spell their doom, unless one were to transform entirely into a puppet, as the scorpion had done. As the dragon lunged towards the scorpion's father, the 9 puppets surged towards Sato Shuichi, creating a seemingly mutual destruction scenario. Just as White Fang prepared to intervene, a shadowy figure appeared before Sato Shuichi, solid as a fortress, protecting him. Shakira's hardened. A metallic sheen enveloped Shakira's, deflecting the 9 puppet attacks effortlessly, emerging unscathed. Meanwhile, the fire-breathing dragon reached the scorpion's father, unleashing a fiery torrent that sent him to meet his demise. The puppets, bereft of their master, plummeted from the sky. At that moment, the scorpion's father had believed his puppets could outpace the dragon. Yet, he underestimated Sato Shuichi, who possessed a second ace, Shakira's. Though Shakira's lacked combat capability prior to evolving into Banjuras, it served as an effective shield. Thus, Sato Shuichi ultimately triumphed, even without Shakira's, as White Fang remained vigilant. Sato Shuichi recognized White Fang's formidable prowess. Aside from the recently felled J-Nin, the remaining 3 J-Nin had barely lasted 2 seconds against White Fang's blade. The skill of Konoha's White Fang was indeed fearsome. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, White Fang faced scorn from the villagers for saving his comrades, despite being fully deserving of the title of Hokage due to his strength and experience. Yet, no one anticipated his fierce resolve to die for his beliefs. However, the position of Hokage had long been inherited within the direct lineage of Hokages, making it impossible for White Fang to ascend, even had he lived. After all, the second Hokage was the first younger brother, the third was the second's disciple, the fourth was the third's grand disciple, the fifth was the first's granddaughter, the sixth was the fourth's disciple, and the seventh was the fourth's son. In this light, Sato Shuichi also bore the makings of a Hokage. Yet, his aspirations lay elsewhere. He yearned to become Hokage only after Tsunade ascended to that esteemed position. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato had also vanquished his adversaries. Although he faced the most foes, they were merely Ch-Nin in strength. Even without mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato dispatched them with ease. After confirming the identities of the fallen, Sato Shuichi and Namikaze Minato made their way toward the main camp of Konoha, while White Fang returned to the village. Initially, Sato Shuichi had anticipated the mission would take several days, yet they uncovered the Sand Ninja's whereabouts on the very first night. By the time they returned to the Konoha camp, dawn was just breaking, indicating that they had completed a high-level mission within a single night, an impressive feat. As a result of this mission, Namikaze Minato successfully advanced to Ch-Nin. It remained to be seen how Sh Jutsu would react to this news. After a brief and refreshing bath, Sato Shuichi returned to the tent. To his surprise, Tsunade was still seated in a chair, appearing completely awake. It was only a little past 6 o'clock, and given Tsunade's habits, she usually wouldn't wake up so early unless something significant had occurred. A warm current surged within Sato Shuichi's heart. "Teacher, you weren't worried about me staying up all night, were you?" he mused. "Uffed, what a self-indulgent thought. Who would worry about you, you little brat? I merely have some matters to attend to, especially since you completed your mission so swiftly." Sato Shuichi flashed a cheeky grin. "No, I thought this mission was too perilous, so I opted to be a coward. I was just about to seek your protection." Tsunade rolled her eyes and retorted, "How could I possibly protect you? The first thing I would do is drag you back to the village and throw you into prison." "Just kidding. How could I ever be a coward? By the way, you have no idea how thrilling last night's battle was. I single-handedly defeated a puppet master with near shadow-level strength." After listening to Sato Shuichi's vivid recounting, Tsunade suddenly interjected, "I recall that the only true shadow-level puppet master in Sunagakure is that old hag Chiyo. Where did your opponent come from? I mentioned near shadow level, half a step away from it, you understand? For a mere Chunin like me to triumph over such a formidable foe is no small feat. I nearly met my end at the hands of those puppets." Observing the exaggerated expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Tsunade merely chuckled and turned her head away. She had initially been quite concerned for his safety, but seeing him so lively and animated eased her worries. 2 days later, Chiyo, the leader of the Sand Ninja, unexpectedly proposed peace talks. Although the intentions behind Chiyo's proposal were unclear, the Konoha side agreed to the discussions after deliberation. After all, aside from the conflict with the sand, Konoha was also embroiled in a fierce struggle with the rock ninja in the Land of Rain. If they could swiftly conclude matters with the sand, it would be advantageous. Soon, both sides settled on the time and place for the negotiations. From Konoha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi would represent the village, while Chiyo, Ebizo, and Fubuki would represent the sand. When the day of the negotiations arrived, both parties convened in a hastily constructed wooden hut. Chiyo spoke first. "Hand over my son and daughter-in-law, and in exchange, I will return the spies you captured from Konoha." Upon hearing this, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances with Kakashi, as they were unaware of any Konoha spies having been captured by the sand. It seemed that only Kakashi, that elusive figure, knew the full story. Kakashi suddenly recalled the mission he had undertaken with Sato Shuichi and Minato Namikaze. No wonder he felt that the leading puppet master bore a resemblance to someone. It was Chiyo. However, Chiyo's son had long since been reduced to ashes. There was nothing left to offer, not even a corpse. Thus, Kakashi replied with righteous indignation. "We have never encountered your son or daughter-in-law. Please refrain from making baseless accusations." Chiyo's fury ignited. She stood abruptly, slamming her hand on the table, and cried out, "Stop lying. They were ambushed by you, Kakashi. Hand them over, or these talks are pointless." Kakashi shot her a cold glance. "Since you know I was the one who ambushed them, you should also be aware that my subordinates do not take prisoners. You need not threaten me. Konoha does not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either." At this, Chiyo slumped back into her seat, her heart bracing for the inevitable. Yet, the pain of losing her son pierced her deeply. She found herself at a loss for how to explain this to her grandson upon returning to the village. Ebizo quickly moved to Chiyo's side, patting her back with concern. "Sister, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Thus, the negotiations concluded on an unhappy note. However, the venomous glares exchanged by Chiyo and Ebizo indicated that a fierce battle between Konoha and the sand would soon ensue. "Kakashi, you are as ruthless as ever." Eliminating Chiyo's son, Tsunade remarked teasingly. Kakashi glanced at Tsunade and replied, "It wasn't me who killed Chiyo's son, it was your beloved apprentice. He was far more ruthless than I, leaving not even a corpse behind." Tsunade's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. Upon returning to camp, she sought out Sato Shuichi immediately. "Pack your things quickly. We must return to Konoha today." Sato Shuichi, puzzled by Tsunade's urgency, asked, "What's wrong, teacher? Did you owe someone a fortune and they have come to collect?" With a thud, Tsunade struck Sato Shuichi on the head. "When have I ever owed anyone money? Stop fooling around. You killed Chiyo's son. She will not let you off easily." Sato Shuichi shrugged nonchalantly. "What can an old woman nearing the grave do? If I return in a panic, it would only show that I fear her." Just then, a commotion erupted outside the tent. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Sato Shuichi and Tsunade hurried outside to witness a colossal raccoon, as massive as a mountain, advancing toward them. Chiyo has truly lost her mind this time. She's even unleashed a tailed beast. Indeed, the enormous raccoon was the One Tail from Tsunade. This invokes the legacy of Konoha's illustrious first Hokage, who, after capturing 9-tailed beasts, left Konoha with only the strongest, Kurama, while gifting the others to different ninja villages. It was, without a doubt, a stroke of genius. Had Konoha possessed 9 Jinchuriki, other villages would have scarcely dared to instigate a ninja war. At that moment, a gigantic toad blocked the path of the One Tail. It was Jiraiya's summoning beast, Gamabunta. "Humph. I have no desire for toads today. Step aside." The One Tail retorted coldly. "If Kurama were here, I might consider retreating, but you, the weakest of the tailed beasts, dare to boast?" Gamabunta's words struck a nerve. The One Tail loathed being judged by the number of tails when assessing the strength of tailed beasts. This unjust comparison deemed the One Tail the weakest, even though the 8 tails and 9 tails were indeed the strongest. But the One Tail was not the weakest by any means. The One Tail opened its mouth wide, drawing in chakra from the surroundings. Witnessing this, the once imposing Gamabunta murmured, "Jiraiya, we should retreat. The One Tail seems poised to unleash a tailed beast bomb, and I have little confidence in withstanding it. Are you joking? If we leave now, what will happen to the others? As a hero, abandoning my comrades is not an option. Jiraiya responded with a serious demeanor, devoid of his usual frivolity. Chapter 29. The Battle Against Shikaku. Just as One-Tai raised his arms, preparing to endure the impact of the tailed beast bomb, a flash of white light suddenly struck down upon Shikaku's head. With a resounding crash, the nearly formed tailed beast bomb within Shikaku's mouth dissipated instantly, leaving a deep, unfathomable crack upon its skull. Kakashi appeared between Shikaku and One-Tai, speaking casually. "Oh, I hope I'm not too late." One-Tai, visibly excited, replied, "You arrived just in time. You truly are remarkable." At that moment, Shikaku's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, its rage escalating. "Human, how dare you mar my face? I shall have your life." The previously clear skies were suddenly shrouded by a swirling sandstorm, akin to a violent sandstorm. Meanwhile, Tsunade summoned a slug of comparable size to One-Tai, intending to join the fray. Suddenly, a steady footstep emerged from the tempest, followed by a voice, hoarse yet filled with malice. "Tsunade, hand over that insufferable brat beside you. Otherwise, I will ensure that you and your Leaf Village suffer greatly." Chiyo and Shikaku emerged from the sandstorm, Chiyo's eyes filled with venomous hatred fixated on Sato Hidaichi, as if she were about to devour him whole. "Humph. You elderly crone have lived too long and lost your wits. We in the Leaf do not abandon our comrades." Hearing Tsunade's words, Sato Hidaichi nearly lost his composure. For in 20 years, the illustrious Sarutobi Hiruzen would demand reparations from the Lightning Village for Hinata Hisashi. Indeed, they came to your territory, kidnapped someone, and upon being discovered and killed, they demanded that you apologize. Absurdly, you even acquiesced. It would be better to let Danzo become Hokage. At least he wouldn't cower in such a manner. After internally berating Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sato Hidaichi summoned a fire-breathing dragon. As Tsunade was occupied with Chiyo, he would handle Shikaku himself. In a few years, a fully realized Tsunade would have no trouble dealing with Chiyo. However, the current Tsunade had yet to develop the 100 healings technique, nor had she mastered the sealing arts. Confronting Chiyo would be somewhat strenuous. Similarly, had Jiraiya learned sage techniques, he alone could subdue Shikaku without Kakashi's assistance. Chiyo snorted disdainfully and unfurled a scroll, unleashing her prideful technique, the 10 Puppets of Chikamatsu. The 10 puppets were the magnum opus of the ancestor of puppeteers, Bunzaman, each possessing the strength of elite jonin, and their combined might was formidable. It was said that in her youth, Chiyo single-handedly conquered a city within a single morning using the 10 puppets. Even Tsunade felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing their might. Soon, Tsunade and Chiyo became entangled in combat. Despite the formidable nature of the 10 puppets, the slug was no pushover. A single spray of acidic liquid could overwhelm even Bunzaman's puppets. Thus, their battle fell into a stalemate. Shikaku gazed at Sato Hidaichi, who rode upon the fire-breathing dragon, a cold smile gracing his lips. "So, it is you who has harmed my poor nephew? Next year on this day will mark your demise." With that, Shikaku swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release, vacuum sphere." Countless wind waves surged toward the fire-breathing dragon. Though Shikaku lacked puppetry skills, as the minister of the Umbu of Sunagakure, his wind techniques had reached an unparalleled level. However, the fire-breathing dragon was undaunted, unleashing a torrent of flames in retaliation. To Shikaku's astonishment, the flames pierced through the wind waves, hurtling toward him. Initially, Shikaku believed he had overestimated Sato Hidaichi's strength, only to realize he had underestimated it. With just the fire-breathing dragon, Sato Hidaichi was already a formidable force within the ninja world. Faced with the searing flames, Shikaku chose not to withstand them, but utilized body flicker technique to retreat 10 meters away. Moments later, the spot he had vacated transformed into a molten pool. Witnessing this, Shikaku furrowed his brow. The power of the fire-breathing dragon exceeded his expectations, capable of incinerating the ground itself. He could not afford to withstand it, otherwise, he might not leave a corpse behind. Realizing this, Shikaku continued to form hand seals. With a resounding crash, his figure multiplied into 10. To evade the fire-breathing dragon's flames, Shikaku opted for the shadow clone technique. If Sato Hidaichi possessed the power of the wave guide, he might easily discern Shikaku's true form. However, he lacked such abilities. As Sato Hidaichi and the fire-breathing dragon pondered which was the true Shikaku, the 10 clones suddenly began to form hand seals in unison and shouted, "Wind release! Wind blade!" 10 8-meter-long wind blades swept toward the airborne fire-breathing dragon. Due to their sheer number, the fire-breathing dragon could only evade the onslaught, flapping its wings to take flight. As the wind blades missed their target, a cunning smile crept upon Shikaku's lips. The 10 Shikakus were merely shadow clones. His true form lay hidden underground, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This Shikaku, a product of Tsunade's Umbu, was a true crafty veteran. Suddenly, another Shikaku emerged from the ground, swiftly leaping beneath the fire-breathing dragon. With a swift motion, he struck the dragon's paw, exclaiming, "For limbs resealing." In an instant, the fire-breathing dragon lost control of its body and plummeted from the sky. Shikaku, wearing a victorious grin, turned to Sato Hidaichi. Chapter 30, Tsunade's New Ninjutsu. Your summoning beast is indeed powerful, yet it is now under my sealing techniques control. How will you respond? Do you think you're the only one skilled in sealing techniques? Such rudimentary seals are child's play compared to what we in the Leaf can accomplish. Sato Hidaichi retorted without hesitation. Under Shikaku's astonished gaze, Sato Hidaichi formed hand seals with one hand and effortlessly lifted the 4 limbs resealing from the fire-breathing dragon. After completing this feat, Sato Hidaichi cast a disdainful glance at Shikaku, as if to say, "Is this your trump card?" Meanwhile, his right hand, hidden behind him, trembled slightly. Thankfully, he had been perusing the sealing scrolls provided by Uzumaki Mido, or he might have found himself in dire straits. Suddenly, the swirling sands came to an abrupt halt. Concurrently, Jiraiya's raucous laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha, before the mighty toad sage, even the tailed beast is utterly powerless." As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld the disheveled Jiraiya, who had one foot planted firmly upon the body of the Jinchuriki of One Tail. Beside him, the White Fang displayed an expression akin to that of a lifeless fish, clearly unable to bear the sight of Jiraiya's actions. Although both Jiraiya and the White Fang were adorned with numerous wounds and their chakra reserves were dwindling, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the One Tail, forcing it back into the Jinchuriki's body. This marked the complete failure of the Sand Ninja's assault, and due to the capture of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, they would be obliged to pay a substantial ransom to recover him for Tsunade. Chiyo cast a resentful glance at Sato Shuichi before turning to call out to Ebizo, "Let us depart. This time, Konoha has triumphed." With that, Chiyo and Ebizo turned away without a trace of longing. Concurrently, the Sand Ninja, who had been engaged in battle with Konoha's shinobi, began to collapse in disarray. After suffering considerable losses, Konoha ultimately emerged victorious in the conflict against the Sand Ninja. The remaining negotiations would be left to those like Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the loss of the One Tail, unless the third Kazekage was deranged, further conflict with Konoha was implausible, as the Sand Ninja were similarly besieged on 2 fronts. In the Land of Rain, the Sand Ninja were embroiled in fierce skirmishes with the Rain Ninja. "Teacher, has the war truly come to an end?" Sato Shuichi inquired softly as he approached Tsunade. Tsunade nodded but refrained from responding. The recent battle with Chiyo, while seemingly evenly matched, had left her unable to destroy even a single puppet of Chiyo's. Prolonging the fight would undoubtedly lead to her defeat, a notion intolerable to someone with Tsunade's high sense of pride. This confrontation illuminated her many inadequacies. Sheer brute strength alone could not dominate the ninja world. She needed to develop a more formidable jutsu. Due to the butterfly effect, Tsunade's Baiken no Jutsu and In sealing would soon see the light of day. Oblivious to this, Sato Shuichi was currently busy seeking praise from Tsunade. "Teacher, did you see that? If not for Ebizo's hasty retreat, he would have turned to cinders. I single-handedly thwarted the Sand's Umbu captain. Surely this merits a promotion to Jonin?" Days later, the arrangements within the village were finalized. Aside from the White Fang and a few select shinobi remaining behind at the main camp, the rest returned to Konoha under the leadership of Tsunade and Jiraiya. The shadow of war had finally dissipated, and a lively atmosphere filled the Konoha camp. At this moment, Sato Shuichi, donned in the Jonin vest he had just acquired, was proudly flaunting it before Tsunade. "Teacher, don't I look particularly dashing in this? I truly am a genius ninja to have been promoted to Jonin so swiftly." Indeed, due to his exceptional performance during the Sand's assault, Sato Shuichi had been exceptionally elevated to Jonin. Achieving such a rank at a young age was unprecedented in Konoha's history. War, it seemed, was indeed the most opportune time for elevating a ninja's status. In peacetime, even with sufficient strength, Sato Shuichi would have to wait several years, completing both the Chunin and Jonin exams before achieving such a rank. Not to mention, while most of his peers were still Genin, he had already ascended to Jonin. However, Tsunade was not in the mood to indulge Sato Shuichi's antics. She merely responded with half-hearted murmurs before falling into a contemplative frown. Tsunade was currently troubled over the development of her new jutsu. The first step was always the hardest. Although she had made the decision to create a new jutsu, she was at a loss as to where to begin. Sato Shuichi, noticing Tsunade's distraction, asked, "Why do you still have such a grim expression when we have already won, teacher?" Seeing Sato Shuichi's eager face before her, Tsunade sighed and shared her inner turmoil with him. However, it was clear that she held little hope for Sato Shuichi's suggestions. After contemplating her words, Sato Shuichi proposed, "Teacher, why not develop a jutsu that allows you to store chakra that you do not use regularly and then access it when needed? Or perhaps, in battle, you could stimulate cell division with chakra to accelerate wound healing without hindering your fighting capabilities?" Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Sato Shuichi's ideas pierced through the gloom that had enveloped her mind like a flash of lightning. These two jutsu could complement each other perfectly, one to store chakra during peace, and the other requiring a vast amount of chakra. The combination could yield results greater than the sum of its parts, potentially replicating the near-immortal abilities of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. With this in mind, Tsunade could not help but grasp Sato Shuichi's face and plant a fervent kiss upon it. "You truly are a genius. I have already decided on the names for those two jutsu. The chakra storage will be called In Sealing, and the self-healing technique will be known as Baika no Jutsu." Subsequently, Tsunade began to diligently prepare for the development of In Sealing. With a clear direction in mind, the subsequent steps unfolded seamlessly. Chapter 31. Returned to the village several days later, Jiraiya and Tsunade led their team back to Konoha. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Sato Shuichi noticed a flash of red rushing towards him. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Before long, Kushina dashed to Sato Shuichi, leaping onto him and wrapping her limbs around him like a sloth. "Shuichi, you're finally back. Do you know how much I missed you while you were gone? Did you miss me? I heard you became a Jonin. You truly are remarkable." Kushina's words flowed incessantly, akin to a magpie pouring forth her feelings of longing for Sato Shuichi. This harmonious scene brought smiles to the faces of those present, with many reminiscing about their own youthful romances. However, two individuals wore expressions of discontent. Minato, initially animatedly sharing his discoveries with Jiraiya, gradually withdrew his smile upon witnessing the interaction between Kushina and Sato Shuichi. Seeing his disciple in such a state, Jiraiya could only sigh deeply and place a comforting hand on Minato's shoulder. Having experienced similar pain himself, he felt a kinship with Minato, both being victims of their circumstances in a certain sense. The other person whose expression soured was Tsunade. Watching the blissful smile on Kushina's face, she should have felt joy, as Kushina was not only her student but also a distant relative. Moreover, before Uzumaki Mito passed away, she had earnestly urged Tsunade to take good care of Kushina. Yet, witnessing the affectionate display between Sato Shuichi and Kushina, Tsunade felt a tightening in her chest. She was acutely aware that such feelings were unwarranted and inappropriate. After all, Kushina was Sato Shuichi's girlfriend, while she was merely his teacher. Nevertheless, the sense of agitation within her only grew stronger, particularly as she watched Sato Shuichi embrace Kushina and walk back into the village. At that moment, a voice interrupted Tsunade. "Tsunade, shall we go for lunch later? I am aware of a particular establishment where the yakitori is exceptionally delectable. I am certain you would relish it." Kato, adorned with an ingratiating smile, gazed at Tsunade and extended the invitation. Tsunade's mood was already far from pleasant, and her lack of fondness for Kato only compounded her displeasure. Consequently, she turned to cast a scathing glare at Kato before coldly retorting, "No, thank you. I do not dine with strangers. Furthermore, please refrain from seeking my company for non-work-related matters in the future." With that, Tsunade stormed off in a fit of rage, leaving Kato standing there, utterly dejected and bewildered. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong. Their relationship had seemed relatively amicable at the outset. How had it deteriorated to this point? The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed perplexing. At this moment, Jiraiya erupted into a hearty laugh, evidently deriving great pleasure from Kato's misfortunes. After all, Kato, that fellow, enjoyed playing the role of the benevolent good guy, constantly lingering around Tsunade. In Jiraiya's mind lingered the thought, if I cannot possess her, neither shall you. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi cradled Kushina in his arms as he returned to his home, despite having been away for over 2 months. Remarkably, upon his return, he found no trace of dust in his abode, as if it had been meticulously cleaned each day. This was undeniably the handiwork of Kushina. Due to her unique status, Konoha refrained from assigning her any missions, particularly during such tumultuous times. Consequently, the bored Kushina had no choice but to roll around on Shuichi's bed daily, counting the moments until his return. Upon his arrival, Kushina finally descended from Shuichi's embrace and, with an air of mystery, declared, "Shuichi, to celebrate your promotion to Jonin, I have prepared a special surprise for you." With that, she dashed into the house, shutting the door behind her. Left outside, Shuichi was unaware of the surprise that awaited him and, filled with curiosity, patiently waited. Before long, Kushina's voice echoed from within, "Shuichi, you may come in now." Thus, he pushed open the door to his home, but what greeted his eyes made him swallow hard. There knelt Kushina, clad in a delicate white maid outfit, exuding grace as she sat before him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Upon seeing Shuichi, Kushina first bowed respectfully, then approached to assist him in changing into slippers. With a sugary tone, she inquired, "Welcome home, master. Would you prefer to dine first, take a bath, or perhaps?" Shuichi, gazing down at Kushina's slightly flushed cheeks, could not help but ask, "Kushina, where did you acquire this outfit, and who taught you all of this?" Upon hearing this, Kushina rose gracefully and slowly turned in a circle, showcasing her maid outfit. "This attire is a delightful surprise I prepared just for you. I drew inspiration from the books I discovered beneath your bed, Shuichi. How could you, having me by your side, still hide such scandalous literature? It's truly vexing." At this point, Shuichi Sato's lips twitched slightly. He had no inclination to peruse Liu Bei's writings. The presence of those books was merely for reference in his writing endeavors. After all, the Liu Bei of this world differed vastly from that of the previous one. At that moment, Kushina took hold of Shuichi's hand and led him into the dining area. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, all of which were Shuichi's favorites. "I have meticulously prepared these dishes multiple times and even invited Mikoto for a taste test. While they may not compare to your culinary masterpieces, the flavors are certainly commendable." With that, Kushina picked up a pair of chopsticks and placed a piece of meat near Shuichi's lips, softly urging, "Come, ah." Chapter 32. The gift. As the morsel entered his mouth, Shuichi's eyes widened in astonishment. The seasoning was quite ordinary, yet the texture was perfectly balanced. Each bite released an abundance of savory juices that flooded his palate. It rivaled even the finest establishments, and it was astonishing that Kushina, who had previously struggled with cooking, could produce such exquisite fare. Seeing the look of surprise on Shuichi's face, Kushina beamed with pride. "Humph, one must not underestimate the changes that a few days can bring. I am no longer the same. I am now Chef Kushina." Subsequently, Shuichi reclined in his chair, dining with ease under Kushina's attentive service, savoring the delightful lunch. After their meal, Shuichi settled onto the living room sofa, with Kushina nestled comfortably in his embrace. As he gently caressed her soft, porcelain-like hand, he murmured, "You fed me so well just now, yet you've hardly eaten yourself. Are you not hungry?" Kushina nestled in Shuichi Sato's embrace, gently nuzzling before softly replying, "It's nothing. I've already eaten earlier. Just stay still. I wish to replenish my energy with you." With that, Kushina buried her head into Shuichi's chest, inhaling his scent as if entranced. Shuichi, in turn, tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist. In that moment, regardless of who might walk in, one could not help but exclaim at the sight of such a perfect couple. After what felt like an eternity, Shuichi suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke up. "By the way, it seems I haven't seen Mikoto around." Xin Nai kept her eyes closed, responding with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Shou-e, you fool. This is not the time to mention the names of other girls. Even if it's Mikoto, I would feel jealous. I did invite Mikoto to come and greet us, but she said she didn't want to be a third wheel, so we will gather together again tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi gently pinched Xin Nai's delicate little nose, teasingly remarking, "When did our dear Xin Nai transform into such a little jealous one?" "Humph. It is all your fault, Shuichi, for your lack of decorum. During your time at the Ninja Academy, you had countless girls penning love letters to you. all of which I discreetly disposed of. Tell me, why must you be so exceptionally handsome? It is sufficient to possess an ordinary appearance. Yet one finds themselves incessantly attracting attention. Sato Shuichi raised his hand to scratch his face, revealing a look of resignation. Can I truly be blamed for being attractive? Moreover, if I were to possess an unappealing appearance, would you still hold me in regard? Suddenly, Kushina sat upright from Shuichi's embrace, her eyes fixated intently upon his. And she earnestly declared, from the very beginning, it has always been you, Shuichi, that I cherish, not merely your appearance. Even if you were to transform into a corpulent pig, my love for you would remain unwavering. By the way, Shuichi, perhaps you should indulge a bit more in your meals. That way, no one will vie for your affection. Upon hearing her words, Shuichi felt a pang of guilt wash over him. After all, Kushina held such deep affection for him and had meticulously orchestrated such a grand surprise. Meanwhile, he had engaged in various indiscretions with Tsunade during his time at the Konoha camp, which undoubtedly felt like a betrayal to Kushina. The fervent emotions conveyed in Kushina's words only deepened Shuichi's sense of remorse. Therefore, he bowed his head, allowing his actions to speak the sentiments he could not articulate. After a considerable time, Kushina finally blushed and playfully scolded, Shuichi, you naughty rascal. All you do is tease and bully me here. Clearly, she was somewhat overwhelmed by Shuichi Sato's advances. Her charming face turned a deep shade of red as she buried her head in Shuichi's chest, playing the role of an ostrich. Observing Kushina's antics, a smile inevitably graced Shuichi's face. Despite her bold attire and the many little surprises she had prepared, she became shy at a mere compliment, which was simply adorable. Thus, the two of them nestled on the sofa for the entire afternoon. As evening approached, Shuichi took it upon himself to prepare a romantic candlelit dinner on the rooftop. Apart from the strong wind that nearly extinguished the candles, everything else was nearly perfect. After the dinner, they spent some time gazing at the night sky before heading to the bathroom and then to bed, embracing each other as they drifted off to sleep. After several days of travel, Shuichi quickly succumbed to slumber. Watching his peaceful sleeping face, Kushina couldn't resist leaving a gentle kiss on his lips before finding a comfortable spot in his embrace, her expression radiating happiness as she too fell into a serene sleep. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Shuichi and Kushina enjoyed breakfast at the table, the doorbell suddenly rang. Kushina immediately sprang up, her face alight with excitement, exclaiming, I bet it's Mikoto. With that, she joyfully dashed to the entrance to answer the door. Moments later, indeed, she appeared pulling Mikoto's hand into the dining room where Shuichi sat. Shuichi waved his hand with a smile, greeting, Mikoto, long time no see. Have you had breakfast? Would you like me to whip something up? He began to rise, heading toward the kitchen. Mikoto quickly stopped him. I've already had breakfast at home, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself. I heard you've become a jonin. That's quite impressive. Upon hearing Mikoto's words, Shuichi returned to his seat and replied, that was merely a stroke of luck. Besides, being a jonin is just a title. There's nothing to celebrate. Due to Mikoto's arrival, Shuichi and Kushina hastened their meal. After finishing breakfast, the three of them settled in the living room to chat. At that moment, Mikoto suddenly pulled a long sword from her bag and placed it on the table, saying, this is a gift to celebrate your promotion to jonin. It's a humble token. Please accept it. Shuichi picked up the sword and drew it from its sheath, a flash of cold light momentarily dazzling his eyes. The sword was entirely silver, measuring a full 90 centimeters in blade length, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Judging by its appearance, it was undoubtedly an elite weapon in the gaming world. Most notably, this sword was crafted entirely from the precious chakra metal, known for its unparalleled ability to transmit chakra. The white dagger wielded by Kakashi was also made of chakra metal. Because weapons made of this material offered the highest chakra transmission effect, chakra metal was extremely rare and even more valuable than gold, often found only at exorbitant prices. Even someone of Mikoto's substantial means could not casually gift such a weapon. Shuichi was about to politely refuse, considering their friendship was purely platonic, and he could not accept such an extravagant gift. However, Mikoto seemed to anticipate his hesitation and interjected, Shuichi, you must not decline, or I will be quite saddened. Besides, I am not skilled in swordsmanship and have no use for it myself. Shuichi wished to express that he too lacked proficiency in swordplay, but the warmth of Mikoto's gentle smile held him back. Although Mikoto usually appeared amiable, once she made up her mind, she would not waver. Meanwhile, Within a luxurious estate at the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Danma was rummaging through drawers, seemingly searching for something. After a long search, he called out to the inner room, "Dear, have you seen my silver longsword?" Before long, a gentle voice responded, "Are you referring to the sword hanging in the living room? I believe Mikoto took it when she left." Hearing this, Uchiha Danma stroked his chin, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Could it be that Mikoto had finally come to her senses and wished to inherit my Uchiha swordsmanship? Haha, what a daughter I have. After receiving the long sword, Shuichi suddenly shivered, as if something was watching him. Nevertheless, he brushed it off and continued to recount his glorious exploits on the battlefield, basking in the admiration reflected in Kushina's and Mikoto's eyes. In the following week, Shuichi spent his days exploring Konoha with Kushina and Mikoto, neglecting his training. Eventually, one day, he realized he could not afford to languish any longer. Resolutely, he declined Kushina's enticing offers and made his way to Tsunade's residence. With Kushina at home, he simply had no time to practice ninjutsu. Given that Shoshin was still wandering in the land of rain with Orochimaru, the vast estate was left with only Tsunade's presence. Upon seeing this unexpected visitor, Tsunade couldn't help but remark sarcastically, "Well, what a rare guest. Isn't this Konoha's Jonin, Shuichi? What brings you here? Is Kushina not enough for you?" Hearing the bitterness in Tsunade's tone, Shuichi quickly approached her from behind and began to massage her shoulders earnestly. "Teacher, you misunderstand me. The reason I haven't come by recently is that I didn't want to interrupt your research on new ninjutsu. However, I found myself unable to control my feelings, tossing and turning in bed, longing for your presence. Finally, today, I could no longer suppress my emotions." Upon hearing this, a derisive smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. "Such nonsense might work on a little girl like Kushina, but it means nothing to me. Tossing and turning in bed. I suspect you were embracing Kushina instead." Shuichi quickly retorted, "Teacher, you are mistaken. I swear, Kushina and I have never crossed that line. We haven't even been completely honest with each other." Given the proximity of his home to Kushina's, Tsunade was certain that since her return, Kushina had not gone home. The only other place she could be was at Shuichi's. However, observing Shuichi's earnest expression, Tsunade hesitated. "You, a little pervert, could be so honest? I find that hard to believe." Shuichi earnestly replied, "Because my heart belongs entirely to you. Only a perfect woman like you can provoke the darkness hidden within me. No one else can." In truth, Shuichi wished to further develop his relationship with Kushina, but the shy girl steadfastly maintained her boundaries. Sato Shuichi is not the type of person who enjoys imposing on others. Thus, despite being able to embrace the soft, tender form of Kushina every night, their relationship has only progressed to second base. "I suppose I'll trust you this once. But do you have any particular reason for visiting my home?" Tsunade remarked, gently patting Sato Shuichi on the head. With a smile, he replied, "Is it so wrong for me to come and pay a visit to my beloved teacher?" Observing Sato Shuichi's shameless demeanor, much of Tsunade's pent-up frustration dissipated. She waved her hand dismissively. "In that case, feel free to go wherever you please. I need to continue my research on the sealing technique." With her emotional turmoil alleviated, Tsunade found herself inspired with new ideas for the technique and had no time to waste with Sato Shuichi. Seeing Tsunade deeply engrossed in her work, Sato Shuichi fetched a stool and settled beside her, picking up a scroll on the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. While he lacked the aptitude for ordinary ninjutsu, his talent for sealing arts was extraordinarily high, reminiscent of his earlier studies in medical ninjutsu. What once seemed obscure now appeared clear to him after a single reading. His rapid progress even led Kushina to exclaim that he truly embodied the spirit of the Uzumaki clan, perhaps having enjoyed himself a bit too much over the past week. After merely an hour of study, he began to feel drowsy. Glancing at Tsunade, who was diligently writing, he softly confessed, "I'm feeling a bit tired." With that, he rested his head on her lap, achieving the coveted position of a lap pillow. Chapter 34. The fried rice that risks a chef's career. Uncertain whether it was their familiarity with one another, Tsunade had grown accustomed to the essence of Sato Shuichi. His actions drew no attention from her, as she remained focused on her work. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sealing technique reached a new phase, and Tsunade finally returned to her senses. She turned to the window, realizing the sun was now preparing to cede its place to the moon. After stretching comfortably, she noticed a head resting on her thigh. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have lost feeling after resting their head there for an afternoon. However, Tsunade was no ordinary individual. As a formidable physical ninja, her physical prowess surpassed that of most shinobi in the realm. Thus, Sato Shuichi's afternoon slumber had no adverse effects on her. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Sato Shuichi, a gentle expression flickered across Tsunade's face. She carefully lifted him and placed him on the sofa, then turned towards her room. Moments later, she returned with a blanket. Tenderly, she draped it over Sato Shuichi, as if afraid to disturb his slumber. Sitting beside him on a cushion, she gazed at his serene face and murmured to herself, "He looks rather charming while sleeping. Wait. Why am I thinking such things? Could it be that I have a preference for younger men? That shouldn't be the case." Lost in her thoughts, Tsunade found herself leaning closer to Sato Shuichi until their lips nearly met. At that moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly opened his eyes. In truth, he had awakened when Tsunade lifted him. Under normal circumstances, as an exceptional medical ninja, Tsunade would have immediately sensed this. However, perhaps due to the mental strain of developing the sealing technique, she failed to notice that he was merely feigning sleep. Sato Shuichi was equally surprised. He had only intended to startle her, but never anticipated that Tsunade would act so boldly while he was asleep. Upon seeing his mischievous eyes, Tsunade's heart raced. As a teacher, she was caught in the act of stealing a kiss from her sleeping student, and if word got out, her reputation would be tarnished. Desperate to create distance between them, Tsunade attempted to pull away. However, Sato Shuichi was not one to let a cooked duck escape. He leaned forward, and despite Tsunade's astonishment, the inevitable occurred. This time, rather than a mere brush, it was a deeper exploration. Where on earth did this brat learn such things? Has Jiraiya led him astray? Tsunade pondered. How many times have you and Kushina shared such moments? Why are you so skilled? In response to Tsunade's inquiries, Sato Shuichi merely offered a playful smile. Come now, my heart only holds a place for you, my esteemed teacher. It's just a stroke of genius on my part. Tsunade was not swayed by such flattery. Yet, more pressing matters demanded her attention, particularly as Sato Shuichi's hands had grown increasingly restless, causing her annoyance. This guy never misses an opportunity, she thought. How could I, as an upright ninja, have raised a student who resorts to such tricks? Casting a cold glare at Sato Shuichi's wandering hands, she snapped, Have you had enough? He slowly retracted his hands, a look of bliss on his face, and replied, A lifetime. No, 100 lifetimes wouldn't suffice. If only time could freeze at this very moment. Hearing his slightly unhinged remark, Tsunade couldn't help but deliver a playful smack to his head. Rising to her feet, she shot him a frosty glance and warned, Such beautiful thoughts you have. If you dare to try this again, I'll chop off those hands of yours. With that, she retreated to her room to change into a fresh outfit. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, savoring the delightful sensation from earlier, wandered into the kitchen. Since Kushina was spending the night at Mikoto's, he had no intention of returning home. Meanwhile, at Mikoto's residence, Kushina was enthusiastically discussing the latest fashion trends with Mikoto when a gentle breeze swept through, playfully tossing a few green leaves onto her head. From a distance, it appeared as though she wore a leafy crown, completely oblivious to the whimsical occurrence as she animatedly gestured with her hands. Back in Tsunade's kitchen, Sato Shuichi surveyed the various bottles of sake in the refrigerator and sighed deeply. It seemed one could hardly expect to find anything but alcohol in the fridge of a drunkard. However, feeling too lazy to venture out for groceries, he rummaged through the cupboards and eventually unearthed a few eggs and some peanuts Tsunade used for drinking. Thus, he resolved to utilize these ingredients to craft a simple fried rice dish. Although it is best to use leftover rice for fried rice, or at least refrigerate freshly cooked rice to keep the grains separate, Sato Shuichi clearly lacked the luxury of time. Therefore, he intended to rely on his culinary skills to compensate for the shortage of ingredients. After changing her clothes, Tsunade settled onto the sofa in the living room. Listening to the sounds emanating from the kitchen, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. It felt as though her kitchen had not been utilized for ages. Perhaps only for the occasional instant noodles with a couple of boiled eggs added. Before long, Sato Shuichi brought 2 plates of fried rice to the dining table and called Tsunade to commence the meal. Though it was merely a simple combination of ingredients, the fried rice instantly awakened Tsunade's appetite. After much delay, this fried rice marks the pinnacle of my culinary career, Sato Shuichi proclaimed with pride. Tsunade, ignoring his antics, swiftly grabbed a spoon and devoured the fried rice, a look of bliss illuminating her face. This lad truly has a talent for cooking. The dish was exquisite. And he was quite handsome as well. If only he were a tad older and less fickle, he would be perfect. With this thought, Tsunade playfully kicked Sato Shuichi. Here was a man who had already captured Kushina's heart, yet still sought to flirt with her. It would be one thing to tease her, but she had unwittingly fallen for it. Most troubling was the prospect of their entanglement becoming public. Others would undoubtedly label her as the older woman pursuing a younger man. While he would remain unscathed, the more she pondered, the more agitated she became, delivering another kick to Sato Shuichi while chewing the fried rice vigorously, as if consuming someone else's flesh. Sato Shuichi, bewildered by Tsunade's inexplicable anger, took a bite of the fried rice he had prepared, finding it delectable. Why then? Was Tsunade so flustered? Perhaps a relative had arrived, but the timing did not align. After dinner, Sato Shuichi had intended to linger in Tsunade's room for the night, only to be seized by the collar and unceremoniously ushered into the guest room. Half a month swiftly passed, during which Kushina and Mikoto successfully completed the Chunin exams within Konoha, attaining the rank of Chunin. Meanwhile, Tsunade made significant progress in her sealing techniques, a diamond-shaped mark now gracing her forehead. The Umbu members before her appeared somewhat flustered, had it not been for their masks. One could easily discern the turmoil on their faces. I have stated, any mission should be directed to that old man Danzo, Tsunade remarked, crossing her arms with an air of displeasure. Faced with her resolute demeanor, the Umbu had no choice but to return to the Hokage building to report. You were truly commanding just now, sensei. I was nearly entranced, Sato Shuichi exclaimed dramatically. Tsunade shot him a sideways glance, retorting, do you think I did it for anyone in particular? On the very first day back from the borders of the Land of Fire, Tsunade had caused quite a ruckus at the Hokage building due to Danzo's earlier scheming against Sato Shuichi. Had she known the location of the root base, she might have stormed it directly. Ultimately, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who intervened, assuring her that she and Sato Shuichi would receive an explanation, calming her ire. Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo scoffed, Hiruzen, is this how you discipline your students? Refusing village missions for personal reasons is utterly absurd. Perhaps you should reconsider your position as Hokage and focus on your 3 pupils instead. Even Hiruzen, usually composed, felt the flames of anger rising within him upon hearing Danzo's words. He stood abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Danzo, and roared, do you think this is due to anyone else? Why did you send someone to attack Sato Shuichi? To strike at our own? I must have been too lenient with you. Or perhaps you are entering a rebellious phase. For now, let Mito lead route while you reflect on your actions. Mito, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, accepted the new arrangement with a glance at the displeased Danzo. Danzo, standing as well, shouted back at Hiruzen, you cannot treat me this way. Everything I do is for Konoha. Hiruzen coolly regarded him, then responded, this matter is settled. I am the Hokage. This meeting is adjourned. With that, he turned away, leaving the conference room without a second glance at Danzo. Hiruzen had long sensed Danzo's growing power, particularly with his command over Root, which dared to oppose the Hokage's direct umbu in certain matters. This presented an opportunity to effectively diminish Danzo's influence. Once outside the Hokage building, Hiruzen's once somber demeanor transformed into one of warmth and kindness, his brisk pace now leisurely, resembling that of a grandfather taking a stroll. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, greetings. Good day, Hokage-sama. Villagers greeted him warmly, to which he responded with genuine enthusiasm as he made his way to the Senju clan's compound. Sato Shuichi offered Hiruzen a cup of hot tea, to which Hiruzen smiled appreciatively, thanking him before lifting the cup to his lips, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Ah, Shuichi, your tea-making skills are impressive, and the leaves are of fine quality. Tsunade shot Hiruzen a pointed glance, responding bluntly, if you are here merely for tea, you may as well leave now. Hiruzen's face broke into a rueful smile as he explained, indeed, Danzo's actions were misguided. But the village remains in a state of war, necessitating stability. Rest assured, Danzo has been ordered to reflect in seclusion, and Root has been entrusted to Mito. Please, do calm yourself. Yet, this response did little to placate Tsunade, who coldly laughed. And this matter is simply to be overlooked? What if Shuichi had been captured by Root? Would he still be my student? Do not think I am unaware of Root's vile tactics. Hiruzen sighed deeply, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally addressing Tsunade. In light of this, Tsunade, how do you propose the village compensates Shuichi? Upon hearing the words sealing book, Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. No. The sealing book is far too significant. Choose another. Or perhaps I could offer you 5 million as compensation. Had it been any other time, Tsunade might have acquiesced. After all, it had been ages since she had visited a casino, and she was itching for a game. Moreover, she still had substantial gambling debts to settle. Her prolonged absence from the casino stemmed not only from the ongoing Ninja World War, but also from her debts, which barred her from entry. Given her status and prowess, if Tsunade were to default on her debts, the casino would have no recourse against her. Otherwise, she would have to resort to physical means to assert her point. Hiruzen's offer of 5 million would conveniently resolve her urgent needs, allowing her to pay off her debts and still have funds left to continue her pursuits. However, today Tsunade was different. Faced with the allure of money, she resolutely chose to decline. This matter, after all, directly involved Sato Shuichi. In her heart, the value of this young student surpassed her gambling addiction, a truly commendable realization. Only then did Tsunade rise from her seat and strike the tea table with her hand. The sturdy Zeton wood table instantly collapsed under her force. Beside her, Sato Shuichi blinked several times, realizing that with that single slap, the reward for a high-level mission had vanished. Chapter 36. The Land of Rain. Suddenly, Tsunade pointed an accusing finger at Sarutobi Hisashi's nose and demanded loudly, "Isn't the Book of Seals written by my grandfather? Aren't the jutsu within it developed by my granduncle and grandfather? Is it not a treasure of the Senju clan? The Book of Seals is merely temporarily stored with you. Do I need your permission as the heir of the Senju clan to use it? Answer me." Faced with Tsunade's fierce demeanor, Sarutobi Hisashi ultimately chose to relent. After all, Tsunade had a point. If the Senju clan sought the return of the Book of Seals, their claim was indeed justified. Very well, I will lend the Book of Seals to Shuichi for a thorough examination, but the jutsu within must not be disseminated. Having received the desired response, Tsunade returned to her seat and waved her hand, saying, "In that case, please expedite the delivery of the Book of Seals. Why are you still here? Should I invite you for dinner?" The expression on Sarutobi Hisashi's face shifted to one of embarrassment. "After all, I am your teacher. Can you not show me a modicum of respect?" Tsunade shot him a disdainful look. "Oh, spare me. Jiraiya learned from you. I've heard he has even written something titled The Paradise of Affection. Just from the name, one can infer what sort of nonsense it is. You'd best leave my house and not corrupt my student." Indeed, in Tsunade's eyes, while Sato Shuichi was flirtatious and lecherous, he was still a remarkably healthy student. She could not allow Sarutobi Hisashi and Jiraiya, those two rascals, to lead him astray. Sarutobi Hisashi chuckled helplessly, nodded at Sato Shuichi, and then departed from Tsunade's residence. However, his posture appeared more stooped than when he had arrived, clearly indicating that Tsunade's final remarks had dealt a significant blow to his morale. As Hokage, to have one's personal ethics questioned by a student was indeed a profound failure. Not long after Sarutobi Hisashi's departure, an Umbu appeared uninvited before Tsunade and Sato Shuichi. After respectfully handing a scroll of sealing to Tsunade, the Umbu vanished with a loud bang. Tsunade unrolled the scroll, revealing a somewhat thick notebook. After casually flipping through a few pages, she tossed the notebook to Sato Shuichi and instructed, "Your sole task now is to copy the Book of Seals verbatim. As for the jutsu within, you can learn them gradually later." Looking at the unremarkable notebook in his hands, Sato Shuichi could not help but murmur, "I thought this so-called Book of Seals would be something extraordinary. Why does it feel so ordinary? My fantasies have been shattered." Tsunade lightly flicked Sato Shuichi's forehead and explained with a hint of exasperation, "The Book of Seals you have is merely a copy. The original is still locked away in some unknown location." After a simple dinner with Tsunade, Sato Shuichi commenced his monumental task of transcription. By the end of the night, he had faithfully copied the Book of Seals without error. After thoroughly checking for mistakes several times, he entrusted his transcriptions to the summoning realms of Charizard and Shakiras, as only he and his Pokémon could access that space. For anything of great importance, Sato Shuichi preferred to store it there. 2 days later, Tsunade and Jiraiya, accompanied by several elite ninjas, set out for the Land of Rain. Within the Land of Rain, aside from the native Rain ninjas, 3 major factions loomed: Konoha, Tsunade, and Awagakure. Given that Tsunade had relatively few members and was often engaged in skirmishes with the Rain ninjas, Konoha's primary adversary in the Land of Rain was Awagakure. However, recently, the leader of the Rain ninjas, Hanzo, revered as a demigod in the ninja world, had inexplicably incited the Rain ninjas to assault Konoha. This sudden upheaval disrupted the previously stagnant situation. Thus, Sarutobi Hisashi had dispatched Tsunade and Jiraiya to lead the charge for support. Among the ninjas dispatched, Sato Shuichi was prominently included. Initially, Tsunade had not intended to bring Sato Shuichi along, but she could not resist his persistent requests. The events unfolding in the Land of Rain were of significant consequence. The youth version of the legendary Sanin's battle against Hanzo, Chiyo's duel with Hanzo, the death of Rope Tree, and Jiraiya's acceptance of Nagato and his companions as apprentices. Sato Shuichi felt he must intervene, if only to save Rope Tree from a grim fate. Otherwise, should Rope Tree meet the same fate as in the original story, becoming the only named ninja to perish from an explosive tag, it would likely plunge Tsunade into a spiral of self-destruction, either through alcoholism or gambling. After several days of arduous travel, Sato Shuichi and his companions finally arrived in the Land of Rain, in stark contrast to the peaceful Land of Fire. The Land of Rain was a desolate sight. The landscape was littered with the ruins of collapsed buildings, and feral dogs scavenged amidst the remnants. Witnessing this hellish scene, Sato Shuichi began to understand Hanzo's madness. It was evident that while a Wagakure and Tsunade sought conflict with Konoha, they had chosen to wage their battles in the Land of Rain, leaving its inhabitants to suffer the consequences of their quarrels. Perhaps this truly exemplified the tragedy of a small nation. Extending his hand outside his raincoat, he felt the chilling touch of raindrops and remarked pensively, "The Land of Rain is a sorrowful country. These raindrops resemble the tears of its people, endless and inexpressible." Tsunade glanced at the empathetic Sato Shuichi, but chose not to respond. Jiraiya, however, wore a look of recognition and quickly seized Sato Shuichi's hand, excitedly exclaiming, "I knew you were one of us, Shuichi. You are a ninja with a profound sense of empathy." Observing Jiraiya's actions, Tsunade's eye twitched slightly. Given Jiraiya's unexpectedly serious demeanor at that moment, she refrained from interrupting his exchange with Sato Shuichi. Following this brief interlude, the group arrived at Konoha's encampment within the Land of Rain. Chapter 37. The Antidote. Orochimaru. "I hear you're having a rough time here? Fear not, for I have arrived," Jiraiya teased as he looked at Orochimaru seated in the main position. In response to Jiraiya's mockery, Orochimaru remained unresponsive. After years of interaction, he knew that ignoring Jiraiya was the best course of action. He then turned his attention to Tsunade. "Tsunade, your arrival is timely. Many in our camp have been afflicted by Hanzo's poison, and thus far, no medical ninja has been able to provide an antidote." Tsunade nodded and replied, "Leave this matter to me. I will concoct an antidote as swiftly as possible." Orochimaru acknowledged her with a nod. "I appreciate your efforts." Seeing that neither Orochimaru nor Tsunade acknowledged him, Jiraiya grew increasingly agitated. Had it not been for Minato holding him back, he might have charged forward to confront Orochimaru. Due to concerns regarding the poison ninjas, after a brief exchange of intelligence with Orochimaru, Tsunade led Sato Shuichi to a temporary medical base. Though labeled a medical base, it was merely a rudimentary camp constructed of several large tents. As one passed by the exterior, the anguished groans from within could be distinctly heard. Consequently, under normal circumstances, ordinary ninjas seldom ventured here. Tsunade pushed aside the tent flap and entered. The patients, who had been lying in bed with expressions of despair as if awaiting death, suddenly became animated upon seeing Tsunade, as if a savior had arrived. The medical ninjas attending to the patients also rushed over, as if they had encountered a beacon of hope. Observing their eyes filled with reverence, Tsunade nodded and spoke. "Have you collected the blood of the poison ninjas?" One of the medical ninjas promptly replied, "We have collected samples. The toxins appear to be naturally occurring, but we have yet to formulate an antidote." Tsunade nodded and continued, "Please hand over your research reports, and also draw a few more vials of blood from the poison ninjas." At her command, the medical ninjas quickly and efficiently began their work. After making the necessary arrangements on site, Tsunade took Sato Shuichi into her tent, where she retrieved a microscope for further examination. Sato Shuichi assisted beside her. Although his medical knowledge was not on par with Tsunade's, as a capable medical ninja, he was more than adequate in providing support. 2 days swiftly passed without either Tsunade or Sato Shuichi closing their eyes. While this was quite typical for ninjas, Tsunade dedicated herself entirely to studying Hanzo's toxins during this time, exerting a level of mental energy that was beyond Sato Shuichi's capacity. However, all efforts were worthwhile. Before she had the chance to catch her breath, Tsunade returned to the medical base with the newly developed antidote in tow, accompanied by Sato Shuichi. As Sato Shuichi steadily advanced the needle, a hushed silence enveloped the room, with everyone holding their breath, fearful of disturbing his actions. Before long, the ninja who had been unconscious due to poisoning suddenly twitched his eyelids. Gradually, he opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings in confusion, and weakly inquired, "Where am I? What happened? Why are so many people surrounding me?" Following a brief silence, the scene erupted into jubilant cheers, akin to a roaring tide. Tsunade's antidote proved remarkably effective, and the next step involved disseminating the formula for mass production. Although Hanzo's toxins were notorious within the ninja world, the fact that Chiyo could create an antidote indicated that it posed no insurmountable challenge for Tsunade. Having completed the most pressing tasks, Tsunade took a quick shower before collapsing onto her bed, slipping into a deep slumber. In contrast, Sato Shuichi, having done little over the past 2 days, still felt quite energetic. After ensuring Tsunade was covered with a blanket, he stepped out of the tent to survey the camp. The layout of this camp bore similarities to one he had previously inhabited, but due to the unique weather conditions of the Land of Rain, the tents had been specially designed to be waterproof and were equipped with numerous drainage channels. As Sato Shuichi strolled about, a cheerful voice suddenly called from behind, "Shuichi, over here, this way." Turning around, he spotted the familiar figure of Ju running towards him. Although the weather was clear, the ground was still dotted with puddles of various sizes, and it was evident that Ju, with his carefree nature, paid no heed to the watery obstacles. By the time he reached Sato Shuichi, his pants were already soaked. However, such trivial matters were evidently of no concern to Ju. With great pride, he adjusted his Nin vest and proclaimed, "Shuichi, you won't believe it. I've become a Nin too, and not through an exam, but by completing a high-level mission." While Ju often portrayed an enthusiastic fool, he was far from being the weakest link. In fact, his skills ranked among the top 5 of their cohort. Moreover, with the direct lineage of Senju Hashirama and the resources of the Senju clan, it was impossible to produce a failure. Originally intending to boast about his new status, Ju's expression fell when he noticed Sato Shuichi's Nin vest. "What? You've become a Nin? Your promotion speed is just too fast. It's utterly unfair." Seeing Ju's crestfallen demeanor, Sato Shuichi added fuel to the fire. "Even Minato has become a Nin. Haven't you seen him these past few days?" "What? Minato too? How is it that you all are leaving me, the future Hokage, behind?" "No way. I need to get Orochimaru-sensei to assign me a mission. I want to become a Nin too. Goodbye, Shuichi." With that, Ju dashed off toward the command center. Chapter 38. The merchant. Just as Ju had burst onto the scene, he exited with equal fervor. Watching his retreating figure, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but mutter, "Is this guy really the teacher's younger brother? How can their personalities be so different?" Sato Shuichi spent the afternoon memorizing the camp's layout, ensuring that in the event of an enemy attack, he would know the quickest escape routes. Afterwards, he enjoyed a hearty dinner in the mess hall. Though the taste left much to be desired, leading him to a momentous decision, he would prefer to cook for himself in the future. Upon returning to Tsunade, he found her still deeply asleep, just as she had been before he left. After a quick shower, he climbed into bed and fell into a restful slumber. The night passed without incident. When Sato Shuichi awoke, he discovered that Tsunade had vanished. Just as he was still groggy from sleep, Tsunade's voice rang out, "You little rascal. You're finally awake. Why did you sneak into my bed again last night? You can't do that next time. Hurry up and wash up. I brought you a bowl of noodles from the mess hall. If you don't eat it soon, it'll go cold." Sato Shuichi nodded, still dazed, and made his way outside. After finishing the rather ordinary bowl of noodles, he finally felt fully awake. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly spoke, "Since you've been idling about here, I'll assign you a task. Scout the surrounding area. It's a D-rank mission." Without hesitation, Sato Shuichi accepted the task. Tsunade then approached him, gently cupping his face and earnestly advising, "Your mission is solely for reconnaissance. Try to avoid direct conflict with the enemy. Remember, if anything feels off, return immediately. Caution is paramount. You mustn't let your guard down." As he gazed at the concerned expression on Tsunade's face, Sato Shuichi suddenly leaned forward, his lips brushing lightly against hers. "Do not worry, sensei. I shall return in one piece. After all, I yearn to share those joyful moments with you again." Tsunade's face flushed slightly, and she playfully tapped his head. I am discussing serious matters with you, yet you take advantage of me. I shall ensure you, the audacious rider, are expelled from my tutelage. The previously heavy atmosphere lightened considerably under Sato Shuichi's unexpected advance. After assessing his equipment, Sato Shuichi stepped out of the Konoha camp. Upon entering the land of rain, he changed his attire, transforming from a Konoha jonin into a shrewd merchant seeking to profit amidst the chaos of war. Though this merchant persona attracted attention, it was the only role he could assume that suited his character. Other identities simply did not align with his essence, and using transformation techniques posed a risk of detection by foes. Thus, as the merchant Sato Shuichi, he led an old horse laden with daily necessities through the land of rain. "Hey, kid, come over here," called a rain ninja, his companion wearing a smirk of malicious delight. When Sato Shuichi approached this small group of rain ninjas, the one who had called him forth suddenly drew his kunai, brandishing it menacingly. "Do you know who I am?" Sato Shuichi feigned panic, shaking his head vigorously. Pleased with Sato's feigned distress, the rain ninja continued, "I am Kato, the ninja responsible for overseeing this area. You must be new here, unaware of the rules." Kato's gaze greedily wandered to the horse beside Sato Shuichi, revealing his avarice. He had executed this scheme numerous times, extracting considerable wealth from unsuspecting merchants and civilians. Occasionally, some would not succumb to Kato's intimidation, but those individuals had met with fatal consequences. Sato Shuichi trembled slightly, responding in a quavering voice, "Ninja-sama, I have just arrived from the land of fire and am unfamiliar with the customs here. Please do not hold it against me." Kato relished Sato's response, patting his shoulder. No worries. Your payment will not be in vain. Once the fee is settled, we shall ensure your safety in business." Sato Shuichi raised his head, gazing at Kato, and softly inquired, "How much must I pay?" "Typically, we charge half the total value of the goods, but since you seem so agreeable, this time, we'll settle for 1/3. Kato replied with a tone suggesting Sato was fortunate. "Understood. I will send you the payment when I have the opportunity," Sato Shuichi replied coldly, drawing the long knife from his waist. Before Kato could react, a silvery flash akin to moonlight flickered, and he caught a glimpse of a familiar yet strange figure. Why does that attire seem so familiar? Isn't that my own? As this thought crossed his mind, Kato's consciousness began to fade. Sato Shuichi swiftly evaded the blood spraying from the headless corpse before him and turned to face the remaining 3 rain ninjas, who stood in shock at his sudden outburst. They had never anticipated that what began as a mere ploy for extra coin would lead to their captain's demise. After a brief moment of astonishment, the 3 rain ninjas exchanged glances and instinctively fled in different directions. It was absurd. If a chunin like Kato could be dispatched so effortlessly, they, as mere genin, possessed no will to fight. They could only disperse, hoping the demon behind them would pursue their comrades instead. Chapter 39. Sato Shuichi swung his right hand forcefully, flinging the blood from his blade onto the ground. He then performed a flourish with the knife before sheathing it. After this seamless maneuver, he observed the 3 fleeing rain ninjas, a cold smile curving his lips. From his ninja tool pouch, he withdrew 3 kunai and hurled one after another. As the silence lingered behind him, the 3 rain ninjas wore expressions of relief, believing they had narrowly escaped. However, a familiar sound of slicing air soon reached their ears. 3 successive thuds echoed as kunai pierced their throats, sending their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Once he confirmed the 3 had utterly lost their vital signs, Sato Shuichi shook his head and continued his aimless wander, muttering softly, 1, 2, 3, 23. Clearly, those 4 unfortunate souls had just become the 23rd victims in Sato Shuichi's count. His efficiency was commendable. He had only been in the land of rain for 3 days. This was due to his unwavering principle of eliminating every enemy that crossed his path, achieving the epitome of stealth. Perhaps influenced by the ongoing war, the rain ninjas he encountered were mostly of chunin rank, and against such foes, Sato Shuichi wielded his blade with ease, requiring no ninjutsu, let alone the troublesome fire-breathing dragon. Thus, Sato Shuichi embarked on a frenzied slaughter throughout the land of rain. Half a month later, upon encountering the formidable figure before him, Sato Shuichi felt as though 1,000 alpacas were stampeding within him. "Is it truly necessary for you, the great Buddha, to seek me out for merely dispatching a few chunin and genin? Is the rain ninja village that idle?" Indeed. Standing before Sato Shuichi was a renowned figure in the ninja world, Hans, the leader of the Rain Ninja village, revered as a demigod among ninjas. Clad in a heavy-breathing mask to shield himself from toxic fumes, Hans wielded a black scythe resembling that of the Grim Reaper, having reaped countless lives. Hans regarded Sato Shuichi, his raspy voice emerging from beneath the mask. "You must be the infamous White Death that has recently garnered attention. At last, I have found you. Prepare to meet your doom." Sato Shuichi's penchant for severing foes' heads with a silver blade gifted by Mikoto had earned him the moniker of the White Death. Steeped in a youthful sense of drama, noticing Sato's silence, Hans refrained from further words, instead swinging his scythe with force toward Sato. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, a cloud of toxic mist surged rapidly toward him. The mist withered even the most vibrant of weeds in its path, a testament to its lethal potency. Without hesitation, Sato Shuichi summoned his fire-breathing dragon and soared into the sky. In a matter of moments, the poisonous fog enveloped the ground where he had just stood. The aged steed that had accompanied Sato Shuichi for more than half a month suddenly transformed into a mere skeleton in an instant. Upon witnessing the grim fate of his horse, Sato Shuichi shouted to the fire dragon, "Fire dragon, let that old wretch down below taste a bit of flame." The fire dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of fire. As the temperature around him began to rise, Hanzo could not help but murmur, "This spirit beast fire technique is remarkably potent. Why have I never encountered it before?" Immediately, Hanzo formed hand seals and bellowed, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." The convergence of flames and the water dragon produced a thick mist that obscured the surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Sato Shuichi quickly whispered to the fire dragon, "We must flee. We are not yet a match for that old monster. Time will turn the tides. Once Shakira evolves into Bankura, we shall return to confront him." The fire dragon, understanding the command, flapped its wings and darted into the distance. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed beside Sato Shuichi. "Humph, trying to escape? It won't be that easy." The voice thundered, startling Sato Shuichi. He turned to see Hanzo had somehow appeared behind him. Realizing that Hanzo was renowned for his deadly toxins as well as his exceptional water body technique, Sato Shuichi deduced that Hanzo must have used the water body to reach the fire dragon. With a loud crash, the figures of the fire dragon and Sato Shuichi vanished from Hanzo's sight. Losing his support, Hanzo plummeted from the heights, yet his expression remained calm. Contemplating how Sato Shuichi had eluded him. A reverse summoning technique? What a cunning little brat. Next time we meet, I shall not let you off so easily. Just before his head met the ground, Hanzo exerted his strength and landed gracefully. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi, in a state of panic, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This month of easy victories had fostered a delusion within him that his strength was enough to dominate the ninja world. Otherwise, he would have immediately retreated upon seeing Hanzo, rather than entertaining the notion of sparring with him. Had Hanzo not taken the time for a dramatic remark, Sato Shuichi might have lost his head to Hanzo's scythe, as neither he nor the fire dragon had sensed Hanzo's approach. After reflecting deeply on his overconfidence, Sato Shuichi quickly administered an antidote to himself and the fire dragon. Though Hanzo had not launched an attack, the toxins surrounding him had stealthily infiltrated the bodies of Sato Shuichi and the fire dragon. Chapter 40. The little beggar Sato Shuichi remained in the summoning realm for an entire week before daring to return to the real world, wary of Hanzo lying in wait. However, it appeared that he had overthought the situation, as Hanzo departed shortly after his own exit. As the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo was far busier than Sato Shuichi had anticipated, with no time to waste on him. Their encounter was merely a stroke of misfortune for Sato Shuichi, who happened upon Hanzo by chance. After cautiously surveying his surroundings and confirming there were no ambushes, Sato Shuichi sighed in relief. However, he did not summon the fire dragon back to the summoning realm, knowing that Pokémon possessed superior sensory abilities compared to humans. Should anything arise, the fire dragon could swiftly assist him in fleeing. The fire dragon inched its tail closer to a nearby pile of wood, igniting the damp timber instantly. "Well done, fire dragon," Sato Shuichi praised, placing the freshly cleaned fish onto the flames to roast. In most cases, grilling with charcoal is preferable, as direct flames can lead to uneven cooking. Yet Sato Shuichi was confident in his ability to produce exquisite grilled fish over an open flame. Honed from his experiences as a ninja without the luxury of charcoal, before long, the aroma of grilled fish filled the cave. Suddenly, the fire dragon, which had been dozing nearby, opened its eyes and gently nudged Sato Shuichi's shoulder with its claw. Sato Shuichi glanced back at the fire dragon and quietly replied, "It's all right, I noticed that person too." He then called out toward the cave entrance, "Come out, I see you." Beyond the rhythmic patter of raindrops, there was no other sound. It seemed as though Sato Shuichi and the fire dragon had misperceived something. After a moment of contemplation, Sato Shuichi continued, his tone laced with menace, "Come out before I lose my patience. Otherwise, I shall send you to meet your ancestors." Under the weight of Sato Shuichi's threat, a ragged little beggar soon emerged trembling from the nearby bushes. The child hastily approached the cave, eyeing the roasting fish with deep longing. However, she quickly lowered her head and knelt before Sato Shuichi. "Ninja-sama, I mean no harm. This cave was once my home. It is a great honor for you to have found it. If I am in your way, I will leave at once." Upon hearing this, an awkward expression crossed Sato Shuichi's face. It was peculiar that, in his search for a cave, he had inadvertently trespassed on someone else's territory. After confirming that the little beggar held no chakra and posed no threat, Sato Shuichi sighed. The small beggar trembled at the sound of his sigh. Yet she dared not move, knowing that fleeing before a ninja would be futile. Suddenly, she cautiously produced a slightly spoiled apple from her clothing and placed it before her, saying loudly, "This is my most precious food. Would you accept it?" Gazing at the imperfect apple, Sato Shuichi felt a wave of complex emotions. This must be what it means to be a war orphan, left homeless and wandering due to conflict, cherishing even a rotten apple as a treasure. Too afraid to take a bite, he had not only occupied another's home, but had also frightened the child so deeply, it was truly disgraceful. With that thought, Sato Shuichi approached the little beggar, gently lifting her up and speaking kindly, "I apologize. I was unaware this was your territory. As a gesture of goodwill, would you care to share dinner with me?" The little beggar cautiously studied Sato Shuichi's handsome face from beneath her disheveled bangs, pondering that he did not seem like a villain. Moreover, she had nothing of value to steal. Thus, Sato Shuichi carefully seated her by the fire. At this moment, he noticed that the little beggar before him was surprisingly well-groomed, lacking the unpleasant odor one might expect, with only a hint of earthy scent clinging to him. Although the garments he wore appeared tattered, they were not filthy or disheveled, clearly washed regularly. This thought sparked a sense of curiosity in Sato Shuichi. How could someone in such dire straits, barely surviving from one meal to the next, still maintain such cleanliness? This little beggar was indeed a peculiar sight. Once the grilled fish was ready, Sato Shuichi extended a piece toward the young beggar. The boy gazed at the fish, swallowing hard, then looked up at Sato Shuichi, cautiously asking, "Is it truly all right for someone like me to enjoy such food?" Sato Shuichi smiled gently, ruffling the boy's hair with one hand as he softly replied, "What are you saying? Every person is born equal. Do not belittle yourself." After a profound look exchanged between them, the little beggar accepted the fish and began to eat voraciously. Perhaps due to the long absence of nutritious food, he devoured it quickly, seemingly oblivious to the heat, even crunching the bones as if they were nothing. Sato Shuichi winced at the sight. After finishing off 4 whole grilled fish, the young beggar lay back on the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face as he rubbed his belly. Just then, the rain outside finally ceased, prompting Sato Shuichi to rise and prepare to leave. Initially, he intended to spend the night within the cave, but with the return of its owner, it would be inappropriate for him to linger. After all, what would it say about him, a distinguished ninja from Konoha, if word spread that he had taken refuge in the lair of a beggar? Chapter 41. Konan. Sato Shuichi had contemplated leaving some money for the little beggar, considering their serendipitous encounter. However, he realized that a man is often punished for possessing wealth. If he were to give the boy money, it might ultimately bring harm. Thus, he decided to leave behind some food, hoping he could endure until the war concluded. After all, Sato Shuichi was no saint. There were countless people in the land of rain who had lost their homes, and he could not possibly assist them all. As he was about to depart with his fire-breathing dragon, the hem of his clothing was tugged. The little beggar held onto his garment with one hand while offering him a beautifully crafted paper flower with the other. "Ninja-san, please accept this paper flower as a gift. May I know your name?" Sato Shuichi examined the flower, then glanced at the beggar's blue hair, and a sudden realization struck him. He quickly crouched down, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders, and urgently inquired, "Is your name Konan?" Though Konan was bewildered as to how this handsome ninja knew her name, she felt that anyone who offered her grilled fish could not be a bad person, and thus nodded gently. Due to prolonged malnutrition, her frame was frail, making it difficult to discern her gender. Sato Shuichi had initially assumed she was a boy, not realizing that he had encountered a future key member of the Akatsuki organization during a mere dinner. At this point, had Konan not yet met Yahiko and Nagato? Noticing Sato Shuichi's silence as he gazed at her, she instinctively lowered her head, fearing she had done something wrong. After a considerable pause, Sato Shuichi finally returned to the moment and addressed her. Konan, do you wish to become a ninja? Upon hearing this, Konan eagerly nodded her head like a chick pecking at grains. She had always dreamt of being a ninja, believing that only then could she possess the strength to protect herself and her family. If only she had been more capable in the past. Perhaps her parents would not have. With that thought, tears began to stream down Konan's face. Sato Shuichi reached out, gently brushing away her tears, and softly said, "If you wish to become a ninja, then come with me back to Konoha. Once there, no one will bully you again." Wiping her face with determination, Konan cautiously asked, "Why are you being so kind to me?" Taken aback by the question, Sato Shuichi smiled and ruffled her hair again, responding, "Our meeting is fate. There need not be a reason. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I am Sato Shuichi, a ninja from Konoha. I hope we can get along well." Seeing the bright smile on Sato Shuichi's face, Konan timidly placed her hand atop his outstretched right hand. Initially, Sato Shuichi had intended to continue hunting, but meeting Konan changed his mind. Considering the time, he realized he had not returned to camp in quite a while and wondered how Tsunade was faring. However, the immediate priority was to ensure that Konan was properly cared for, as she appeared quite disheveled. Thus, Sato Shuichi sent his fire-breathing dragon back to the summoning realm while he took Konan to a nearby town to purchase several sets of clothing. They then arrived at an inn. After some time, a nervous Konan appeared before Sato Shuichi, dressed in her new attire. At that moment, he was taken aback. He truly understood the saying, "Clothes make the man." The original Konan resembled any common beggar from the land of rain, merely cleaner than most. Yet, after a bath and donning new clothing, she radiated beauty. Despite her frail frame from malnutrition, it was clear that she would grow into an extraordinary beauty. Noticing Sato Shuichi's prolonged silence, Konan nervously fidgeted with her small toes and softly asked, "Do I look so unattractive that I do not deserve to wear such beautiful clothes?" Observing the uncertainty on her face, Sato Shuichi approached her and patted her shoulder. "Nonsense. It is the ordinary clothes that do not befit you." Upon hearing his words, a brilliant smile finally blossomed on Konan's face. Sato Shuichi then led Konan to a secluded area and summoned his fire-breathing dragon. The sight of the magnificent creature filled Konan's eyes with wonder. The dragon regarded the small girl for a moment before cautiously extending its right claw. Instinctively, Konan looked to Sato Shuichi, who smiled and explained, "This is my fire-breathing dragon, my most important companion. It is merely greeting you." After receiving this reassurance, Konan reached out and gently placed her small hand on the dragon's claw, joyfully saying, "Fire-breathing dragon, I look forward to our time together." Sato Shuichi then lifted Konan onto the dragon's back. Once they were settled, the dragon unfurled its massive wings and soared into the sky. The sudden ascent startled Konan, and she let out a sharp scream, clinging tightly to Sato Shuichi's waist, afraid to open her eyes. Once the dragon stabilized its flight, Sato Shuichi leaned closer to her ear and softly assured, "You may open your eyes now. The dragon is quite capable, and we will not fall." Encouraged by his soothing words, Konan cautiously opened her eyes. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings. The exhilarating sensation of soaring through the sky instantly dispelled her earlier fears. At that moment, Konan gazed down at the vastly diminished scenery below, her face alight with excitement. "Where on earth is that guy, Shuichi? I should have never let him go on that mission. Something must have happened to him. It's been far too long without any contact," Tsunade mused, standing at the entrance of the camp, plagued by uncertainty. Just then, a vibrant orange figure suddenly emerged in midair. Chapter 42. You have fallen so low. Upon recognizing that familiar silhouette, Tsunade's face initially brightened, only to fall into a frown. Just as she was about to confront Shuichi about his prolonged silence over the past half-month, her expression froze. Shuichi had returned, but he was not alone. In his arms was an adorable little girl. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tsunade hurried forward. Incredulity etched on her features as she exclaimed, "After half a month, you've sunk to this level?" Even Jiraiya, that lecherous fiend, Wouldn't he stoop to such a despicable act? In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Shuichi gently ruffled Konan's hair, who was nestled behind him, and explained, I found her outside. Her name is Konan. She has the potential to become a remarkable ninja. Tsunade's expression grew even more animated. Do not speak of her as if she were just a stray cat. Who is this Konan, and why did you bring her here without a second thought? She is no mere stranger. She will join Konoha as our ally. Do you think the village would easily accept outsiders at this time? Isn't my illustrious teacher here? With your status, arranging a place for Konan should be a simple task. I'm not as omnipotent as you think. You made this mess. You must resolve it. I'm not here to clean up after you, Tsunade retorted, her frustration evident as she turned on her heel and stormed off. Observing Tsunade's retreating figure, Konan lowered her head, guilt washing over her. Should I have not come here? I must be a burden to you, Shuichi. Shuichi grasped Konan's hand reassuringly. It's all right. My teacher has a tough exterior but a kind heart. She might be arranging your identity as we speak. For now, let me take you to a place to stay. Thus, Shuichi led Konan to his own tent. As a jounin, Shuichi had his own designated accommodation, albeit smaller than Tsunade's. Were it not for Konan, he might never have visited this place at all. However, in order to maintain his admirable image in front of her, Shuichi had refrained from lingering at Tsunade's quarters these past few days. After requesting a new bed from the logistics ninja, Shuichi set it up for Konan. Here it is, your temporary residence. I apologize for the inconvenience. You've just arrived, so we can't arrange a separate tent for you. Konan promptly responded. I won't feel inconvenienced at all. Being here with you, Shuichi, brings me great comfort. Shuichi scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed. Just call me Shuichi. Shuichi-dano sounds a bit odd. Upon hearing this, Konan lowered her head, and after a long pause, she mustered the courage to ask. Then can I call you Shuichi Onaikan from now on? When Shuichi heard that soft, endearing term, he was momentarily taken aback. After all, who could resist such a charming little girl? However, his reaction led to a misunderstanding. Seeing Shuichi's silence, Konan quickly bowed her head, disappointment creeping into her voice. I'm sorry, I must have overstepped. It's already a tremendous fortune for someone like me to be brought here by you, Shuichi-dano. I shouldn't be so shameless as to want more. Seeing Konan wallowing in self-pity, Shuichi stepped forward, took her small hand, and spoke gently. I've always wanted a little sister. Hearing you call me that brings me immense joy. I was just too excited earlier. Konan looked up, her eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson, and softly asked, Really? So I can truly call you Onaikan from now on? Shuichi affectionately patted her head, smiling as he replied, Of course, it's true. Just then, Tsunade strode in, her expression dark. She tossed a document onto the table. Upon seeing Tsunade's demeanor, Shuichi stood awkwardly. Teacher, when did you arrive? I was here when you were enticing others to call you Onaikan, she quipped. Before Shuichi could elucidate, Konan stood up, anxiously interjecting, Shuichi Onaikan did not entice me. He is a wonderful person. Please don't misunderstand him. If there is any fault, it is solely mine. Yet, Konan's defense only deepened Tsunade's peculiar gaze upon Shuichi. With a huff, Tsunade strode out. Shuichi picked up the document from the table, quickly scanning it. As he had anticipated, it was Konan's identification papers. From this moment on, she was officially a part of Konoha. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, Konan fell into a peaceful slumber early. After admiring her serene visage for a while, Shuichi quietly exited his tent, heading in a specific direction. Before long, he arrived at his destination and entered without hesitation. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your little sister, Konan? Tsunade remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm upon spotting Shuichi's stealthy approach. Undeterred, Shuichi moved behind Tsunade, massaging her shoulders. I came to report my mission to my dear teacher, and my feelings for Konan are purely fraternal. Even if I were indeed that depraved, I wouldn't target someone of her age. Tsunade merely murmured in acknowledgement. Closing her eyes, she wasn't genuinely upset about Shuichi bringing Konan back. Given Konan's age, it hardly mattered. Her irritation stemmed from Shuichi's prolonged silence over the past month. If he remained uncommunicative for a few more days, she would personally seek him out. Chapter 43. Tsunade's Shuichi then began recounting all that had transpired over the last month and a half. When Tsunade learned of Shuichi's encounter with Hanzo, her eyes flew open, and she turned to him, astonished. You encountered Hanzo? And returned unscathed? That old man has aged so much, but wait. He should be about the same age as the third Hokage. Seeing the surprise on Tsunade's face, Shuichi felt a twinge of indignation regarding her assessment of his abilities. As a teacher, must you so readily underestimate your student? Hanzo is merely an ordinary ninja. Although I may not be able to best him now, the tides of fortune change over the years. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. When I grow stronger, I shall be able to suppress him with a mere hand. Regarding Sato Shuichi's grand ambitions, Tsunade did not voice her opinion, but continued to gaze intently at his face in silence. After a considerable duration, Sato Shuichi, unable to withstand Tsunade's subtle scrutiny, finally confessed the truth. I was nearly defeated by Hans, but he wasted precious moments with his bravado, allowing me to escape using the reverse summoning technique. Upon hearing this, Tsunade flicked his forehead in reprimand. Humph, let us see if you dare to be so arrogant again. Next time, you should have utilized the reverse summoning technique the moment you encountered Hans. Even I, your teacher, lack confidence in facing him now. Sato Shuichi, emboldened, nestled into Tsunade's embrace and rested his face against her formidable presence. Teacher, hasn't your seal technique been perfected? Don't you have any confidence in dealing with Hans? With such a prestigious title, one cannot be a mere charlatan. The name of demigod is not something just anyone can attain. So, if you, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, were to confront Hans together, would you prevail? At this, Tsunade fell into contemplation, and after a considerable pause, she responded uncertainly. Perhaps we could, since I have nearly deciphered Hans's toxins, and with the seal. Even if we cannot win, we would not face defeat. After hearing Tsunade's words, Sato Shuichi remained silent. Ordinarily, Tsunade would have unceremoniously cast him out for such behavior. Yet after so long apart, she felt a pang of nostalgia, allowing his actions to go unchallenged. However, it was not long before Tsunade, blushing furiously, tossed Sato Shuichi away. You young rascal, don't take advantage. Sato Shuichi retorted passionately. If I were to remain unresponsive in the presence of someone like you, I would hardly be human. Spare me your twisted logic and be off. I need to rest. Tsunade waved her hand, visibly irritated. Yet, Sato Shuichi chose not to leave, adopting a pitiful demeanor. I have just escaped from Hans's clutches and nearly lost the chance to see you again. Are you truly so cold-hearted and unfeeling as to wish to cast me away? Faced with Sato Shuichi's tenacious persistence, Tsunade could only sigh deeply. Alas, I must have owed you in my past life. Just tell me, what is it that you desire? I wish to sleep beside you, teacher. Upon seeing the veins on Tsunade's forehead slightly protrude and her fists clench, Sato Shuichi hastily added, just to sleep, nothing more. As we have always done before. Isn't it true that you have stubbornly clung to my bed, refusing to leave? And what about little Konan, whom you brought back? No worries, I can return before she wakes up tomorrow. With that, Sato Shuichi leapt onto Tsunade's bed. As she extinguished the lamp, the tent fell into darkness. However, for seasoned ninjas like Tsunade and Sato Shuichi, this level of darkness posed no significant difference from daylight, as the moonlight outside provided a soft glow. After settling into bed, Tsunade turned her back to Sato Shuichi, but still felt compelled to warn him, do not attempt anything foolish, or my fist will not spare you. Yet, such a warning failed to intimidate Sato Shuichi, who promptly wrapped his arms around Tsunade from behind. This unexpected gesture caused Tsunade to shiver involuntarily, though she made no further reaction, merely whispering, sleep. Moments later, Sato Shuichi softly inquired, teacher, are you asleep? I am. If you are asleep, how can you respond? Under Sato Shuichi's incessant teasing, Tsunade turned to face him, her bright brown eyes searching his face. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I shall invoke the sleep of the physically incapacitated. Why are you chattering so much at this hour? Teacher, I cannot sleep. I feel uncomfortable. Tsunade paused, then realized what Sato Shuichi meant, quickly turning away. I do not care whether you are uncomfortable. I intend to sleep now. You can go wherever is most comfortable for you. Sato Shuichi pressed his body tightly against hers, whispering in her ear, please, Tsunade-sama, help me. After much coaxing from Sato Shuichi, Tsunade finally turned to him, her face flushed. On ordinary days, her demeanor was more masculine than most men. Yet now she bore a captivating expression. The stark contrast left Sato Shuichi momentarily speechless. After a long while, noticing that Sato Shuichi remained motionless like a statue, Tsunade playfully chided, fool, what do you intend to do? Hearing this, Sato Shuichi snapped back to reality and leaned in closer to Tsunade. Their kiss lingered longer than any prior encounter, and when they finally parted, both gazed at each other, their eyes filled with a dreamy haze. "Tsunade, I vow that I shall marry you in the future," Sato Shuichi declared with a hoarse voice, a resolute promise. "Humph, that will depend on your future conduct. I am not a little girl who can be easily deceived." Tsunade responded with a hint of pride. Chapter 44. Konan's secret teaching. Konan awoke to the unfamiliar ceiling, a look of bewilderment on her face. She had slept remarkably well last night. Ever since her home was destroyed, she had not experienced such a peaceful slumber. During the night, she was not roused by sudden nightmares. After recovering for a moment, Konan promptly sat up, anxiously looking around as if searching for something. Upon seeing Sato Shuichi's back, the anxiety in her heart finally eased, for it confirmed that everything from the previous day was not just a beautiful dream, but a reality. Sato Shuichi seemed to sense her gaze and turned, offering a warm smile. "Konan, you're awake. Are you hungry? Shall I take you for breakfast?" Konan jumped out of bed, disregarding her shoes, and rushed to Sato Shuichi, wrapping her arms around him. "Thank you, Shuichi and I." Sato Shuichi did not respond, but gently patted Konan's head. After a while, he broke the harmonious atmosphere. "All right, let us get you washed up, and then we can have breakfast." A quarter of an hour later, Sato Shuichi held Konan's hand as they walked toward the cafeteria. Although he was not particularly fond of the cafeteria's food, he felt too lazy to cook. Konan observed her surroundings with wide, curious eyes. Taking in the bustling ninjas around her, her expression filled with admiration. The surrounding ninjas appeared unfazed by her presence, showing no signs of curiosity. This was partly due to Sato Shuichi's renown, which left no room for suspicion regarding those who accompanied him, and partly because Konoha occasionally recruited younger ninjas, regardless of their actual age. As Sato Shuichi and Konan each prepared a bowl of noodles and settled into their respective seats, an unexpected figure took a seat opposite them. The newcomer was none other than the long-absent Senju Rope. "It's been a while, Shuichi. And who might this be?" Sato Shuichi glanced at the grinning Senju Rope and replied, "This is Konan. In terms of identity, you might consider her my sister." He then turned to Konan and added, "This fellow is Senju Rope. Although he appears rather foolish, his intelligence isn't particularly impressive either." Senju Rope looked at Konan with a surprised expression. "When did you acquire such a lovely sister? I've never heard of her before." "Since you are Shuichi's sister, you are now my friend as well. I am Senju Rope, the future Hokage of Konoha. If you encounter any issues, feel free to seek my assistance. There is nothing in Konoha that I cannot handle." As he spoke, he patted his chest with bravado. Upon hearing Rope's introduction, Konan cautiously glanced at Sato Shuichi, who nodded slightly in encouragement before she timidly responded, "I'm Konan. I look forward to your guidance." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rope suddenly looked around as if searching for spies. He then leaned in closer to Shuichi and whispered, "Shuichi, I have a top-secret piece of information that you must not share with anyone." Sato Shuichi struggled to suppress his urge to scoff at Rope's antics. If it was indeed a secret, why disclose it to him? Moreover, why do so in a bustling cafeteria? With a bemused expression, Shuichi awaited the revelation of this so-called secret. Eventually, Rope divulged, "Tomorrow, Orochimaru will lead a mission to launch an attack on the main camp of Iwagakure. After completing this mission, I will be promoted to Jonin." Upon hearing this, Shuichi's expression grew somewhat peculiar. According to Rope's description, it seemed all too likely that he would meet his demise due to an explosive tag during this mission. After all, the original narrative did not mention Rope achieving Jonin status. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Shuichi resolved to partake in the mission the following day. After all, he could be considered Rope's unofficial brother-in-law, and having done something so audacious with Tsunade the previous day, he could not simply stand by and let Rope face danger alone. When Rope learned of Shuichi's decision to join, his excitement only intensified. "Haha, Shuichi, you must know that with my involvement, this mission is bound to succeed. Which is why you want to share the glory. Rest assured, I will execute this task flawlessly. Once I become Hokage, you shall serve as my advisor." At this juncture, both Sato Shuichi and Konan had finished their breakfasts, and after exchanging farewells with Rope, they departed the cafeteria, leaving him behind to revel in his foolish laughter. Once outside, Sato Shuichi turned to Konan earnestly and said, "Upon our return to Konoha, you must dedicate yourself to your studies. Otherwise, you might end up as foolish as that just now." At his words, Konan exhibited a look of concern and replied, "Don't worry, Shuichi and I I will study diligently and strive for improvement. I absolutely will not become like that fool. I aim to be your most reliable partner." Sato Shuichi chose not to respond further, but instead offered a reassuring pat on Konan's shoulder. He then led her back to his tent. Observing Konan sitting upright with poise, Shuichi cleared his throat and began. "Do you know what is most essential for a ninja?" Konan pondered for a moment, then shook her head in disappointment. "It's all right. It's natural not to know since you have not yet encountered ninjas. The most critical element for a ninja is chakra. In fact, chakra serves as an important standard for measuring a ninja's strength. Therefore, today I will teach you how to extract chakra." With that, Sato Shuichi handed Konan a book on chakra extraction. Although this could also be learned at the Ninja Academy, acquiring it ahead of time could only be beneficial. Upon receiving the book, Konan eagerly began to peruse its contents. After a while, she set the book down and looked at Sato Shuichi with her bright, inquisitive eyes. About half an hour later, Konan closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on her chair, clearly ready to begin her chakra extraction. Witnessing this, a faint smile appeared on Sato Shuichi's face as he took out the Flying Thunder God scroll to study. Among the jutsu contained in this forbidden book, the Flying Thunder God technique captivated him the most, as it was a legendary space-time ninjutsu. Of course, the reanimation jutsu was formidable as well. Yet it remained incomplete at this stage. Even if cast, it could summon only a fraction of the deceased's original strength. It required further refinement from Orochimaru and Kabuto to unleash its true potential. Otherwise, Senju Tobarama would not have been defeated alongside the second Raikage by the likes of Kin and Jin. A simple summoning technique could have decimated the village of Kaminari no Kuni. As of now, however, Sato Shuichi had yet to glean any insights. The difficulty of the Flying Thunder God technique remained exceedingly high, to the extent that only Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato could wield it independently. For Shuichi to master it, a long journey lay ahead. Approximately 20 minutes later, Konan suddenly opened her eyes, her face alight with excitement as she addressed Shuichi. "Shuichi and I think I've managed to extract chakra." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi hastily set aside his scroll and rushed to her side, grasping her right hand. To his astonishment, he genuinely sensed a faint chakra emanating within her. Konan was truly a prodigy, managing to extract chakra so swiftly. She was bound to become a remarkable ninja in the future. In response to Shuichi's praise, Konan beamed brightly. "Oh no, it's thanks to your excellent teaching, Shuichi and I." Shuichi felt a twinge of embarrassment. It took him an entire day to extract chakra back in the day, whereas she had accomplished it in less than half an hour. Though he was not considered a failure, he certainly did not qualify as a genius either. Nevertheless, it should be noted that Sato Shuichi, even without relying on the Fire Dragon technique, possessed the combat strength of a jonin. To have such prowess at this age was no small feat. He then presented Konan with a piece of chakra paper. "This is chakra paper. By inputting your chakra, you can determine your chakra attributes." Konan nodded and carefully infused her chakra into the paper. Before long, the chakra paper began to change. It split into 3 sections. One area became damp, another crumbled, and the last tore in 2. Coupled with the sun attribute Shuichi had just sensed, it indicated that Konan possessed 4 innate attributes: water, earth, wind, and yang. In terms of chakra attributes, she was indeed exceptionally gifted. Upon realizing this, Konan's joy intensified. She believed she would soon become an outstanding ninja and assist Sato Shuichi in his endeavors. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi began to instruct Konan in the fundamentals of the 3-body technique. He was utterly unaware that Konan would later develop her signature paper jutsu, as such a bloodline limit had never before manifested in the ninja world. It was likely akin to the wood release of Senju Hashirama, a bloodline limit that Konan had independently cultivated. Observing the nearby IWA ninja encampment, Orochimaru, after assessing the situation, issued the command to launch an attack. With a single word from Orochimaru, a squad comprising 20 jonin and 40 chunin surged towards the IWA camp. Simultaneously, the IWA scouts swiftly detected the assault from Konoha, but by the time they sounded the alarm in a panic, it was already too late. Konoha's vanguard had breached the IWA camp, inciting tremendous chaos. The IWA forces were entirely oblivious to Konoha's attack strategy and could scarcely fathom that Orochimaru would choose to strike in broad daylight. Consequently, they were thrown into disarray. However, they quickly regrouped and mounted a counteroffensive, plunging the conflict into a protracted stalemate. At that moment, Orochimaru, overseeing the battle from the rear, suddenly bit his own index finger and forcefully slammed it onto the ground. With a resounding crash, a colossal serpent, towering like a small mountain, emerged onto the battlefield. This enormous creature was Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. However, Manda seemed less than enthusiastic about serving Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I require 100 sacrifices this time, Manda hissed, flicking its enormous tongue. Given the critical nature of the ongoing battle, Orochimaru refrained from haggling, simply replying, "You can consume all the enemies you wish. As per our usual arrangement, those I eliminate do not count towards your sacrifices." "I understand," Manda acknowledged, and after sealing the agreement, it charged into the fray. One IWA ninja had just plunged a kunai into an enemy's body, reveling in his moment of triumph, when he was suddenly overshadowed by a dark silhouette. A putrid stench invaded his senses, and upon turning, he was met with the sight of a massive mouth lunging towards him. "This ninja's flesh is far too tough. You cannot expect me to accept such inferior offerings," Manda remarked, visibly dissatisfied after devouring the unfortunate IWA warrior. Clearly, the wear and tear on the IWA ninja's body from years of harsh conditions did not suit Manda's palate. Orochimaru could only roll his eyes in exasperation at Manda's finicky nature. Were it not for the significance of this assault, he would not have summoned such a greedy creature. In the wake of this gruesome scene, the morale of the IWA forces plummeted. Some IWA ninjas trembled as they discarded their weapons, exclaiming, "What a joke! How could we possibly fight against such a monster?" Without a moment's hesitation, they fled. Yet, before the deserter could escape far, he was swiftly decapitated by a fellow IWA jonin. This grim spectacle rekindled the resolve of many IWA ninjas who had previously entertained thoughts of retreat. Chapter 46. The unfortunate rope tree. Regardless of the outcome, death is inevitable. We might as well fight Konoha. At least if we perish at their hands, we will be martyrs. Dying at the hands of our own would label us as cowards. After Orochimaru mounted Manda and joined the battle, the tide swiftly turned in favor of Konoha. High above, Sato Shuichi rode a fire-breathing dragon, surveying the battlefield below. The dragon intermittently unleashed torrents of flames, reducing IWA ninjas to mere ashes. However, Sato Shuichi grew increasingly suspicious, for the IWA forces exhibited a conspicuous lack of formidable combatants. The few remaining jonin were effortlessly dispatched by Orochimaru. This configuration does not align with what one would expect from a camp. Even if the majority of IWA ninjas were on missions, they should not have left behind so few, he thought. His suspicions were soon confirmed. Just a few hundred meters from the IWA encampment, a cadre of elite IWA ninjas appeared, swiftly joining the fray and ruthlessly harvesting Konoha shinobi. The once dominant Konoha forces found themselves suddenly on the back foot, while the morale of the IWA ninjas, having sunk to rock bottom, soared to new heights with the arrival of reinforcements. Orochimaru's expression darkened. The previous IWA forces had merely served as bait. He had unwittingly fallen into a trap laid by the IWA. But how had they known about his attack today? Was there a traitor among them? Before Orochimaru could formulate an answer, Manda erupted in gleeful laughter beneath him. "Huh, Orochimaru, it seems you are in quite the predicament. Increase my offering by 50 sacrifices, or I cannot assist you." In this moment of crisis, Manda chose to exploit Orochimaru's desperation. Reluctantly, Orochimaru acquiesced. Without Manda's intimidation, Konoha's forces might very well collapse. Just as he prepared to intervene and bolster their combat effectiveness, a rugged IWA ninja with a scruffy beard, exuding an air of reliability, stepped in front of him. "Unless you wish to deliver a message to that old fossil, Anoki, do step aside," Orochimaru growled impatiently. "Otherwise, this day next year will mark your demise." The IWA ninja was none other than Kuratsuchi, the son of the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. Faced with Orochimaru's threats, Kuratsuchi displayed no signs of fear. With resolute determination in his eyes, he countered, "I know I cannot defeat you, but all I need to do is hold you back. Not every Konoha ninja possesses your level of skill." Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Orochimaru's features as he coldly replied, "Then let us see. I hope you can survive until that moment." With Kuratsuchi restraining Orochimaru, Konoha's current situation was far from favorable. It teetered precariously on the brink of catastrophe. In the air, Sato Shuichi let out a heavy sigh. He had initially aimed to maintain a low profile, but the circumstances dictated otherwise. If he continued to navigate this chaos aimlessly, not only would he fail his mission, but he might not even ensure the safe return of his comrades. Thus, Sato Shuichi patted the dragon's head, and the creature understood immediately, flapping its wings and diving directly into the heart of the battlefield. An IWA ninja, his face twisted in a snarl, raised his kunai towards a fallen enemy, declaring, "Konoha scum, this day next year will mark your demise." Just as the Konoha ninja braced himself for death, a colossal shadow enveloped both him and the IWA ninja. An intense heat surged forth, turning the once mighty IWA warrior into a mere pile of ash. The Konoha ninja wiped the sweat from his brow, relief flooding his features as he gazed up at Sato Shuichi and murmured, "Thank you." This scene unfolded repeatedly across the battlefield. With Sato Shuichi's intervention, the tide turned once more, and Konoha regained the upper hand. At that moment, Sato Shuichi was a beacon of hope, averting disaster and propping up the crumbling edifice of their defenses. Otsutsuki, who had barely managed to hold his ground against Orochimaru, felt a flicker of panic upon witnessing Sato Shuichi's imposing presence. Though it was but a fleeting moment of distraction, it was enough to unsettle him. However, in battles of such magnitude, fleeting moments can determine life and death. Moreover, Huang Tu's opponent, Orochimaru, was even more formidable. Orochimaru seized this opportunity with alacrity, plunging the Kusanagi sword into Huang Tu's body. Initially, this injury would not have a significant impact on Huang Tu in the short term. Yet the treacherous Orochimaru had coated the sword with poison. Soon, Huang Tu's body began to falter. Orochimaru swiftly kicked him to the ground and skillfully employed a sealing technique to confine Huang Tu's day. The capture exceeded Orochimaru's expectations, with Huang Tu in hand. The conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure could finally come to a close. After all, Huang Tu was not only the commander of Iwagakure in the Land of Rain, but also the only son of Inoki. Regardless of the circumstances, Inoki could not afford to disregard him. Given Inoki's current age, fathering another child would prove exceedingly difficult. Contemplating this, a smile finally graced Orochimaru's face. This smile, if worn by another, would surely radiate warmth. Yet, for reasons unknown, on Orochimaru's visage, it appeared sinister, evoking discomfort in those who beheld it. Upon witnessing Huang Tu's capture, the IWA shinobi lost all will to fight, relinquishing their weapons and choosing to surrender. Thus, Konoha achieved a resounding victory in the Second Shinobi World War. With the fall of Suna and IWA, their only remaining adversary was the Rain Shinobi, who, moreover, were still engaged in battle with Suna. It was perplexing to ponder where Hans found his courage. Just as everyone began to lower their guard in anticipation of this hard-won victory, Orochimaru's previously cheerful demeanor shifted abruptly. He anxiously called out to S.H. Ju, who was nearby. S.H. Ju, watch your step. Reacting instinctively, S.H. Ju glanced down, only to see several explosive tags igniting beneath his feet. Despite Orochimaru's immediate rush toward S.H. Ju upon noticing the explosive tags, he was too late. As S.H. Ju stood in a daze, awaiting the Grim Reaper's arrival, an orange-red figure suddenly appeared above him, lifting him away. With a resounding blast, the ground where S.H. Ju had just stood was reduced to a deep crater. Although the fire dragon managed to rescue S.H. Ju at the last moment, the shockwave from the explosion still inflicted considerable harm. Sato Hidaichi promptly placed S.H. Ju on the ground and began administering first aid. Orochimaru approached Sato Hidaichi's side, his brow furrowed as he observed the scene. He had personally assured Tsunade that he would ensure S.H. Ju's safety. Had Sato Hidaichi failed to react in time, Orochimaru would have been at a loss for how to confront Tsunade. After half an hour of intense effort, S.H. Ju's condition finally stabilized. Orochimaru could not help but inquire, "How is S.H. Ju's condition now?" Sato Hidaichi wiped the sweat from his brow. "For now, he is out of danger, but we need to take him back for my teacher to examine." Orochimaru nodded, lifting S.H. Ju onto his back and returning to Konoha's camp. At the camp's entrance, Tsunade paced anxiously, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, as though something dreadful were about to unfold. Her heart finally found solace when she saw Sato Hidaichi return unscathed. However, her relief was short-lived as she soon spotted Orochimaru carrying the unconscious S.H. Ju. Quickly, she rushed forward to take S.H. Ju from Orochimaru and began to assess his condition. Fortunately, although S.H. Ju remained in a comatose state, he had escaped the clutches of death. After administering a rudimentary treatment, Tsunade arranged for Shinobi to escort Sage Ju back to Konoha, as the gloomy, rainy weather of the Land of Rain was not conducive to his recovery. Once everything was organized, the hour had grown late. Tsunade let out a heavy sigh as she returned to her tent, her body weary from the day's emotional upheaval. "Has S.H. Ju been taken care of?" inquired Sato Hidaichi, who had come to wait for Tsunade after Konan had fallen asleep. Tsunade nodded and slowly approached him, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his chest. After a prolonged silence, Tsunade's voice finally broke the stillness. "Thank you, Hidaichi. If anything were to happen to S.H. Ju..." Sato Hidaichi gently stroked Tsunade's head, responding softly, "What need is there for gratitude between us? It is my duty." After a moment, Tsunade lifted her head, a teasing frown upon her face. "At a time like this, can't you control yourself? Must you always disrupt the mood?" Sato Hidaichi's expression turned sheepish. "I can't help it. Your charm is simply too overwhelming, drawing me in at all times." Tsunade remained silent, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Observing the bashful expression on her face, Sato Hidaichi felt a wave of thirst wash over him. He leaned in, seeking to quench his parched lips. After what felt like an eternity, they finally made their next move. However, as both were novices behind the wheel, they proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of any mishap that might lead to an accident. Nevertheless, Sato Hidaichi and Tsunade, being exceptionally bright individuals, quickly became adept at driving. At that moment, Tsunade lay soundly asleep on Sato Hidaichi's shoulder. Despite her extraordinary physical condition, she was still weary from the previous night's inexperience, leaving her in a state of exhaustion that rendered her still asleep. Sato Hidaichi made no attempt to rouse her, instead choosing to watch her serene sleeping face. Eventually, after an undetermined span of time, Tsunade's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening to reveal Sato Hidaichi's handsome face. Still groggy from sleep, Tsunade struggled to comprehend her situation. She reached out and playfully tapped Sato Hidaichi, her voice slightly dazed. "What are you doing here?" Before Sato Hidaichi could respond, Tsunade's face flushed a deep crimson as memories of the previous night flooded back. She had unwittingly engaged in an intimate encounter with Sato Hidaichi. This was truly a case of an old bull courting a young calf, and even with Tsunade's current mindset, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After a considerable period of time, Tsunade finally composed herself and turned to Sato Hidaichi. "What would you say our relationship is now?" Sato Hidaichi wore a proud smile. "Well, of course, we are a couple. You can't possibly deny what happened between us." Tsunade rolled her eyes, irritation evident in her expression. "I really ought to tear that mouth of yours apart. Otherwise, I shudder to think how many women you might ensnare in the future. It is uncertain whose allegiance you bear. Your prowess may be lacking, yet your cunning exceeds all others." With these words, Tsunade brandished a kunai, gesturing menacingly towards Sato Shuichi's face. Under ordinary circumstances, Sato Shuichi would have been exhilarated by this display. However, at that moment, confronted by the expression on Tsunade's face, he felt a chill breeze sweep through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sato Shuichi cautiously accepted the kunai from Tsunade's hand and suggested, "I shall speak with Kushina. Perhaps you could be the principal wife?" His audacious demeanor managed to divert Tsunade's ire. Were it not for Sato Shuichi's connection with Kushina, she would have had no qualms about administering punishment for his brazen fantasies. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that Sato Shuichi had established a bond with Kushina before her. Forcing Sato Shuichi to sever ties with Kushina would only paint her as a shameless predator, robbing her own student of love. Chapter 48, Daily Life. With this thought, Tsunade could not help but pinch Sato Shuichi's waist with considerable force. If only this scoundrel had not dared to pursue her while entangled with Kushina, she would not find herself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, the life of a ninja is fraught with peril, where death lurks at every corner. Fearing one thing or another seemed futile. Seizing joy in the present was far more prudent. Thus, Tsunade resolved to leave her burdens for her future self to bear. How fortunate for you, you little rascal. Encountering the formidable Tsunade, even with all his effort, he could not prevail. His own strength was insufficient, and he must continue to train diligently. After a moment of reflection, Sato Shuichi, weary yet resolute, made his way toward his tent. Konan awaited him inside. He wondered if she felt lonely after their day apart. As soon as he entered the tent, he was enveloped in Konan's small embrace. feeling her slight body tremble. Sato Shuichi was overcome with guilt. How could he abandon Konan for his own pleasures? It was utterly reprehensible. After a long silence, Konan's voice, tinged with sorrow, broke the stillness. I thought you had forgotten about me, big brother Shuichi. 2 hours earlier, upon awakening, Konan discovered that Sato Shuichi was missing from her side. A wave of panic washed over her, leaving her to wonder if yesterday had merely been a dream. Perhaps she was a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who drew near her seemed destined for calamity. Her parents had suffered, and now Sato Shuichi too. Otherwise, why would he vanish overnight? Thus, she sat on her bed, reminiscing about the fleeting yet warm moments they had shared. Thankfully, the situation did not deteriorate to its worst potential. After what felt like an eternity, Sato Shuichi returned. In the midst of joy and despair, Konan found herself acting in ways she typically would not dare. Gazing at her tear-streaked face, Sato Shuichi felt his heart melt. He knelt down, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes, and softly explained, I apologize. There was an urgent mission this morning. I saw you were still asleep. And so I departed. I promise it will not happen again. Konan did not respond, but buried her head in Sato Shuichi's embrace. After what felt like an eternity, he broke the silence. Have you eaten yet, Konan? She looked up at him and shook her head slightly. I waited for you, big brother Shuichi, but it's fine. I often go a whole day without food. Hearing this, Sato Shuichi's heart ached. What would you like to eat now? I can prepare something for you. Konan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she replied, I would love grilled fish. There's a small stream nearby. Shall I take you there to catch some fish? Sato Shuichi suggested, gently patting her head. Naturally, Konan agreed with enthusiasm. By the stream, under Konan's expectant gaze, Sato Shuichi extended his hand, enveloped in lightning chakra, into the water. With a crackle of electricity, the fish succumbed to slumber, floating belly up to the surface. Upon witnessing this, Konan's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she clapped her hands in praise. Big brother Shuichi, you are amazing. The emotional value he garnered from her compliment filled him with warmth. He then began to prepare the fish while Konan busied herself gathering firewood. Before long, a lively fire crackled to life. Under Konan's eager gaze, Sato Shuichi skewered the marinated fish onto sticks and placed them beside the flames. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing Konan's stomach to rumble after a day without food. Feeling Sato Shuichi's concerned gaze upon her, she bashfully lowered her head, murmuring defensively, That wasn't my stomach growling. He chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her little fib, instead claiming, Indeed, that was my stomach growling. At his words, Konan raised her head once more, though the blush on her cheeks remained unabated. Just as the fish neared completion, a sudden crack echoed through the air as a branch snapped underfoot. Konan immediately sprang to her feet, drawing the kunai Sato Shuichi had gifted her, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Sato Shuichi maintained his position, unperturbed. Though they were near the Konoha camp, the land of rain was fraught with danger. Thus, while grilling the fish, he had employed a sensory technique to detect the uninvited presence approaching. He was already aware of the identity of the intruder. Tsunade emerged from a narrow path and commended Konan. Excellent vigilance. Keep it up. Upon recognizing Tsunade, Konan sheathed her kunai and offered her a bright smile. Though they had only met once, Konan regarded Tsunade as a genuinely good person, for anyone acquainted with Sato Shuichi could not be ill-intentioned. Tsunade approached Sato Shuichi from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder, and playfully chided, You little rascal, you sneak off to cook without notifying me. In response to Tsunade's playful reprimand, Sato Shuichi merely smiled and explained, You mentioned wanting to sleep, so I did not wish to disturb you. Tsunade remained silent, instead settling into his embrace. Gazing into the fire as she coyly asked, How long until we can eat? I feel as though I might starve. Sato Shuichi rubbed his face against her neck, softly reassuring her, You arrived just in time. It will be ready shortly. After the breakthrough in their relationship, Tsunade no longer felt shy around Sato Shuichi, behaving quite freely. In the past, even when alone with him, she would never have dared to sit in his lap, let alone with the presence of Konan. A little light bulb beside them. Chapter 49, The Battle Against Hanzo. Witnessing this scene, Konan felt a surge of embarrassment. Wasn't the relationship between her brother Shuichi and sister Tsunade that of teacher and student? Their intimacy resembled that of her parents in the past. Did that mean she would have to call Tsunade sister-in-law in the future? Such thoughts seemed a bit too much. In her confusion, the three soon finished dividing the pile of grilled fish. However, As they were about to leave, Tsunade winked at Konan. I'll be borrowing your brother Shuichi for now. Is that all right? Konan shook her head. She didn't want to be a burden to Sato Shuichi and thus made no objections. Besides, this meant she could sleep in Sato Shuichi's bed tonight. Sometimes, misfortunes could turn into blessings. After escorting Konan back to the tent, Sato Shuichi could not help but glance at Tsunade and softly asked, Are we staying up all night again? Tsunade rolled her eyes and replied irritably, Is that all you think about? We have serious work to do. I've developed the Een sealing technique, and I'm preparing to create a new ninjutsu for regeneration. I need a substantial amount of sealing techniques to reference. Observing Tsunade's serious demeanor, Sato Shuichi muttered under his breath, with such a righteous stance. I wonder who was refusing to let me leave this afternoon. Although his voice was barely audible, it still reached Tsunade's ears in the quiet camp. Consequently, Sato Shuichi found himself with a new bump on his head. Half a month passed swiftly, and with Sato Shuichi's assistance, Tsunade had made considerable progress with her regeneration technique. This ninjutsu involved releasing chakras stored in the Een sealing technique to generate cursed seals on the body, stimulating the cells to heal injuries during battle, a proactive healing skill. Although it was not fully developed yet, the regenerative capabilities of the technique were impressive, akin to granting Tsunade a continuous healing ninjutsu. Sato Shuichi had not learned the Een sealing technique, as he was still deeply engaged with the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, most of his current combat power stemmed from his fire-breathing dragon. If the situation escalated to the point where he had to fight directly, it would be better to consider an escape. The Flying Thunder God technique, as a space-time ninjutsu, was indeed paramount in survival. Well, little brat, we meet again, Hanzo remarked, gazing at the four before him with a sense of nostalgia. Sato Shuichi, undaunted, retorted fiercely, Humph, this is where you, old dog, have made your den. Hanzo, a seasoned warrior, remained unfazed by Sato Shuichi's provocation. He glanced at Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru standing behind Sato Shuichi, and remarked, Is it those three little ones that embolden you so? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Enough with the nonsense, Hanzo. Just give us a straightforward answer. Are you surrendering today or not? Jiraiya interrupted, unable to contain himself. Hanzo did not respond, but instead summoned his summoning beast, the salamander. This action signified his decision. The immense salamander emerged, causing the surrounding flora to wither, evidently affected by the toxic mist enveloping its body. At that moment, Tsunade and the others summoned their respective summoning beasts. The ground was soon filled with four colossal creatures, the salamander, the living slug, Wanta, and Manda. In contrast to the loyal living slug and Wanta, Manda displayed a rebellious nature. With its enormous eyes, Manda surveyed the salamander before addressing Orochimaru above. Orochimaru, why do you always summon such peculiar opponents for me? I won't engage without at least 200 sacrifices this time. Before Orochimaru could respond, Jiraiya, perched atop Wanta, chimed in, Manda, can you even handle this? If not, just switch your summoning beast. I've never seen a ninja threatened by their own summon daily. Jiraiya successfully drew Manda's attention, prompting the serpent to coldly glare at him and declare, I've decided. I won't need those 200 sacrifices. Tonight, I'll feast on boiled toads. Wanta swiftly unsheathed his long sword and scoffed at Manda. Humph, looks like we'll be having snake soup tonight. Observing the impending conflict and the internal discord among their allies, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged looks of resignation. After some time, they managed to pacify their respective summoning beasts, uniting against the common foe. Hanzo, witnessing this somewhat comical scene, chose not to exploit the moment. Perhaps he perceived no threat from Sato Shuichi and his companions. Sato Shuichi mounted the back of the fire-breathing dragon, soaring into the air. The dragon opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the salamander below, marking the commencement of battle. Despite the salamander's formidable size, its agility was remarkable. In an instant, it dove underground with Hanzo, then resurfaced beneath Manda's feet, inflicting significant damage. However, Wanta and the living slug were no pushovers. As the salamander attacked Manda, the slug sprayed a torrent of acidic liquid onto the salamander's back. While Wanta and Jiraiya executed a combined ninjutsu, the fire release, Toad Oil Fireball. A fireball, heated to a temperature rivaling the flames, struck the salamander directly. In pain, the salamander retreated back underground with Hanzo. At that moment, Wanta looked at the beleaguered Manda and taunted, "Can you even manage, you longworm? Getting beaten like this? Perhaps you should go home and find your mother." In response to Wanta's mockery, Manda shot at a cold glare before shaking its head and dislodging Orochimaru, diving underground to confront the salamander. The ensuing battle beneath the earth between Manda and the salamander caused the ground to tremble as if an earthquake were occurring. After a while, Manda and the salamander resurfaced. The salamander bore multiple bleeding wounds, while Manda also sustained numerous injuries and exhibited signs of poisoning. Chapter 50, The Three Ninjas. At this juncture, Tsunade hurriedly tossed a vial of antidote to Orochimaru. Upon receiving the antidote and thanking Tsunade, Orochimaru promptly threw the glass bottle into Manda's massive mouth. In no time, the effects of the poison were subdued. Witnessing this, the salamander, after a moment of contemplation, chose to return to the summoning realm. Faced with the living slug, Wanta, and Manda, it found the situation increasingly difficult, especially with the fire-breathing dragon looming above. Thus, to preserve its own life, the salamander opted to betray its master. Hanzo's previously neutral expression darkened. He had never anticipated that his longtime companion, the salamander, would fall so easily. The talents of Konoha truly seemed to emerge endlessly. Is this the essence of a great ninja village? Reflecting on the inconsequential figures from the REND village, Hanzo felt a wave of exhaustion. Nonetheless, he showed no signs of retreat, for he was the leader of the REND village and its ultimate line of defense. If he were to falter, the village would lose all hope. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Hanzo's figure vanished in an instant, causing Sato Shuichi and his companions to become immediately alert. Hanzo was renowned not only for his toxins and salamander, but also for his extraordinary water body technique. With the rain pouring down, his skill could rival even the space-time ninjutsu. Suddenly, Orochimaru lunged at Tsunade with the Kusanagi sword. Although Tsunade was unsure of Orochimaru's intentions, years of camaraderie led her to remain motionless. With a resounding clash, the tip of the Kusanagi met the scythe in Hanzo's hand. Hanzo aimed to eliminate Tsunade, the healer, but his plan was thwarted by Orochimaru's foresight. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tsunade's forehead. Without Orochimaru's intervention, even with her regenerative ninjutsu, she would have sustained severe injuries. While Orochimaru and Hanzo were at a standstill, Tsunade seized the moment, delivering a powerful punch to Hanzo's abdomen. However, her fist met nothing but air as Hanzo utilized his water body technique to escape the battlefield once more. This stalemate could not continue, so Sato Shuichi directed Charizard, unleash Sunny Day. With a triumphant roar, Charizard unleashed a torrent of fire towards the sky, dispelling the dreary rain. To everyone's astonishment, Charizard's flames pierced the clouds, revealing the long-lost sun. Nearby, the massive Wantai, unable to join the fray, nudged Manda beside him. "Have you heard of such a formidable summoning beast? It can alter the weather. How terrifying." Manda shot Wantai an annoyed glance and retorted, "Frog, don't touch me. I've never heard of such a summoning beast. Aren't there ancient toads in Mayaboka Mountain? Why don't you ask one?" With the rain's influence diminished, Hanzo's water body technique lost its previous extraordinary effectiveness. Though still swift, Orochimaru and his companions could now discern Hanzo's movements, unlike before when he seemed to wield space-time ninjutsu. Hanzo glanced at Sato Shuichi in midair, muttering inwardly, "This brat is truly bothersome." He then vanished again, only to reappear right where Sato had been moments before. However, having narrowly escaped Hanzo's last assault, Sato was now vigilant. As Hanzo attempted to employ his water body technique once more, Sato and Charizard had already retreated to the summoning realm. Without support, Hanzo plummeted from the sky. At that moment, Jiraiya suddenly formed a hand seal and shouted, "Needle Jizo, Chaos Lion's technique." His wild, spiky hair grew rapidly, ensnaring Hanzo in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade stomped the ground, creating a deep fissure, and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch that sent Hanzo hurtling away. Blood gushed from Hanzo's mouth as he flew through the air like a rag doll. At that instant, Orochimaru directed his hands towards the airborne Hanzo, exclaiming, "Hidden Shadow Snake Hands." Numerous venomous snakes shot forth from his hands, lunging at Hanzo. Although the snakes succumbed to the toxins enveloping Hanzo, they managed to leave their mark before perishing. "Huh, what a so-called demigod of the ninja world. He falls to our impassioned teamwork." Jiraiya jeered, hands on his hips, his expression one of triumph. Hanzo leaned against a large tree, taking deep breaths. Apart from the exceptional ninjas like Senju Hashirama and Tsunade, most ninja possessed high offensive but low defensive capabilities, and Hanzo was no exception. The recent onslaught from Orochimaru and his companions had inflicted considerable damage. Although he could remove his mask and fight desperately, it seemed pointless. Even if he were to take down Orochimaru and his companions, what would it matter? Konoha was still home to formidable figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and White Fang, while the Sand Village watched the Rain Village with hawkish interest. With the battle reaching this point, the outcome was already determined. Struggling to maintain his composure, Hanzo called out to Orochimaru and the others. Sarutobi Hiruzen is truly fortunate to have 3 such exceptional disciples. In the name of the demigod of the ninja world, I bestow upon you the title of 3 ninjas. This time, we of the Rain Village have lost this war. At that moment, Jiraiya quietly suggested, it seems Hanzo is on the brink of defeat. Should we not finish him off now? Orochimaru, glancing at Jiraiya with exasperation, replied, Hanzo hasn't even fought with all his might yet. Even if we were to defeat him, it would only benefit the Sand Ninja. Regardless, this war has already been won by us of Konoha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's reasoning, Jiraiya's face lit up with realization. However, upon seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru's incredulous expressions, he suddenly donned a serious demeanor. Ahem, I was merely testing you, Orochimaru. Such a simple truth is obvious to me. Don't leave yet. I have more to say. Observing Tsunade and Orochimaru walking away, Jiraiya felt a surge of annoyance. Meanwhile, Sato Hidaichi and Charizard emerged from the summoning realm. And he inquired, what of Hanzo? Jiraiya proudly wiped his nose and declared, Humph, under the brilliant leadership of the great Toad Sage, Hanzo is hardly worth mentioning. Had he not pleaded for mercy moments ago, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. However, Sato Hidaichi had no interest in Jiraiya's banter. Seeing that the battle had concluded, he instructed Charizard to return to the summoning realm while he pursued Tsunade. As Sato Hidaichi and Tsunade walked hand in hand, Jiraiya murmured to himself, what is going on with these two? Even if they are close, they shouldn't be holding hands like that. Soon, he dismissed the thought, a self-deprecating smile forming on his lips. With Tsunade's proud nature, how could she possibly be with Sato Hidaichi? Jiraiya then strode forward, catching up to the trio. Orochimaru's gaze fell on a nearby thicket, and a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Come out. I see you. Moments later, 2 ragged little figures cautiously emerged from the grass. Upon witnessing this, Sato Hidaichi understood everything. Even if one were to take Xiaonan away, Yahiko and Nagato would still, as in the original narrative, seek Jiraiya as their mentor. One cannot help but ponder how Orochimaru would feel upon realizing he had allowed a pair of Rinnegan eyes to escape his grasp. However, it is worth noting that White Zetsu would undoubtedly be lurking nearby, keeping a watchful eye on Nagato. Even if Orochimaru were to learn about Nagato's possession of the Rinnegan, acquiring them under Uchiha Obito's command would prove exceedingly difficult. Tsunade glanced at Nagato and let out a slow sigh. After all, they were merely 2 orphans of war. There was little worth concerning oneself about. Yet, Orochimaru had no such benevolence. With a flick of his wrist, he produced 2 shurikens and hurled them towards Nagato and Yahiko. We are still amidst the chaos of battle. There can be no room for complacency. At that moment, a figure suddenly interposed themselves between Nagato and Yahiko, intercepting the shurikens with ease. Orochimaru, you truly are a cold-hearted individual. Those 2 youngsters pose no threat to us, do they? Jiraiya remarked, turning to face Orochimaru, who had momentarily stilled his murderous intent. For the sake of 2 inconsequential individuals, it would be unwise to create discord with a longtime comrade. Jiraiya crouched down, revealing a radiant smile. You 2 are not frightened, are you? This is not a safe place. You ought to leave swiftly. He gently patted the heads of Nagato and Yahiko before preparing to depart. Observing Jiraiya's retreating figure, Yahiko suddenly summoned the courage to shout, Ninja Master, my name is Yahiko. And this is Nagato. May we follow you to learn ninjutsu? Jiraiya halted, turning back to scrutinize Yahiko with curiosity. What compels you to seek to learn ninjutsu from me? Without hesitation, Yahiko replied, for strength, for only with sufficient power can one protect this nation that weeps incessantly. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. His reason urged him to return to Konoha immediately, to bask in the adulation and glory of a hero. Yet, within Yahiko, He perceived a spirit that resonated deeply with him. This evoked memories of the prophecy from the great sage Toad. He had once believed that Minato Namikaze was the foretold child, only for Sato Hideo's emergence to overshadow Minato's brilliance. Yet again, within Yahiko, Jiraiya glimpsed another possibility. After much contemplation, Jiraiya revealed a profound expression. "You must prepare yourselves. I shall show no mercy." Orochimaru's face contorted with impatience, having already deduced Jiraiya's intentions. "Jiraiya, do not pursue such unnecessary actions. The teacher awaits our return to Konoha." Jiraiya jovially patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Hans has surrendered. Surely the war has concluded. My return to Konoha holds little significance. Just convey my regards to the old man when you and Tsunade return. Besides, the land of rain offers excellent material for my upcoming work." Realizing he could not sway Jiraiya, Orochimaru muttered a warning to take care of himself before departing. Tsunade cast a resigned glance at Jiraiya, sighed, and followed suit. Jiraiya, watching Sato Hideo, felt a surge of emotion. "Little one, I did not expect you to possess such loyalty. Return to Konoha with peace of mind. I shall take good care of myself." Sato Hideo's expression turned into a deadpan stare as he retorted, "What sentimental nonsense is this? Remember to send my manuscript payment back and introduce me to the publishers in Konoha." In response, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then produced a handwritten letter and handed it to Sato Hideo. He also shared the names of his collaborators in Konoha, instructing Sato Hideo to present the letter when the time came. After expressing gratitude, Sato Hideo summoned a fire-breathing dragon and sped toward Tsunade. Observing Sato Hideo's carefree departure, Yahiko's eyes glimmered with admiration. "Teacher, will I also have such impressive companions in the future?" Chapter 52, The Rope Tree. Set aside seeing the expressions of yearning on Yahiko and Nagato's faces, Jiraiya's lips twitched slightly. In truth, ninjas do not require extravagant embellishments. Practicality reigns supreme. It is not that one cannot afford a dragon. Rather, the cost-effectiveness of a toad is far superior. After bidding farewell to Jiraiya, Sato Hideo and his companions returned to Konoha along with the ninjas from their camp. Upon learning that Jiraiya intended to remain in the land of rain, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely offered a resigned smile. He understood better than anyone the thoughts of his three troublesome disciples. Ultimately, under Tsunade's seemingly ravenous gaze, Sato Hideo returned home, cradling Kushina in his arms. Of course, trailing behind them was a small shadow. Although Xiaonan had officially become a resident of Konoha, she lacked a home of her own. If Sato Hideo did not take her in, she would likely have to revert to sleeping on the streets. However, at that moment, Xiaonan's mind was filled with bewilderment. Wasn't Jiraiya-sama his girlfriend? Why was there now a red-haired older sister? The world truly was perplexing. Once home, Kushina curiously turned to Xiaonan and extended her hand. "Hello, Xiaonan. Hideo mentioned you in his letter. My name is Kushina. I look forward to getting to know you." Xiaonan tentatively placed her hand in Kushina's, a shy smile adorning her face. "Kushina-ne, I hope we can get along." Upon hearing Xiaonan refer to her as sister, Kushina's face lit up with joy. This was the first time she felt like an adult. She excitedly took Xiaonan on a tour, leaving Sato Hideo in her wake. In the dead of night, within Sato Hideo's room, Kushina gazed at Sato Hideo, who had closed his eyes. Suddenly, she softly asked, "Hideo, do you have anything you wish to say to me?" Sato Hideo opened his eyes, meeting Kushina's expressionless face, and uncertainly replied, I love you." Kushina reached beneath the covers and pinched him sharply at the waist. "Do you not have anything to confess?" Sato Hideo's gaze flickered as he realized that, although he had prepared himself to reveal all to Kushina, he had not anticipated the moment arriving so swiftly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sato Hideo sprang from the bed. Under Kushina's astonished gaze, he promptly knelt on the floor. After all, in Japan, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with a kneel. If that fails, another can follow. "I am sorry, Kushina. I have erred. Please forgive me." Observing Sato Hideo's humble posture, Kushina scoffed and retorted, "I did not expect you to be so charming, managing to win over even teacher Tsunade. Were you planning to keep this from me forever?" Sato Hideo hurriedly approached Kushina, adopting a fawning expression. "Actually, I intended to confess tomorrow. But I never expected our Kushina to be so astute, immediately discerning the truth. Humph, do not underestimate a woman's intuition in such matters. Furthermore, when you picked me up today, Tsunade-sensei's expression was one of such intensity that it seemed she could devour me whole. Only a fool would remain oblivious to the underlying tension between you two. Afterward, Shuichi Sato sweet-talked for quite some time before regaining the right to return to bed. However, just as they were about to sleep, Kushina suddenly blurted out, "What is the nature of your relationship with Tsunade-sensei?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shuichi replied, "It's nothing serious. Of course, my first time is reserved for you. Now, let's sleep. We need to help Konan with her enrollment at the Ninja Academy tomorrow." Kushina cast a skeptical glance at Shuichi, and after scrutinizing him for a while, without finding any flaws, she slowly closed her eyes. The following morning, after breakfast, the three of them set off towards the Ninja Academy. Konan held Shuichi's left hand while grasping Kushina's right hand, and as they walked down the street, they truly resembled a family. Naturally, if Shuichi and Kushina appeared a bit more mature, it would have looked even more authentic. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Shuichi was taken aback to see an unexpected person. "Nagashi, what are you doing here?" Curiosity flickered across Shuichi's face as he looked at Nagashi. It was evident that Nagashi was equally surprised to encounter Shuichi here, his face lighting up with excitement. "Shuichi, I was planning to find you after class. I didn't expect you to come here. I haven't thanked you for saving me yet. Without your help, who knows what might have happened. Our relationship doesn't require further explanation, as you are essentially my brother-in-law." Shuichi glanced discreetly at Kushina and Konan in the distance before quietly responding. Hearing this, Nagashi's face displayed a look of confusion. "I mean, what's so great about that old hag? She's temperamental, lazy, greedy, and enjoys drinking and gambling. Isn't she just a wasteful woman? Shuichi, you're so handsome and powerful. How could you fall into her hands? Were you coerced? Don't worry, I will help you seek justice." Nagashi's indignant expression caused Shuichi's demeanor to shift to one of bemusement. He had never anticipated that Tsunade would be perceived in such a light by his brother. He couldn't help but wonder how many months Nagashi would spend in the Konoha hospital if Tsunade were to hear his words. "All right, enough of that nonsense. How did you end up here? And it seems you've become a teacher." At Shuichi's inquiry, Nagashi's expression became somewhat wistful. "After that near-fatal experience, I realized I am not like you or Minato, who are geniuses. The probability of becoming Hokage is even slimmer than my sister quitting gambling. Therefore, I might as well dedicate myself to the education of Konoha. Producing a Hokage would still be quite an accomplishment." Observing Nagashi's somewhat despondent expression, Shuichi paused for a moment before patting him on the shoulder. Chapter 53. Enrollment. People often grow unexpectedly, and Nagashi's current situation is considerably better than in the original narrative. Given his character and background, he should be able to become a commendable teacher. As Shuichi contemplated this, a gentle voice suddenly interrupted. "Excuse me, who are you?" Turning towards the voice, Shuichi beheld a fair-faced, demure-looking female teacher who was curiously assessing him. At the appearance of this teacher, Nagashi's demeanor shifted to one of panic. "Good morning, Teacher Kanako. This is my lifelong friend, Shuichi Sato. He has come to enroll the children from his family." In that instant, Shuichi understood Nagashi's motivation for becoming a teacher. It was indeed for the sake of Teacher Kanako. This arrangement is quite favorable, as it ensures that the Senju clan will not become as extinct as the original narrative suggested, aside from Tsunade. After exchanging knowing glances with Nagashi, Shuichi discreetly jogged to catch up with Kushina and Konan. Typically, students must undergo assessments upon enrollment. However, given Shuichi's current status, he could easily secure Konan's exemption from testing. Thus, after successfully completing her enrollment formalities, the three of them decided to enjoy a lunch at a barbecue restaurant. As they stepped out of the Ninja Academy, they spotted two individuals clad in tight green attire, walking on their hands and shouting about youth as they passed by. This rather absurd scene prompted Shuichi to remark, "When did the atmosphere in Konoha change to this?" Upon hearing Shuichi's comment, the two individuals surprisingly leaped into the air, executing a swift backflip before landing gracefully and giving Shuichi a thumbs up, revealing their gleaming white teeth. "Thank you for the support." At this moment, Shuichi finally recognized the identities of the father-son duo. The father was Might Dai, renowned for having defeated the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, while the son, Might Guy, was the one who nearly kicked his way to the finale. Consequently, a warm smile spread across Shuichi's face. "Keep it up. I believe your youth will never fade." Might Guy and his father, clearly taken aback by Shuichi's encouraging response, had faced nothing but scorn and ridicule from passers-by until now. Might Guy embraced his father, tears streaming down his face. "Dad, our youth has truly received recognition from others. Might Guy wiped his eyes and affectionately patted Might Guy's head. Guy, I told you that one day, the villagers would acknowledge us. In gratitude to this perceptive young man. How about we add an extra 500 laps to our training today? I feel my youth igniting. 500 laps aren't nearly enough. Let's make it 1,000. With that, the father and son duo resumed their training, walking on their hands. Shuichi, you aren't the type to encourage others only to mock them behind their backs. Are you? Kushina looked up at Shuichi, perplexed by his sudden display of enthusiasm. In response, Shuichi wore a resigned expression and ruffled Kushina's hair. Do you think of me as such a villain? Do not underestimate that father and son. In terms of taijutsu, the father might be the strongest in Konoha. Kushina swatted Shuichi's mischievous hand away and asked curiously, but isn't that man just a genin? How could his taijutsu be so formidable? The strongest in the village should be Tsunade-sensei, right? They practice the 8 gates technique. Don't you think that relying solely on taijutsu makes them the strongest? Shuichi's response seemed to dispel Kushina's doubts, and she felt a newfound respect for the Might family. Aside from her expertise in sealing techniques, Kushina possessed knowledge of other forbidden arts. She was familiar with the 8 gates technique, as it was the only forbidden art that allowed users to significantly enhance their power. Shuichi had once contemplated learning the 8 gates, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to its stringent requirements. With the energy required to train in the 8 gates, he believed it more prudent to focus on mastering the Flying Thunder God technique instead. After all, the latter was far more elegant, unlike the 8 gates, which exacted a heavy toll on life. Due to the exceedingly stringent conditions for mastering the 8 gates of Duanjia, thus far, only Might Guy within the entire Hidden Leaf village has succeeded in mastering this forbidden technique. As for Might Guy's son, he is yet to earn his father's acknowledgement. At that moment, an unexpected voice resonated beside Sato Shuichi. Oh, is that our hero of the leaf? It exclaimed, how could you possibly have such a large daughter? Following the sound, Sato Shuichi turned to find Kakashi, a young boy wearing a mask, walking towards him. Truly, Kakashi embodies his persona well. Donning a mask at such a tender age, does he carry a hefty burden of idolization? White Fang, think logically. It is impossible for me to have such a large daughter, Sato Shuichi replied. This is my younger sister, Konan, who has come today to complete her enrollment procedures for the Ninja Academy. Is this young lad beside you your son? A proud smile immediately graced White Fang's face. Haha, I told you, you are still quite young. How could you possibly have a child so soon? This is my son, Kakashi. Isn't he exceptionally handsome? Bearing a resemblance to my youthful self? Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment at his father's public praise. Still a naive youth, he felt shy under such scrutiny. Far from the brazen demeanor he would later adopt in adulthood. Dad, please refrain from speaking such strange things in front of others, Kakashi protested. White Fang chuckled heartily. All right, I shall keep quiet. He then turned his attention to Sato Shuichi. I must also take Kakashi to complete his enrollment. Let us converse later. Do visit my home for tea when you have the chance. Subsequently, White Fang led Kakashi into the Ninja Academy. At this juncture, Kushina suddenly reached out to pinch Konan's smooth cheek. Konan, it seems your school life will be quite thrilling. Remember to heed your teacher's words and never skip classes like certain individuals. As she spoke, Kushina's gaze incessantly swept over Sato Shuichi, clearly hinting at someone. Upon hearing this, Konan cast a curious glance at Sato Shuichi. In her eyes, he had always been a figure of admirable stature. How could he ever skip classes? Surely, the fault lay with the Ninja Academy, not with Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi scratched the back of his head, revealing a somewhat awkward expression. For one who has lived 2 lifetimes, sitting in a classroom among a group of young children felt exceedingly uncomfortable. Thus, after mastering the shadow clone technique, he had his clones attend classes in his stead. However, one day, a misunderstanding ensued. On that day, the teacher unexpectedly conducted a surprise assessment of the students' combat abilities. And Sato Shuichi's opponent was Kushina. In front of an audience, Kushina easily shattered Sato Shuichi's clone with a single punch. The scene plunged into silence, and after a moment, someone shouted, "This is bad. The whirlpool has killed Sato." The crowd erupted into chaos. That very evening, Kushina even purchased paper money to visit Sato Shuichi's home, intending to pay her respects. When Sato Shuichi's figure appeared before her, she was so startled that she burst into tears. It took considerable effort for Sato Shuichi to explain his survival, and he found himself on the receiving end of Kushina's wrath. Curiously, this incident inadvertently strengthened the bond between Sato Shuichi and Kushina. If only he had not been punished by the teacher to write an 8,000-word reflection the following day. It would have been perfect. Reflecting on this, a mischievous smile crept across Sato Shuichi's face. Occasionally skipping class is inconsequential, but if anyone bullies you, be sure to return and tell me. I will certainly seek justice for you. Do not be like certain individuals who can only sob pitifully. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words, Kushina initially intended to respond in agreement, but her mind suddenly recalled a particular incident. Consequently, her face flushed crimson, and she swiftly delivered a punch to Sato Shuichi. Shuichi, are you trying to get yourself killed? That wasn't even your fault. If you hadn't used clones to attend class, how could I have possibly misinterpreted your death? Fortunately, Kushina had not learned Tsunade's monstrous strength. Otherwise, that blow would have left Sato Shuichi in a considerable amount of discomfort. Observing the playful banter between the two, Konan felt a pang of envy. She too wished to be affectionate towards Sato Shuichi like Kushina, yet she feared eliciting his aversion. After all, compared to the deeply bonded Kushina, Konan was merely a newcomer to the Hidden Leaf Village. Once the enrollment procedures were completed, the trio returned to Sato Shuichi's home. In the courtyard, Konan diligently practiced the three-body technique that Sato Shuichi had just taught her. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi reclined on the tatami in the tea room, resting his head on Kushina's smooth thigh, a look of utter contentment adorning his face. By the way, Kushina, how have you been getting along with the Nine Tails? Sato Shuichi abruptly shattered the tranquil atmosphere. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Kushina's exquisite jawline. Some individuals may appear unattractive when viewed from below, yet the opposite holds true from above. This is precisely why photographs are often taken from a higher angle. However, Kushina defied this notion from any angle. Her lovely visage remained breathtaking. Are you referring to that great fox? I have visited it a few times before, but it always screams loudly. So I locked it away in a small dark room, Kushina replied. Upon hearing her response, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for the Nine Tails, whom he had never met. Compared to other tailed beasts, the Nine Tails residing within Kushina's body endured a rather dismal existence. Under Kushina's advanced sealing techniques, the Nine Tails was held captive, unable to gaze upon the world outside, let alone escape the formidable chains that bound it. Although Kushina could extract the Nine Tails chakra for her own use, the amount obtained was minimal. If only the Nine Tails willingly lent its chakra to Kushina, the perfect Jinchuriki, she could ascend from the rank of Jonin to that of a formidable Kaguya. It is noteworthy that in the original storyline, Naruto wielded the power of half of the Nine Tails to dominate the ninja world, while Kushina housed the entirety of the Nine Tails, undoubtedly amplifying her strength to terrifying heights. Thus, after exchanging a few words with Kushina, Sato Shuichi employed a sealing technique to enter her inner world. Kushina's inner realm was not a dark, dank sewer. On the contrary, it was exceedingly luminous. However, the furnishings were oddly familiar to Sato Shuichi. After surveying his surroundings, he turned to Kushina beside him. Isn't this my home? How did you manage to replicate it so precisely? Kushina stuck out her little tongue, a mischievous grin gracing her face. What do you mean your home? This is clearly my home. Never mind the details. Let me show you that extraordinary fox. Under Kushina's guidance, Sato Shuichi followed her from a cozy area to a chilling, prison-like chamber. At the end of this prison was a large fox bound tightly with golden chains. Upon seeing Kushina, the Nine Tails became agitated, its massive form thrashing about in an attempt to break free from its shackles. Yet, those chains appeared unyieldingly strong, and no matter how fiercely the Nine Tails struggled, it remained ensnared without any sign of damage. The Nine Tails, at a loss, could only roar at Kushina, "Damn brat of the Uzumaki clan, once I escape, I will tear you to shreds." In response to the Nine Tails' intimidation, Kushina displayed no hint of fear. Instead, she wore an expression of impatience. "You foul fox, why are you shouting so much? Is your skin itching?" Unlike her usual carefree demeanor, Kushina appeared particularly haughty at that moment. This unusual scene captivated Sato Shuichi, who couldn't help but stare at Kushina. Under Sato Shuichi's fervent gaze, Kushina soon faltered, explaining, "Grandma Mito said that one must not show fear in front of the Nine Tails, or it will only become more ferocious. My character isn't that terrible, so please don't misunderstand, Shuichi." Chapter 55, Kurama. Observing Kushina's anxious expression, Sato Shuichi squeezed her right hand and elaborated, "I don't think what Kushina just did was bad. On the contrary, I find it quite fascinating. I like every version of you. It would be perfect if you could look at me disdainfully while stepping on me." Hearing the first part of his statement, Kushina felt somewhat touched. However, upon hearing the latter, a look of disdain crossed her face. "Shuichi, you're even more perverted than I imagined. Is there nothing but lewd thoughts in your mind?" Meanwhile, the Ninetales glared at Kushina and Sato Shuichi, who were flirting with each other, a fierce expression twisting its features. Although tailed beasts lacked gender, Sato Shuichi and Kushina's behavior was a blatant disregard for the formidable Ninetales, akin to rubbing its face into the ground repeatedly. Thus, the Ninetales let out an unwilling roar. "You two humans, disappear from my sight at once, or face the consequences." Despite its vicious tone, the seal firmly bound it, leaving only empty threats. Before Kushina could issue another warning, Sato Shuichi released her hand and slowly approached the Ninetales, gazing up at its furious visage. "Kurama, you seem rather noisy." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales' rage evaporated, replaced by endless confusion. Kurama was indeed the Ninetales' true name, yet aside from the other 8-tailed beasts, no one else should know it. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama only recognized the Ninetales by its 9 tails, unaware of its real name. Seeing Sato Shuichi calm the enraged Ninetales with a mere phrase, Kushina couldn't help but regard him with admiration. Once, she had wished to build a rapport with the Ninetales, but no matter what she said, it refused to listen. Even when she employed sealing techniques to teach it a lesson, the Ninetales merely shot her hateful glances. "Human, how do you know that name?" the Ninetales demanded, its large eyes locked onto Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi sat cross-legged, not directly answering the Ninetales' question, but instead turning to Kushina. "Kushina, please release the sealing technique on Kurama." Kushina nodded and formed a seal with her fingers. Instantly, the thick chains binding the Ninetales vanished. At the same time, Kushina remained on guard, ready to control the Ninetales should it suddenly lash out at Sato Shuichi. Although the Ninetales could easily crush Kushina with a single finger, in her home turf, it would be simpler for her to restrain the beast than catching a chick, showcasing the strength of the Uzumaki clan. Once freed, the Ninetales first stretched lazily, then surprised Kushina by mimicking Sato Shuichi's posture and sitting cross-legged facing him. "Human, it seems you know quite a lot." "Of course. It's just that Otsutsuki Kaguya created your kind." The Ninetales' pupils widened involuntarily. It had only intended to provoke Sato Shuichi, never expecting him to know of Otsutsuki Kaguya as well. This young-looking individual before it surely couldn't be an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years, the Ninetales mused. Seeing the Ninetales fall silent, Sato Shuichi pressed on. "Kurama, how about we make a deal?" The Ninetales crossed its arms, a disdainful expression on its face. "Humph, you humans are all deceitful. I won't fall for your lies." Faced with the Ninetale skepticism, Sato Shuichi uttered a single line that pierced through its defenses. "But Otsutsuki Kaguya is also human, isn't she?" In truth, Sato Shuichi's statement was somewhat misleading, as Otsutsuki Kaguya and her brothers did not strictly belong to humanity. They were beings created by Otsutsuki Kaguya from the fruit of the divine tree. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales became agitated, extending its right claw to point at Sato Shuichi. Roaring, "You humans are not even worth a fraction of the old man's pinky finger. There's nothing to discuss." Seeing the Ninetales' sudden fury, Kushina initially intended to use the sealing technique to regain control. However, Sato Shuichi shot her a glance, preventing the Ninetales from being resealed. After a bout of roaring, the Ninetales did not retaliate against Sato Shuichi. Instead, it turned its massive body away, presenting its 9 tails and muttering, "Give it up, no matter how sweet your words." "I won't be fooled." Watching the Ninetale swaying tails, Sato Shuichi felt a surge of curiosity about their texture. Confident in Kushina, he boldly reached out, gently grasping one of the Ninetale's tails and burying his face into it. The tail was incredibly soft, surpassing even the finest silk, and it bore no odor, as if it were meticulously cared for at every moment. This action left both Kushina and the Ninetales stunned. For the first time, they shared a common thought: how bold Sato Shuichi was. After a brief moment of astonishment, the Ninetales swiftly retracted its tail and seized Sato Shuichi in its grasp. "Human, do you really think I won't dare to move against you?" Sato Shuichi wore an expression of indifference. "I trust Kushina. She will surely restrain you before you can act. Besides, I am merely a spiritual entity now. Even if you were to crush me, I would only need a nap to recover." Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words, The Ninetales realized it truly had no means to deal with him. What kind of world is this? The mightiest of tailed beasts is utterly powerless against a mere human. Who is truly the tailed beast here, Sato Shuichi or the Ninetales? Chapter 56. Kushina. At 18, standing like a henchman. Observing the now silent Ninetales, Sato Shuichi continued, Kurama, your current situation is rather precarious. There are those outside who seek to resurrect the Ten-Tails. Upon hearing this, a flicker of apprehension flashed in the Ninetales' eyes. Because Sato Shuichi was aware of its connection with the Sage of Six Paths, it harbored a measure of trust towards him. However, relinquishing the dignity of being the most powerful tailed beast to collaborate with Sato Shuichi left the Ninetales feeling somewhat disgraced. In response, the Ninetales gently placed Sato Shuichi back on the ground and lay down, speaking with a cold demeanor. Enough, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. You should return. There is no way I would form an alliance with cunning humans. Sato Shuichi exchanged glances with Kushina and withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Once back in reality, Kushina eagerly poured out her confusions to Sato Shuichi. Shuichi, how did you know the name of that great fox? And who is Otsutsuki Kaguya? You are so impressive. You managed to calm that great fox down in an instant. It ignored everything I said before. Observing the curiosity etched on Kushina's face, Sato Shuichi could not resist gently pinching her smooth cheek, then proceeded to narrate the origins of the Ninetales. After hearing Sato Shuichi's account, Kushina expressed with a hint of nostalgia. So, the legend of the Sage of Six Paths is indeed true. I always thought it was a tale for children. After sending Konan to the Ninja Academy, Sato Shuichi found his life completely relaxed. Each day, he would study the Flying Thunder God technique at home. And in his spare time, he would go on dates with Kushina and occasionally train with Tsunade. 2 years swiftly passed, and both Kushina and Mikoto had shed their youthful innocence, blossoming into graceful beauties. Meanwhile, the once malnourished and frail Konan had regained her vitality, promising to become an extraordinary beauty in the future. Today marked a special occasion, the birthday of the illustrious Jinchuriki, Kushina. To celebrate her birth, Sato Shuichi had arranged for Konan and Mikoto to join in the festivities the day before. On this day, Sato Shuichi was as usual, meticulously carving the Flying Thunder God symbol onto a specially crafted kunai. After 2 years, he had finally managed to grasp the essence of this space-time ninjutsu. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly. In rushed Kushina, her lively spirit illuminating the room. Shuichi, do you know what day it is today? Intent on surprising Kushina, Sato Shuichi feigned indifference. Is it ramen festival? Of course not. It's my birthday, you big fool. However, the idea of a ramen festival is splendid. I must establish it once I become Hokage. Though Sato Shuichi seemed to have forgotten her birthday, Kushina felt no trace of displeasure. After their exchange, she took his hand, eager to invite Mikoto for a celebration in town. However, upon arriving at Mikoto's home, they were informed that she had left early in the morning. Feeling dejected, Kushina's expression visibly soured. Shuichi is a big fool. Mikoto is also a big fool for forgetting my birthday. It's utterly outrageous. Watching Kushina's crestfallen demeanor, Sato Shuichi contemplated whether he should offer some comfort. Before he could utter a word, however, Kushina regained her spirit. Sulking with you guys is pointless. I have decided. I will feast extravagantly today, and I shall empty your wallet, Shuichi. Seeing Kushina's renewed enthusiasm, a smile crept across Sato Shuichi's face. Over the years, he had earned considerable wealth through his investments in mining and real estate, far surpassing Tsunade's inheritance from the Senju clan. After all, in the absence of war, Tsunade had returned to her former vice, gambling away her time as an easy target in casinos. Perhaps due to the presence of Shinsuke, she had not accrued any gambling debts. Otherwise, she might have struggled to afford a wife. Though Kushina declared her intention to deplete Sato Shuichi's finances, they chose not to dine at a high-end establishment, but instead returned to the familiar Ichiraku ramen. In Ichiraku, the young chef had transformed from a boy into a man, inheriting his father's legacy as the head chef. Handmade, the usual. As soon as they entered Ichiraku, Kushina guided Sato Shuichi to their favorite spot and confidently placed her order. Soon, a large bowl of salty ramen and a generous serving of seafood ramen were served. However, Kushina's salty ramen was piled high with chashu, clearly exceeding regular portions. Upon noticing Kushina's puzzled expression, the chef beamed warmly. Happy birthday, Kushina. You and Shuichi should settle down soon. Make sure to invite me to your wedding. Kushina, typically boisterous, momentarily felt shy upon hearing this. Shuichi and I are not in a hurry. Yet, she quickly grew flustered, playfully twisting her right hand against Sato Shuichi's waist, indignantly protesting. Even the chef remembers my birthday, and you dare forget? I am genuinely upset. You shall be punished to sleep on the sofa tonight. Hearing this, Sato Shuichi instinctively replied, Then I shall sleep at Sensei's place. At this, Kushina exploded with rage. She abandoned her beloved salty ramen, stood up, and glared at Sato Shuichi. Fine. Then go and spend your life with your Tsunade-sensei. With that, she turned on her heel, leaving no room for Sato Shuichi to explain himself. At that moment, the chef's voice drifted over. What are you still doing sitting there? Go after her. Only then did Sato Shuichi snap to attention, rushing after Kushina. Observing Sato Shuichi's urgent figure, the chef felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Recalling his own youthful experiences, had he chosen to retreat back then, he might have regretted it for life. Chapter 57. The small grove. As the saying goes, an angry woman is harder to chase than a New Year's pig. No matter how Sato Shuichi reached out, Kushina deftly evaded him with agile movements. Their playful chase soon led them away from the bustling crowds to a secluded grove. Upon reaching this familiar grove, Sato Shuichi abruptly halted, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. During their time at the Ninja Academy, he and Kushina would often come here to play after school. This place served as their secret base, a witness to the growing warmth of their relationship. When Kushina noticed the footsteps behind her had ceased, she turned around to voice her grievances. You fickle scoundrel, you gave up so quickly. I was truly blind to have chosen someone like you. Before Kushina could finish her words, Sato Shuichi had covered her mouth with his own, appearing before her in an instant from a distance of 10 meters. One could only ponder how Senju Tobarama would react upon discovering that Sato Shuichi used the Flying Thunder God technique he had painstakingly developed to pursue romance. After a long moment, Sato Shuichi finally released Kushina's lips, yet his arms remained securely wrapped around her waist. The fiery anger within Kushina had dissipated significantly. She gently leaned her head against Sato Shuichi's chest and softly remarked, How dare you forget your girlfriend's birthday? If it were anyone else, they would have already kicked you to the curb. I must be quite foolish to have so easily forgiven you, you rogue. Sato Shuichi lowered his head, inhaling the delightful scent of Kushina's hair. They say foolish people enjoy foolish fortunes, and I certainly did not mean to forget. Kushina, being magnanimous, please forgive me this once. After speaking, Sato Shuichi took a deep breath, revealing an expression of slight intoxication. It was curious, despite both using the same shampoo. How could Kushina's hair carry such a fragrance? Ultimately, after signing a series of unequal treaties, Kushina finally ceased her pursuit of the matter. At that moment, Kushina suddenly wriggled out of Sato Shuichi's embrace and dashed towards a large stone. Shuichi, come quickly and take a look, she exclaimed, waving her hand animatedly. When Sato Shuichi approached, he discovered a crooked inscription on the stone. The vortex. Kushina and Sato Shuichi will be lifelong good friends. The handwriting indicated it was indeed Kushina's handiwork. Gazing at the inscription, a nostalgic expression washed over Kushina's face. How swiftly time had passed, in the blink of an eye. They had grown up so much. Sato Shuichi stepped forward to trace the letters, teasingly saying, So, Kushina, you have long had plans for me. How cunning of you. The previously somber atmosphere shattered instantly by Sato Shuichi's words, causing Kushina to leap onto his back and unleash a flurry of playful punches to his head. If you can't speak wisely, then don't speak at all. I merely wish to be your lifelong friend. And who would have thought you would be so shameless as to take me entirely? After a bout of playful scuffling, Kushina suddenly clutched her stomach, looking at Sato Shuichi. It's your fault. I haven't had a single bite of ramen, and now I'm nearly starving. Sato Shuichi shrugged helplessly, replying, All right. It's all my fault. How about we head back for a meal? I'm feeling a bit hungry myself. However, Kushina, with a twinkle in her eye, rejected his proposal. No, Shuichi, go catch some fish to grill instead. Just like when we were kids, I miss that flavor. Since it was Kushina's birthday, Sato Shuichi obliged her wishes. Reflecting on the nameless stream before them, he felt a wave of sentimentality. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, he hadn't visited this place to catch fish in years. In those days, he was just a small fry angler. As a fishing enthusiast, it was common to come home empty-handed. Back then, he and Kushina would forage for wild vegetables to grill. However, times had changed. Sato Shuichi no longer relied on fishing rods. He employed a new method. After a series of crackling sounds, he quickly amassed a considerable catch. When he returned with the cleaned fish, Kushina had already prepared a fire. Their unspoken understanding required no elaboration. Once they had indulged in their meal, Kushina disregarded any semblance of ladylike behavior, plopping down on the ground and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Upon witnessing this, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but display a look of disdain. What kind of expression is that? Truly uncouth. Do you believe I want tea smeared on your clothes? As she spoke, Kushina rubbed her greasy hand against Sato Shuichi's attire. Moments later, his once pristine clothing was rendered a mess. Kushina's face broke into a bright smile. Huh, you called me messy. Now look at you. After a brief respite, Kushina stood up, dusted off her pants, and declared, All right, let us head back. Konan should be finishing school soon. It's time to prepare dinner. Bathed in sunlight, Kushina seemed to radiate a glow, exuding an air reminiscent of a virtuous wife. As they approached home, Sato Shuichi paused at the door, seemingly rooted to the spot. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and open the door. I need to wash up, she urged. Turning around, Sato Shuichi wore a troubled expression. I seem to have forgotten the keys. Kushina rolled her eyes, muttering, You're utterly useless. She then produced a wire from her pocket and skillfully inserted it into the lock. Observing her actions, Sato Shuichi was taken aback. When did you learn this trick? Are you secretly a master thief in the night? Chapter 58. The lockmaster Kushina shot Sato Shuichi a glare, retorting, Shut your mouth. You can't expect wisdom from a fool. With a click, the lock yielded, showcasing Kushina's impressive skill. In less than a few minutes, the once closed door swung open. Even if she were to abandon her ninja career, she could easily thrive as a locksmith. As she entered, Kushina led the way into the dimly lit room. The sunlight having nearly set, while she groped the walls in search of the light switch, the room suddenly illuminated, showering them with colorful streamers cascading from above. Kushina was momentarily stunned, then covered her mouth in astonishment, her face lighting up with joy. I wondered why you all were acting so strangely today. You had everything set up for me. This is amazing. Mikoto and Konan, dropping their party poppers, chorused, Happy birthday, Kushina, initially fearing her birthday had been forgotten. Kushina was overjoyed to discover it was simply a surprise. Her previously somber mood transformed into one of brightness. She rushed forward, enveloping Mikoto and Konan in a warm embrace. Thank you. I am truly delighted. At that moment, Sato Shuichi emerged holding a two-tiered cake. How could I forget the birthday of the world's most adorable Kushina? I merely wished to surprise you. Kushina released Mikoto and Konan, leaping onto Sato Shuichi, leaving a wet mark on his cheek. Mikoto, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but rub her arms in mock disgust. Ugh, how nauseating. You two are truly horrifying. Poor Konan, having to endure their lovebirds' antics daily. At this, Konan's face flushed with an unexpected hue as she quietly replied, It's not too bad. Shortly after, the three presented their gifts to Kushina. After indulging in cake and engaging in a few rounds of board games, Mikoto reluctantly took her leave, while Konan headed to her room to prepare for school the next day. Thus, only Sato Shuichi and Kushina remained in the room. Gazing at the blushing Kushina, Sato Shuichi delicately licked his upper lip, revealing a somewhat lascivious smile. Under the fervent gaze of Sato Shuichi, Kushina lightly tapped him on the shoulder. What kind of expression is that? You look utterly strange. All right, move aside. I need to take a shower. After saying this, Kushina attempted to bypass Sato Shuichi, heading towards the bathroom. However, as she passed by him, her body suddenly lost control and fell towards the bed. Observing Kushina beneath him, Sato Shuichi spoke in a husky voice. Kushina, do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day? Just give it to me. Kushina remained silent, her already flushed cheeks turning a deeper shade of crimson, reminiscent of her vibrant red hair. There are moments when words are unnecessary. The blush on the girl's face serves as the most eloquent response. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi lowered his head. After a brief moment, Kushina found herself staring into Sato Shuichi's face and shyly whispered, Let me take a shower first. Sato Shuichi buried his face in the nape of Kushina's neck, inhaling deeply, his expression one of intoxication. No need for a shower. Our Kushina always smells delightful, no matter the time. Moreover, even if you shower now, you'd have to do it again later. What a waste of water. This was followed by a sudden exclamation from Kushina, marking the commencement of an unexpected duel. The next morning, Sato Shuichi opened his eyes slowly. Kushina lay on him like a cat, completely unclad. As he gazed at the still slumbering Kushina, a blissful smile crept across his face. Last night, they had finally crossed the threshold together. From that moment forth, Kushina belonged entirely to him. Just as Sato Shuichi continued to admire her lovely face, Kushina gradually opened her eyes, still bearing a look of confusion as if struggling to comprehend what had transpired. After a moment, she finally came to her senses, promptly delivering a playful slap to Sato Shuichi. "You big villain. How could you do such a thing to me? If you dare abandon me, I will confiscate your tools and keep you in formalin for eternity." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi felt a chill beneath him. How had he never noticed that Kushina harbored the potential to become a yandere? Thus, he tightly embraced her, gently assuring her, "Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? Even in the next life, we shall remain as husband and wife." However, Sato Shuichi's sweet words did not deceive Kushina. She suddenly inquired, "What about Tsunade-sensei, Mikoto, and Konan?" Instantly, cold sweat appeared on Sato Shuichi's forehead. "Forget about Tsunade-sensei. What do you mean by Konan and Mikoto? Aside from you and the teacher, I have not pursued anyone else." "Huh, that's not necessarily true. I've noticed Konan's expressions towards you lately. They seem increasingly peculiar. Why are you getting jealous of someone like Konan? Anyway, I'm only interested in you and Tsunade-sensei. It's far more important for the three of us to live well together." Kushina gazed at Sato Shuichi, her expression skeptical. Yet, after a long moment, she found no cracks in his demeanor. At that moment, Sato Shuichi's hands began to wander restlessly across Kushina's smooth back. "Since it's still early, how about we engage in some morning exercises?" "No way. If Konan discovers this, how will I ever face anyone again?" "Don't worry, at this hour, Konan has already left for the Ninja Academy." After saying this, Sato Shuichi sealed Kushina's lips with his own. Chapter 59. Just one Shuichi, you are my most trusted junior. Thus, I intend to assign this crucial task to you. Do you have the confidence to accomplish it? Sarutobi Hizashi, pipe in mouth, gazed sternly at Sato Shuichi. Opposite him, Sato Shuichi lounged in his chair, nonchalantly fiddling with his fingers. After a moment, he responded in a dismissive tone, "Let us first see what the task is." Seeing Sato Shuichi's flippant demeanor, Sarutobi Hizashi felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. How polite and well-mannered Sato Shuichi had been before. Now he had become this way, clearly influenced by Tsunade. Moreover, Tsunade had even written my name on her IOU. How utterly absurd. The debt collectors have even come to my house. After silently cursing Tsunade for a moment, Sarutobi Hizashi handed Sato Shuichi a document, slowly explaining, "Recently, there have been some disturbances in the Mist Village, and they did not participate in the last Ninja World War. I suspect that they are brewing a conspiracy, so I would like to ask you to investigate. The mission is classified as A rank. I've heard that you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly, you are a pride of Konoha. This formidable task can only be entrusted to you, Shuichi." Sato Shuichi disregarded Sarutobi Hizashi's flattery, sinking into contemplation. If he recalled correctly, the Mist Village was also a group of unfortunate souls. They were likely under the control of Uchiha Madara, isolated from the world. By the time of the Third Ninja World War, Uchiha Obito had inherited Madara's mantle and started wreaking havoc on the Mist Village, creating the infamous Blood Mist. After pondering for a while, Sato Shuichi accepted the task. He was rather curious about the Mist Village, and it was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his new allies. Just then, a shadow behind Sato Shuichi suddenly quivered, as if something were concealed within. After bidding farewell to Kushina and the others, Sato Shuichi set out on his journey to the Mist Village. Unlike the other four great shinobi villages, the Mist Village was situated on a small island at the edge of the continent. The high-context way of saying it is, easy to defend, hard to attack. The low-context way is, a place where not even birds would defecate. After going through some disguises, Sato Shuichi boarded a small boat heading towards the Mist Village. Posing as an author seeking inspiration, it wasn't he entirely deceitful. After all, Liu Bei was also an author. After drifting on the water for 2 days, the boat finally reached shore. As soon as it docked, 2 Mist ninjas approached to investigate their identities. "Yamashita Shuichi, author? What do you write?" One of the Mist ninjas scrutinized Sato Shuichi's identification with uncertainty. Given that the Mist Village was perpetually shrouded in fog, it was evident that ordinary people wouldn't typically come here seeking inspiration. At that moment, Sato Shuichi leaned closer, and whispered something into the ear of the mist ninja. Instantly, the expression on the ninja's face transformed. "So you are the author of The Dark Teacher of the Ninja World. I'm a huge fan. Please give me your autograph." He then produced a hardcover edition of Young Aben, handing it to Sato Shuichi. Sato Shuichi accepted the book and, taking out a pen, elegantly signed the 4 characters of the Dark Teacher of the Ninja World. What a bizarre occurrence, coming to the Mist Village and encountering a fan. Moreover, this fellow appeared to be quite the earnest type. Who would have guessed he would be carrying such literature? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. During a conversation, Sato Shuichi learned that the book lover's name was Kojiro and that his companion was his younger brother, Nijiro. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi was tempted to inquire whether he had an elder brother named Sanjiro. After discussing the plot with Kojiro, Sato Shuichi bid farewell amidst his reluctant gaze. Had it not been for his mission, Kojiro would have eagerly volunteered to serve as Sato Shuichi's guide. Subsequently, Sato Shuichi rented a vigorous young horse and set off towards the hidden mist village. After riding for half a day, a vast village appeared before him. At that moment, a mist ninja suddenly appeared, eyeing him warily and asking, "Who are you? Why have you come to the hidden mist village?" Drawing from his previous encounter with Kojiro, Sato Shuichi adeptly recounted his origins. After a thorough inquiry, the mist ninja ultimately allowed him to pass. Despite the hidden mist village's reputation for isolation, the majority of its inhabitants were ordinary folk. Much like Konoha, the ninja community constituted only a small fraction of the village's population. Leading his horse, Sato Shuichi ambled forward, taking in his surroundings. In stark contrast to the bustling Konoha, the hidden mist village appeared considerably desolate. The faces of the villagers often bore a grim expression, seemingly dissatisfied with their lot in life. Moreover, a persistent fog enveloped the entire village, limiting visibility to about 10 meters. Beyond that, one could scarcely discern another's face. The people here also seemed somewhat insular. In less than half an hour, Sato Shuichi sensed no fewer than 20 malevolent gazes directed at him. Strikingly, these hostile stares did not belong to the mist ninjas, but rather to some ordinary villagers. This indicated that, compared to Konoha, the hidden mist village retained a certain rustic simplicity. After wandering around the village, Sato Shuichi settled into an inn. His choice of this particular establishment over the more lavish neighboring one was not solely due to the appealing appearance of the innkeeper. Rather, Sato Shuichi felt a connection to this inn. Having booked the finest room, it was exceptionally clean and tidy, complete with a daily meal service. After ensuring there were no surveillance devices in the room, Sato Shuichi addressed his shadow, saying, "Jengar, come forth." Suddenly, his shadow on the wall distorted, and before long, a wisp of mist emerged, taking the form of a ghostly figure with claws. Indeed, Sato Shuichi's third Pokémon was the renowned ghost type, Jengar. Chapter 60, The Onslaught of the Young Water Shadow. Ghost-type Pokémon naturally align well with the profession of a ninja, as they can conceal themselves within shadows. Whether for gathering intelligence or launching surprise attacks, they excel in such endeavors. Moreover, aside from sealing techniques, conventional ninjutsu proves ineffective against ghost-type Pokémon. Thus, Sato Shuichi felt at ease allowing Jengar to roam freely. After all, as a ghost-type Pokémon, Jengar relished playing pranks to instill fear, thereby absorbing fear energy. In Konoha, Sato Shuichi would often rein in Jengar's antics, but in the hidden mist village, an area rich in talent and resources, he encouraged Jengar to act boldly and freely. As long as it remained cautious, he was confident that soon enough, new urban legends would arise within the hidden mist village. After emitting a series of mischievous chuckles, Jengar's figure gradually passed through the wall, disappearing from Sato Shuichi's sight. It was now dusk, the bewitching hour in this neon realm. An opportune moment for Jengar to showcase its talents. Not long after the sun vanished entirely, a knock echoed from outside the door. Sato Shuichi opened it to find a server delivering his dinner. Tonight's meal consisted of grilled fish, a plate of pickles, a bowl of miso soup, and a generous serving of rice. Given the village's geographical proximity to water, most of its cuisine revolved around seafood. While this dinner was not extravagant by any means, it sufficed as complimentary sustenance. After finishing his meal, Sato Shuichi placed the empty dishes in the hallway, where the server would collect them. Fatigued from his day's journey, he took a quick bath before retiring for the night, leaving the private hot spring in his room for another day. Less than an hour into his slumber, Sato Shuichi abruptly opened his eyes and gazed at a shadowy figure nearby, remarking, Is this how guests are treated in the Hidden Mist Village? Or is it some peculiar custom? Upon saying this, he reached for the bedside lamp, illuminating the room. Under the warm light, a young girl, seemingly of similar age to Konan, stood awkwardly before him, her red-brown hair cascading down her shoulders, and her green eyes reflecting a deep embarrassment. She resembled a thief caught red-handed by the homeowner. Sato Shuichi rubbed his temples, wearing an expression of resignation. Initially, he had assumed that the mist ninjas were suspicious of him and had sent someone to surveil him, only to discover it was merely a child. However, the chakra within this child was surprisingly substantial, surpassing that of an average genin, qualifying her as a prodigy even within Konoha's ninja academy. After a prolonged silence, Sato Shuichi finally spoke. "Little one, what brings you here at this late hour? Planning to steal something? Such a young age. And already on the wrong path. What a troubling future for the Hidden Mist Village." Upon hearing this, the child's face shifted to one of indignation. "Do I look like I would covet your worthless trinkets? You should inquire around. Do you think I, Terumi Mei, am a petty thief? I was merely curious about which fool was wealthy enough to rent the most expensive room in my family's inn for an entire month." A realization dawned upon Sato Shuichi. This child was none other than the future 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. What a coincidence it was to find himself staying at her family's inn. Such is the whimsical nature of fate. "Well, you've seen enough. It's time for you to leave. If you don't, I'll have the guards come and escort you out," Sato Shuichi declared. Just as he finished speaking, a glint of determination flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. In an instant, she lunged towards Sato Shuichi, brandishing a kunai aimed at his head. With a swift whoosh, the wind stirred Sato Shuichi's bangs. Staring at the kunai mere inches from his face, Sato Shuichi remained unfazed, stating, "Is this an act of theft transformed into a murderous assault?" After contemplating Sato Shuichi's calm demeanor for a moment, Terumi Mei slowly withdrew her kunai. "There have been numerous spies infiltrating the village recently. I suspect you are one of them. Who would come to the Hidden Mist Village for leisure during this season? Are you so brazen? To draw a weapon against an ordinary person without so much as an apology?" Sato Shuichi retorted. "Humph. Ordinary people do not remain unfazed in the face of danger. What is your purpose in the Hidden Mist Village? If you suspect me of being a spy, then let the Dark Department apprehend me, rather than a mere child like you. If you have nothing more to say, then be gone. If you linger, I shall truly summon help." Terumi Mei shot a defiant glare at Sato Shuichi before continuing, "I will keep a watchful eye on you." With that, she leapt through the open window beside her. For reasons unknown, Terumi Mei felt an unsettling aura emanating from Sato Shuichi. Otherwise, she would not have conducted such a test. Once her figure vanished into the darkness, Sato Shuichi approached and shut the window. Being targeted on the very first day was hardly an auspicious sign, even if the individual was merely a student from a ninja academy. Nonetheless, Sato Shuichi would not underestimate Terumi Mei, for she was a prodigy possessing 2 bloodline limits in the future. The night passed in silence. After Terumi Mei departed, Sato Shuichi enjoyed a peaceful slumber until dawn. In the midst of his dreams, he suddenly felt a damp sensation on his face, rousing him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the mischievous grin of a Jengar, which, thankfully, did not possess the ability to drool. The creature's satisfied expression suggested it had indulged in a hearty meal the night prior. Disturbed by Jengar's antics, Sato Shuichi lost any desire to continue sleeping. Thus, he rose from his bed and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as he finished washing his face and was drying it with a towel, a sudden knock echoed from the door. He casually replied, "The door's unlocked. Come in." Chapter 61. Terumi Mei, you wouldn't want your families in to suffer. The sound of soft footsteps echoed on the wooden floor. Sato Shuichi glanced at the little figure carrying a tray and displayed a resigned expression. "What do you want, you little rascal?" Terumi Mei slammed the tray onto the table, causing miso soup to spill over. "Don't be ungrateful. I'm delivering your meal." She shot a fierce glare at Sato Shuichi. Hearing this, Sato Shuichi nearly laughed in exasperation. "Oh, did I beg you to bring me food? Isn't this service something I paid for? If you're so capable, refund my deposit, and I would have left this wretched place long ago. It's bad enough a lunatic broke in last night. I can't even enjoy breakfast in peace." Terumi Mei's face paled slightly, realizing that she was still just a student at the Ninja Academy. If she upset Sato Shuichi, a valuable customer, her mother would undoubtedly be furious. With this thought, a fawning smile crept onto Terumi Mei's face. "I apologize, I was rash last night. Please forgive me." Sato Shuichi approached the table and glanced at the breakfast. This soup is nearly spilled. How am I supposed to eat it? Hurry up and bring me a new one. Watching Sato Shuichi's audacious demeanor made Terumi Mei's teeth clench in frustration. Fine, I shall fetch you a new breakfast. Please wait a moment. Why was it brought down so quickly? Didn't that guest enjoy it? No, I accidentally spilled the soup while serving. Please prepare a fresh one. I will take it back up. Oh, be careful. Business isn't thriving. We cannot afford to lose that fat sheep. Shortly after, Terumi Mei returned with a freshly prepared breakfast. Making her way to Sato Shuichi's room. Just as she approached, she suddenly halted, casting a wary glance around. Lowering her head, she spat into the bowl of soup. Eat, eat, eat. I dare you to eat this. How infuriating. After completing her act, a satisfied expression adorned her face. However, as she lifted her head, her countenance froze. Sato Shuichi stood before her, wearing an ambiguous smile, holding a camera. Tell me, if I were to release this video, would your family and still be in business? Without hesitation, Terumi Mei set the tray aside and knelt down. I beg you, grant me another chance. I will not dare repeat my mistakes. If the inn were to close, her days of comfort would be over. Not only would she be unable to continue her studies at the Ninja Academy, but she might also find herself begging on the streets. Hence, she yielded to Sato Shuichi without dignity. Forgiving you isn't out of the question. But it depends on your performance, Sato Shuichi replied with a knowing expression. Terumi Mei raised her head, her expression shifting dramatically as she tightly clutched her clothing, responding defensively. You perverted old man, give up that thought. I will never submit to you. Sato Shuichi's expression stiffened as he scanned Terumi Mei's form, revealing a look of disdain. I haven't sunk so low as to desire someone as unappealing as you. Even if you offered me money, I would decline. Terumi Mei shot up, marching towards Sato Shuichi. Glaring up at him. How dare you look down on me? Have you considered what you look like? As she spoke, her confidence wavered. Under the sunlight, Sato Shuichi's face shone radiantly. Despite Terumi Mei's reluctance to admit it, he was the most handsome person she had ever encountered. Sure, you're somewhat handsome, but everything else is a disaster. You're truly a terrible person, she muttered under her breath, then turned to Sato Shuichi. Now tell me, what must I do for your forgiveness? Sato Shuichi stroked his chin thoughtfully and proposed, how about this? Since I am unfamiliar with Kirigakure, you can act as my guide until I leave. The notion of gathering intelligence on Kirigakure under the leadership of the future 5th Mizukage seemed intriguing. A mischievous grin crept across Sato Shuichi's face. That expression of yours is quite lewd. Besides, if you stay here for a few years, am I to be your guide for that long? That hardly seems fair, Terumi Mei protested with a look of distaste. Sato Shuichi playfully flicked her forehead. The humidity here is unbearable. I will stay for at most a month. Enough with the chatter. I'm hungry. Take me to eat. Rubbing her forehead, Terumi Mei nodded. She had no choice. Sato Shuichi held the upper hand. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head. However, Terumi Mei secretly vowed to herself, tonight, I will steal that camera. Just wait and see how arrogant you remain. After comforting herself, she led Sato Shuichi out of the inn. Soon, they arrived at a seemingly decent barbecue restaurant. Despite the morning hour, the establishment was bustling with patrons, suggesting that the food was quite good. After casually ordering a few dishes, Sato Shuichi requested a private room and awaited the meal. Sitting opposite him, Terumi Mei appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, humming an unrecognizable tune. Observing her demeanor, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but wear a look of skepticism. Could it be that this fellow brought me here with the ulterior motive of indulging in barbecue? In response to his remark, Terumi Mei, unfazed, retorted, wasn't it you who insisted I take you out for a meal? Now you're placing the blame on me. What a troublesome person you are. By the way, uncle, you mentioned you are a writer. What genre do you write in? Terumi Mei inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at Sato Shuichi. After a moment of contemplation, he directed his gaze toward the ceiling, stating, my works are perhaps too profound for you at this moment. It would be best to wait until you mature before delving into them. Really? You don't mean to say you write about Liu Bei, do you? Terumi Mei asked incredulously, scrutinizing Sato Shuichi's face. Under the pressure of her piercing gaze, Sato Shuichi maintained his composure, replying nonchalantly, what Liu Bei? That is called art. How could a child like you comprehend such matters? Besides, weren't you doubting my identity as a spy? Why are you now inquiring about my writings? Seated on her chair, Terumi Mei swung her short legs playfully. Huh, it seems you're quite out of touch. Kids these days know a great deal. But it's futile to discuss such matters with an old relic like you. Riders and ninjas are not mutually exclusive. I heard that Jiraiya from Konoha is a ninja who writes about Liu Bei, and he often peeks into women's baths. Sato Shuichi was taken aback, realizing that Jiraiya's fame had indeed reached the hidden mist village. Before he could ponder a suitable response, a sudden knock echoed from outside. A waiter entered, delivering fresh ingredients, some beef and vegetables. The steam rising from the beef indicated the exceptional freshness of the ingredients. What are you staring at? Hurry and grill the meat. Sato Shuichi urged Terumi Mei, irritation lacing his tone. Terumi Mei's face reflected disbelief. You have the audacity to ask me to grill the meat? I'm just a child. What a heartless person you are. However, Sato Shuichi swiftly countered, if I grill it, you shall pay. Hearing this, Terumi Mei promptly seized the tongs and began her task. After all, this was the most expensive barbecue restaurant in the hidden mist village. If she were to pay, it would deplete her allowance for half a year. Terumi Mei's decision to bring Sato Shuichi here was partly driven by a desire to indulge. As the charcoal grilled the meat, a layer of fat began to sizzle, dripping onto the coals and producing a delightful crackling sound. Under the Maillard effect, the beef emitted an enticing aroma, causing Terumi Mei to swallow hard, unable to resist. Although her family's inn was relatively large, the increasingly isolationist policies of the hidden mist village had led to dwindling patronage over the years. While she was not starving, the opportunity to enjoy barbecue was indeed rare. After all, being situated on a small island meant that livestock like pigs and cows had to be imported, making them considerably more expensive than fish. After a considerable wait, Terumi Mei eagerly placed the grilled meat onto her plate, ready to devour it. Just as she was about to take a bite, Sato Shuichi suddenly made a sound of contemplation. Terumi Mei's expression fell, and she swiftly swapped her plate with his. Sato Shuichi nodded in satisfaction, his face reflecting an understanding of her gesture. Then, under Terumi Mei's eager gaze, he picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. Although the taste was decent, he found it lacking. In comparison to Konoha's barbecue, the quality of both the meat and the marinade here fell short. Coupled with Terumi Mei's unrefined grilling skills, he could only rate it a 7 out of 10. Having not met his expectations, Sato Shuichi consumed only a small portion, barely filling his stomach. The remainder of the ingredients vanished into Terumi Mei's belly, leaving her looking quite satisfied and nearly bursting. After indulging in their meal, Terumi Mei led Sato Shuichi through the bustling crowd and into a dense forest. After traversing the woods for a while, a crystal-clear lake appeared before Sato Shuichi. As a token of gratitude for treating me to a meal, I shall make an exception and bring you to my secret base. You should be grateful. You are only the second person to visit here. Observing her proud demeanor, Sato Shuichi responded with a hint of melancholy. What is there to be proud of? The fact that I, a mere outsider, am the second person here only signifies your lack of friends. Terumi Mei's expression stiffened, as Sato Shuichi's words struck a nerve. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts deep. Though Terumi Mei possessed remarkable ninja talent, her humble origins meant she was not held in high regard by her peers from prestigious families. Furthermore, ordinary students often felt she was out of their league. Thus, in the hidden mist village, Terumi Mei had few genuine friends, only a handful of acquaintances she exchanged greetings with. Seeing her distressed expression, Sato Shuichi continued to add salt to her wounds. It seems I was right. Your social life is indeed lacking. Given your circumstances, I question whether you will ever find a partner. The moment those words left his mouth, Terumi Mei was thoroughly enraged. She took a running leap and pushed Sato Shuichi to the ground, sitting atop his abdomen. How could someone like you possibly understand my feelings? While Terumi Mei was considerably stronger than the average person, managing to topple Sato Shuichi was still a feat beyond her reach. However, as Sato Shuichi was currently posing as a defenseless rider, he allowed himself to fall backward. Hey, uncle, shouldn't you be comforting me now? She glared down at Sato Shuichi, displaying her dissatisfaction. First, get off me. I can hardly feel my waist. It's as if I've been rammed by an enraged wild boar. Humph. Have you ever seen a wild boar as naturally beautiful as me? And you, uncle, may appear tall, yet you are merely a decorative figure. Surely you are not some rich woman's kept man. A mischievous smile graced Terumi Mei's face. Were it not for the need to maintain his disguise, Sato Shuichi would have been inclined to seize Terumi Mei and demonstrate traditional performances, proving who truly was the decorative figure. Afterward, Terumi Mei helped Sato Shuichi lean against a large tree. She then picked up a stone and tossed it towards the lake. The stone skipped across the surface 5 or 6 times before plunging with a splash. After her stone-skipping display, Terumi Mei turned to Sato Shuichi, her face alight with triumph. However, Sato Shuichi did not respond with the astonishment or admiration she anticipated. Instead, he wore a look of disdain, as if to say, "Is that all?" Before Terumi Mei could retort, Sato Shuichi unsteadily rose to his feet, casually picking up a stone to toss into the lake. As I gazed upon the small pebble, it danced upon the surface of the lake, seemingly buoyed by some unknown force, refusing to plunge into the depths. After a remarkable series of leaps, the pebble astonishingly reached the opposite shore before coming to rest. Terumi Mei instinctively pinched her thigh, emitting a cry of pain. The presence of pain confirmed that she was not dreaming. That rascal, Sato Shuichi, had managed to skip a stone all the way to the other side. Such remarkable skill could certainly explain the disdainful expression he had displayed moments ago. In his presence, Terumi Mei felt as though she were merely a novice. Observing Terumi Mei's astonishment, with her mouth agape, Sato Shuichi approached her with a brilliant smile. "Would you like to learn?" he inquired. Terumi Mei nodded reflexively, but his subsequent words ignited a blaze of fury within her. "I won't teach you, haha, you little brat. If you wish to surpass me, you might as well practice for another 100 years. Upon hearing this, the flicker of respect Terumi Mei had harbored for Sato Shuichi instantly transformed into a deep-seated animosity. With a fierce shout, she charged at him, fists flying. In that moment, Sato Shuichi extended his right hand, pressing it against her forehead, rendering her attacks ineffective. After several futile punches, Terumi Mei realized her predicament. She could not resort to using shuriken or ninjutsu against Sato Shuichi. After all, he was merely an ordinary human. Furthermore, he possessed footage of her mischievous antics. Should her mother catch wind of it, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences upon returning home. Despite Terumi Mei's mother being an ordinary individual, the weight of lineage was not to be trifled with. Noticing Terumi Mei's conflicted desire to strike him while holding back, Sato Shuichi's grin widened. "Haha, what can you do about it? With your stubby limbs, feel free to give it your best shot." This taunt proved too much for Terumi Mei. Resolute, she decided that she must teach Sato Shuichi a profound lesson. Thus, she formed hand signs and executed a shadow clone technique, producing 3 clones that surged towards Sato Shuichi from various angles. In response to Terumi Mei's onslaught, Sato Shuichi evaded with a nonchalant grace, expertly sidestepping her attempts. In a fleeting moment, she could not even graze the hem of his clothing. After a spirited chase, Sato Shuichi emerged unscathed, while Terumi Mei, having dispelled her clones, lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Sato Shuichi sauntered over to her side, bending down to observe her flushed face, and smugly remarked, "I told you, if you want to catch up to me, you might as well wait 100 years. I relish that look in your eyes, wanting to defeat me yet feeling utterly powerless." However, contrary to his expectations, Terumi Mei did not display anger. Instead, a cunning smirk spread across her face. Summoning an unexpected burst of energy, she executed a swift maneuver and clung to Sato Shuichi. With a wide grin, she revealed her gleaming white teeth. "Are you a dog, you little rascal? Let go of me." Ultimately, the scuffle ended with Terumi Mei gaining the upper hand, leaving a row of neat bite marks on Sato Shuichi's arm. After their playful tussle, the two sat side by the lake, gazing into the crystal-clear waters. Suddenly, Terumi Mei posed a curious question. "Uncle, what do you think is the purpose of ninjas?" Ninjas exist as instruments of violence, necessary for the advancement of society. Even if the profession of ninja were to cease, others, like samurai, would inevitably fill the void. Truly profound, as expected from a writer. Speaking of samurai, it brings to mind the land of iron. Have you ever been there? I have not. I have only visited 4 countries, besides the land of water. I've been to the land of fire, wind, and rain. How fortunate. I have never left my village. By the way, where are you from, uncle? That is a secret. Terumi Mei puffed out her cheeks like a disgruntled hamster, glaring at Sato Shuichi before lapsing into silence. Thus, they remained by the lake for the entire morning. It was only when Terumi Mei's stomach protested that they slowly made their way toward the town. At noon, they found a noodle shop to satisfy their hunger before planning to return to their inn. Just then, the crowd on the street grew peculiar. Each face bore a hint of fear, as if something ominous approached. As Sato Shuichi's curiosity piqued, Terumi Mei suddenly grasped his hand, steering him into a nearby alley. Soon, a hunched figure with dark circles under his eyes ambled down the road. Strangely, the villagers recoiled at the sight of this hunchbacked man, as if he were a specter. The once bustling street fell silent, every gaze fixated upon him, as if they feared some calamity. As the hunchback continued his slow march, the street returned to its lively state only after his silhouette had vanished. What bad luck to encounter that creature, one villager lamented. I plan to bathe in yuzu leaves tonight to wash away my misfortune. Indeed, I shall do the same, another agreed. Sato Shuichi eavesdropped on their conversation, yet his curiosity remained unsated. By all accounts, such a figure should have been documented in the original text, yet he had no recollection of him whatsoever. Chapter 64. The Future's Water Shadow and the Villager's Misfortune. As Sato Shuichi pondered the hunchback's identity, Terumi Mei turned to him, relief flooding her features. I must say, you were quite fortunate. Just now, I shielded you with my small stature. With a hint of trepidation, she continued, how unfortunate to encounter that man. Thankfully, he did not transform. Otherwise, we would surely have met our end here. Intrigued, Sato Shuichi inquired, what was his background? Why does it seem that everyone fears him? I cannot say what his name is, but he existed long before my birth, she replied. That is rather obvious. What is your age compared to his? Please, uncle. Do not interrupt. Let me finish. His reputation in the village is dreadful. Whenever a child misbehaves, parents threaten them with the hunchbacked man, saying he will come to take them away. It is said that he is not human, but rather a colossal turtle spirit. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi finally grasped the identity of the hunchbacked man. He was the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Isabu. The dark circles under his eyes were reminiscent of Gaara's, likely due to a loose ceiling that had deprived him of sleep, tormented by the beast within. After the brief interlude, Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei successfully returned to the inn. Sato Shuichi had located the target of their mission. Although the Three Tails had already become a free-tailed beast during the Third Shinobi World War, obtaining intelligence from the host was sufficient for Sato Shuichi to fulfill his assignment. Early the next morning, after finishing breakfast, Sato Shuichi set off with Terumi Mei. Uncle, why do you insist on seeking out that monster? Don't blame me for the warning. If something goes wrong, I will certainly sell you out first, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As a writer, inspiration was paramount. I believe that creature could provide me with excellent inspiration. If you're afraid, you need not accompany me. I can manage alone. Despite Sato Shuichi's rather crude provocation, it was enough to sway the naive Terumi Mei. She scoffed. Humph, who would be afraid? I aspire to become a powerful ninja in the future. How could I possibly fear? If she were to dream, why not aim higher and target the Mizukage directly? Sato Shuichi was met with Terumi Mei's incredulous gaze. Uncle, you are truly naive. The first Mizukage hailed from the Yuki clan, while the second and third came from the Hozuki clan. Only those of noble birth can ascend to the position of Mizukage. For a commoner like me, becoming a jonin is already remarkable. Sato Shuichi had not anticipated that the future fifth Mizukage would have such humble aspirations in her youth. However, it was normal. Terumi Mei's determination to compete for the position of Mizukage was also pivotal in her future efforts to transform the policies of the Hidden Mist Village. At that time, the Hidden Mist Village, while somewhat isolated compared to the other four great shinobi villages, was generally peaceful. Contemplating this, Sato Shuichi affectionately patted Terumi Mei on the head and earnestly declared, there is a saying, nobility is not defined by birth. I believe you will undoubtedly become the Mizukage one day. Upon hearing this, a silly smile crept onto Terumi Mei's face. How rare, uncle, that you would say such things. I've decided, if I become the Mizukage in the future, you shall be my advisor. Seeing her bright smile, Sato Shuichi was reminded of Kushina's laughter during her childhood when she had asked him to be her loyal sidekick, just as he was lost in nostalgia. Terumi Mei suddenly kicked his calf lightly. Uncle, you're thinking about other women, aren't you? How rude. To be so distracted in front of a once-in-a-millennium beauty like me is simply ungrateful. Sato Shuichi could only offer a slightly awkward smile. How did Terumi Mei's intuition seem so keen, almost beast-like? Perhaps it was a unique talent possessed by women? Despite her still being a mere child, she was already so perceptive. Since that's the case, then please, future Mizukage, lead me on this adventure. Although Terumi Mei knew Sato Shuichi was flattering her, a sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. Humph, so what if you are a great author? What does it matter if you have evidence of my pranks? You still rely on the great Terumi Mei, don't you? Truly, Terumi Mei thought. She had effortlessly captivated him. An amusing image suddenly flashed in her mind. Sato Shuichi kneeling before her, weeping and pleading, "Lady Terumi Mei, please take me along." As she began to chuckle to herself, Sato Shuichi displayed an expression of bewilderment. The pair of them then made their way towards the outskirts of the hidden mist village. After all, as a Jinchuriki ostracized by the villagers, the hunchbacked man's dwelling was naturally situated far from human habitation. Under Terumi Mei's guidance, Sato Shuichi walked along a rather desolate path. Although the path was clear of weeds, indicating regular foot traffic, it was riddled with potholes and small puddles. A careless individual might easily stumble. Coupled with the damp weather of the hidden mist village, the shoes of both Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei quickly became coated in yellow mud. After walking for a while, Terumi Mei suddenly pulled Sato Shuichi into a thicket. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "We're near the monster's home. We can't continue on this path or we'll surely be discovered. Just listen to my commands and do not act recklessly." Seeing the serious expression on Terumi Mei's youthful face, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek. With a swift motion, Terumi Mei smacked his hand away, exasperated. "I'm discussing serious matters. If you don't cooperate, we'll turn back. This is no joke. If we anger that monster, we'll both face dire consequences." Sato Shuichi nodded, replying, "Very well. I entrust my life to you, Lady Terumi Mei." Chapter 65, Gist 1, The Little Jinchuriki, Mastered. Following this, Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei carefully navigated through the underbrush. Soon, a modest wooden cabin came into view. In front of the cabin was a small pond, and the Three Tails host sat beside it, legs submerged in the water, staring vacantly ahead. This peculiar scene made Terumi Mei's body tremble slightly. This creature was indeed monstrous. How could a normal human display such an odd expression? Just as she was contemplating retreat, a large hand suddenly enveloped her right hand. A wave of inexplicable safety washed over her. Terumi Mei glanced at Sato Shuichi, and an unexpected feeling of admiration arose within her. However, she quickly dismissed that strange sentiment. As a future ninja, how could she rely on an ordinary person like Sato Shuichi? Their roles should be reversed. After a quarter of an hour, the Three Tails host remained motionless, maintaining the same vacant expression. Just as Terumi Mei was growing impatient, he finally propped himself up with his hands and pulled his legs from the pond. However, this sight nearly caused Terumi Mei to scream. A mass of wriggling worms covered the hostess' legs. Anyone with a fear of insects or a phobia of clusters would likely faint at the sight. Although the creatures appeared to be ordinary leeches, their sheer number was alarming. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on the hostess' face. He then pulled a leech from his leg and stuffed it into his mouth, beginning to chew. The grotesque spectacle finally pushed Terumi Mei over the edge. She gagged several times, and the commotion caught the attention of the Three Tails host. In an instant, Terumi Mei seized Sato Shuichi's hand and fled. For some reason, the host did not pursue them. Instead, he wore a contemplative expression and resumed his grotesque meal. After running for over 10 miles, Terumi Mei finally stopped, panting heavily. As she turned around and saw that no one was pursuing them, Terumi Mei leaned against Sato Hidaichi, gasping for breath while expressing her lingering fear. The legends are indeed true. That individual must be a monster. To consume such things is utterly revolting. Although leeches can be used as medicinal ingredients once dried, the notion of swallowing a live leech was profoundly shocking to Terumi Mei's young heart. Sato Hidaichi, observing her, gently patted her head and remarked, "Thanks to you, I've gained quite a bit of inspiration. As a reward, how about I treat you to some grilled meat later?" Upon hearing this, instead of smiling, Terumi Mei's face paled further. "No, I don't want to eat meat for the next week." After saying this, she covered her mouth tightly with her hand. Sato Hidaichi, however, felt no discomfort. After all, the battlefield was 100 times more gruesome than what they had just witnessed. Entrails and organs were strewn across the ground. To him, that scene was merely child's play. Yet, he was quite curious as to why the Three Tails Jinchuriki would resort to such actions. Was he driven mad by the Three Tails? However, his eyes did not reflect such madness. Furthermore, Sato Hidaichi had sent just one to scout the surroundings from the shadows. To his surprise, there were no Ombu guards around the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Was the hidden mist village so lax regarding their Jinchuriki? Sato Hidaichi planned to have just one investigate further that night. In the shadows, Jistone's concealment abilities were on par with those of White Zetsu. Even someone like Kushina, who possessed a keen sense of perception, could not detect Jistone's presence. Only when Kushina entered her Ninetales chakra mode could she sense Jistone's whereabouts. Indeed, after more than a year of persistent negotiation, the Ninetales had finally consented to lend its power to Kushina. However, in exchange, it required periodic outings. This was achieved through summoning techniques, bringing forth a portion of the Ninetales chakra to form a small version of the Ninetales. Interestingly, this little Ninetales had a fondness for oily tofu, truly befitting a great fox. Soon, the sun made way for the moon, retiring to rest. As the last rays of sunlight vanished from the earth, a portion of Sato Hidaichi's shadow suddenly split off, swiftly darting towards the dwelling of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki. Just one quickly arrived at the small wooden cabin, where the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, as before, had his legs submerged in water, staring vacantly ahead. Just one made a face at the back of the Jinchuriki and swaggered into the cabin. Inside the wooden cabin, the furnishings were quite simple, consisting only of a table and chairs, along with a wooden bed. The thick layer of dust covering the bed indicated it had not been occupied for quite some time. After rummaging through the place, just one found nothing of value. Even searching beneath the table and bed yielded only thick dust, with nothing else in sight. This discovery made just one scratch his chin in contemplation. Was he destined to return empty-handed today? At that moment, inspiration struck just one. He floated slowly behind the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and gently tapped his shoulder. As the Jinchuriki turned, just one swiftly employed a hypnotic technique. With a thud, the Jinchuriki collapsed. A smile spread across Jistone's face. Had he known this individual could be subdued so easily, he wouldn't have been so cautious. After a moment of self-mockery, just one began to search the Jinchuriki's body. Before long, he made a discovery. Holding a scroll in his hand, just one let out an evil chuckle, eager to return to Sato Hidaichi and bask in praise. Casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping Three-Tails Jinchuriki, just one slipped into the night with the scroll in tow. Chapter 66. A distasteful secret technique. Are you telling me you took down that guy with just a hypnotic technique? Sato Hidaichi regarded just one, who wore a triumphant expression, with skepticism. While he had no doubt regarding Jistone's abilities, the claim was indeed astonishing. How could the esteemed Three-Tails Jinchuriki possess such low mental resistance? Jistone's hypnosis could typically only control upper ninjas for a brief period, and against those with resolute will, it would likely fail. Could it be that during these days in the Hidden Mist Village, just one had absorbed a significant amount of fear energy, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his abilities? With these thoughts in mind, Sato Hidaichi accepted the scroll from just one and reached out to pat his head. Well done, truly worthy of being my #1 general. You are simply remarkable. At Sato Hidaichi's praise, just one beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly, he approached and licked Sato Hidaichi's face, leaving him wondering if he had raised a cadre. Given Jistone's penchant for licking his face. After dismissing just one, Sato Hidaichi began to study the scroll in his hands. It bore a layer of sealing techniques. Forcing it open would only cause complete destruction. For an ordinary ninja, encountering such a situation would be quite troublesome. However, for Sato Hidaichi, who had mastered most of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, unraveling the seal was as easy as pie. Once the sealing technique was resolved, Sato Hidaichi examined the contents of the scroll. It detailed a secret technique primarily aimed at suppressing evil spirits. It required the blood and flesh of the practitioner as bait, along with living beings as sustenance, to cultivate a creature known as a blood leech. After energy recovery over a period of 81 months, it would yield the effect of suppressing evil spirits. However, during the cultivation period, the practitioner's mental state would be affected, necessitating cautious use. Upon reading the scroll's contents, Sato Hidaichi fell into silence. Was this truly the world of Naruto? Surely this was not something from a cultivation world, producing blood leeches. Yet, considering Haiden's reverence for the evil deity and the Shinigami summoned through the corpse demon seal, Sato Hidaichi found some solace. Perhaps this was merely a commonplace secret technique. With this realization, everything fell into place. The erratic behavior of the Three-Tails Jinchuriki and his exceedingly low mental resistance were likely due to the practice of this secret technique. Moreover, it seemed plausible that the Three-Tails Jinchuriki sought to suppress the Three-Tails through this technique, only to suffer backlash after failure. Although, broadly speaking, tailed beasts could be considered evil spirits, It was rather fanciful to think one could control a tailed beast with such a technique alone. After documenting these revelations, Sato Hidaichi returned to his bed and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, as Sato Hidaichi enjoyed breakfast prepared by Terumi Mei, he extended his mental awareness. As expected, following the theft of the scroll, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki immediately reported it to the Hidden Mist Village. To the eyes of ordinary citizens, the village appeared unchanged, with everyone busy with their own affairs. However, in the shadows, the Umbu were tirelessly on the move, searching for the perpetrator. Contemplating this, Sato Hidaichi glanced across the table at Terumi Mei. If Terumi Mei were to know that she had unwittingly played the role of a traitor, one can only imagine the tumult of emotions that would swirl within her, especially considering that she would, in the future, ascend to the esteemed position of the fifth Mizukage, leading as a dignified figure while covertly embodying the role of a double agent. The very thought is both exhilarating and perplexing. At that moment, Terumi Mei suddenly set down her chopsticks, tilting her head slightly, her face adorned with a look of confusion. "Hey, are you secretly cursing me in your heart? I can't shake the impulse to strike you," she mused. To this, Sato Shuichi responded with a nonchalant demeanor. "Why on earth would I curse you? If one has a clear conscience, there is no fear of ghosts knocking at the door at midnight. If you think that way, perhaps you have done something to wrong me. Have you added something to my miso soup?" Originally, Sato Shuichi intended merely to tease Terumi Mei, yet he was taken aback by her sudden, unnatural expression. Though her lips remained sealed, her beauty was undeniable. Sato Shuichi had always been quite forgiving towards attractive women. Even if he had tasted her saliva, it would not stir his displeasure. After all, he could always repay her with deoxyribose in the future. Just then, Terumi Mei declared rather emphatically, "Humph, we went on an adventure yesterday, and yet you look at me that way. Am I the type to strike from the shadows?" Facing her inquiry, Sato Shuichi merely nodded in silence. "All right, since you doubt my words so much, I swear to the heavens that if I spit in your miso soup, I shall never become a ninja." Observing the earnest expression on Terumi Mei's face, Sato Shuichi began to question if he had misjudged the situation. He failed to notice that after her vow, her gaze had drifted to his chopsticks. "I merely stealthily touched his chopsticks. That shouldn't count for much, right? Moreover, I swear that it has nothing to do with the miso soup or the chopsticks." After a moment of mental reassurance, Terumi Mei then fixed her gaze on Sato Shuichi with conviction. "I misjudged you. Please, Lady Terumi Mei, be magnanimous and forgive me." Terumi Mei turned away, crossing her arms, and scoffed. "Humph, I'll forgive you this time. But if you dare to unjustly accuse me again, I won't let you off so easily next time." After their meal, Terumi Mei led Sato Shuichi to continue their leisurely stroll through the Hidden Mist Village. To be frank, there was little of interest in the village. Unlike Konoha, which boasted landmarks like Hokage Rock and the Valley of the End, the mist itself could be deemed a peculiar attraction. However, even that could become tiresome with excessive exposure. At that moment, Sato Shuichi suddenly spotted a character from the storyline, a boy with a face resembling a shark-esque gills, destined to be known as Kisame Hashigaki, the future wielder of the tailless beast. Truth be told, Sato Shuichi had no desire to engage with Kisame at that moment. After all, prior to the betrayal of the likes of the Watermelon Mountain-esque pufferfish ghost, Kisame was quite loyal to the Hidden Mist Village. If he caught wind of something amiss, Sato Shuichi might have to prematurely conclude his mission. Just then, amidst the crowd, a little girl with sharp shark-like teeth captured Sato Shuichi's attention. After glancing at Terumi Mei, who was perusing a jewelry shop, he approached the girl from behind and called out, "Little Apple." Upon hearing this, the girl spun around, displaying a fierce expression as she threatened, "Are you looking to die?" Yet, beneath her petite frame and delicate visage, her anger was not intimidating, but rather endearing. This girl was Urahime Ringo, the second master of the Raijin's lightning blade, known as a prodigious ninja. Unfortunately, due to illness, she passed away at a young age. In the original narrative, she was resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi through the impure world reincarnation, causing significant turmoil for the allied shinobi forces. Moreover, her name, Ringo, translates to apple in Japanese. However, she evidently did not appreciate this moniker. After giving Sato Shuichi a fierce glare, Ringo's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Who are you? Why do I have no recollection of you?" "I am Sato Shuichi, a writer here to gather inspiration in the Hidden Mist Village. As for how I know you are called Little Apple, that's a secret," he replied, meeting her inquisitive gaze. At this, Ringo's forehead creased with several intersections. What? Are you trying to fool me? She brandished a kunai, darting towards Sato Shuichi with intent to stab. Observing this scene, the surrounding villagers exhibited no reaction, as if such occurrences were commonplace. However, they hastened their steps to distance themselves from the potential chaos, seeking to avoid any unwarranted misfortune. Through a series of agile maneuvers, Ringo failed to land a single blow on Sato Shuichi. Instead, she found herself panting from the exertion of her own attack. Yet, rather than displaying anger, a smirk of intrigue danced upon her lips. Heh, if you can dodge so well, how about trying this? Lightning release, thunderball. With rapid hand signs, Ringo conjured a basketball-sized sphere of lightning energy from her palm. One could question whether the simplicity of life in the hidden mist village was a testament to their rustic charm or a reflection of Ringo's audacity. She had the audacity to unleash lethal jutsu right in the middle of the street. Had this been Konoha, she would undoubtedly find herself summoned to the police station. As the electric currents crackled, Sato Shuichi's hair stood on end, yet he remained utterly still, as if paralyzed by fear. However, the shadow before him began to writhe, as if something were intent on breaking free. Just as the lightning ball was about to make contact with Sato Shuichi, a figure suddenly appeared before him and forcefully struck the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. From the ground emerged a wall of earth, effectively blocking the thunderous energy. After completing this maneuver, Terumi Mei turned to Sato Shuichi with an exasperated expression. You really are a handful. I take my eyes off you for just a moment, and you cause this kind of trouble. To this, Sato Shuichi merely shrugged, offering a faint smile. I trust in you. As long as Lady Terumi Mei is here, I can walk freely in the hidden mist village. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not that capable. At most, I could help collect your body after you're gone. Terumi Mei retorted, disdain evident in her expression as she waved her hand dismissively beneath her nose. The earlier scene appeared thrilling, yet for Sato Shuichi, that level of lightning jutsu was merely a minor inconvenience. Not to mention, with his flying thunder god technique, he could relocate at will, and the entity lurking within his shadow was poised for action. Given Sato Shuichi's current physical prowess, enduring the thunderball would pose little issue, albeit potentially leaving him in a state of undress. After all, his clothing was ordinary and ill-equipped to withstand ninja techniques. At that moment, Ringo approached Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei, revealing her sharp, shark-like grin. Who dares to provoke me in such a manner? It turns out to be the person of Kaguya Mei. Gazing at the diminutive figure of Lin Gongyu Li, who stands a head shorter than herself, Kaguya Mei displays an expression of perplexity. Who are you? Have we met before? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyu Yuli immediately displayed an expression of indignation. Truly, it is just like you to have forgotten even me. Just 2 months ago, we battled fiercely in the arena. Zhao Mein raised her head, resembling a proud swan, and replied nonchalantly, I apologize, but I cannot recall the names of my defeated opponents, as there are simply too many. If I were to remember each one, it would be an exhausting drain on my mental capacity. After speaking, Zhao Mein extended her hand to grasp Sato Shuichi's, and they strolled away together. Left behind, Lin Xingyu Yuli stared at their retreating figures, her small face flushed with anger, her body trembling slightly in her fury. Zhao Mein, mark my words, next time, I will surely defeat you, ensuring that you will forever remember the name Lin Xingyu Yuli. Zhao Meiming's footsteps did not falter. She merely uttered softly. Many have spoken similar words to me, yet none have acted upon them. I wish you luck. In a quaint CAF, as she stirred her coffee with a spoon, she gazed across the table at Sato Shuichi and inquired, Uncle, how did you find yourself entangled with that individual? Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi was momentarily taken aback, and then responded, I am unsure. That individual inexplicably approached me and attempted to stab me with a kunai. After failing to reach me, she resorted to using ninjutsu to assault me. From your words, it seems you are acquainted with her? Zhao Mein leaned back against the chair, stretching languidly as she spoke in a relaxed tone. That fellow is named Lin Xingyu Yuri, and he was in the same cohort as me. He is a prodigy of lightning release, possessing considerable strength. Chapter 68. Hinata, why are you so familiar with her? Then why did you just claim not to know her? While wearing such an infuriating expression, Sato Shuichi inquired. I merely acted that way to vent my frustrations on your behalf, she replied. You see, I, Zhao Mein, am known for my amicable nature, often referred to as the benevolent one of the school. Though her latter statement was purely boastful, Her previous demeanor towards lynching Yuri was undeniably linked to Sato Shuichi. Upon this realization, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Thank you. If you find yourself without anyone in the future, do seek me out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mei instantly donned an expression of disdain. Humph. Is this what they call ingratitude? With my beauty, shall I ever fear the inability to find a partner in the future? Dear sir, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own well-being, rather than harboring unrealistic aspirations. You seem to have misunderstood my intention. Should you find yourself a lonely elder in the future, I would be willing to have my son assist you in your later years. At that moment, Terumi's expression transformed dramatically, shifting from pale to flushed in an instant. After several deep breaths, she managed to quell the urge to hurl her coffee at Sato Shuichi's face. As a token of apology, Sato Shuichi ordered several small cakes for Terumi. However, despite devouring the delectable treats, Terumi showed no inclination to forgive Sato Shuichi. In the evening, after dinner, Sato Shuichi took a solitary stroll along the riverbank, not far from the inn. As he ambled leisurely, savoring the gentle evening breeze, a sudden, irate voice pierced the tranquility from behind him. Hey, you wretched scoundrel, stop right there. As Sato Shuichi turned to look, he beheld a figure rapidly approaching him. It was none other than Ringo Amayuri. In no time, Ringo Amayuri reached Sato Shuichi's side, casting her gaze around. Where could Akari Mei be? Hasten to bring her forth. I must unveil to her the reason behind the blossom's vibrant hue. However, this time, lynching you Yuli shall be met with disappointment, for at this moment, Terumi Mei remains sulking and will naturally not be found in the company of Sato Shuichi. After a fruitless search, lynching you Yuli grasped Sato Shuichi's garment and, with a fierce countenance, demanded, I ask you, where is Terumi Mei? In truth, Ringo Ayuri initially aspired to execute a more imposing action. However, it was evident that her stature did not lend itself to such an endeavor. When compared to Terumi Mei, Ringo Ayuri indeed appeared somewhat diminutive. Standing side by side, they seemed to be separated by several years, hardly resembling contemporaries. Conversely, Terumi Mei's situation was entirely different. Not only had she grown into a tall figure, but even at this moment, her height could be considered among the tallest of her peers. Returning to the matter at hand, upon Ringo Ayuri's inquiry, Sato Shuichi donned an expression of innocent bewilderment. How should I know where Terumi Mei is? I am not her. Observing the authenticity in Sato Shuichi's demeanor, Ringo Ayuri reluctantly released her grip on his clothing and replied, Fine, but when you encounter Terumi Mei, be sure to tell her that next time. I shall not be defeated by her. Gazing at Ringo Ayuri's earnest expression, Sato Shuichi felt a sense of hopelessness. Although Ringo Ayuri was undoubtedly a prodigy, Terumi Mei's innate talent was undeniably superior. It was worth noting that Terumi Mei hailed from humble beginnings, yet had managed to develop 2 bloodline limits. Such talent was indeed exceptional within the entire shinobi world, and for Ringo Ayuri to surpass her would not be a trivial undertaking. Seeing the expression on Sato Shuichi's face, Ringo Ayuri felt an overwhelming urge to grind her teeth in frustration. Do you not believe in me? Why is Terumi Mei so remarkable? Why not be my subordinate? I assure you, you will indulge in lavish feasts, Lin Qin Yuli proclaimed, patting her own meager chest, directing her words towards Sato Shuichi. In Lin Qin Yuli's eyes, it was evident that Terumi Mei held Sato Shuichi in high regard. Otherwise, she would not have appeared so anxious while demonstrating her ninjutsu on him during lunch. If she were to steal Sato Shuichi away, it would undoubtedly signify that her allure far surpassed that of Terumi Mei. Contemplating this, a sly grin, akin to a weasel pilfering a chicken, spread across Lin Qin Yuli's face. With a playful motion, she patted Sato Shuichi's thigh and pressed on, Whatever Terumi Mei offers you, I shall provide you with double. What do you say? Care to ponder that? Sato Shuichi, instantly perceiving Lin Qin Yuli's ulterior motives, gestured lightly atop her head, letting out a chuckle. Though he spoke not a word, Lin Qin Yuli felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Lin Qin Yuli possessed 2 sensitive points, her height and the nickname Little Apple. Anyone who had previously dared to touch upon either of these sore spots had faced her formidable wrath. Sato Shuichi was the sole individual who had managed to affront both, intertwining old grievances with new. Consumed by indignation, Lin Qin Yuli bellowed, Perish! Lightning release, lightning ball. Indeed, anger has the remarkable ability to enhance one's combat prowess. At this moment, Lin Yuli's speed in forming seals surpassed that of Midday by a considerable margin. However, Sato Shuichi had no intention of remaining passive. In an instant, he moved swiftly to stand before Lin Yuli and deftly tapped his finger upon her neck. With this motion, the chakra within Lin Yuli became chaotic, rendering her ninjutsu futile. This technique was inspired by Sato Shuichi's observations of the Hyuga clan's acupoint strikes. However, while the Hyuga clan relies on their Byakugan to perceive the intricate chakra pathways within the human body, Sato Shuichi utilizes his extensive knowledge of human anatomy. After all, years of experience in healing are not without merit. Ringo Amayuri gazed at Sato Shuichi with wide eyes, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm as she demanded, "What have you done to me?" In response, Sato Shuichi merely placed his hand behind his back, adopting an air of a sage, and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. Just a slight interference with the chakra within you. After all, I am merely an author without any self-defense skills. How could I dare to navigate this perilous ninja world?" Chapter 69. The Temptation of Sweets. Ringo Amayuri shot Sato Shuichi a fierce glare before turning to leave. Realizing that he and Terumi Mei were cut from the same cloth, both infuriating individuals. At that moment, Sato Shuichi spoke softly, "Little Apple, aren't you curious as to how I know your name?" Ringo Amayuri glanced back at him, her tone icy as she retorted, "Isn't it obvious? That guy Terumi Mei must have told you." "Not necessarily. I doubt Terumi Mei knows that you have a fondness for sweets," Sato Shuichi replied. Upon hearing this, Ringo Amayuri halted, her face betraying a strange expression. The fact that she enjoyed sweets was a secret known to very few. Not even Terumi Mei, her companion for many years, was aware of it. Where could Sato Shuichi have acquired such information? With this thought, Ringo Amayuri approached Sato Shuichi, frowning as she questioned, "Are you investigating me?" "I merely wish to inquire about your educational background," Sato Shuichi responded, sharing a private joke only he understood. He then produced a lollipop, unwrapped it, and popped it into Ringo Amayuri's mouth. His somewhat rough action caused her to frown, yet as the delightful sweetness spread across her palate, a hint of enjoyment flickered at the corners of her eyes. Ringo Amayuri was certain that this was the most delicious lollipop she had ever tasted. Perhaps Sato Shuichi was not as detestable as she had initially thought. Unbeknownst to Sato Shuichi, this small lollipop had remarkably improved Ringo Amayuri's opinion of him, elevating him from a mortal enemy to a mere acquaintance. Observing her relish in the treat, Sato Shuichi reached out and gently patted her head. Surprisingly, the texture was quite pleasant. Perhaps due to the lollipop, Ringo Amayuri refrained from swatting his hand away, though she shot him a fierce glare. However, on her delicate face, that fierce expression only appeared endearing. Before long, accompanied by a series of crunching sounds, Ringo Amayuri crushed the lollipop in her mouth and promptly swatted Sato Shuichi's hand away. "Don't think you can win me over with just a lollipop," she exclaimed. In response, Sato Shuichi wore an inscrutable smile. He then swiftly waved his right hand, as if performing a magic trick, revealing a multitude of candies of various flavors. He had drawn quite a bounty during his recent lottery. The sheer quantity was such that even if Ringo Amayuri were to consume them as meals, they could last her for 20 years. With a grin, Sato Shuichi poured the candies into Ringo Amayuri's hands and asked, "How about these? Would they be sufficient to win your favor?" Ringo Amayuri stared at the candies, swallowing hard. She had never seen such confections, let alone tasted them. This insufferable man seemed to know her well. However, recalling her past grievances with Terumi Mei, she found it difficult to nod in agreement. As a skilled ninja, she would not be easily swayed by trifles. Just then, Sato Shuichi snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a rain of candies began to fall from the sky, enveloping Ringo Amayuri's petite form in an enchanting scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Emerging from the sugary deluge, she inhaled the sweet aroma and declared with resolve, "Who do you want me to eliminate? I can take down even the Mizukichi." Sato Shuichi raised an eyebrow at her earnest expression. Despite Ringo Amayuri's formidable skills, even with her Thunderblade, she was merely a wannabe shadow and, as a child, was hardly capable of defeating the Mizukichi. Did she intend to bore him to death with her jokes? Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as such candor might jeopardize the fragile rapport they had just begun to build. "I am a scholar. I wish to avoid the violence of this world. I merely seek to befriend you," he stated. "But to offer me such a bounty of candy just for friendship's sake, do you have ulterior motives?" Ringo Amayuri's face displayed skepticism. Growing up in the illustrious Kirigakure, She found it hard to believe that someone would treat her so well without reason. Meeting her doubtful gaze, Sato Shuichi sighed. I truly just wish to befriend you. Besides, with your current state, what could I possibly gain from you? Ringo Amayuri paused, realizing there was some merit to his words. Her only distinguishing feature was her combat prowess, but against Sato Shuichi, she held no advantage. In physical combat, she could not land a blow. And when it came to ninjutsu, his strange acupoint technique rendered her helpless. Could it be that he was harboring intentions toward her? At this thought, Ringo Amayuri felt her cheeks warm, an unprecedented reaction for her. If any of her acquaintances were to witness this scene, they would surely rub their eyes in disbelief. Unable to reconcile the fierce persona of Ringo Amayuri with the bashfulness she now displayed, Sato Shuichi, perplexed, wondered why Ringo Amayuri had turned so suddenly. They had been conversing amicably just moments before, and he had not done anything out of the ordinary. He then produced a sealing scroll to gather all the candies. Recognizing that, without any tools at hand, even using their clothing to carry the mountain of sweets would be futile. Chapter 70. Ringo Amayuri's Cottage for Reasons Unknown. As she accepted the sealing scroll, Ringo Amayuri's cheeks seemed to flush slightly. Yet, Sato Shuichi dismissed it as mere illusion. Although their interaction had been brief, he had gleaned enough about Ringo Amayuri's character to doubt that this fierce individual could exhibit such a shy demeanor. After registering his alias in the newspaper, Sato Shuichi contemplated bidding farewell. At that moment, Ringo Amayuri bit her lip, revealing an expression of inner conflict, as if she wished to articulate something. Witnessing this scene, Sato Shuichi swallowed his farewell words and quietly observed Ringo Amayuri. After a considerable pause, she finally mustered her resolve and, in a faint voice, invited, Hey, would you like to come to my house for a drink? It's not far from here. If you prefer not to, just pretend I never said anything. Noticing Ringo Amayuri's somewhat bashful demeanor, Sato Shuichi playfully responded, What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? Naturally, Ringo Amayuri would not repeat herself. Her prior invitation had depleted her courage. Thus, after muttering something vague, she swiftly turned and departed. Her pace so quick it seemed as if someone were pursuing her. In truth, someone was indeed following her. Observing Ringo Amayuri flee, Sato Shuichi, after a brief contemplation, decided to chase after her. Since he had no pressing matters awaiting him at the inn, he figured it would be more interesting to visit Ringo Amayuri's home. After a few steps, Ringo Amayuri abruptly halted, turning to face Sato Shuichi with an impatient expression. Hey, are you seriously following me? In response to her inquiry, Sato Shuichi merely flashed a nonchalant smile and replied, Didn't you invite me to your house? Upon hearing this, Ringo Amayuri's expression soured further. She had genuinely believed Sato Shuichi hadn't heard her invitation. Little did she know he was teasing her. Thus, with a disgruntled face, she retorted, If you want to follow, go ahead, but I won't let a stranger into my home. After saying this, Ringo Amayuri quickened her pace once more. Yet Sato Shuichi continued to trail her leisurely, embodying an air of calm. After all, there was a considerable disparity in their stride. Ringo Amayuri's short legs required 3 steps to cover the distance that Sato Shuichi could manage in 1. About 10 minutes later, a quaint, somewhat aged wooden cabin came into view. This modest one-story abode resembled the home of the three-tailed Jinchuriki, but Ringo Amayuri's entrance was impeccably tidy, devoid of leaves or weeds, unlike the untidy appearance of the three-tailed Jinchuriki's dwelling. However, Ringo Amayuri's neighborhood lacked any nearby neighbors. In such a desolate area, one might feel a pang of fear during the night, yet Ringo Amayuri was evidently no ordinary individual. Sato Shuichi could hardly imagine her face displaying any sign of fear. Despite Ringo Amayuri's insistence that she wouldn't allow Sato Shuichi inside, her body betrayed her as she opened the door and welcomed him into her home. Once inside, Sato Shuichi cast a glance around. It was a small suite comprising a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Though modest in size, it was well furnished, exuding a sense of completeness despite its compactness. From the clothes hanging outside and the decor within, it was evident that Ringo Amayuri lived alone. Sato Shuichi, possessing enough social grace, refrained from inquiring about her parents, well aware that this world of ninjas was fraught with peril compared to his previous life. The majority of individuals he knew were orphaned, with those like Mikoto and Terumi Mei being the rare exceptions. As Sato Shuichi pondered the dangers inherent in the ninja profession, Ringo Amayuri had already fetched a chair. Please, sit here. I only have soda and orange juice. What would you like to drink? Truly, Ringo Amayuri was consistent, keeping sweet beverages at hand. Soda, please, Sato Shuichi promptly replied. Ringo Amayuri nodded and, donning her apple-themed slippers, made her way to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of soda. Tossing one towards Sato Shuichi, he caught it effortlessly, popped the tab, and took a hearty swig. The effervescent flavor burst forth, evoking a satisfied expression on his face. Ringo Amayuri, noticing his enjoyment, nodded in agreement, realizing that Sato Shuichi shared some common ground with her. Possessing formidable strength, an appreciation for soda, and a shared fondness for sweets, they seemed to connect on several levels. At this juncture, Sato Shuichi's gaze wandered down to Ringo Amayuri's feet, where 2 rows of exquisitely fair toes peeked out from her slippers. Sensing his gaze, her toes fidgeted slightly, accompanied by her flustered voice. You pervert. What are you staring at? Even Ringo Amayuri, with her bold personality, felt a tinge of shyness under such scrutiny, especially given that Sato Shuichi had just made a confession, albeit one born of misunderstanding. Though Sato Shuichi's moral compass often veered low, he would never stoop to such impropriety. He quickly redirected his gaze to Ringo Amayuri's face, replying, I was merely admiring your slippers. Don't you dislike being called Little Apple? Ringo Amayuri turned her head aside and retorted, somewhat insincerely, Humph, I didn't choose these slippers. They were the only ones left when I bought them. Besides, as a fruit, apples are quite nice. Upon hearing Ringo Amayuri's explanation, Sato Shuichi simply smiled, choosing not to tease her further. After a moment of silence, Ringo Amayuri suddenly rose, looking at Sato Shuichi. Are you hungry? Though Sato Shuichi had already dined, he wouldn't mind another meal, curious about Ringo Amayuri's culinary skills. He nodded, replying, Now that you mention it, I could eat. Thank you. Humph, I was just asking. Who said I would feed you? Ringo Amayuri shot back playfully, retrieving 2 fish from a basin in the corner. She then grabbed a small stool, positioning it to work at the cutting board. With a deft flick of her knife, she swiftly decapitated the wriggling fish, followed by a rhythmic chopping sound. Observing her skilled knife work, it was evident that her culinary prowess was commendable. As Sato Shuichi had anticipated, the dinner surpassed typical standards, revealing Ringo Amayuri's latent qualities as a potential homemaker. After the meal, Sato Shuichi intended to take his leave. Just as he stood to speak, a brilliant white light suddenly burst through the window, followed closely by the rumble of distant thunder echoing throughout the hidden mist village. The movements of Linshin Yuri were remarkably swift. As the lightning flickered to life, she hastily dashed outside to retrieve her clothing. Just after she stepped back indoors, a torrential downpour ensued. How fortunate, for her garments were nearly left to the mercy of the elements. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Linshin Yuri gazed anxiously at the heavy rain outside. At that moment, the lights within the room flickered erratically before extinguishing completely. This was soon followed by a series of rustling sounds. Moments later, a warm yellow candlelight pierced through the enveloping darkness. Linshin Yuri, holding the candelabrum, observed the figure of Sato Shuichi, cloaked in shadows. The electrical supply in this area had always been unreliable, particularly on rainy days. Suddenly, Sato Shuichi pondered a rather peculiar concern. If you frequently experience power outages, wouldn't the contents of your refrigerator spoil easily? Not at all, she replied. I only keep beverages in my fridge. Once the power returns, they will chill again. This response was quite commendable, as Sato Shuichi's own refrigerator in his previous life served merely to store drinks and ice cream. This revelation fostered a sense of camaraderie between him and Linshin Yuri. However, the hour was growing late, and being a person of discretion, Sato Shuichi had no intention of overstaying his welcome in Linshin Yuri's abode. He contemplated a brief walk before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his inn, having long ago marked his room with the respective seal. It's getting late. I should head back. Do you have an umbrella? Linshin Yuri rose, retrieving an umbrella from the corner and handing it to Sato Shuichi. Please be careful on your way back. Stay safe. Sato Shuichi nodded, accepting the umbrella before stepping into the dark, rain-soaked night. After walking for approximately 3 minutes and confirming he was alone, he promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the inn. The room was shrouded in darkness. It appeared that the power outage was not confined to Linshin Yuri's home, but encompassed the entire Hidden Mist Village. One could not help but notice that the infrastructure of the Hidden Mist Village lagged considerably behind that of Konoha. After entering the bathroom in darkness, Sato Shuichi took a quick shower. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he emerged. He then retrieved a flashlight, only to discover an unexpected guest in his room. Sato Shuichi smacked his forehead in frustration. He had let his guard down significantly. Had an enemy sought to ambush him, he would have been caught completely off guard. Although Sato Shuichi had encountered no danger in Hidden Mist Village, this was an enemy-occupied territory, and such negligence was inexcusable. After a moment of introspection, he turned his gaze towards the bed, where an uninvited guest lay soundly asleep. Observing the serene visage of Terumi Mei, he approached the bedside and, without a hint of hesitation, delivered a few playful slaps to her rounded backside. With a few resounding smacks, Terumi Mei's eyes flew open. She sprang up as if propelled by springs, bending her legs and leaning against the wall, her demeanor instantly alert. Only when she recognized Sato Shuichi did her tense posture gradually ease. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know it's rude to disturb a lady's sleep?" "A lady? I see only a sloth occupying my bed. How did you get in here? Did you climb through the window? This inn is owned by my family. I can rest wherever I please." You actually have abs, uncle. Not bad at all." As she exclaimed in surprise, Terumi Mei reached out, her small hand exploring Sato Shuichi's abdomen. Witnessing the rather mischievous expression on her face sent a shiver down Sato Shuichi's spine. How could anyone blend adorableness with such a sleazy demeanor? Feeling taken advantage of, he quickly distanced himself from her. Terumi Mei, upon recognizing his retreat, wore a somewhat disappointed expression. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a boy, and Sato Shuichi's abs felt even better than she had imagined. "Hey, what are you thinking about, you little brat? At your age, you shouldn't be so inappropriate." Sato Shuichi regarded her with exasperation. He was a renowned author in the ninja world, revered as the king of Liu Bei. Yet today, he found himself outmaneuvered by this cheeky girl. Truly, one who has spent a lifetime hunting hawks may ultimately be blinded by them. Who cares about your so-called prestige? I was simply curious since I had never seen before. Now that it's right in front of me, why wouldn't I touch it? Terumi Mei rolled her eyes and retorted, "Hurry up and get out. I need to change." Observing the faint blush on Terumi Mei's cheeks, Sato Shuichi spoke. If he were alone, he could comfortably lounge in a towel or even embrace the freedom of nudity. However, with Terumi Mei present, such liberties were out of the question. After all, Sato Shuichi still had some modesty to maintain. Terumi Mei stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, covering her eyes with her hands. Who would want to look? I'll just cover my eyes. If I peek, I'll be a little puppy." After a moment of silence, Sato Shuichi began to change into his sleepwear. Although he could have retreated to the bathroom to change, doing so would imply that he was intimidated by Terumi Mei. He decided to let her see. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. After reassuring himself, Sato Shuichi swiftly donned his sleepwear. Meanwhile, although Terumi Mei had her hands firmly over her eyes, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Suddenly, two miniature figures appeared above her head. One, adorned with a halo, whispered in her ear, "Terumi Mei, you must not peek, otherwise you will become a little puppy." The other, sporting horns, tempted her from the other side. Just a quick glance. He wanted to know, "Are you not curious?" After a fierce internal struggle, the horned figure ultimately triumphed. Terumi Mei cautiously opened a small gap between her fingers. Alas, by that time, Sato Shuichi had already changed into his sleepwear. He lay back in his chair, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he looked at Terumi Mei. "Who is it that claimed they wouldn't peek? Looks like I'll have to call you puppy from now on." Terumi Mei displayed no signs of embarrassment at being caught. Instead, she retorted with utmost seriousness, "I merely thought it had taken you long enough to change, so I glanced. Besides, if I had wanted to sneak a peek, I would have done so immediately. Why would I wait until now?" Truly, she was destined to become the fifth Mizukage, having already mastered the essential qualities of a skilled politician, unabashed boldness, at such a tender age. Faced with Terumi Mei in this state, Sato Shuichi found himself at a loss for how to respond. Thus, he shifted the subject. "Enough of this. I still haven't asked why you are in my room." Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei's interest piqued, and she produced a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, a wicked smile spreading across her face. "Yamashita Shuichi, it seems I should refer to you as Sato Shuichi. A person of your stature must surely have ulterior motives for coming to the Hidden Mist Village." Sato Shuichi gazed at the paper before him, which contained various details about himself, such as being Tsunade's disciple and possessing a summoning beast capable of breathing fire. Most notably, there was a rather crude sketch of him. It was perplexing how Terumi Mei could have associated this drawing with Sato Shuichi. Noticing that Sato Shuichi remained silent, Terumi Mei assumed he was intimidated by her presence and continued, "Uncle, surely you wouldn't want your identity as a Konoha spy to be exposed, would you?" Sato Shuichi utilized a sensory technique and discerned that there were no other ninjas in the vicinity. This indicated that Terumi Mei had not reported this matter to the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist Village. What could her intentions possibly be? Moreover, had their roles somehow reversed? Such ambiguous statements seemed more fitting for Terumi Mei to utter. Observing her smug expression, Sato Shuichi was curious about her true motives and thus played along. "Speak. What is it that you desire from me?" Terumi Mei slowly approached Sato Shuichi and playfully poked his face. "First, delete that video from a few days ago where you filmed me spitting. Secondly, during your stay in the Hidden Mist Village, you shall be my servant. From now on, you must refer to me as master." Sato Shuichi looked at Terumi Mei, unable to fathom how a novice who had not even graduated from ninja school could dare to threaten him. "Why shouldn't I choose the second option, such as eliminating you right now? Do you realize that tonight's rainy weather is perfect for murder, as it washes away all traces?" With that, he released a hint of murderous intent. Under the weight of his killing aura, Terumi Mei found herself completely at a loss. "Uncle, you wouldn't really kill me, would you? Have you forgotten the hardships we've endured together?" she asked, her voice trembling, realizing she might have overstepped her bounds. How could she, someone who was not even a true ninja, possibly threaten a formidable figure like him, renowned since the last Shinobi World War? "I have no desire to resort to such measures, but you uncovered my secret. I actually rather liked you. Don't worry. I shall come to pay my respects to you each year at this time," Sato Shuichi replied, maintaining his menacing aura. Terumi Mei's body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by his presence. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for death, a sudden pain shot through her forehead. "I'm merely teasing, don't scare yourself." Sato Shuichi's amused voice reached her ears. Terumi Mei sprang to her feet, still shaking. The previous tremor had been from fear, but now it stemmed from embarrassment. Her face flushed with anger. She pointed at Sato Shuichi and exclaimed, "You wretched man, you'd better finish me off now. Otherwise, I will report you as a spy. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot contend with an entire village." In response to Terumi Mei's threat, Sato Shuichi nonchalantly toyed with his fingers, feigning fear. "Oh no, I'm so scared. Please don't report me. I'll agree to anything you say." His demeanor incited Terumi Mei's frustration to the breaking point. With a loud cry of "You better die," she lunged at him, opening her mouth wide to bite his neck. However, Terumi Mei had clearly underestimated the disparity in physical strength between them. Despite her efforts, even with her jaws straining, she could only leave a faint mark on Sato Shuichi's neck. It was utterly futile. They were in completely different leagues. Realizing this, she retreated to the edge of the bed, turning her back on him in a huff. Sato Shuichi found her pouting demeanor amusing. He approached and patted her shoulder. Terumi Mei angrily shrugged off his hand and retorted, "Don't touch me. You Konoha spy. I have my reasons for acting this way. A ninja cannot abandon their mission." Sato Shuichi replied, glancing at the ceiling with a sorrowful expression. Terumi Mei turned to face him. "If that is the case, I can't blame you entirely." To her astonishment, Sato Shuichi lowered his head, revealing a wicked grin. "Of course, that was a lie. I was just playing with you. Go to hell." Terumi Mei slapped his chest with a resounding smack. After that, she wasted no time fleeing from Sato Shuichi's room, clearly upset by his mockery. The following morning, Sato Shuichi suddenly awoke to a heaviness on his chest, as though something substantial were pressing down on him. This strange sensation roused him from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of slender legs that could captivate for a lifetime. As his gaze traveled upwards, he encountered Terumi Mei, who wore a look of disdain while standing above him. "Hey, uncle, what's with that expression? It's revolting," she remarked. Sato Shuichi remained silent for a moment before responding. "Aren't you going to get off me?" Indeed, the suffocating sensation he had felt in his dream was due to Terumi Mei standing on his chest. Thankfully, her weight was light. Otherwise, even with Sato Shuichi's robust physique, he might have sustained internal injuries. Terumi Mei leaped off gracefully, landing elegantly on the floor. This entire sequence was executed with such finesse. Aside from the jarring blow to Sato Shuichi's chest, he rubbed his chest and glared at Terumi Mei. What's this? Are you no longer pretending and planning to rob me of my life? Humph. Dealing with a Konoha spy like you is not robbery. It's simply ridding the world of a menace. Here I am trying to wake you, and you mock me. Truly unappreciative, she shot back. To show my gratitude, you should lie on the ground and let me walk on your back, Sato Shuichi retorted, exasperated. Naturally, Terumi Mei refused this suggestion. After breakfast, the two wandered as usual. However, they hadn't walked far when someone stepped in front of them. Terumi Mei rubbed her forehead, displaying an exasperated expression. Ringo Amuri, I really don't want to duel with you today. Can we postpone it? In response, Ringo Amuri looked perplexed. What are you talking about? I'm not here to challenge you. With that, she took Sato Shuichi's hand and began leading him away towards her home. After a brief moment of shock, Terumi Mei instinctively grabbed Sato Shuichi's other hand and inquired, "Since when did you become so close with that person?" Upon hearing those words, Sato Shuichi shrugged and replied, "Is that so strange? I have always been amicable and can get along well with anyone." Naturally, Terumi Mei did not believe Sato Shuichi's bluster. After all, just yesterday, Ringo Yuri had been ready to unleash her ninjutsu against him. How could things have changed so drastically today? Had she perhaps forgotten something of great importance? While Terumi Mei pondered this, Ringo Yuri suddenly expressed her displeasure, saying, "Terumi Mei, do you want to fight? Let go of me." In response, Terumi Mei retorted without hesitation, "The one who should let go is you. The uncle is my little brother." The two of them treated Sato Shuichi like a rope in a tug-of-war, pulling him back and forth. This amusing spectacle drew the attention of passers-by, who stopped to watch. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Sato Shuichi decisively retracted his arms, leaving each girl with a sizable bump on their heads. With a resounding thud, Ringo Yuri and Terumi Mei, the two unlikely companions, squatted by the roadside, cradling their heads in their hands. Soon, over half a month had passed, and Sato Shuichi planned to return to Konoha. He longed for the soft embraces of Kushina and Tsunade. Although he enjoyed teasing Terumi Mei and Ringo Yuri in the land of water, something crucial was lacking. After all, the two girls were still quite young, and it would be several years before they could truly indulge. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the earth, bathing everything in a warm hue. Sato Shuichi sat on the riverbank, swinging his legs back and forth. To his left was Terumi Mei, and to his right sat Ringo Yuri. Setting aside their ages, Sato Shuichi appeared to outsiders as a fortunate man, embraced on both sides. Gazing at the sun sinking below the horizon, Sato Shuichi suddenly declared, "I will be leaving the land of water tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the smile on Terumi Mei's face faltered. After a long pause, she feigned nonchalance and replied, "If you're leaving, then leave," as if anyone would stop you. Ringo Yuri then asked softly, "So, you're going back to Konoha?" At this, both Sato Shuichi and Terumi Mei turned their astonished gazes toward Ringo Yuri's face. Terumi Mei was the first to speak, saying to Sato Shuichi, "I never told anyone about that matter. How does she know? It has nothing to do with me." Sato Shuichi smiled gently. Chapter 74. The eve before returning to the village, Sato Shuichi grasped Terumi Mei's hand, eager to explain, and reassured her, "It's all right. I believe you." The warmth in his sincere gaze made Terumi Mei's heart flutter, and she nodded vigorously. The two shared a moment of eye contact, and an enchanting atmosphere unfolded between them. Just then, Ringo Yuri interrupted the tender moment, exclaiming, "Why am I the odd one out in this three-person film?" At Terumi Mei's disapproving glance, Ringo Yuri slowly recounted how she came to know Sato Shuichi's true identity. "From our first meeting, I sensed something was off. An ordinary person wouldn't remain unfazed in the face of my ninjutsu. Moreover, your method of blocking my chakra through acupressure is a common technique of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. The most telling sign was when you claimed to be a writer. Yet I have never seen you write, instead dragging us around various traps every day. If it weren't for the incompetence of the village's Umbu, you would have been captured long ago." After Ringo Yuri's explanation, Sato Shuichi affectionately ruffled her hair, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Are the Umbu of the land of water truly so inept? Not necessarily. If Ringo Yuri could discern the truth, others would too. However, before the Umbu could harbor suspicions about me, just one had already subtly influenced their thoughts through dreams. Though not as powerful as the Koto Tsukumi, it was still quite easy to divert their attention from my peculiar behavior. Thus, it appears you two are my accomplices, he concluded, referring to them as the spies of the land of water. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes and replied, I intend to become the Mizukage. This is merely a temporary indulgence. Such trivial matters will be handled by great scholars once I ascend. Initially, Terumi Mei had no strong desire for the position of Mizukage. However, Sato Shuichi's incessant encouragement had piqued her interest over time. Are noble ranks truly defined by blood? If others can sit in the position of Mizukage, why can't I? Terumi Mei? She envisioned the possibility of marrying Sato Shuichi after becoming Mizukage, a tantalizing thought. Yet, one thing perplexed Terumi Mei. Why did Sato Shuichi always refer to her as the fifth Mizukage? The current third Mizukage appeared youthful and vigorous. And if she were to wait until he retired, she would merely be entering her prime. If she waited until the fourth Mizukage stepped down, would she not become an old maid? This line of thought left Terumi Mei feeling frustrated, and she silently resolved to aim for the fourth Mizukage instead of the fifth. The image of Sato Shuichi's astonished expression upon seeing her as Mizukage brought her a sense of satisfaction. She envisioned bringing Sato Shuichi to the land of water, where he would serve her, the great Terumi Mei, with utmost reverence. As for Ringo Yuri, she could be tasked with overseeing the fish ponds. Otherwise, it would appear that the Mizukage was seeking personal revenge. As Terumi Mei daydreamed about this bright future, a chuckle escaped her lips, drawing curious glances from Sato Shuichi and Ringo Yuri. Unlike Terumi Mei, Ringo Yuri held no deep emotional ties to the land of water. If forced to choose between the village and Sato Shuichi, she would unhesitatingly choose the latter. After all, Ringo Yuri was an orphan, and she had no close friends. She was quite the solitary figure. Had it not been for her recent bond with Terumi Mei, she would have had no one to greet on the streets. Although Ringo Yuri would merely huff and turn away if she saw Terumi Mei now, Sato Shuichi remained oblivious to the inner musings of the two young girls. He retrieved two exquisitely crafted necklaces from his pocket. One was adorned with a magnificent ruby, while the other bore a sapphire. Apart from the differing gemstones, the necklaces were identical, even in size and luster. Clearly, Sato Shuichi had gone to great lengths to ensure equality in his offerings. Terumi Mei snatched the sapphire necklace, her eyes sparkling with delight as she played with it in her hands. So, is this your way of bribing us? Sato Shuichi chuckled and responded, of course. I must establish a good rapport with the future Mizukage, just in case I find myself in a predicament in Konoha. I could always seek refuge in the land of water. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei burst into laughter. All right then, if you ever find yourself struggling in Konoha, come to me. I'll have you washing my feet. Yuri Akane leaned her head gently against Shuichi Sato, clearly seeking his assistance in fastening the exquisite ruby necklace around her delicate neck. Shuichi, naturally, did not refuse, and with tender movements, adorned her with the jewelry. Witnessing this scene, Terumi Mei immediately insisted that Shuichi also personally place a necklace around her neck. After helping both women with their necklaces, Shuichi softly kissed their foreheads in succession and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, when we meet again, we shall be foes. I shall show mercy, and then capture you both back to the hidden mist village. Yuri Akane replied earnestly, I will prepare to defeat you. Upon hearing this, Shuichi smirked and playfully patted her head, retorting, should I thank you for that? You might as well train for 200 years if you wish to overcome me. If we encounter each other on the battlefield, I shall take you back to Konoha as my captive. At this, Yuri lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Terumi Mei, observing the somewhat romantic atmosphere between Shuichi and Yuri, unapologetically interrupted, so, which type do you prefer, uncle? Truly, you are quite the character. Shuichi playfully tugged at Terumi's cheeks, as if they were made of soft clay. Spare me your teasing, and keep a low profile until you become Mizukage. By the way, if you find yourselves in danger, infuse a bit of chakra into the necklace. Indeed, Shuichi had inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on the two necklaces. By introducing a small amount of chakra, he could sense their presence and utilize the technique to appear beside them. Although in the original story, both Terumi Mei and Yuri Akane survived the Third Shinobi World War, the unpredictability of the butterfly effect could lead to unforeseen circumstances. To ensure their safety, Shuichi also left them each a handful of kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, which provided him some solace. As the two women cast reluctant glances, Shuichi embarked on his journey back to Konoha that very night. To expedite his return, once he was outside the borders of the hidden mist village, he summoned his fire-breathing dragon. True to his expectations, the dragon did not disappoint. What would typically be a week-long journey was reduced to an arrival in Konoha by the following morning. Upon returning to Konoha, Shuichi did not seek out Hiruzen Sarutobi first, but instead made his way to the Senju clan's residence. After nearly a month away, he was quite restless. After all, the presence of Yuri Akane and Terumi Mei was one he could admire but not indulge in. Naturally, he sought the comforting embrace of Tsunade's generous nature. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the old man could be seen at any time. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen suddenly sneezed while reviewing documents. He scratched his head and murmured uncertainly, "Is Danzo bad-mouthing me again behind my back?" Setting aside Hiruzen, Shuichi soon arrived at Tsunade's doorstep. Utilizing his sensory technique, a smile graced his lips. Fortune favored him today. Tsunade was not at the casino or tavern. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been napping at home, abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a look of impatience. Being the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, she possessed an extraordinary sense of perception. Shuichi's earlier technique had not escaped her notice. As Tsunade prepared to confront the uninvited guest, Shuichi's figure suddenly appeared before her. He had inscribed a flying thunder god mark within her room long ago. Upon seeing him, Tsunade immediately comprehended the situation and reclined back onto her bed, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Ah, is it not Lord Shuichi? What brings someone of your stature to my humble abode? Such a small shrine can hardly accommodate a deity like you." Evidently, Tsunade harbored some resentment for Shuichi's absence over the past month. Unperturbed by her teasing, Shuichi approached her bedside and sat down. "I informed you prior to my departure to the Hidden Mist Village, did I not? I cannot simply return every few days using the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if I wished to, my chakra does not permit such frequent travel." Shuichi's explanation did not appease Tsunade, who rolled her eyes in response. Oh, was it not someone who was enchanted by the little spirits of the hidden mist, lingering endlessly? As for me, this weary old woman has naturally been forgotten. Shuichi playfully pinched Tsunade's youthful cheek. "How could that be? You are the most beautiful woman in the world. If you are a mere old hag, what does that make everyone else? Monsters?" Despite recognizing Shuichi's flattery, a hint of a smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. "Did you uncover anything during your time in the hidden mist?" "Indeed, I have gathered intelligence on the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Quite capable, I see. Shouldn't you offer me a small reward for this information? I knew you would return with no good intentions. I must take a shower. I feel utterly sticky and uncomfortable." Tsunade stood up, intending to head toward the bathroom. At that moment, Shuichi approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her and whispering in her ear, "Would this lovely lady require a backscrubbing service? As my first customer, this service is complimentary. Best if it really is just a backscrub." "Go wash up in the downstairs bathroom," Tsunade retorted, declining Shuichi's invitation for a shared bath. With her clothes in hand, she entered the bathroom. Shuichi, savoring the moment, retrieved his own clothing from the wardrobe and made his way downstairs to shower. After a refreshing wash, he busied himself in the kitchen, for it had been nearly a day since his last meal, and hunger gnawed at him. Tsunade, on the other hand, had replenished her protein intake during his absence. Given that Shuichi often stayed over, Tsunade's kitchen was stocked with ingredients, no longer merely a place for instant noodles. However, a month had passed. Surely she had refreshed her supplies. Just as Shuichi suspected, Tsunade had indeed kept the kitchen stocked. He gathered some vegetables, a few eggs, and some ham, planning to whip up a simple fried rice. He then took some seaweed and lean meat to prepare a pot of savory seaweed soup. A meal of soup and rice would suffice for the two of them. As Shuichi served the fried rice and soup, Tsunade emerged from the bathroom, her attire notably light due to her recent wash. Were it not for his gnawing hunger, Shuichi might have succumbed to temptation, for the sight was undeniably alluring. Taking a seat, Shuichi began serving Tsunade rice while commenting, "Why do you present yourself in such attire? This is hardly appropriate. It's quite unbecoming." In response, Tsunade rolled her eyes and retorted, "In my own home, I can wear whatever I please. If you have anything more to say, I suggest you leave." Due to the fact that Ju had long since relocated to reside near the Ninja Academy, this opulent house was inhabited solely by Tsunade. Consequently, her attire had become increasingly audacious, reflecting her desire for comfort above all else. Chapter 76. Homework. After enjoying dinner at Tsunade's residence, Sato Shuichi hurried back towards his own home. Having been apart for so long, he found himself missing Kushina and Konan. As he pushed open the door to his house, two figures, one large and one small, suddenly leaped towards him. However, upon seeing Kushina leap into Shuichi's arms, Konan could only halt in her tracks. Her expression one of displeasure. "Shuichi, you're finally back. I thought I might die from missing you," Kushina exclaimed, nuzzling her face against Shuichi's neck. Shuichi gently supported Kushina and replied with a tender voice, "I missed you too." At that moment, Kushina suddenly sniffed, her expression shifting to one of confusion. "Shuichi, why do you smell like another woman? You're not cheating on me, are you?" Kushina immediately jumped down from Shuichi, casting a suspicious glance his way. The fragrant scent emanating from him struck her as oddly familiar, as if she had encountered it before. "Isn't that the scent of Tsunade-sensei?" She pondered, her eyes narrowing with growing intensity. Could it be that this fellow had sought out Tsunade for a clandestine rendezvous before returning home? I must have picked it up when I ran into her while submitting a mission," Shuichi replied, half-jokingly, realizing that Kushina likely recognized the scent. Rather than deny it and leave room for speculation, he preferred to gloss over the matter. Just as Kushina remained skeptical, Shuichi quickly shifted the topic. "I met someone in the Hidden Mist village who shares your ambitions." "What do you mean?" Kushina's curiosity was piqued. "In the Hidden Mist village, there's a girl named Terumi Mei, and her dream is strikingly similar to yours. She wants to be Hokage, but ninjas can't become the Kage of other villages. Right?" Upon hearing this, Shuichi couldn't suppress a bemused expression. He lightly tapped Kushina's head and retorted, "Are you foolish? I meant that her dream is to become Mizukage. Just like you." "Oh, I see. By the way, Shuichi, have you eaten yet? Should I make some noodles for you?" Before Shuichi could respond, Kushina dashed toward the kitchen with fervor. After she departed, Shuichi turned to Konan, who had been silently observing from a distance, and offered her a gentle smile. "Konan, did you miss me?" Konan nodded and stepped forward to embrace Shuichi's long leg, whispering, "I think about you every night when I go to sleep, Shuichi and I." Shuichi affectionately stroked Konan's soft, sky-blue hair and softly replied, "You're such a good girl." However, he failed to notice the ambiguous expression that crossed Konan's face upon hearing his words. Deep down, she yearned for more than to simply be a child. Yet, she wondered if such desires were too greedy, fearing that she might lose everything she had. After a bittersweet thought flickered through her mind, Konan's face brightened with a cheerful smile. As she recounted her recent experiences at the Ninja Academy, Kushina's vibrant voice echoed from the kitchen. "Shuichi, dinner's ready." Shuichi looked at Konan and asked, "Would you like to join me for a bite?" Konan shook her head and quietly replied, "No, I just had dinner with Kushina. I'm going to take a bath first." Shuichi gently patted Konan's head and encouraged her, "Go ahead." As Shuichi devoured the noodles in his bowl, Kushina sat across from him, propping her chin on her hands, watching him intently. Eventually, he could no longer resist putting down his chopsticks and gazing at her. "Kushina, why are you staring at me? Do you want some?" Kushina shook her head, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "If it's delicious, eat more. You'll need your strength to finish your homework later." With that, she lightly licked her lips, her expression alluring. Shuichi braced himself, anticipating yet another challenging evening ahead. Thankfully, his stamina was robust, otherwise, he would have had to raise the white flag tonight. True to Shuichi's expectations, as soon as he set his chopsticks down, Kushina's eyes sparkled, and she seized them, hoisting them onto her shoulder before striding confidently toward the bedroom. As the night wore on, Shuichi slowly opened his eyes and gently untangled Kushina, who was wrapped around him. Judging by the position of the sun, it was likely still morning. Last night, Kushina had only relented just before dawn, leaving Shuichi thoroughly exhausted. Given her demeanor, it seemed she would sleep until the afternoon. After placing a soft kiss on Kushina's cheek, he rose to freshen up. After brushing his teeth, Shuichi glanced around and noticed Konan was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to school. It seemed that the curriculum at Konoha's Ninja Academy was considerably more demanding than that of the Hidden Mist Village. For Shuichi had never seen Terumi Mei or Yuri Ringo attending classes. Unlike Konan, who had to be at school by 9 in the morning and wouldn't be dismissed until 4 in the afternoon. In retrospect, the Hidden Mist Village's Ninja Academy might be considered a form of joyful education. After hastily preparing a simple breakfast, Shuichi decided to take a leisurely stroll through the streets. Everything appeared unchanged, bustling with energy. However, it seemed the village was abuzz with new gossip, as groups of villagers huddled together, whispering animatedly. Just as Shuichi contemplated whether to investigate, a voice called out to him from behind. "Shuichi, over here." Turning to the sound, he saw Ju waving at him from a short distance away, accompanied by a gentle-looking woman. If his memory served him correctly, she was the teacher he had encountered at the Ninja Academy. As Shuichi approached S.H. Ju, he remarked, "S.H. Ju, long time no see. And who might this be?" A proud smile spread across S.H. Ju's face. Chapter 77. The Grief of White Fang. This is my colleague, Kanako, and also the most important person in my life. At his words, Kanako's cheeks flushed, and she lightly swatted S.H. Ju's arm. It dawned on Shuichi that Kanako was indeed the teacher he had met when Konan enrolled at the academy. S.H. Ju had swiftly captured her heart. Appearances could indeed be deceiving. At that moment, Kanako, seemingly aware of the situation, spoke up. "Oh, S.H. Ju, I think I forgot to buy something. I'll make a quick trip to the supermarket. You can chat with your friend." "I'll accompany you," S.H. Ju offered, but Kanako insisted, "No need. It's nothing heavy. I can manage on my own." With a wave, she gradually disappeared from their view. Subsequently, Shuichi and S.H. Ju found a tavern where they ordered a few bottles of beer and some snacks. Nobuki raised his beer, taking a hearty gulp that emptied nearly half the glass, releasing a satisfying sigh of relief. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed drinking so liberally. Usually, Kanako would never allow him to indulge in alcohol, but this time, he owed it to Shuichi. Sato Shuichi took a gentle sip of his beer, then turned his gaze to Nobuki, who was seated directly across from him. Once a passionate youth, Nobuki had now transformed into a weary salaryman, stripped of even the right to drink. Unable to suppress his teasing, he remarked, "Is that so? Perhaps you should consider breaking up with Kanako. The next one might be better, more obedient." In response, Nobuki waved his hand dismissively. "No, I've made up my mind. I plan to propose to Kanako next month. You must come to celebrate." Upon hearing this, Shuichi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Although they had both reached the age where marriage was a possibility, he never expected Nobuki to be the first to take that step. Marriage is the grave of love. "Have you given up on becoming Hokage?" Faced with Shuichi's question, Nobuki fell silent for a while, then raised his glass and downed the remaining beer. "I have no intention of pursuing that path. One must possess self-awareness. You and Minato are true geniuses, while I am not. It is better for me to remain an ordinary teacher. Perhaps the future Hokage will be one of my students." Haha. Though Nobuki laughed heartily, a hint of reluctance shadowed his face. In truth, he was a talent in his own right, possessing the strength of a jonin at such a young age. Yet, compared to Shuichi and Minato, he felt rather inferior. Perhaps the near-death experience he had previously endured had awakened him, causing him to relinquish his stubborn ambitions. Nonetheless, it was for the best. Marrying early and starting a family would ensure that the Senju clan would not face extinction. Enough of those peculiar topics. Have you heard about the incident with White Fang? Nobuki leaned forward, wearing a mysterious expression. "No, I just returned from the Mist Village yesterday." "What happened?" Shuichi inquired, eager for the details. Nobuki did not keep him in suspense, recounting the events with clarity. It was during a recent mission that White Fang had failed in his duty to save his comrades. As a result, his reputation in the village had plummeted from war hero to pariah, scorned by all. Even the comrade he had rescued had publicly criticized him. Nobuki took another large swig of beer, slamming the glass down on the table with a resounding thud. If someone were to abandon their comrades for the sake of a mission, they might be deemed a competent ninja. However, I refuse to acknowledge such a person as a true companion. Clearly, Nobuki's views diverged from the prevailing sentiments within the village. To him, living comrades were far more significant than rigid missions. However, the magnitude of the uproar surrounding White Fang suggested that a hidden hand was at play. After all, it was merely an ordinary mission. How could it have escalated to such notoriety? The puppeteer behind the scenes aimed to tarnish White Fang's reputation. Given White Fang's age and exceptional prowess, he was a strong contender for the position of Hokage. Following this incident, it was unlikely that many would support his candidacy. Yet, no one anticipated that White Fang would choose to protest in such a drastic manner. Indeed, the elders of Konoha seemed to excel in external conflicts while neglecting their own. During the previous Ninja World War, they had contributed little, yet now that peace had returned, they began to turn against their own. Shuichi could easily guess who the mastermind was, none other than the old fool Danzo. Moreover, while Sarutobi Hiruzen may not have directly participated, he was certainly aware of Danzo's actions and chose to turn a blind eye. With this thought, Shuichi stood, turning to Nobuki. "I'll go check on White Fang. After such a significant incident, it's the least I can do." With that, he departed. Nobuki gazed at the table laden with snacks, resolutely deciding to finish them alone. Such food could not be wasted. A teacher's salary was hardly generous. White Fang's residence was an unassuming two-story house. Despite being the head of the Umbu, he lived a remarkably simple life. Shuichi rang the doorbell, and after a considerable wait, someone finally opened the door. Upon seeing White Fang, he was struck by a wave of melancholy. Once so vibrant and spirited, capable of handling any challenge with ease, White Fang now appeared hunched, pale, and disheveled, resembling a recluse who lived off the generosity of others. As White Fang forced a strained smile upon recognizing Shuichi, he greeted him. "Shuichi, you're here. It's been a long time." After a brief pause, Shuichi replied, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" White Fang struggled to move his heavy frame, turning to lead Shuichi inside. "If you don't mind, come in for a cup of tea. However, I have no snacks." Chapter 78. The Fist of Friendship. Upon entering White Fang's home, Shuichi discovered it was far more orderly than he had imagined. The floors were spotless, and the furniture was neatly arranged. Even in his disheveled state, White Fang had managed to maintain a clean environment. Seemingly sensing Shuichi's confusion, White Fang spoke up. "This is all thanks to Kakashi. If it were just me, this place would likely be a dump. I only have some barley tea. Make do with that." White Fang led Shuichi to the living room, serving him a cup of barley tea. Shuichi took a sip, the coolness instantly dispelling the heat from outside. White Fang remained silent, staring blankly at the empty table, while Shuichi observed the decor. After a long silence, White Fang's hoarse voice finally broke through. "Shuichi, do you think I was in the wrong?" Meeting White Fang's complex gaze, Shuichi shook his head, responding firmly, "You did nothing wrong. Those who disrupt the rules of the ninja world are but trash, and those who abandon their comrades are even lesser than that. The fault lies not with you, but with this world." Upon hearing these words, a bitter smile crept across White Fang's face. "Thank you, Shuichi. You are the first to support me. I have other matters to attend to. If there is nothing else, you may return." Shuichi raised an eyebrow at this. "You're not contemplating something drastic, are you?" At Shuichi's questioning gaze, White Fang turned his head away, a hint of guilt evident in his demeanor. Seeing this, Shuichi felt a surge of anger rise within him. He stepped forward, gripping White Fang's collar, locking eyes with him. "The White Fang I know is not a weak coward. You may choose to end it all and forget these troubles, but have you considered Kakashi's feelings?" The question posed by Sato Shuichi was sharp. "Is your mind solely occupied with yourself?" In response to his admonishment, White Fang lowered his head, refraining from uttering excessive words. Observing that mere verbal sparring would not deter White Fang from his suicidal thoughts, Sato Shuichi resolved to employ a more forceful approach, his friendship punch. Regardless of the outcome, he decided to administer a lesson through physical exertion. Thus, Sato Shuichi raised his fist and, without reservation, struck White Fang's head. White Fang did not evade. Instead, he numbly endured each blow. 3 minutes later, Sato Shuichi gazed down at the battered and bruised figure of White Fang lying on the ground, a sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. "I've longed to deliver such a thrashing to you. At last, the opportunity has presented itself. Are you feeling calmer now?" White Fang, with a tissue stuffed in his nose to staunch the relentless flow of blood, nodded. After enduring such a beating, he had finally relinquished his earlier thoughts of despair. "Thank you, Shuichi. Without your intervention, I might have irrevocably chosen to retire. I no longer possess the capability to be a ninja." A glimmer of vitality returned to White Fang's eyes as Sato Shuichi stepped forward to administer medical ninjutsu to treat the wounds on his head. Otherwise, when Kakashi returned and discovered his father in such a state, he would undoubtedly confront Sato Shuichi with fury. Once all of White Fang's injuries were tended to, Sato Shuichi inquired gently, "Have you truly made your decision?" White Fang nodded, a carefree smile gracing his lips. "My savings are ample enough for Kakashi to squander throughout his life. There is nothing worth holding on to." Observing the authenticity in White Fang's expression, Sato Shuichi felt a wave of relief. As long as White Fang no longer contemplated self-harm, everything else could be negotiated. After all, as long as one is alive, hope remains. Before departing, Sato Shuichi felt compelled to issue a final warning. "Should you ever entertain such thoughts again, I will strip your corpse bare and cast it into the women's bathhouse in Tsunade, utterly tarnishing your reputation." White Fang responded with a warm smile. "You remain as ruthless as ever. Rest assured, once I make a promise, I shall not waver." Subsequently, Sato Shuichi made his way toward the Hokage building. as he still had not submitted the intelligence regarding Kirigakure. Despite the lack of allure in the mission's rewards, one should never squander what they earned through their own efforts. Excellent, Shuichi. You have not disappointed me. Truly the strongest ninja of the younger generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he examined the intelligence report. By the way, have you visited Zain, White Fang, recently? I've been preoccupied and haven't had the chance to check on him. The recent events have been distressing. In response, Sato Shuichi nodded, a flicker of discontent rising within him towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Danzo were indeed a true villain, then Hiruzen was a consummate hypocrite. As Hokage, did he lack the ability to quell rumors? Was it not the case that White Fang threatened his position as Hokage, leading him to speak in such a manner? I have visited Senior Zain. He has decided to retire. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Sato Shuichi's words. He had intended to tacitly support Danzo's scheme, ensuring White Fang's complete disqualification from the Hokage candidacy, thereby rendering him a formidable tool under his command. However, White Fang's decision to retire was unexpected. Although White Fang would no longer be in charge, he still held the position of Umbu captain. If he were to retire, finding a suitable replacement would not be an easy task for Hiruzen. Has Zain truly resolved to retire? Has he not considered it further? In response to Hiruzen's inquiry, Sato Shuichi merely shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. Just then, a voice rang out. Shuichi speaks the truth. I intend to retire. After so many years as a ninja, it's time I relish life. White Fang entered the room, transformed from the despondent figure he had been. The aura of despair had vanished, and his hair and beard appeared meticulously groomed. Approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen, he placed an envelope before him and declared, Hokage-sama, this is my resignation. Henceforth, I shall be an ordinary villager in Konohagakure, and you are welcome to visit me for tea. Chapter 79, Mikoto's Concerns. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sarutobi Hiruzen accepted the resignation from White Fang, his demeanor softening into a gentle smile. Resigning is for the best. It allows you to devote your time to mentoring Kakashi, contributing to the new generation of Konoha. I must admit, I envy you a little. White Fang nodded slightly, harboring no particular response to Hiruzen's overtures. Years of collaboration had granted White Fang insight into Hiruzen's nature, and he suspected this incident might not have transpired without Hiruzen's subtle machinations. With a casual nod to Sato Shuichi, White Fang exited the Hokage's office with poise. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. White Fang's abrupt resignation disrupted his plans. At present, no one in Konoha could adequately assume the position of Umbu captain left vacant by White Fang. Hiruzen had initially intended for his eldest son, Sarutobi Shino, to take over the role in a few years, but Shino's current abilities were somewhat lacking. Suddenly, Hiruzen's gaze fell upon Sato Shuichi, who was frowning slightly, and an idea sparked in his mind. In terms of affiliation, as Tsunade's apprentice, Sato Shuichi undoubtedly belonged to Hiruzen's faction. Moreover, in terms of strength, Sato Shuichi had proven capable of contending with Hanzo. Noticing the sudden gleam in Hiruzen's eyes, Sato Shuichi, who had been frowning due to the smoke, discreetly stepped back. Surely, this old man must have some grand wisdom to impart. Shuichi, are you interested in the Umbu? Faced with Hiruzen's probing, Sato Shuichi firmly declined. Although the power associated with the Umbu captain was substantial within Konoha, assuming White Fang's position at this juncture would merely render him a puppet of Hiruzen, reminiscent of how Minato took over as fourth Hokage. While the duties of Hokage would be present, much of the authority would be wielded by the former Hokage and two advisors. It was conceivable that even Orochimaru's defection might still lie within Hiruzen's control. After all, compared to Minato, if Orochimaru were to become Hokage, Hiruzen's authority would be significantly diminished. Observing Sato Shuichi's outright refusal, Hiruzen did not press further, but instead began to inquire about Sato Shuichi's life, appearing as a concerned elder. If one were to glance at him, Hiruzen would seem like a benevolent elder genuinely caring for his junior. After engaging in small talk and deflecting Hiruzen's inquiries, Sato Shuichi took his leave. Upon returning home, he resumed his languid lifestyle, oscillating between his residence and Tsunade's. However, he noticed with some concern that he had not seen Mikoto in quite some time. On a serene afternoon, as Sato Shuichi relished the tranquility of the day from his bed, a sudden loud crash echoed from the living room. The sound jolted him from his daydreams. prompting him to rub his eyes and investigate the commotion. Upon pushing open the door to the living room, he was greeted by the furious visage of Kushina and the slightly teary-eyed Mikoto, along with a table that had been split in two between them. From the furious expression on Kushina's face, it was evident that the table had fallen victim to her wrath. It must be said that Kushina, as a student, had mastered the art of dismantling tables, a skill she undoubtedly inherited from Tsunade. After a brief moment of inwardly venting her frustrations, Sato Shuichi approached Kushina, gently massaging her palm that had just struck the table, while inquiring, "What has provoked our esteemed Kushina into such anger?" Kushina turned to glance at Shuichi, her eagerness compelling her to recount the entire saga. "Shuichi, you won't believe it. I am absolutely furious." As Shuichi continued to need Kushina's delicate hand, he promptly grasped the situation. This matter had little to do with Kushina. The protagonist was sitting across from them, Mikoto. In essence, Mikoto had reached the age deemed appropriate for marriage, and her family insisted that she meet the young elites of the Uchiha clan. With the exquisite presence of Sato Shuichi before her, Mikoto found herself disinterested in those who acted with such arrogance. However, recently, Mikoto's father had been forcefully insisting that she try to be with Uchiha Fugaku, threatening to disown her if she refused. Consequently, Mikoto sought solace in Kushina. Upon hearing this, as Mikoto's closest friend, Kushina could hardly contain herself. Thus, the unfortunate table in the living room became a casualty of her indignation. Shuichi tenderly patted Kushina's head and turned his gaze to Mikoto. "Mikoto, do you mean to say you will acquiesce to your father's wishes?" Mikoto resolutely shook her head. "Even if it means severing ties with my father, I will never submit to anyone. I cannot accept entering the sanctity of marriage with someone I do not love." Hearing this, Kushina sprang to her feet, her fists raised in passionate fervor. "Well said. Mikoto, rest assured, Shuichi and I are your staunchest allies. We shall confront that old fool and compel him to kneel and apologize, while also dealing with that toad who dares to pursue a swan." Kushina's fierce demeanor was no jest. However, given her current status, even if she were to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku, it would ultimately bear no consequence. Not to mention the increasingly precarious position of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. With Kushina being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she could navigate Konoha with considerable ease, especially with Tsunade, the head of the Senju clan, as her backing. Originally, this position had been designated for Nawaki, but he had declined it, wishing for a simple life. Moreover, rumors abounded of numerous Senju artifacts surfacing in the auction houses. One could only speculate their authenticity. Surely, Tsunade would not resort to selling ancestral treasures for gambling. Would she? "Kushina, calm down. After all, he is my father. Attacking him would be excessive. I believe a thoughtful conversation would yield better results," Mikoto interjected, unable to suppress her concern, as Kushina's suggestion was rather extreme. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's residence, a middle-aged gentleman with graying hair was lamenting incessantly. "This is outrageous. There is simply no law. The traditions of parental consent and matchmaking have existed since ancient times. Even if she refuses, she cannot simply flee. This is utter lawlessness." At that moment, a middle-aged woman sitting beside him could no longer remain silent. "Aren't you concerned that Mikoto might run away and never return?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tamaki reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, his emotions surging. He slammed his hand onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Scalding tea spilled onto his palm, yet he appeared oblivious to the discomfort. "Isn't it your fault for spoiling Mikoto? Can such a significant matter be treated so casually? If she dares to leave, I will. What will you do exactly? Now you're the one complaining, is it? Blaming me? Seeking a new love while discarding this old wife, am I right? Fine, I won't wait for you. I will leave on my own. The two of us can manage just fine." Uchiha Hime shot Uchiha Tamaki a fierce glare before turning to gather her belongings. Uchiha Tamaki quickly grasped his wife's hand, a fawning expression on his face. "I was merely speaking out of anger. You know me too well. Besides you, I have never approached another woman." "Humph, is that so? I find it odd that you insist on Mikoto being with that Fugaku fellow. He seems rather ordinary." "Humph, such a narrow-minded view. What does appearance matter? Uchiha Fugaku has awakened the Sharingan at his age and is already designated as the clan leader. If Mikoto marries him, she will undoubtedly thrive." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Hime rolled her eyes. "So that's your motivation, selling your daughter for personal gain, is it? Bah, I would never bow to Uchiha Fugaku, nor even to his esteemed father." This is for Mikoto's future. We cannot protect her forever. With my status and connections, I assure you, Fugaku would never dare mistreat her. This is all for her benefit. But such matters should ultimately depend on Mikoto herself. Forcing her into a union with someone she does not love is simply unacceptable. With time, she will surely grow fond of him. After all, that is how it is with us. I senti it. I will not concern myself with this any longer. You two can argue as you wish. I have an appointment with Keiko for a beauty treatment. Farewell. With that, Uchiha Hime released her husband's hand and strode toward the exit. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi and Mikoto had expended considerable effort to dissuade Kushina from her impulsive desire to unleash the Ninetales upon the Uchiha clan. Had they not intervened, the Uchiha clan's night of reckoning might have arrived decades prematurely. After deliberation, the trio concluded that Sato Shuichi and Mikoto would return home together to dissuade Uchiha Tamaki from his current mindset. Should rational discourse fail, Shuichi possessed a modicum of combat knowledge. Out of respect for Mikoto, he would temper his strikes. With a resounding kick, Sato Shuichi forcefully swung open the intricately crafted wooden door. Observing Uchiha Tamaki's dark expression, Shuichi casually took a seat opposite him and nonchalantly remarked, "Old Tamaki, is it safe for my ghostly flames to linger outside your residence?" Uchiha Tamaki ignored Shuichi and instead turned his gaze toward Mikoto. "Is this truly your choice? To provoke me with this arrogant fool?" Mikoto's countenance displayed unwavering determination. "Father, I will not back down on this matter. Even if it means defying you, I will not yield." At this juncture, Sato Shuichi placed the long sword gifted to him by Mikoto upon the table with a decisive thud. "I am not here to reason with you. I am here to inform you. Should you disregard my counsel, I am not without my own means of persuasion." Gazing at the sword before him, Uchiha Tamaki felt his composure shatter. How could he have been so blind? He initially assumed that Mikoto had taken the sword for her own use. It puzzled him why she had not practiced her swordsmanship in recent years. Now, the truth was laid bare. The precious little cabbage he had cherished had long since been taken by the blonde-haired youth. Faced with the questioning gaze of Uchiha Danma, Mikoto felt a twinge of guilt and turned her head away. She was well aware of the reason behind her father's current fury. After suppressing the anger boiling within him, Uchiha Danma directed his attention towards Sato Shuichi and spoke. "Is Tsunade teaching you only to rely on brute force?" Sato Shuichi retorted without hesitation. "The ninja world has always favored the strong. If you disagree today, I will boldly take Mikoto away from the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Danma laughed in rage. "You? Do you truly believe you can challenge the entire Uchiha clan single-handedly? Huh. What is there to fear from a Uchiha without Madara? We have been repeatedly suppressed by Konoha, unable to even protect our ancestral lands, reduced to this remote location. I am genuinely terrified." Sato Shuichi adopted an exaggerated expression. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan was at its most vulnerable. In such a large clan, they couldn't even muster a single pair of Sharingan. Sato Shuichi brimmed with confidence that he could face the entire Uchiha clan alone. "Humph, enough talk. Let me see what you're made of," Uchiha Danma declared. Rising to confront Sato Shuichi, eager to impart a lesson to this presumptuous young man, teaching him the depth of a prestigious family. Mikoto couldn't help but interject, "Father," but was swiftly interrupted by Uchiha Danma. "No need for further discussion. After I deal with this brat, we can discuss our matters." With that, Uchiha Danma stormed out. At that moment, Sato Shuichi took Mikoto's delicate hand, offering a gentle smile. "Don't worry, for your sake, Mikoto, I shall show mercy." Sato Shuichi's voice was soft, yet clearly reached Uchiha Danma's ears. It seemed as though he did not hear, as he continued his leisurely stride, though a crimson hue flickered in his eyes, accompanied by 3 spinning tomo. Soon, Uchiha Danma brought Sato Shuichi and Mikoto to a secluded clearing. The choice to avoid the Uchiha clan's training grounds was not due to fear of losing face if he were to be defeated by Sato Shuichi. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, he was indeed cautious. Standing face to face, Sato Shuichi and Uchiha Danma locked eyes, the world around them fading away. A gentle breeze brushed through, sending a leaf floating between them, yet neither made a move. In contrast to Uchiha Danma, whose muscles were taut and Sharingan activated, Sato Shuichi appeared relaxed and at ease. "Aren't you going to summon your summoning beast?" Uchiha Danma inquired. He had thoroughly researched Sato Shuichi, knowing he was his daughter's only male teammate. Sato Shuichi merely tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle and replied nonchalantly, against an old relic like you. I need not summon a fire dragon. Upon hearing this, even Uchiha Danma, with his years of experience, could not suppress his fury. He shouted, charging at Sato Shuichi with lightning speed. You little brat, come here and die? Mikoto instinctively covered her mouth in shock, realizing that in just a few words, Sato Shuichi had incited her father's wrath. This was her first time witnessing such rage from him. With a fierce expression, Uchiha Danma lunged at Sato Shuichi, raising his sword to strike at his head. In response, Sato Shuichi drew the silver blade gifted by Mikoto and effortlessly blocked Uchiha Danma's strike with one hand. Their blades clashed, a stalemate ensued. Uchiha Danma wielded his sword with both hands, beads of sweat forming on his brow, while Sato Shuichi, with a single-handed grip, appeared utterly unfazed, even yawning casually. Is this all you've got? Sato Shuichi taunted, and with a surge of strength, he sent Uchiha Danma flying. Mikoto gasped in alarm. Despite their recent fallout, the bond of blood between them made her wish for neither to be harmed. Uchiha Danma executed several flips in midair before landing gracefully on the ground, his eyes fixated on Sato Shuichi, panting heavily. How I wish I were 10 years younger. I would not be in such a predicament. After their exchange, Uchiha Danma realized he had no hope of defeating Sato Shuichi in either swordsmanship or physical prowess. If Sato Shuichi knew the elder's thoughts, he would likely scoff. Save your breath, old man. I haven't even unleashed my true strength yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of being sent flying. Suddenly, Uchiha Danma began forming hand seals rapidly, his Sharingan locked on his Sato Shuichi's gaze. Mikoto shouted anxiously, Shuichi, be careful. Don't look into my father's eyes. That's the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Hearing this, Uchiha Danma nearly spat blood in disbelief. When did my little darling turn into a black-hearted cotton? Why is she siding with him? Sato Shuichi turned to Mikoto, offering a reassuring smile, then locked his gaze directly with Uchiha Danma's Sharingan. Despite not knowing whether Sato Shuichi understood his intent, he pressed forward. Uchiha Danma, however, was unyielding. After all, his proud Sharingan would not fail him. After a tense moment, Sato Shuichi maintained a mocking expression, resembling a spectator watching a monkey perform tricks. Were it not for the tangible depletion of chakra within him, Uchiha Danma would have doubted the effectiveness of his Jinjutsu. The Jinjutsu had indeed been cast successfully, but Sato Shuichi was simply immune to it. Ultimately, Jinjutsu merely disrupts the chakra flow of the enemy. It is ineffectual against those with robust mental fortitude. Furthermore, with Gistin concealed within Sato Shuichi's shadow, should he fall under the Jinjutsu, Gistin would be ready to dispel it at a moment's notice. As a seasoned ninja, Uchiha Danma quickly regained his composure and continued to form seals with great speed. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. He unleashed a massive fire dragon from his mouth, its ferocity raising the ambient temperature significantly. Indeed, compared to Taijutsu and Jinjutsu, the Uchiha clan excelled in fire release. Faced with this formidable display, Sato Shuichi's expression finally turned serious. He hurled a kunai toward Uchiha Danma, the specialized kunai piercing through the fire dragon and scathe, continuing its trajectory toward him. Under the enhancement of the three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Danma effortlessly evaded the flying kunai with a swift sidestep. Simultaneously, a question arose in Uchiha Danma's mind. Why did that annoying little brat suddenly throw a kunai at me? Could it be a provocation? Despite his condescending remarks about Sato Shuichi, Uchiha Danma did not believe that a mere fire release technique could easily dispose of him. At that moment, Sato Shuichi unexpectedly appeared beside the kunai, with his silver blade poised at Uchiha Danma's throat. Feeling the chill against his neck, Uchiha Danma's eyes widened in disbelief. The speed was astonishing. When had Sato Shuichi approached him? Was it possible that he had unknowingly fallen victim to a Jinjutsu? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Uchiha Danma's mind as he recalled the kunai Sato Shuichi had just thrown. The shape of that kunai seemed somewhat different from ordinary ones, and it appeared to bear intricate carvings. Could it be that Sato Shuichi had just employed the long-lost flying thunder god technique? Unthinkable. How could someone of his age master such profound ninjutsu? As one of the foremost victims of the flying thunder god technique, the Uchiha clan had a deeper understanding of it than even the Senju clan. After all, Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Madara Uchiha, had perished at the hands of Tobirama Senju's flying thunder god. The more he understood, the more Uchiha Danma realized the difficulty of the technique. It was a space-time ninjutsu. And without an innate talent for such abilities, a common person could spend their entire life without glimpsing its essence. Thus, Uchiha Danma found himself utterly astonished. Sato Shuichi, unaware of the whirlwind of thoughts racing through Uchiha Danma's mind in that fleeting moment, spoke calmly, "I believe this round is mine." His demeanor was as nonchalant as if he had merely stepped out to buy a bottle of soda. Truth be told, had it not been for the consideration of Mikoto's reputation, Sato Shuichi could have dispatched Uchiha Danma in an instant. As a Pokémon lurking in the shadows, Gengar's assassination capability was remarkably formidable. Even a quasi-shadow-level ninja would face a considerable risk. After all, ninjas typically boasted high attack, but low defense. Despite his disbelief, Uchiha Danma lowered his proud head. "I concede this match. However, defeating an elderly man such as myself is hardly a thing of glory." There was no denying that Uchiha Danma's verbal prowess was on par with his strength. Before the battle, he had exuded arrogance, proclaiming himself superior, yet after the encounter, he diminished his victory to that of besting an old man. This shameless display caused Mikoto beside him to cover her face in embarrassment. She could hardly accept that such a brazen individual was her father. Sato Shuichi's lips twitched slightly before he sheathed his sword with a flourish. "Will you at least listen to Mikoto properly now?" Uchiha Danma posed another question. Was that technique the Flying Thunder God? Sato Shuichi nodded indifferently. His ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God was not a secret worth concealing. After all, such a distinctive ninjutsu would be recognized by anyone who witnessed it once. Unless, of course, one were to eliminate everyone who had seen it, which was clearly impractical. Upon receiving Sato Shuichi's affirmation, Uchiha Danma, despite being mentally prepared, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Why would fate not bestow any talent upon the Uchiha? It was perplexing that all geniuses emerged from other clans. The last renowned figure from the Uchiha was Uchiha Kagami, a contemporary of the third Hokage. Since his time, the Uchiha clan had declined with each generation. After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Danma turned to Mikoto and sighed heavily. "I do not oppose your relationship with Shuichi, but any children you have must bear the Uchiha surname." Uchiha Danma's decision was not as shocking as it might seem. Aside from the overly bloodline-conscious Hyuga clan, other major ninja clans engaged in interclan marriages. However, unions between sworn enemies like the Uchiha and Senju were rather uncommon. Sato Shuichi possessed ample talent and capability. Plus, he had Tsunade as his mentor. He could undoubtedly be considered a promising candidate for the future, even for the position of Hokage. If Mikoto were to marry him, it would not be a wasted opportunity. Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi had yet to respond, but Mikoto immediately protested. "Father, you're meddling again. Shuichi and I are not in that kind of relationship. Besides, he is Kushina's boyfriend. How could I steal her man?" Uchiha Danma rolled his eyes, replying curtly, "You say there's nothing between you and this brat, yet he is willing to confront me for your sake. You even gifted him my cherished blade and warned me during the duel to avoid harming him." Faced with these words, Mikoto could only shyly lower her head. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi felt a peculiar sense of fondness for the old man, realizing he was more agreeable than he had initially thought. As for his attraction to Mikoto, indeed, he found her captivating. If she were included, their team would become a lifelong unit in a very real sense. Moreover, Mikoto's long, straight black hair and charming demeanor were exceedingly rare in the ninja world. Yet, due to Kushina's presence, Sato Shuichi hesitated to voice his feelings. Otherwise, when they returned home, Kushina might unleash her wrath. "This matter is settled. You and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are not wed. Why fear it? Even if you were married, you could still involve yourself. Konoha's laws do not stipulate monogamy. If you truly disapprove of him, consider discussing it with Uchiha Fugaku." Upon hearing this, Sato Shuichi's eyes brightened. He had always believed Konoha's laws mandated monogamy, but it turned out there were no such restrictions. This was not only satisfying, but also remarkably liberating. As a new generation of ninja, Sato Shuichi vowed to critique this regulation in the future, proposing that all ninjas besides him adhere to a monogamous standard. "I've stated my position. How you choose is your affair. Remember to return for dinner. At your age, running away from home over trivial disputes is rather childish." Uchiha Danma admonished Mikoto, his frustration evident. "Isn't it your fault for pressuring me to marry? Will adding another mouth to feed ruin us?" Mikoto retorted without hesitation. "Humph. Even with an additional 100 mouths, it wouldn't bankrupt us. But have you considered your age? Do you intend to become an aging spinster? I believe you and this brat are quite well suited." Is it too much to want to hold my grandchild and enjoy family bliss? Under Uchiha Danma's relentless barrage of words, Mikoto chose to retreat. Although evasion may be shameful, it proved remarkably effective. As he watched Mikoto's figure retreating into the distance, Sato Shuichi tentatively addressed Uchiha Danma, father-in-law. I shall take my leave to find Mikoto. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Danma's expression darkened instantly. Despite having mentally prepared himself for the idea of Sato Shuichi and Mikoto being together, the mere mention of Sato Shuichi still ignited within him a desire to deliver a sound thrashing. Were it not for his own lack of capability, he might have acted upon that impulse. Consequently, Uchiha Danma waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk in the opposite direction of Mikoto. After exchanging pleasantries with Uchiha Danma, Sato Shuichi promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Mikoto. With a resounding thud, Mikoto collided with Sato Shuichi's sturdy chest. Had he not reached out to steady her, she would have surely fallen. However, his grasp drew her into his embrace, and in that moment, an enchanting silence enveloped them. Sato Shuichi reveled in the sensation of her softness against him, a secret joy blossoming within his heart. Simultaneously, a fragrance distinct from that of Kushina and Tsunade wafted into his nostrils, subtle yet captivating. It must be Mikoto's unique scent, for after all, beauty often comes accompanied by a delightful allure. Mikoto's cheeks flushed crimson, her first intimate encounter with a male stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Recently, Sato Shuichi's image had become a frequent visitor in her thoughts, especially during her forced matchmaking endeavors with Uchiha Danma. In comparison to her prospective suitors, Sato Shuichi's excellence was indisputable. As she felt the warmth radiating from his neck, a peculiar expression crossed Sato Shuichi's face. Although he had jokingly referred to Uchiha Danma as father-in-law to provoke him, he was not entirely prepared for the rapid progression of his relationship with Mikoto. Surely, he ought to confide in Kushina about this matter. After all, Kushina was a perfect Jinchuriki and at full strength as the Ninetales. Even with his 3 Pokémon by his side, he might not stand a chance against her. After a moment's hesitation, Mikoto hastily extricated herself from Sato Shuichi's embrace, nervously running her fingers through her hair, her expression betraying her unease. Shuichi, please disregard what my father just said. He is old and tends to speak nonsense, she implored. Observing her bashfulness, Sato Shuichi felt a mischievous urge to tease her, leaving the matter of Kushina for his future self to ponder. He then took Mikoto's right hand, intertwining their fingers. If that is the case, then my earlier confrontation was utterly meaningless. It seems I am merely a tool, to be discarded once my purpose is fulfilled. My apologies for overthinking. Upon hearing this, Mikoto quickly interjected, No, it's not like that. Shuichi, let me explain. You and Kushina are the best of friends. We shouldn't betray her. He reassured her, It's fine, Kushina will forgive us. She has experience in these matters. Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. She could hardly fathom that Sato Shuichi, with his prominent brows and expressive eyes, had once betrayed Kushina. Considering her friend's fiery temperament, it was a miracle he stood before her unscathed. Who is this person who dared to encroach upon Kushina's territory? Aren't they afraid of repercussions? She queried, her tone incredulous. Sato Shuichi stammered, You're quite familiar with this individual. Connecting the dots, Mikoto recalled how Kushina's demeanor towards Tsunade had inexplicably soured over time. A bold yet absurd thought crept into her mind, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Sato Shuichi, exclaiming, Don't tell me the third party is Tsunade-sensei. Isn't there quite the age gap? Meanwhile, Tsunade, engrossed in a battle at the gambling den, suddenly sneezed. Which rascal is speaking of me behind my back? After the thought flitted through her mind, she resumed, pushing her chips forward. Initially, she had resisted taking on the role of clan leader of the Senju, believing her time better spent at the casino or tavern. However, upon assuming the position, she was pleasantly surprised by the vast wealth accumulated through generations of the Senju clan, granting her the authority to manage the assets at her discretion. Consequently, she thrived, clearing her debts and amassing a fortune to indulge in. Returning to the Uchiha clan, Sato Shuichi, responding to Mikoto's inquiries, gazed at the sky and softly replied, It's not entirely as it seems. In a certain sense, Tsunade-sensei was the first. Although my initial experience was with Kushina, Tsunade and I grew up together. Mikoto, overwhelmed by the revelation, shook off Sato Shuichi's hand and pressed her fingers against her temples, struggling to process the magnitude of the news. Her closest friend had an intimate connection with her most esteemed mentor, and they appeared to have accepted each other's existence. Was this truly Konoha? What had transpired? Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that one acceptance often leads to another, since Kushina had already embraced Tsunade-sensei. Adding her into the equation seemed insignificant. Unbeknownst to Sato Shuichi, who remained oblivious to Mikoto's tumultuous thoughts, he took her left hand once more. Enough of this overthinking. Let us indulge in some dango. We can address any matters afterward. Chapter 84. In the depths of the alley with that. Sato Shuichi guided the pensive Mikoto towards the village center. At the dessert shop, Mikoto gazed at the plate of her favorite dango, yet felt no inclination to partake. How would she face Kushina? After all, Kushina had been so kind to her, while she was contemplating seizing the most treasured aspect of her life. In stark contrast to Mikoto's anxious demeanor, Sato Shuichi sat opposite her, relishing his meal with abandon. Having barely washed up after waking and skipping tea upon arriving at her home, he had already expended considerable energy during his confrontation with Uchiha Danma, his stomach growling in protest. After some time, Mikoto suddenly noticed Sato Shuichi enjoying his meal with carefree gusto. This sight ignited a fire within her. Does it not occur to you that I am feeling this way? How can you act as if nothing has happened? She seethed internally. That impish, inherently wicked Sato Shuichi truly deserved some divine retribution. With this thought, she lifted her foot and stepped on his. Feeling the pressure on his foot, Sato Shuichi finally paused his eating. He blinked at Mikoto, whose face was etched with resentment, and then extended his fork to offer her a piece. Would you like to join me? Observing Sato Shuichi's bewildered expression, Mikoto suddenly felt as if she had acted like a complete fool. Engaging in a quarrel with such a person seemed like nothing more than a futile internal struggle. With this realization, Mikoto opened her mouth wide and devoured the cake beside her in one bite. Subsequently, she transformed her sorrow into appetite and began to indulge in the desserts on the table alongside Sato Shuichi. Half an hour later, Mikoto reclined in her chair, satisfaction etched on her face, though a frown of concern began to surface. Alas, having consumed so many high-calorie treats today, she was certain she would gain weight. She resolved not to eat dinner that evening. Despite the quietness of her murmurs, Sato Shuichi clearly heard her. He leaned in closer to her ear and softly said, I know a quick method to burn fat. Would you like to give it a try? After uttering this, Sato Shuichi gently licked Mikoto's earlobe with his tongue. The subtle sensation caused her body to tremble involuntarily. However, she paid little heed to his action, her curiosity piqued instead by the promised exercise method. As the most formidable medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade must possess her own exclusive secrets. It was inconceivable that someone who drank so much alcohol daily could maintain such an enviable physique. Thus, under Sato Shuichi's guidance, they ventured to the end of an empty alley. Upon witnessing the dimly lit surroundings, Mikoto suddenly felt as though she had been deceived. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, she decided to see what Sato Shuichi had in store. He did not hastily proceed but instead addressed his shadow, saying, Jisuto, I entrust you with this task. If anyone approaches, scare them away. Following this, to Mikoto's astonishment, Sato Shuichi's shadow began to contort, and Jisuto emerged from within. With a series of eerie chuckles, Jisuto's form gradually faded. This is Jisuto, one of my most important companions. I hope you both can get to know each other properly. Sato Shuichi explained to the astonished Mikoto. Nodding in acknowledgement, Mikoto inquired, What is that exercise method you mentioned? Why come to such a place? Sato Shuichi did not respond, but slowly advanced towards her. The crisp sound of his footsteps resonated like a small hammer, pounding rhythmically against her heart. As he drew closer, Mikoto instinctively recoiled. Suddenly, a cool, solid sensation pressed against her back. She had backed herself into a corner with no escape. At that moment, Sato Shuichi stood directly before her, propping himself against the wall, creating a wall-dong scenario. Gazing at Mikoto, who appeared as flustered as a startled rabbit, he gradually leaned in closer. Realizing what was about to transpire, Mikoto silently uttered an apology to Kushina and closed her eyes. After an extended moment without the anticipated sensation, she opened her eyes to find Sato Shuichi grinning mischievously at her. In that instant, it dawned on Mikoto that she had fallen victim to another one of his tricks. Infuriated, she raised her fist, aiming to leave a mark on his insufferable face. Sato Shuichi sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her furious blow. Although anger might temporarily boost one's strength, It often diminishes intelligence. After missing her target, Mikoto's body lurched forward uncontrollably, just as she braced for an intimate encounter with the hard ground. She was astonished to discover that she had landed in a warm embrace instead. When she curiously opened her eyes, she found Sato Shuichi's face mere inches from her own, so close that they could feel each other's breath. However, this time, Sato Shuichi's antics could not deceive Mikoto again. As he leaned in closer, Mikoto, instead of shutting her eyes, widened them defiantly, as if to intimidate him into retreating. Typically, one might falter under such a fierce gaze. But Sato Shuichi was no ordinary individual. Instead, he felt a thrill of excitement in the face of Mikoto's fierce demeanor. Thus, to her astonishment, Sato Shuichi's face inched ever closer. In the next moment, Sato Shuichi beheld a shocking sight. Mikoto's wide eyes had transformed into those of the Sharingan, with 2 tomo swirling within. Before long, the number of tomo increased from 2 to 3. Could it be that his presence had the power to induce an evolution of the Sharingan? However, the evolution of the Sharingan was not solely dependent on hatred. It required intense emotions. Feelings of shyness and affection could also serve as fuel for its advancement. In a certain non-flammable Boruto tale, Uchiha Sarada awakened her Manjiki Sharingan out of anger for Boruto. Thus, it was not entirely unexpected for Mikoto to awaken 3 tomo after losing her first kiss. Yet, the sight was truly astonishing to Sato Shuichi, leaving him momentarily speechless, even causing his restless companion, Jisuto, to pause instinctively. After what felt like an eternity, their lips finally parted. At that moment, Mikoto was still oblivious to the anomaly in her eyes, as her heart was consumed by embarrassment. That scoundrel, Sato Shuichi, truly deceived me into this place for such a purpose. Sato Shuichi, observing Mikoto's flushed face and dazed expression, could not help but reach out and pinch her smooth cheek. The strange sensation roused Mikoto from her flustered state. Realizing her current position, she sprang away from his embrace like a coiled spring and demanded, "You are simply despicable. How could you trick me into this place to do such a thing? I'm going to tell Kushina. You're finished." Sato Shuichi wore an innocent expression as he regarded the indignant Mikoto. With a blink, he feigned confusion, asking, "What did I do? Wasn't it you who asked me to let you experience that exercise method?" "Humph. That filthy act could never be considered exercise," she retorted. "That is simply your ignorance. Kissing engages all the facial muscles, and the exchange of bacteria from our mouths can enhance physical fitness. How dare you dismiss such an exercise method?" In the face of Sato Shuichi's clever rebuttal, Mikoto could only manage to squeeze out 4 words. Although she desperately wished to counter his arguments, she found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the advantage of extensive reading, enabling one to thoroughly vanquish their opponent on an intellectual level. Ultimately, this confrontation concluded with Mikoto's hasty retreat. Observing Mikoto's flustered silhouette, Sato Shuichi thoughtfully stroked his lips, recalling the rather pleasant sensation from earlier. "Speak, Shuichi. What misdeeds have you committed against me this time?" Kushina inquired, lounging on the sofa, her eyes narrowed in enjoyment as she relished the massage administered by Sato. Upon hearing her words, a look of guilt washed over Sato's face, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Nevertheless, his hands continued their motions without a hint of hesitation, his tone remaining remarkably composed, betraying no signs of distress. "What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? I merely observed that you seemed fatigued of late, and wished to serve you well. It better be just that. By the way, have you resolved the matter with Mikoto?" Upon hearing Mikoto's name, Sato's hands abruptly halted for several moments. "Haha, with me involved, of course, it has been settled. Initially, that old man refused to heed reason, but after I educated him through physical means, he finally complied. That is splendid news, yet I can't shake the feeling that you are concealing something from me." Kushina suddenly rose, turning to gaze intently into Sato's eyes. "It's over for you now." Under the pressure of Kushina's piercing gaze, Sato felt a wave of cold sweat cascade down his back, regretting his earlier choices. Yet, if time were to rewind, he would still make the same decisions. A slight deviation had occurred. Although Mikoto no longer needed to attend matchmaking events, her father seemed to believe that he and Mikoto were a couple. "You call this a slight deviation? I tasked you with resolving Mikoto's issues, not creating new ones. You must be rather pleased with yourself, having acquired such a gentle and virtuous fiancé for free." At that moment, Kushina's long, flowing hair resembled the serpents of Medusa, floating menacingly in the air as if ready to engulf Sato whole. Faced with this predicament, Sato instinctively chose a retreat, wrapping his arms around Kushina's smooth thigh. Forgive me. I beseech you. This is my lifelong request, dear Kushina. Kushina glanced down at the shameless Sato, her expression icy. Did you not say something similar the last time your indiscretion with Tsunade was uncovered? How many more green hats do you intend to place upon my head? In response to Kushina's probing, Sato could only muster an awkward smile. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. With a subtle exertion, Sato's hands caused Kushina to uncontrollably tumble onto the plush sofa. 2 hours later, Kushina, her cheeks flushed, playfully swatted Sato. You scoundrel, is this your only trick? Just as Sato was about to utter something witty, Kushina abruptly recalled something, hurriedly rising from the sofa and donning her clothes. Seeing her frantic movements, Sato instinctively began to dress himself as well. Though uncertain about the events that transpired, Sato chose not to inquire further given Kushina's urgency. Once they were both appropriately attired, Kushina wiped the sweat from her forehead, her voice tinged with apprehension. I nearly forgot. Konan should be home soon. If she detects anything amiss, I might as well not live. At that moment, Kushina flared her delicate nostrils, her cheeks reddening as she dashed upstairs in search of something. Soon, a bottle of air freshener was flung down from the second floor, landing in Sato's hands. Chapter 86. Hockey, you scoundrel. According to Konan's usual schedule, she would return in about 10 minutes. Thus, Sato hurriedly opened the windows and front door for ventilation. However, dissipating the odor in such a short time was evidently impossible. Hence, while Kushina tidied the sofa and floor, Sato indiscriminately sprayed air freshener throughout the living room. 5 minutes later, both Sato and Kushina sat on the sofa, victorious smiles adorning their faces. Just then, a series of light footsteps approached, growing louder. Hearing the footsteps, Sato and Kushina exchanged glances, relief washing over their expressions. They had successfully preserved their noble and dignified image. Konan slightly flared her delicate nostrils, scrutinizing the poised Sato and Kushina with a puzzled expression. Why does it smell so strongly of air freshener in here? That's because we just dealt with a troublesome bat, Sato and Kushina replied in unison, their faces revealing a shared sense of bewilderment. Although they had not rehearsed their alibi, they were remarkably in sync. Their impromptu excuse mirroring each other's thoughts with uncanny similarity, despite Konan's slight skepticism regarding their response. Given that exterminating a bat hardly warranted such an intense application of air freshener, she chose not to press further. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded and ascended to her room to complete her homework. Watching Konan's obedient figure retreat, Kushina couldn't help but reflect, what a perceptive child. I hope our daughter will be just as well behaved in the future. Sato nodded in agreement. However, at this stage, he harbored no thoughts of having children. The impending dangers of the ninja world loomed too close, and as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Kushina would be at her most vulnerable during childbirth. Although Kushina had reconciled with the Nine Tails, Sato resolved to postpone such matters until after he consumed the god tree's fruit and ascended to a new era as Kamisama. Savoring her favorite dango, Mikoto couldn't help but grasp the essence of the phrase tasteless as chewing wax. Was there anything more awkward than stealing the affections of your closest friend? Indeed, there was, having that very friend, with a gentle smile, feed you. Mikoto, are you feeling unwell? You seem a bit off, Kushina inquired, retracting the fork from Mikoto's mouth with a smile. Under the weight of Kushina's concerned gaze, Mikoto instinctively lowered her head, her guilt towards Kushina intensifying. Meanwhile, Sato, who had been observing the scene, took a deep sip of his milk tea, realizing he had overlooked Kushina's cunning side. She was fully aware of the situation, yet feigned ignorance to tease Mikoto. However, Sato had no intention of coming to Mikoto's aid. After all, he himself was in a precarious position. Ultimately, Mikoto could no longer withstand the internal turmoil, rising to bow apologetically to Kushina. I'm sorry, Kushina. I did something unforgivable with Shuichi. This entire situation is my fault. I was the one who actively tempted Shuichi. Whether you wish to hit me or scold me, I am prepared to accept it. Suddenly witnessing Mikoto's emotional outburst, Shuichi Sato was momentarily taken aback. Mikoto-san, you are truly so gentle, he remarked, astonished. Even at this moment, you bear all the responsibility upon yourself, Haki-chan, you rascal. Kushina shot a fierce glare at Shuichi, the instigator of this turmoil, and hurriedly approached Mikoto, who trembled slightly with guilt, and comforted her, saying, It's all right, Mikoto. I understand everything now. It is all Shuichi's fault. I will not blame you. Mikoto lifted her head, looking at Kushina in disbelief, and asked, You don't blame me? To which Kushina responded with a warm smile. You are my dearest friend. How could I ever blame you? In Mikoto's eyes, Kushina seemed to radiate a divine light at that moment. Thus, Mikoto embraced Kushina in return, unable to hold back her tears, exclaiming, Kushina, you are simply wonderful. I want us to be friends forever. No matter what happens, I will never betray you. In stark contrast to the carefree Shuichi, who seemed to lack any moral compass, Mikoto endured a relentless internal struggle after returning home that day. She had prepared herself for the possibility of Kushina turning against her, enduring countless hardships to earn Kushina's forgiveness and restore their friendship. She certainly did not anticipate that Kushina would so readily forgive her. Consequently, the emotions that had been building up for days erupted uncontrollably. Kushina gently patted Mikoto's back, softly reassuring her, It's all right. This is perfect. Now that we are like family, we can be together forever. After a considerable time, with her eyes slightly reddened, Mikoto finally lifted her head from Kushina's embrace, her face reflecting profound gratitude. To celebrate this moment, Shuichi treated the two girls to a sumptuous feast at a barbecue restaurant. Following the incident, the bond between Kushina and Mikoto not only remained intact, but grew even stronger, a truly delightful outcome. As the hour grew late, Mikoto suggested, Let us call it a night. Thank you, Kushina, for your hospitality. She glanced at the moon hanging high in the sky, addressing Shuichi and Kushina. The trio, having finished dinner, spread a picnic blanket on the lawn outside and lay side by side, gazing at the magnificent starry sky. Meanwhile, Konomi, having eaten and taken a shower, had already retired to bed. Unlike the three adults idly lounging outside, Konomi, a model student, had to rise early each morning and could not possibly stay up late with Shuichi and the others. Why not spend the night here? After all, our relationship has developed to this point, Kushina proposed, turning to Mikoto. Upon hearing this, Shuichi chimed in. Yes, we have plenty of empty rooms. If necessary, the three of us could squeeze onto one bed. Mikoto pinched Shuichi's arm playfully, retorting, Are you implying something with your mention of empty rooms? Besides, I only want to share a room with Kushina, not with anyone else. I need to ensure my personal safety. Despite having confirmed their relationship for several days, the connection between Shuichi and Mikoto remained rather superficial. However, this night might present a unique opportunity. After all, with Kushina acting as a facilitator, Shuichi would truly be a fool to let this chance slip away. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Mikoto opted to sleep alone in the guest room. This decision left Shuichi, who had fantasized about sharing a bed, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed the revolution had yet to succeed, and efforts must continue. In the master bedroom, Shuichi, freshly bathed, leaped onto the bed in a free-fall manner, startling Kushina, who had been lying there. Are you still a child? What if you break the bed? Kushina chided, unable to contain her disapproval of Shuichi's childish antics. In response, Shuichi flashed a slightly clever smile. This is simply a manifestation of youthful exuberance. If this bed were so fragile, I would be compelled to confront the owner tomorrow. I spent 200,000 on it. I've heard it could withstand the weight of 10 hefty pigs without collapsing. That sounds exaggerated. How heavy could 10 hefty pigs be? Kushina questioned. No, I genuinely saw a demonstration where 10 hefty pigs lay upon it without causing any damage, which solidified my resolve to purchase it. Is that so? How intriguing. You've piqued my curiosity. Please take me to see it tomorrow. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shuichi nestled beside Kushina, his hands playfully transforming into mischievous claws. However, just as Shuichi's hands ventured toward their intended target, he was met with Kushina's swift rebuke, banishing him from her snowy peaks. After dispelling Shuichi's wandering hands, Kushina glanced at him and softly remarked, Aren't you supposed to be with Mikoto tonight? Upon hearing Kushina's generous words, Shuichi couldn't help but cover his face with his hands in disbelief. Kushina, you are so wonderful. I've decided, from now on, you shall be the primary figure, while Tsunade, that gambler, can take a back seat. At this, Kushina raised her leg and playfully twisted her toes against Shuichi's waist. Huh, are you implying that you always wanted me to take the secondary role? Shuichi grasped her foot, gazing into her eyes with sincerity as he explained, No. Each of you holds an equal place in my heart. There is no hierarchy. You are all my wings. Without one, I cannot soar. In all my years, I've never seen 3 wings before. Also, stop pinching. Aren't you supposed to be with Mikoto? Shuichi leaned down and gently kissed the arch of Kushina's foot, responding, "It's fine. There's still plenty of time. I will seek out Mikoto later. This moment is solely for you." Kushina. With Kushina's ambivalent expression, the ensuing events require no further elaboration. Time swiftly passed, and after sharing a bath with Kushina, Shuichi had intended to use his ninjutsu to dry her hair, a fiery application of chakra that could dry long hair in mere minutes, a technique that would greatly benefit Jiraiya. However, before Shuichi could demonstrate this unique skill, he was promptly kicked out of the room by Kushina. Faced with the door, Shuichi muttered a few words, dismissing the ungrateful girl, and stealthily made his way towards the guest room where Mikoto had retired for the night. Though the room remained dark, Shuichi was undeterred, able to navigate through the shadows effortlessly. To put it dramatically, the night had bestowed upon him a pair of ebony eyes, which he used to seek the light. In simpler terms, the moonlight streaming through the window was sufficient to illuminate Shuichi's path. After all, he was not a fussy child, free from the burdens of night blindness. Moreover, having lived in this house for over a decade, he could traverse it even with his eyes closed. Before long, Shuichi found himself at the door of the guest room. His hand gently rested on the doorknob, pausing before he turned it. Due to his uncertainty about whether Mikoto had locked the door, Sato Shuichi found himself pondering whether he should force his way in. After a brief internal struggle, he resolutely turned the door handle. To his surprise, he encountered no resistance, and the door swung open effortlessly. Mikoto, it seemed, lacked even the most basic vigilance expected of a ninja. After silently chiding her, Sato Shuichi darted towards the bulging blanket on the bed. However, something felt amiss. The sensation was not that of Mikoto's soft, fragrant body. Upon lifting the blanket, he discovered not Mikoto, but rather a long pillow. Had he fallen into a trap? Suddenly, he felt a prickling sensation at his neck, followed by a familiar drowsiness washing over him. Just moments ago, he had mocked Mikoto for her lack of caution. Yet here he was, ensnared himself. The ambush had been swift and precise. Had he been outside, he would have had his companion, Ghost Stone, keeping watch over him. But within the confines of his home, who would expect such treachery? As his eyelids grew heavy and consciousness began to fade, he remained aware of a crucial fact. Not all bodies react the same way to substances. For Sato Shuichi, who had long been accustomed to testing various concoctions on his own body, the potency of this drug was insufficient to incapacitate him completely. At most, it merely induced a sense of drowsiness. Nevertheless, the familiar chakra behind him kept him from opening his eyes. He decided to feign unconsciousness, curious to discover Mikoto's true intentions. Observing the peaceful form of Sato Shuichi lying on the bed, Mikoto wore a melancholic expression. She had anticipated that he would arrive at her room sooner, only to realize she had underestimated his moral fortitude. The state he was in, freshly emerged from a bath, suggested he had been frolicking with Kushina before coming to her. Was she merely a backup option in comparison to Kushina? This thought left Mikoto feeling hollow. Despite having previously declared that she would not compete with Kushina, the sensation of being a mere alternative gnawed at her stomach. Yet, in a way, this was beneficial. It alleviated any guilt regarding her forthcoming actions. From somewhere, Mikoto produced 4 handcuffs, securing Sato Shuichi in a T-shape on the bed. The icy touch of the cuffs made Sato Shuichi's brow furrow slightly. He had not expected the seemingly demure Mikoto to take such bold actions in private. Suddenly, a voice, tinged with resentment, whispered in his ear, "Shuichi, I know you're not asleep." Realizing he could no longer pretend, he opened his eyes, feigning confusion. Upon doing so, he found himself staring directly into a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. "Haha, Mikoto, what are you planning? Stop joking around and let me go." Mikoto, unamused, questioned him. "Did you visit Kushina before coming here? Do you look down on me so much? Am I merely a spare tire between you two?" "It's not like that, Mikoto. Let me explain." Before he could finish, Mikoto silenced him with her foot, one on his chest and the other on his face. "Shuichi, you flirtatious fool. You have such a wonderful girlfriend in Kushina, yet you don't cherish her. How dare you pursue me and Tsunade-sensei? You're a selfish person, deserving of punishment." However, Mikoto had miscalculated. She believed that humiliating Sato Shuichi would serve as a punishment, yet for him, it was a reward. After a while, Mikoto looked down at him with disdain. "Is that all it takes? You're truly a pathetic fish. I wonder how Kushina and Tsunade-sensei see you. Someone like you should be confined to a basement, only allowed to see me." Mikoto cradled her face in her hands and uttered words that sent chills down Sato Shuichi's spine. Then, she produced a small black whip, cracking it several times, producing sharp sounds. With her free hand, she playfully ruffled his hair, a smirk on her lips. Let us play a game. Can you guess what I'll do with this whip next? A strange expression crossed Sato Shuichi's face. While he enjoyed being playfully dominated by beautiful women, he was not the type to be trifled with. The playful interlude had come to an end, and facing Mikoto's unusual demeanor, he decided to respond decisively. With a surge of strength, he shattered the handcuffs binding him and stretched his arms, flashing a radiant smile at the astonished Mikoto. The playful times are over. You wicked Uchiha brat. Prepare to face your reckoning. Mikoto gulped, her smile frozen in place. Shuichi, can we reconcile? I was just playing a little joke on you. Dear Mikoto, if apologies were effective, why would the village even need a guard? Ultimately, Mikoto reaped what she had sown. Sato Shuichi had initially wished to be gentle, considering Mikoto was still a novice. However, after the recent events, he dismissed that notion. How could she dare to bind him and threaten to imprison him? This was no ordinary rebellion. He needed to act decisively to re-establish his authority. Sato Shuichi assessed the whip on Mikoto's person, discovering it was no more than a harmless tool, merely producing a sound that was intimidating but leaving only faint marks on the skin. He had no idea where she had acquired it. Finally, as Mikoto, her eyes vacant, raised a white flag, Sato Shuichi decided to spare her. The next morning, he glanced at Mikoto, who wore a silly grin in her sleep, before choosing to rise. He wondered what dream had brought such joy to her. As a droplet of saliva trickled onto him, given Mikoto's inferior physical constitution compared to Kushina, he opted not to wake her, allowing her to rest a while longer. After brushing his teeth, Sato Shuichi made his way to the living room. Konan was quietly enjoying breakfast in the dining area, evidently preparing for school. Hey, isn't that Shuichi? Up early today. Sato Shuichi's brow furrowed upon seeing Kushina greet him with a smile from the couch. In his memory, Kushina was not one to rise early. She, like Tsunade, often missed breakfast. Her early awakening today was indeed unusual. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sato Shuichi inquired, "Did you have a hand in Mikoto's antics last night?" At this, Kushina's gaze became evasive. Because Mikoto provided the potion and handcuffs used last night, her intention was to see Sato Shuichi embarrass himself. Chapter 89, The Formidable Konan. However, such an admission was clearly out of the question. Thus, Kushina shook her head, displaying a perplexed expression. What happened? What was Mikoto up to last night? Sato Shuichi and Kushina could now be described as an old married couple. As such, Shuichi immediately discerned Kushina's insincerity. Yet, he chose not to confront her directly. Firstly, he had not suffered any loss last night. Rather, he had gained quite a bit. Secondly, with Konan present in the restaurant, pursuing the matter further would be detrimental for both parties. Nevertheless, this incident could not simply be disregarded. Consequently, Shuichi mentally noted it down, contemplating a future opportunity for retribution. Shuichi maintained a calm demeanor as he nodded at Kushina, then called out to Konan, who was happily eating her meal. Konan, how about I walk you to school later? If Kushina had suggested this, Konan would have politely refused, claiming she was grown up enough to go alone. However, if the proposal came from Shuichi, Konan's reaction was entirely different. Thank you, Shuichi Onaikin. After her enthusiastic agreement, Konan noticeably quickened her eating pace. Hurry up, or you'll make me late for school. Today marked a day of exceptional enthusiasm for Konan regarding her journey to school. Soon, in a whirlwind, she finished her breakfast and scampered to the entrance, pulling out a pair of white lace-trimmed short socks to slip onto her feet, followed by her sneakers. Most ninjas preferred sandals for their breathability and water resistance, which suited their combat needs. However, Shuichi did not share this preference, as wearing sandals could lead to unsavory substances coming into contact with the skin in certain environments, an unacceptable scenario for someone with his cleanliness standards. Influenced by him, Konan also opted for running shoes over more convenient sandals. After donning her shoes, Konan grabbed a ninja tool pouch from the drawer in the shoe cabinet and casually tucked a few shurikens inside. Once this was done, she dashed over to Shuichi's side, looking up at him with an innocent smile. Shuichi patted Konan's head and took her left hand, strolling slowly toward the Ninja Academy. The distance from Shuichi's home to the academy was neither particularly long nor short. A regular person might take half an hour to arrive. while a ninja could reach it in mere minutes by leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Typically, Konan managed this journey in under 10 minutes, having walked this path for years, rendering it devoid of anything to capture her attention. However, today, Konan's pace slowed considerably. At that moment, she wished the road would stretch on indefinitely, as this was a rare opportunity for her to spend time alone with Shuichi, free from interruptions. Yet, Konan was a person of considerable self-discipline. Thus, despite her longing for this moment, she refrained from taking any unnecessary detours. Konan, how have things been at school lately? Are any classmates bothering you? Shuichi inquired casually as they walked hand in hand. It's just the same, nothing special. Besides, those kids wouldn't dare bully me, Konan replied, a proud expression gracing her face. This confidence stemmed from her status as the top student in both cultural and practical studies. Due to Whitefang not following the original storyline and instead enjoying a leisurely retirement at home, Kakashi did not graduate early from the Ninja Academy to embark on his illustrious career. Nonetheless, even a genius like Kakashi paled in comparison to Konan, who had awakened the paper manipulation bloodline limit. With the ability to fly using wings made from her paper manipulation, Konan was practically invincible among genin. Konan had initially wished to graduate early, no longer desiring to play house at the academy. However, Shuichi had tempted her, promising to be her guiding teacher should she choose the traditional path to becoming a ninja. Under this allure, Konan ultimately relented. Shuichi playfully pinched Konan's cheek and teased. You say they are just kids, but what does that make you? You're not that old yet. Why act so mature? Hearing this, Konan looked up at Shuichi with earnest eyes and replied, I'm not a child anymore. In my hometown, girls my age can already marry. Under Konan's fervent gaze, Shuichi found himself instinctively turning his head away. He had sensed Konan's feelings for him. After all, he wasn't the oblivious protagonist from a harem anime. Yet, his remaining sense of propriety prevented him from acting on those feelings. Thus, Shuichi placed a reassuring hand on Konan's shoulder and said sincerely, Your most important task right now is to study. Don't worry about other things. All that can wait until you're older. When I grow up, can I be like Konan Nizan? Konan asked, her bright eyes filled with anticipation. We'll see when you grow up. What if you meet someone you like? Shuichi replied. Upon hearing this, Konan abruptly halted, her smile replaced by a chilling expression. Seeing her intense gaze, Shuichi felt a wave of unease wash over him. Konan then coldly gestured for him to bend down. Under normal circumstances, Shuichi would have taken the opportunity to tease her, but given her serious demeanor, he complied. Konan extended her hands and sharply slapped Shuichi's cheek, producing a resounding smack. With unwavering intensity, she locked eyes with him and declared, Even if it's you, Shuichi Onaikin, I would be very angry to hear such words. The person I like the most is you, and I hope you never forget that. Chapter 90. Whitefang. You know my reasons. For Kakashi, I had no choice. Shuichi nodded, a somewhat stiff smile on his face. I was just joking. I like you the most, Konan. Upon hearing this, Konan's radiant smile returned. I always believe in you, Shuichi Onaikin. So please don't joke like that. Otherwise, I might take you seriously. After saying this, Konan took Shuichi's hand, and they resumed their walk toward the Ninja Academy. At that moment, a cool breeze swept by, sending a shiver down Shuichi's spine. During their brief exchange, he had broken out in a cold sweat. When did Konan become so possessive? Am I going to end up locked in a basement someday? Reflecting on the recent events, Shuichi wore an expression of lingering trepidation. As they approached the Ninja Academy, they began to encounter more students along the way. However, these students are without parental accompaniment. After all, they are at that troublesome age when they are often disliked by both people and dogs. If any classmate were to be escorted to school by a parent, it would not take long for the entire school to learn of it, bestowing upon them the title of a crybaby. Sato Shuichi witnessed this firsthand during his time at the ninja school. That unfortunate soul was called by that nickname all the way to graduation. As Sato Shuichi scanned his surroundings, hoping to spot anyone foolish enough to provoke him, he was astonished to see that as these students passed by Xiao Nan, they all bowed their heads and quickened their pace. It was as if the seemingly harmless Xiao Nan was a loathsome devil, and lingering too long in her presence would spell disaster. Xiao Nan, it seems that those classmates are a bit afraid of you. What is going on? It's just that I let a few lucky ones experience the sensation of flying, Xiao Nan replied nonchalantly, as if she had merely enjoyed a bowl of soy milk that morning. However, a vivid image formed in Sato Shuichi's mind, several young children crying out for their parents. being tossed about in the air, soaring freely through the sky. No wonder they appeared so terrified of Xiaonan. Nonetheless, Sato Shuichi had no intention of reprimanding her. As a thoroughgoing egotist, he only cared about the feelings of those around him. Soon, he reluctantly bid farewell to Xiaonan at the ninja school, promising to pick her up in the afternoon before departing. As he pondered where to go next, a middle-aged man radiating an aura of laziness suddenly appeared before him. "I only have barley tea. Make do with it." In Kakashi's living room, White Fang placed a cup of barley tea before Sato Shuichi. Without hesitation, Sato Shuichi lifted the cup and drank it down. The chilled barley tea from the refrigerator slid down his throat, instantly dispelling the summer heat. After setting the cup down, he looked across at White Fang and inquired, "What brings you to seek me out?" White Fang responded with a deadpan expression, "Can't I just invite you for tea? However, I do have a small favor to ask. I hear you plan to become a leading teacher. How about my son, Kakashi? Not to brag, but at Kakashi's age, I was nowhere near as impressive. Truly, he is my son." Sato Shuichi sighed softly. The once mighty White Fang, renowned on the battlefield, now stooped to solicit help for his son. Such is the depth of a parent's heart. "If you're so concerned about Kakashi, why not step up and be the leading teacher yourself?" White Fang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm too old for that now. It's the youth's turn to shine." "If that's the case, then the old fool who serves as Hokage is surely halfway into the grave," Sato Shuichi quipped. Upon uttering this, both he and White Fang shared a hearty laugh. As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen still held considerable esteem in the village. Yet it was clear that the two men in the living room did not hold him in high regard. After their laughter subsided, White Fang straightened up. "Do you have any recommended teachers?" Although Sato Shuichi did not explicitly state it, White Fang understood that Kakashi would not be among his students. In truth, Sato Shuichi held a keen interest in Kakashi. However, the team he wished to form had no openings for boys, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. His team would consist of Xiaonan, Yuhi Kurenai, and Noera Rin, with Xiaonan covering ranged attacks, Kurenai providing control, and Rin offering healing. It was a near-perfect configuration. Setting gender aside, Kakashi's role overlapped somewhat with Xiaonan's. Sato Shuichi accepted the role of leading teacher primarily for Xiaonan's sake. Thus he had to apologize to White Fang. "What about Minato? That lad is an undeniable genius and has mastered the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. His future is boundless." Upon hearing this, White Fang stroked his chin thoughtfully, showing signs of contemplation. "Minato Namikaze is indeed an excellent choice. He is likely the second best of Konoha's younger generation. However, there is a problem." "What problem?" "It's that I have no connection with Minato. Would it be inappropriate to approach him out of the blue and ask him to take Kakashi as a student?" "That's simple. Just plead with me. I can speak to Minato on your behalf," Sato Shuichi teased. To his surprise, White Fang lowered his head and said, "I beg you, please help me." "How utterly disgusting," Sato Shuichi said, rubbing his arms, which were covered in goosebumps. If a cute girl were to say such a thing, he would be delighted. However, when it came from a man with deadpan eyes, it was far less enjoyable. Afterward, Sato Shuichi and White Fang began reminiscing about the past, primarily discussing events from the Second Shinobi World War, as their tumultuous relationship had begun during that time. As they talked, time slipped away unnoticed. Clearly, Sato Shuichi had forgotten something quite important. Chapter 91. Xiaonan. Whoever loves that bird, just go for it. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a white-haired boy clad in a mask, exuding an overwhelming air of arrogance. White Fang's face immediately brightened with a radiant smile as he hurried forward to greet him. "Kakashi, school us out? How was your day? Did any classmates bully you?" Kakashi's expression turned exasperated. He was, after all, the perennial second best, with a rather striking demeanor. How could he possibly be bullied? If it weren't for his father's intervention, he would have found the ninja school's games beneath him. Apart from that annoying woman, he had no interest in the other students. He could easily defeat them with one hand. Seeing that Kakashi did not respond, White Fang was not upset. Instead, he pointed to Sato Shuichi and introduced him. "This is my good friend Sato Shuichi. You can call him Uncle Shuichi. Go on, say hello." Upon hearing this, Kakashi's face contorted as if he had just consumed a pound of something unpleasant. He had certainly heard of Sato Shuichi's reputation and held a degree of admiration for him. However, to be instructed to call him uncle right off the bat felt rather presumptuous, considering the age difference between them did not seem so vast. Thus, after nodding towards Sato Shuichi, Kakashi bypassed White Fang and ascended the stairs to his room. White Fang returned to his seat opposite Sato Shuichi, his expression tinged with concern. Alas, Kakashi is becoming increasingly unapproachable. He used to cling to my leg and call me daddy. Now he barely utters a word. Is this what they call a rebellious phase? Sato Shuichi could only shrug, offering a look of helplessness. Suddenly, he stood up, his expression stiffening. Has the ninja school dismissed so soon? White Fang glanced at the clock on the wall, confirming it was exactly 5 p.m. I recall that the ninja school dismisses at 4 p.m. You should know better than I. What's wrong? Do you have something to discuss? Baya's words were undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Due to losing track of time, it seemed he had kept shouting waiting for a whole hour. Realizing this, Sato Shuichi could hardly bid farewell to Baya and immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Xiaonan. Observing Shuichi's sudden disappearance, Baya remained expressionless, merely murmuring to himself, "Today's youth are all so impatient." After saying this, he lifted the teacup before him and took a sip. Gazing at the familiar entrance, beads of sweat began to form on Shuichi's forehead. Indeed, Xiaonan had been waiting for him outside the ninja school. Upon seeing Shuichi's abrupt appearance, a radiant smile blossomed on Xiaonan's face. "Brother Shuichi, you're here." However, witnessing Xiaonan's bright smile only made Shuichi feel a pang of guilt. After a stiff nod, he took Xiaonan's small hand and slowly walked towards home. To Shuichi's surprise, Xiaonan didn't seem particularly upset. She walked with a light step and hummed a cheerful tune. Yet, the more carefree she appeared, the guiltier Shuichi felt. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Xiaonan, I've kept you waiting for so long. Are you angry?" Xiaonan looked up, her expression one of confusion. "Angry? Not at all. You came to pick me up in the end, didn't you? If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't have waited for you forever. I'm not foolish. I would have gone home on my own when it got dark. I know you must have had something important to do, so I'm not upset at all." Observing Xiaonan's sincere expression, Shuichi let out an awkward chuckle. If he had truly been delayed by something significant this afternoon, it would have been excusable. The reality was he had spent the afternoon at Baya's place, sipping tea and losing track of time. Thus, it seemed Shuichi was not alone in his folly. 2 years later, Xiaonan swiftly drew back the curtains in her room. Under the warm sunlight, the eyelids of the 3 individuals on the bed began to flutter. "Brother Shuichi, Sister Kushina, Sister Mikoto, wake up. It's getting late. I've already prepared breakfast." Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. "Just 5 minutes, please," Kushina murmured, wrapping her arms around Shuichi's neck and drifting back to sleep. Watching Kushina's gesture, Xiaonan couldn't help but cast an envious glance. Meanwhile, Mikoto opened her eyes, revealing an embarrassed expression. "What a blunder. I can't believe I need Xiaonan to wake me up. This is a complete failure." As she scolded herself inwardly, she glanced at the culprit. After a brief adjustment to the sunlight, Shuichi, still deep in slumber, was jolted back to reality when Mikoto playfully slapped his waist, successfully rousing him from his dream state. Noticing Xiaonan's eager face nearby, Shuichi yawned and wondered, "Is today a special day? Why did Xiaonan come all the way here to wake us up?" After a flurry of commotion, Shuichi finally got ready and headed to the dining room to enjoy the breakfast Xiaonan had prepared. Gazing at the lavish spread before him, Kushina couldn't help but exclaim, "Is today a special occasion? The breakfast is so extravagant." She voiced the very question Shuichi had just pondered. Mikoto, with no reservations, interjected, "What do you mean by that? Today is Xiaonan's graduation day from ninja school. She is officially becoming a ninja." After saying this, Mikoto cast a gentle glance at Xiaonan. Thinking back to her own graduation, she recalled how excited she had been, staying up late the night before and waking up early the next day. "Oh, I see. No wonder." Kushina chuckled heartily. For Xiaonan, this marked the end of her playful days in ninja school, a milestone worth celebrating. Chapter 92, Astonishment. The headmaster of the ninja school actually after finishing breakfast, Shuichi led Xiaonan towards the ninja school. Along the way, they encountered several apprentice ninjas, most of whom wore innocent and foolish smiles. To them, becoming a ninja was the first step towards a glorious life, followed by defeating sand and rock ninjas, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of success and marrying a wealthy beauty. However, it was unfortunate that the majority of ninjas remained at the rank of genin, living mundane lives completing menial tasks. Mike Guy was a typical representative of this, though he feigned incompetence while most were genuinely mediocre. This was the reality for ninjas during peacetime. Should a large-scale war erupt, these genin would be sent to the front lines as cannon fodder. Xiaonin's cohort was particularly unfortunate. If Shuichi recalled correctly, the Third Ninja World War was set to erupt within the next year or two, following the death of the third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest. At the hands of Sasori, the Third Ninja World War was imminent. It was worth noting that Shuichi had a deep connection with Sasori. Years ago, he had slain Sasori's adoptive father. After seeing Xiaonin safely return to her class, Shuichi made his way to the office to share tea with Nagashi. Over the years, through his own efforts and the support of the Senju clan, Nagashi had risen to the position of headmaster at the ninja school. Given time, he could even aspire to the ranks of vice principal or principal, a testament to his success. In the office, another familiar figure was engaged in conversation with Nagashi, Minato Namikaze. Minato was currently thriving in both love and battle. Not only had he married a member of the Uzumaki clan, but he had also mastered the Flying Thunder God technique from the Sealing Scroll, becoming one of the few ninjas in Konohagakure capable of utilizing space-time ninjutsu. Upon seeing Shuichi arrive, Minato greeted him with a warm smile. "Shuichi, you've come as well." Shuichi nodded, noting the smile on Minato's face, while inwardly musing. It seems the narrative has shifted significantly. It appears that the future protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, will still be born. This implies that a certain filial son will also make his entrance in the Uchiha clan. "I told you Shuichi would be the last to arrive. He has always been like this, only showing up at the last moment," Nagashi remarked, playfully nudging Minato. As Shuichi approached Nagashi, he playfully slapped the back of his head, prompting an irritated glare from Nagashi. Were it not for Shuichi's identity as a brother-in-law, Nagashi would have likely retaliated. It was not due to a disparity in strength that Nagashi refrained from acting. He likely thought as such. "How have my 3 disciples been performing in school?" Shuichi inquired. In response, Nagashi retrieved a report card from his drawer, glancing over it before replying. "There's no need to elaborate on your sister Xiaonan. She surpasses even your former self, consistently holding the top position in both theory and practical assessments. As for Kurinai Yuhi, her grades are commendable. But that Yamanaka Ino, although the theoretical results were commendable, the practical application proved to be rather ordinary. How could you possibly have taken a liking to her?" After speaking, Shinshu displayed a contemplative expression. Suddenly, he struck his head with a heavy hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Namikaze Minato. Both wore a shared expression of disdain. At that moment, 2 large hands simultaneously landed on Sato Hidaichi's shoulders. "Hidaichi, as the team leader, you must uphold your professional ethics. You absolutely must not emulate my sister. It would be utterly embarrassing if that got out," Shinshu admonished earnestly. "Indeed, one must not conduct themselves in such a manner, at the very least." Namikaze Minato concurred from the side. Hidaichi's mouth twitched several times, clearly indicating that the two had misconstrued his intentions. However, one could hardly blame them, as the 3 members of Hidaichi's group happened to be the most aesthetically pleasing individuals in the Ninja Academy. Coupled with Tsunade's exemplary conduct, Hidaichi's motives were indeed somewhat suspect. In response, Hidaichi could only raise both middle fingers in retaliation to the 2, then shifted the topic. "By the way, Minato, who are the 3 members of your group?" "I recall it being Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and in no way Shuichi." Namikaze Minato scratched his head and replied. Due to Hidaichi's interference, Uchiha Obito could no longer be in the same class as his idol. Nevertheless, Minato's class assignments were quite in line with Konoha's traditions. 1 exemplary student, Kakashi. 1 underachiever, Uchiha Obito, and 1 average student, Inoue Shuichi. The gender ratio was somewhat off, as typical teams consisted of 2 males and 1 female. Because White Fang had not perished, Kakashi's personality was not as extreme as depicted in the original narrative. Still, he held a certain disdain for Uchiha Obito, who consistently underperformed and arrived late. Without nowhere REND to mediate, one couldn't help but wonder if Minato's class would explode. Contemplating this, Hidaichi cast a sympathetic glance at Minato. Then, Hidaichi placed a hand on Minato's shoulder and said, "Kakashi's father, White Fang, has some connections with me. Be sure to look after him. That kid has great potential, and you must not hoard it." "Since you've put it that way, I can only comply," Minato nodded, though his words were laced with a teasing undertone. Hey. I am the instructional director of this school. Are you 2 conducting transactions right in front of me? Do you not regard my presence at all?" "That's why I despise those with connections," Shinshu remarked. Hearing this, Both Hidaichi and Minato raised their middle fingers in a show of respect. The largest network of connections in the entire Ninja Academy was right here, yet he dared to say such things. Had it not been for the Senju clan status, Shinshu would have had to wait 5 years to reach his current position. Amidst the banter among the trio, time slipped by unnoticed. Minato glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up to take his leave. It's about time. I should go meet my lovely subordinates. Hidaichi, would you like to join me? Chapter 93, The War Among Women. Hidaichi waved his hand, indicating he would join later. Once upon a time, Tsunade had left him and Kushina along with Mikoto alone for nearly an entire morning. As a teacher, he too wanted to relish such moments. This was akin to a child who had once been caught in the rain growing up to tear away the umbrellas of others. In the classroom, observing the noisy students below, Ito felt a mixture of emotions. He was delighted that from this day forward, he would no longer have to fret over these troublesome children. Yet, he was also troubled by the fact that these children would now have to face the harsh realities of the world on their own. Ito looked at his two most proud students, who were not bouncing about excitedly like others but sat upright in their seats, unmoved by the tumult around them, embodying the composure of a mountain in the face of chaos. This was how a ninja ought to behave. The two of them would surely become far stronger ninjas than he ever was. With this thought, Ito's spirits lifted inexplicably. He then picked up his pointer and struck the blackboard several times. The sound successfully quieted the raucous class. Ahem, quiet down. I could hear you all from the school gate. You are the loudest class in the entire school. TCH, you usually complain that our reading is too quiet. Yet suddenly your ears have become so sharp, a student retorted. Upon hearing this, a vein popped on Ito's forehead, and he pointed at Uchiha Obito below, roaring, Uchiha Obito, it seems you have quite a grievance with me, don't you? Uchiha Obito hastily stood up, stammering an explanation. I didn't mean it that way, teacher. Please let me explain. Ito's face displayed an expression of disappointment. Obito had consistently performed the worst. Now, just as graduation approached, he was adding to his own troubles. What sin had he committed in his past life to end up with such a student? There were always various excuses for his tardiness, and his performance in both practical and theoretical assessments was at the bottom. He was, quite frankly, a hopeless case. With that thought in mind, Ito chose to ignore Obito's feelings and began, Now, I will announce your upcoming class assignments. Class 1. Seeing that Ito was completely disregarding him, Obito could only sit down with an awkward smile. His actions were clearly perceived as comical by his peers. Feeling the mocking gazes around him, Obito's spirits plummeted. At that moment, Kakashi, not far away, casually muttered, Idiot. This remark became the last straw. Obito stood up, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, Kakashi, what did you mean by that? Kakashi, of course, ignored Obito, not even bothering to glance his way. Such disregard only fueled Obito's anger. However, before he could vent his frustration, a chalk eraser shattered his dreams of being a ninja. With a loud thud, Obito's hair was left in a disheveled mess of black and white. Simultaneously, Ito's furious voice echoed, Uchiha Obito, what on earth do you want? If you continue to disrupt the class, I will have you thrown out right now. At this declaration, the classroom erupted in laughter. Obito's expression shifted several times before he clenched his fists and returned to his seat. This was the downside of not studying. Otherwise, Obito could have retorted, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Yet, most of the time, it was do not underestimate the youth. Do not underestimate the middle-aged. Do not underestimate the elderly. The deceased are to be honored. Such was the evolution of things. Ito tapped the blackboard again, restoring order to the class before continuing, Class 7. Hataki Kakashi, in no way sure we, Uchiha Obito. Upon hearing this, Obito stood up again, pointing at Kakashi and shouting, What? I refuse to team up with this annoying guy. However, this time, Ito would not indulge him. Stepping down from the podium, Ito ignored Obito's pleading expression and seized his collar, dragging him outside the classroom. Gazing at the defiant face of Uchiha Obito before him, Ito let out a heavy sigh. As the final class approached, could you please maintain some decorum? However, I truly do not wish to team up with that insufferable Kakashi. Observing Uchiha Obito's stubborn demeanor, Ito rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. Kakashi has consistently ranked second in our year. How can you, the perennial underachiever, dare to criticize him? Moreover, the class assignments are dictated by the Hokage's office, and I possess neither the authority nor the capability to alter them. Upon hearing this, Obito's head drooped, his spirits plummeting. Not only was he not in the same class as his beloved, but he was also forced to team with the very person he despised the most. Kakashi. The thought of facing Kakashi's sour expression daily cast a shadow over Obito's future. Noticing Obito's despondency, Ito's irritation began to dissipate. He patted Obito on the shoulder before returning to the classroom. After announcing the complete list of teams, Ito exited the classroom. Outside, Obito seized the opportunity to slip back inside. 3 hours later, Hinata Yui, resting her head on the desk, let out a deep sigh. At this hour, where is our teacher? Surely he hasn't forgotten us. He is such a lazy fellow. Upon hearing this, Konan sprang to her feet and towered over Yui, declaring, I will not allow you to speak ill of our teacher. Apologize this instant. For Konan, while she remained indifferent to insults directed at herself, any disparagement aimed at Sato Shuichi would ignite her fury. Yui's careless remark had undoubtedly struck a nerve with Konan. Seeing Konan's confrontational demeanor, Yui grew irritated as well. Was it so wrong to voice a few complaints about a teacher who had kept them waiting for so long? After all, he was merely the top student of their grade. What audacity did he possess to act superior in her presence? Chapter 94. The War Among Women continues. Yui stood up, defiantly glaring at Konan. Have I trodden upon your tail, or is that fellow your dear father? Why are you so agitated? Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, Yui showed no signs of retreat. At that moment, she discreetly began to form hand seals beneath the desk. Yui understood that a direct confrontation with Konan would be akin to an egg striking a rock, with no prospect of victory. Therefore, to secure a win, she would have to employ cunning tactics. Although Konan was invincible among her peers, Yui possessed confidence. If her illusion technique succeeded, she could easily defeat her. Will you win? Yui pondered. I shall prevail. Just then, the only remaining individual in the classroom approached, flustered and with a soft, timid voice, urging, please, do not act this way. We are comrades, and should support and care for one another. Unfortunately, both Konan and Yui disregarded Lin's plea. In that moment, Yui suddenly shouted, Naraka's vision technique. Seizing the opportunity while Konan's attention was diverted, Yui unleashed her most potent illusion without hesitation. To her astonishment, Konan's expression did not betray fear as Yui had anticipated. Instead, she continued to regard Yui with an icy stare, her lips curling into a mocking smile. In an instant, Yui found herself enveloped by white paper, her entire body ensnared, save for her face. Ignoring the discomfort that enveloped her, Yui wore an expression of disbelief. How did you manage this? Why are you immune to my illusion? In response to Yui's query, Konan chuckled softly. Heh, is that pitiful trick your only reliance? I might just consider requesting a new teammate. I refuse to be hindered by incompetence. Upon hearing this, fury etched itself upon Yui's face, her eyes narrowing as though flames would burst forth. Yet, bound by the paper technique, Yui was akin to a fish on a chopping board, utterly powerless. Soon, Yui began to feel her breath constrict as the paper pressed down upon her. Panic flickered across her features. You crazy woman, do you truly intend to kill me? To which Konan coldly replied, apologize. Seeing that Konan showed no concern for their camaraderie, Yui had no choice but to lower her head. I apologize. I should not have opposed you. Please, forgive me just this once. Cornered by the situation, Yui reluctantly humbled herself. However, Konan did not relent, continuing. That is not an apology to me. Yui's expression turned perplexed. What manner of being was their teacher that Konan would defend him so fiercely? Could it be that he was truly her father? If Konan were aware of Yui's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly be the first to silence her. After Yui offered a sincere apology to Sato Shuichi, Konan finally released her paper confinement. Gasping for breath, Yui slumped into her chair, savoring the bliss of inhalation. Meanwhile, Lin had been standing by, utterly astonished. Her two comrades appeared to be at odds. As Yui cast a wary glance at Konan, the classroom door swung open at last. Sato Shuichi made his grand entrance. A radiant smile illuminated Konan's face upon seeing him. Witnessing this scene, both Yui and Lin wore expressions of disbelief. After years of companionship, they had never witnessed any emotion on Konan's face, as if she were impervious to feelings. This sudden display of joy left them momentarily stunned. Yui pinched her thigh, a sharp pain confirming this was no illusion. It turned out, Konan was indeed capable of smiling. Ignoring the astonishment etched on her teammates' faces, Konan swiftly approached Sato Shuichi, her steps light and brisk. Shuichi and you truly came to be my teacher. Am I dreaming? I feel as though I might faint. Sato Shuichi gently patted her head, teasing, in professional settings, please use titles, call me teacher. Immediately, Konan responded in a sweet voice, I understand, Shuichi-sensei. Observing the interaction between Konan and Sato Shuichi, Yuhi rubbed her arms, then turned to Lin, expressing her disdain, I'm getting goosebumps. Why didn't I realize this person was so smitten? I once thought she had considerable abilities, but it seems she is merely infatuated. Lin, somewhat troubled, retorted, Yuhi, please refrain from speaking ill of Konan. We are to be comrades moving forward, and should foster unity and friendship. Huh, you consider her a comrade? She certainly does not appreciate it. Has she ever regarded us with anything but disdain? The rooftop, once desolate, now welcomed 4 unexpected guests. Noera Rin gazed at the severed lock on the ground, her expression a mix of hesitation and concern. Isn't this considered vandalism? Surely, this is inappropriate behavior. Sato Shuichi, sensing her unease, reassured her, it's all right. The rooftop is essentially my domain. Relax. Nonetheless, Rin's anxieties lingered, while Yuki Akane began to develop a fondness for Sato Shuichi. She had long desired to explore this area, but the lock had obstructed her path. Sato Shuichi's audacious demeanor resonated well with Akane's spirited nature. Initially, she had assumed her teacher would be as conventional as Ito. Chapter 95. The self-introductions of the trio. Sato Shuichi perched on the railing of the rooftop and cleared his throat before addressing the trio before him. Unless something unforeseen occurs, I shall be your guiding teacher in the future. My name is Sato Shuichi. I look forward to your cooperation. The 3, in unison, responded. We look forward to it as well. Nodding, Sato Shuichi continued, as is customary, let us embark on a brief self-introduction. I am Sato Shuichi. My preferences remain a secret, as do my dislikes. As for my dreams, I choose not to disclose them. Your introduction was no different from silence, Akane remarked, unable to suppress her critique. Considering we have just met, maintaining an air of mystery is beneficial for us all. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourselves, starting with you, little one. I am not little. My name is Yuki Akane. I excel in illusions. I enjoy wasabi octopus and sake, while I detest cake. At this, a peculiar expression crossed Sato Shuichi's face. You enjoy drinking? Which unscrupulous vendor dares to sell you sake? Akane stuck out her tongue, a sly smile gracing her features. I sneak my father's sake. And now that I am a ninja, handling spices is trivial. What is drinking in comparison? Sato Shuichi waved a hand dismissively and turned his gaze towards Noera Rin. Under his scrutinizing stare, Rin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nervously began, My name is Noera Rin. I have no particular skills, I apologize. I enjoy strawberries and dislike seafood. I will strive not to hold everyone back. Despite her above-average grades, Rin felt considerable pressure in the company of 2 prodigies, Akane, who consistently ranked first, and Yuki, whose mastery of intricate illusions placed her among the top 5. Sato Shuichi gently ruffled Rin's hair and comforted her. Do not fret. I see great potential in you. You possess the innate qualities of a medical ninja. Consider studying medicine under my guidance. You could be a great asset to Konoha. This suggestion resonated with Rin, who preferred aiding her teammates over engaging in combat. If she could learn medical ninjutsu, perhaps she would no longer feel useless. Nodding earnestly, Rin cast a grateful look at Sato Shuichi. Observing this interaction, Akane felt irritation bubble within her. How could Rin, alongside the likes of Kushina, Mikoto, and Tsunade, receive such tender attention from Sato Shuichi? Was it possible that Rin had feigned vulnerability to win his favor? Under Akane's piercing gaze, Rin instinctively recoiled, retreating behind Sato Shuichi. This only amplified Akane's displeasure. Yet, a triumphant smile blossomed on Akane's face. There was nothing quite as satisfying as witnessing her rival's misfortune. With a heavy sigh, Sato Shuichi approached Akane, gently patting her head until her expression returned to normal. I truly do not understand the source of your possessiveness. All right, Akane, why don't you introduce yourself along with your teammates? Akane nodded and introduced herself. I am Yuki Akane. I specialize in paper techniques. I enjoy grilled fish but abhor fried food. My dream is to become a remarkable wife. Upon finishing, she fixed her intense gaze on Sato Shuichi's face. Oh, a romantic at heart, Akane quipped softly from the side. We ought to engage in a bell-snatching game, but I trust you, so we shall skip it. To celebrate the formation of our little team, I invite you all to a barbecue. Sato Shuichi proposed with a cheerful smile. Instantly, the trio's faces lit up with delight. Can I order sake? Akane raised her arm, addressing Sato Shuichi. He paused, contemplating. Under Akane's anxious gaze, he eventually replied, You may have half a bottle, but I do not wish for Yuyuki to come knocking at my door. Initially, Akane held little hope, but to her surprise, Sato Shuichi acquiesced. In her excitement, she leapt forward, wrapping her arms around his leg, exclaiming, Hooray! Long live the teacher. Akane's mouth twitched as she swiftly pulled Akane away. Hey, don't get carried away. Watching their antics, Sato Shuichi felt his team lacked the harmony he envisioned. Just that morning, he had mocked Kakashi and Obito for their squabbles, only to find himself ensnared in a similar predicament. Amidst their playful bickering, the quartet made their way to Konoha's largest barbecue restaurant. As they approached, the lunchtime crowd had nearly filled the establishment. At that moment, Sato Shuichi spotted two familiar faces. Namake's Minato approached with a warm greeting. Hey Shuichi, are you treating your team to barbecue as well? Care to join us? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito, who had been less than pleased about being paired with Kakashi, brightened. His reason was simple. His beloved Rin was in Sato Shuichi's class. What if I say I mind? Sato Shuichi teased. If you do mind, then this meal is on me, Minato replied with his signature warm smile. While Minato's finances could not rival Sato Shuichi's, the wealth amassed through years of missions afforded him a comfortable lifestyle. Treating a group to barbecue was merely a trifling expense. Sato Shuichi, recalling previous outings with Shoshin, had no qualms about accepting. If you're treating, then it's a different story. One must seize an opportunity when it arises. Chapter 96. Minato. Why is there such a disparity among subordinates? Thus, the 8 of them entered a private room to settle down. While waiting for their food, Sato Shuichi couldn't help but inquire about Minato's team. How are your little ones doing? Minato's expression shifted to one of indescribable complexity. As anticipated, Kakashi proved to be a genius, while Uchiha Obito turned out to be rather inept. However, this was not a matter of great concern. With time and training, one could improve their abilities. Even Jiraiya, the teacher of Minato Namake's, was once a veritable underachiever when he first became a ninja. Yet, he eventually rose to become one of the legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world. What troubled Minato was the relationship between Kakashi and Obito. He pondered how best to mediate it. During the morning, he organized a bell-snatching game, a customary exercise in Konoha. To his utter surprise, the moment the test commenced, Obito and Kakashi clashed fiercely. Although Kakashi swiftly subdued Obito, the trio managed to pass the test through teamwork. Nevertheless, the defiance evident in Obito's eyes suggested that reconciliation with Kakashi would not come easily. With this thought, Minato couldn't help but sigh. They were, after all, children with promising futures. Noticing Minato's troubled demeanor, Sato Shuichi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and suggested, There's no need to worry, as the saying goes. Great talents mature late. Upon hearing this, Obito's eyes lit up. The expression great talents mature late seemed to resonate with him perfectly. Though he may be seen as inept now, it didn't mean he would remain so. Once he awakened his Sharingan, he envisioned himself triumphing over Kakashi, ascending to the position of Hokage, and winning the heart of his beloved. The thought of such a splendid future brought a mischievous grin to Obito's face. Observing Obito's foolish smile, Kakashi discreetly distanced himself from him, unwilling to associate with such an imbecile. Soon, the server brought forth all the ingredients. Perhaps due to the presence of other teams, Yuhi Kurenai opted for sparkling water instead of sake, and her conflicted expression revealed that this choice did not entirely please her. As the charcoal sizzled, the aroma of grilled beef wafted through the air, enticing everyone's appetites. Once the first batch of meat was ready, Obito eagerly picked up a piece with tongs and, with great enthusiasm, placed it on Rin Nohara's plate. Rin, this is specially grilled for you. Please enjoy, he exclaimed. However, Rin's response was a somewhat strained smile as she gently returned the piece of beef to Obito's plate. Haha, Obito, you should eat it yourself. I have enough here. Oblivious to Rin's subtle rejection, Obito misinterpreted her gesture, thinking, Rin is worried I won't have enough to eat. She must care about me. I knew I was better than that arrogant Kakashi, lost in his fantasies. Obito's joy was abruptly shattered when Rin delicately picked up a perfectly grilled piece of meat and placed it on Sato Shuichi's plate. Sensei, please have some, she said with a shy smile. Obito felt as though the sky was falling. He had just begun to hold Sato in high regard after his comment about late bloomers. But now Sato had become his second least favorite person, right after Kakashi. Seeing Rin's actions, Konan quickly grabbed a piece of grilled meat for herself and, using chopsticks, fed it to Sato, softly saying, "Shuichi and I." After successfully feeding Sato, Konan discreetly shot a triumphant glance at Rin. "Humph, no matter how you pretend. Shuichi and I is still closest to me." Watching his teammates stuff their cheeks with food, Kurenai took the opportunity to place a piece of grilled meat on Sato's plate as well. "All right, you all eat your own. You don't have to serve me," Sato remarked, unable to contain himself as his plate was nearly overflowing due to the trio's generosity. This spectacle elicited a wave of envy from Minato, who mused, as first-time teachers, why do their students vary so greatly? Is it true that good looks allow one to do as they please? I am not lacking in appearance either, as I often receive love letters at school. Could it be that same-gender rivalry is at play? Lost in thought, Minato pondered the situation. After the meal, Sato Shuichi announced, "All right, let us disband for today. We shall gather at my house tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Kurenai interjected, "But sensei, I don't know where your house is." "If you don't know, then investigate. As a ninja, gathering intelligence is essential," Sato replied. "But why 3 in the afternoon and not in the morning?" Kurenai continued, her big eyes blinking curiously. Sato flicked her forehead playfully and said, "Why all the questions? Will you interrogate your clients like this when you take on missions?" He thought to himself that the afternoon timing was simply because he intended to sleep in. As Kurenai felt a bit embarrassed, Konan couldn't help but smile. "All right. Unless there are further matters, we shall disperse now." With that, Sato and Konan headed homeward. Dad! Kurenai rushed into her home, searching for her father's presence. "What is it, my little angel? Has someone bullied you?" Yuhi Jinhong asked, a fond smile gracing his face. "Do you know who my new teacher is?" Kurenai asked mysteriously. Chapter 97. The lady goes to the fields as a devoted father. Yuhi Jinhong was already well aware of Kurenai's teacher's identity. Given Sato Shuichi's standing and strength within the village, he was more than qualified to be Kurenai's instructor. However, seeing Kurenai's secretive demeanor, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Who is it?" "It's a handsome guy named Sato Shuichi, and he's really nice. But there's a teammate named Konan whom I don't particularly like." "Why don't you like Konan?" Jinhong inquired. "It seems she has special feelings for sensei, and she doesn't appreciate me being close to Rin. She implies that our team only needs her and sensei." Kurenai continued, "By the way, Rin is also my teammate, but her personality is far better than Konan's." Upon hearing this, Jinhong rubbed his temples, pondering. Kids these days are spoiled. I certainly didn't have the luxury to contemplate such things at their age. Just being able to eat enough was a blessing. Wait, did Kurenai just say sensei is handsome? Could it be? His heart raced as he recalled that there had never been a case of a teacher and student being together in Konoha before. However, with Tsunade's presence, and Sato being a key figure in the events, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that his little girl might be in danger of being taken advantage of. He tentatively inquired, "Hong, what are your thoughts on the boys around you?" "What can I say? They are merely a bunch of individuals with lofty aspirations yet lacking in skills, either pretending to be cool or bouncing around aimlessly. Especially that fellow named Asma, who even smokes. The stench of smoke is suffocating whenever he passes by. It's utterly detestable." Observing the genuine look of disdain on Yuhi Kurenai's face, Yuhi Akane felt a sense of relief. After all, with Kurenai's penchant for drinking and her dedication to mastering illusion techniques, it was hardly surprising that she had little inclination for romantic entanglements. The following afternoon, Sato Shuichi, yawning, addressed the 3 girls before him. "Do you 3 know your chakra attributes?" Konan and Yuhi Kurenai nodded in unison, responding, "Wind, Earth, Water, Yang." "Wind, Water, Een," they added. Meanwhile, Noera Rin displayed a slightly embarrassed expression. As someone from a common background, she could not afford the cost of chakra paper. Faced with Sato Shuichi's inquiry, she had no answer. Without further ado, Sato Shuichi produced a piece of chakra paper and handed it to Noera Rin. As she infused her chakra into the paper, it split in 2, one half ignited, while the other became damp. This indicated that she possessed both water and fire chakra attributes. Given her ability to perform medical ninjutsu in the original story, it was likely she also had yang chakra. After a brief assessment of his 3 students, Sato Shuichi continued, "All right, today we shall undertake a simple task." Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurenai's excitement surged. She pumped her small fists and exclaimed, "Teacher, are we going out of the village to defeat enemy ninjas? My kunai is itching for action." Observing her enthusiasm, Sato Shuichi replied enigmatically, "You will find out soon enough." In a field on the outskirts of Konoha village, Konan, Yuhi Kurinai, and Noera Rin removed their shoes and socks, stepping into the sticky mud to begin planting rice seedlings. As it was already afternoon, the sun was not too harsh, yet the labor left the three girls glistening with sweat. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi leaned against the shade of a tree, chewing on a blade of grass while watching the girls toil. After more than 2 hours of effort, they managed to finish planting all the seedlings before dusk. At that moment, they were covered in mud, resembling little mud monkeys, a stark contrast to the pristine Sato Shuichi. Even Konan, who usually sided with Sato Shuichi, and the gentle Noera Rin, cast him glances filled with resentment. Yuhi Kurinai approached him, her muddy hands gripping his shirt as she demanded, "Teacher, we worked so hard, and you just stood by watching the scenery. Is that really fair?" Sato Shuichi glanced at the fuming Yuhi Kurinai and replied, "You've soiled my clothes. Remember to wash them when you take them back." "Is this about clothes? I'll accuse you of bullying your students." She retorted, "Go ahead and accuse me. Let us see who will listen. The Hokage is my ancestor. The former head of the Umbu is my friend, and the headmaster of the Ninja Academy is my junior. Who dares accuse me?" After saying this, Sato Shuichi poked her forehead with his finger, flashing a mischievous grin. "In this world, one's reputation and background matter. What about you? Just a little nobody, it seems." Under Sato Shuichi's relentless banter, Yuhi Kurinai squatted down, sulking in frustration as if sprouting mushrooms to express her grievances against the shadows of Konoha. At this moment, Sato Shuichi crouched beside her and whispered, "Don't be disheartened. Although your labor has been arduous, the reward is meager, and you'll have to share it with me." Upon hearing this, Yuhi Kurinai's mood brightened, and she went completely wild, grabbing a handful of mud from the field and preparing to throw it at Sato Shuichi. After a playful chase, aside from the slight mud on his clothes from Kurinai, Sato Shuichi emerged unscathed, while Kurinai now looked far more disheveled than before. He picked up a twig and gently poked the mud-stained Yuhi Kurinai, saying, "All right, that's enough for today. You're dismissed. I will distribute the task rewards tomorrow at the same time and place, and punctuality is mandatory." Afterward, Sato Shuichi walked off with Konan towards home, while Yuhi Kurinai, with Noera Rin's assistance, gradually lifted herself up. Watching Sato Shuichi's retreating figure, she grit her teeth and vowed, "I will make that guy pay. This is utterly unacceptable." In just one afternoon, Sato Shuichi had successfully dethroned Konan as Yuhi Kurinai's top choice, earning the #1 spot on her hit list. Chapter 98, Learning Teacher. We've been on missions for a week now. Every day it's either chasing cats or farming. What is the point of becoming a ninja if we're just doing this? Anyone can do such tasks, Yuhi Kurinai complained, clutching a large cat in her hands. Sato Shuichi raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "What? Do you want to clean public toilets or haul manure instead?" Yuhi Kurinai transferred the hefty cat to Noera Rin and approached Sato Shuichi, shaking her fists as she continued, "You know that's not what I meant. Can we please take on a more challenging mission? I'm embarrassed to face people after doing these low-level tasks." Even Konan, who typically clashed with Yuhi Kurinai, nodded in agreement. Observing their united front, Sato Shuichi shook his head and spoke earnestly, "Your generation is so discontent. Every ninja starts out this way, except in times of war. What is different during wartime?" Yuhi Kurinai couldn't help but ask. Sato Shuichi shot her a cold glance and replied, "In wartime, they send lower-ranking ninjas like you to the battlefield as cannon fodder. If 1 in 10 survives, it's a blessing." Though he merely spoke these words, the chill they carried made Yuhi Kurinai and Noera Rin shudder. Konan, having experienced war firsthand, remained unfazed. "All right, since you all feel this way, let's south meet at my place tomorrow at 10 in the morning." With this announcement, Yuhi Kurinai promptly forgot her earlier fears and exclaimed excitedly, "Are you taking us on a high-level mission?" Sato Shuichi glanced at her with a look of disdain. "You? Don't even think about facing enemy ninjas. You might struggle against a mere bandit. Tomorrow, I'll take you through some training to ensure you don't tarnish my name." "Ugh, always looking down on others," Yuhi Kurinai muttered under her breath. Nevertheless, she was more than willing to accept Sato Shuichi's decision. Training is certainly preferable to the mundane, low-reward tasks we've been doing. "Who is this?" Yuhi Kurinai asked, noticing the stunning beauty beside Sato Shuichi. Though she was confident in her looks, she couldn't help but feel overshadowed by the enchanting figure next to him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zaihong found herself for the first time acutely aware of being overshadowed in terms of beauty. On one hand, there was Mikoto's striking appearance, frequently accentuated by the presence of Sato Shuichi. On the other, Zaihong had yet to fully blossom. I recall your expertise lies in illusion techniques, does it not? Sato Shuichi responded, seemingly oblivious to the topic at hand. Proudly, Zaihong straightened her petite frame, nodding vigorously as she boasted about her own skills. With a father like Zaihong, renowned throughout Konoha as a master of Jinjutsu, it was no wonder Zaihong excelled in this domain compared to her peers. Even a Chunin could easily fall prey to her illusions, if not careful. I may not be particularly adept at Jinjutsu myself, which is why I sought out a mentor for you. She is none other than the breathtaking beauty of the Uchiha clan, Mikoto Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Mikoto couldn't help but playfully swat Sato Shuichi's arm, feigning annoyance. What a peculiar title. Are you praising me or mocking me? Certainly praising you. In my eyes, Mikoto, you are the most exquisite woman to have ever graced this world. To have earned your affection, I must have saved the world 100 times in my past life. Sato Shuichi professed, grasping Mikoto's hand with a deep, sincere gaze. Despite knowing he was exaggerating, Mikoto's heart fluttered at the intensity of his eyes. Were it not for the 3 little light bulbs present, they might have embraced tightly at that moment. Meanwhile, Zaihong and her companions were drowning in the sweetness of their affection. How utterly nauseating, those 2 lovebirds, Zaihong muttered, crossing her arms with a rather disdainful expression. Konan, accustomed to witnessing Sato Shuichi and Mikoto along with Kushina showering affection at home, felt no disturbance. For her, it was almost amusing, while REND shyly covered her eyes. Returning to the matter at hand, Sato Shuichi addressed Zaihong with gravity. Do not let Mikoto's beauty fool you. Her prowess within the Uchiha clan is formidable. In unison, Mikoto activated her Sharingan, revealing her 3-tomo. Witnessing this, Zaihong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Though her father was unparalleled in Jinjutsu among ordinary shinobi, facing the Uchiha clan with their illustrious Sharingan was a different matter entirely. After all, the Uchiha were famed for their mastery of fire techniques, a fact underscored by the title of Hokage, derived from the will of fire. Both the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, were not particularly skilled in fire techniques. The reason Hashirama conferred the title of Hokage upon Konoha's leader was evident to all. As Zaihong was led away by Mikoto, Konan took her leave to practice her paper techniques. With paper techniques being a unique bloodline limit, Sato Shuichi's guidance to Konan was minimal. Fortunately, she was a prodigious ninja, rapidly improving through her own exploration. Sato Shuichi then turned his attention to the remaining REND. Ren, you wish to learn medical ninjutsu, correct? Upon hearing this, Ren's face lit up with hope. Ever since learning about medical ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy, she had longed to master it. Though I am not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu, I dare say no one would challenge my expertise in medical ninjutsu, Sato Shuichi proclaimed confidently. Chapter 99. Climbing trees after a brief moment of self-praise. Sato Shuichi gazed at the adoring Ren and continued, Do you know how to climb trees? Ren blinked, seemingly puzzled by the question. After a moment of mutual staring, she seemed to grasp his intent and dashed over to a nearby tree, swiftly climbing to a low branch with remarkable speed. It was evident that she had completely misunderstood Sato Shuichi's inquiry. However, witnessing the eager expression on Ren's face, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Excellent. Come down now. I shall teach you a new method of climbing. With a graceful leap, Ren descended from the tree, landing safely. Did you know there are 4 methods to climb trees? Ren shook her head in response. What I will teach you is how to climb using chakra. Chakra is a remarkable force. With that, Sato Shuichi began his demonstration, effortlessly walking up the trunk like a spider, as if his soles were equipped with suction cups, firmly adhering to the bark. This spectacle evoked a look of awe from Ren. This is a technique to train your chakra control. Only by exerting the perfect amount of chakra can one ascend the tree as though walking on solid ground. After a few more steps up the trunk, he continued. If you output too much chakra, your feet will be glued to the trunk, preventing further ascent. As he spoke, a loud tearing sound echoed. A large section of bark ripped from the tree. Conversely, if you output too little, you will simply fall. With that, Sato Shuichi's feet lost their grip, and he tumbled to the ground. After a playful somersault, he landed gracefully. Sato Shuichi gently patted Rin's head and asked, "Have you understood? Now it's your turn to try." Rin nodded, still bewildered, as this method of climbing was entirely new to her, knowledge not imparted at the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Konan and Xiahong had already completed their tree climbing and water walking training. This highlighted the disparity between ninjas from ordinary families and those from noble clans. Rin cautiously placed her foot on the trunk, gradually channeling chakra into her soles. To her astonishment, she felt a peculiar connection between her feet and the tree. She then mirrored the action with her other foot. Soon, both feet were successfully adhered to the trunk, her body parallel to the ground. This extraordinary sensation brought a wide smile to Rin's face. However, her joy was short-lived, as she soon realized her feet felt as though they were glued to the trunk. Unable to move, after several attempts to free herself, Rin's face fell in despair, and she turned to Sato Shuichi for help. "Teacher, please help me. I can't seem to move." Sato Shuichi shook his head, approaching her side with a hint of exasperation. "Try reducing your chakra output a bit." Following his advice, Rin complied. Indeed, her feet were no longer stuck to the trunk, but the force of gravity caused her to tumble toward the ground. Fortunately, the height was minimal, resulting in a mere stumble that left her clothes slightly dirty. Sato Shuichi lightly tapped her head, saying, "I told you to decrease your chakra, not to withdraw it entirely. Now, continue to practice." Upon hearing this, a hint of trepidation crossed Noera Rin's face. It was one thing to be so close to the ground. If she were to climb higher and fall, her petite limbs would surely shatter upon impact. Sato Shuichi, seemingly attuned to Rin's unspoken fears, reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall catch you." "You must catch me. Teacher, please do not let your attention wander elsewhere," Rin cautioned, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Before resuming her ascent into the tree, the golden sunlight enveloped the earth as day transitioned into evening, the sun preparing to cede its place to the moon. After a full day of practice, Rin finally mastered the art of climbing trees, moving with the ease of walking on solid ground. Unfortunately, the nearby tree bore the brunt of her endeavors, its trunk riddled with holes of various sizes. If trees could voice their grievances, this one would surely protest its unfair plight. "Teacher, did you see? I did it," Rin exclaimed from atop a large tree, waving enthusiastically at Sato Shuichi. He responded with a radiant smile, finding joy in his role as an educator. Unlike his experience with Konan, whose exceptional talent had rendered the teaching process rather joyless, Rin, straddling the line between ordinary and prodigious, proved to be a source of satisfaction for him. She was neither as challenging as a typical ninja who would not grasp even the simplest concepts, nor as effortless as a genius who required little guidance, leaving the teacher feeling superfluous. At that moment, in a fit of exhilaration, Noera Rin suddenly felt drained of energy, causing her to plummet from the tree. It appeared that the day's relentless practice had completely depleted her chakra. Despite falling from a height of over 20 meters, there was not a trace of fear on her face, for she trusted that Sato Shuichi would catch her, just as he had countless times before. Indeed, a warm embrace replaced the cold, hard ground. Rin emerged from his arms with a slightly bashful smile, murmuring, "Thank you, teacher." Suddenly, a sharp sensation pierced her back, prompting her to hastily rise from Shuichi's embrace and scan her surroundings, curious as to who had been observing her with such intensity. Strangely, the peculiar feeling of being watched dissipated the moment she stepped away from him. Rin instinctively touched the back of her head, pondering, was that merely an illusion? Not far away, Konan retracted her piercing gaze, reflecting on her own missed opportunities. "If only I had fallen a few times when I first learned to climb trees. That would have been beneficial. I would gladly spend a month mastering the skill." With her remarkable talent, Konan had swiftly completed her training in climbing and water walking without needing Sato Shuichi's assistance. At this juncture, Yuhi Kurinai and Mikoto approached, engaged in cheerful conversation. "Mikoto, why not become my teacher? Your jinjutsu is truly impressive. Even my father cannot compare," Kurinai suggested with admiration. "I lack the energy to be a leading instructor. But feel free to seek me out if you have questions," Mikoto replied, affectionately ruffling Kurinai's hair. Meanwhile, Sato Shuichi's expression darkened, as Kurinai's comment inadvertently implied dissatisfaction with his teaching abilities. Internally noting this slight, he moved closer to Mikoto, embracing her. After 2 days of diligent study, Rin had finally mastered both tree climbing and advanced water walking techniques. Yesterday, she had even brought a swimsuit for her water training, proving to be a prudent choice. As she managed to enter the water gracefully without appearing clumsy, as if she were merely playing. Today, we shall commence our lessons in medical ninjutsu. Are you prepared? Sato Shuichi asked, gazing intently at Rin. In response, Rin donned a serious expression and nodded slowly. Excellent. As the first step in our learning, I need you to catch a fish from the river, he instructed. Though puzzled by the connection between medical ninjutsu and fishing, Rin trusted Sato Shuichi and promptly rolled up her pants, removed her shoes and socks, and waded into the river. Thanks to her exceptional ninja physique and keen eyesight, she returned within 5 minutes, triumphantly holding a lively fish. Sato Shuichi nodded approvingly and produced a basin filled with water, gesturing for Rin to place her catch inside. Perhaps due to the recent shock, the fish remained still, hiding in a corner of the basin. Medical ninjutsu, in essence, involves utilizing yang chakra to stimulate cellular regeneration for healing purposes, Sato Shuichi explained, demonstrating the technique. His hands began to emit a gentle green glow, radiating a vibrant life force. Extend your hand and feel this energy. Rin instinctively glanced at Sato Shuichi's face, momentarily captivated by his striking features. After a brief moment of admiration, she gently placed her hands on his glowing hands. A warm current coursed through her, prompting an involuntary sigh of comfort. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly withdrew her hands, lowering her gaze and whispering, I apologize for my rudeness. Not at all. It's merely your first encounter with medical energy, and you have no injuries, so it's quite normal, Sato Shuichi reassured her. Rin nodded softly, finally raising her head, though the blush lingered on her cheeks. He then proceeded to demonstrate the hand seals for the most basic healing technique. Once Rin had grasped the concept, Sato Shuichi retrieved a kunai and swiftly made a cut on the fish in the basin. Blood instantly spread through the water as the unfortunate fish began to thrash about. In a flash, Sato Shuichi seized the fish, forming hand seals with his left hand to perform the medical ninjutsu he had just taught Rin. With the continuous infusion of healing energy, the fish's wound began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, Rin's eyes widened in awe, her expression filled with longing. After a brief moment of healing, Sato Shuichi gently placed the fish back into the basin. It swam as if it had never been harmed, with only the lingering traces of blood in the water hinting at the earlier incident. Do you understand now? Your task today is to revive this fish, he instructed, before making another incision with the kunai. With determination in her eyes, Rin nodded resolutely and reached out to touch the fish. By the way, teacher, what if I don't manage to save this fish today? Noera Rin inquired with a hint of curiosity. Sato Shuichi cast her a brief glance before responding nonchalantly. If you fail to save it, we'll have fish for dinner tonight. At these words, a smile instantly graced Noera Rin's face. She had initially anticipated some form of punishment from Sato Shuichi, but it turned out to be nothing of the sort. After more than a week of rigorous training, Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurinai had undergone a remarkable transformation. Noera Rin had acquired fundamental medical ninjutsu and could independently tend to external injuries. Meanwhile, under Mikoto's guidance, Yuhi Kurinai was making rapid strides in illusion techniques. Konan, possessing formidable innate abilities, was progressing at a different pace than the other two. Sato Shuichi contemplated that it was time to lead the trio into real combat. Given Konan's prior experiences in wartime, she would likely handle the situation without psychological burden. However, for Noera Rin and Yuhi Kurinai, the prospect of personally vanquishing an enemy loomed as a daunting challenge, especially for the kind-hearted Noera Rin. Sato Shuichi questioned whether this gentle girl could fulfill the task at hand. Following the customary approach, Sato Shuichi accepted a mission to defeat a band of mountain thieves and set out with Yuhi Kurinai and the others from the village. One couldn't help but wonder where all these mountain thieves in the Land of Fire had come from, as the ninjas of Konoha were becoming increasingly overwhelmed with the incessant influx of such commissions. Once outside Konoha, both Yuhi Kurinai and Noera Rin displayed expressions of excitement, as this was their first time leaving the village. Ah, this is the scent of freedom. What a joy it brings! Yuhi Kurinai exclaimed, her steps lively with delight. However, Sato Shuichi abruptly dampened the mood with a remark. You might have misinterpreted that scent. I just passed gas. At his words, the look of joy vanished from Yuhi Kurinai's face. Teacher, could you refrain from ruining my beautiful mood when I'm feeling so good? Noera Rin and Konan couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Sato Shuichi playfully pinched Yui Kurinai's plump cheek, observing its delightful texture, akin to soft, slippery crystal clay. We're on a mission, not a picnic. Stay focused. An enemy could spring from the bushes at any moment and take your head, he admonished. Oh, it's merely a trivial task. For me, it's as easy as pie. Besides, how could a beautiful girl like me be compared to a dog's head? Yui Kurinai retorted with a hint of vanity. In response, Sato Shuichi lightly tapped her head, signaling her not to be overly complacent. Nonetheless, Sato Shuichi's team was indeed a sight to behold in Konoha, unparalleled in beauty, with only Tsunade's team from years past as a possible rival. After several days of travel, Sato Shuichi finally brought the trio to the mission's location. Hidden within the mountains, 300 meters away, lay a band of thieves, the target of their mission. Humph. This shall be the glorious debut of Yui Kurinai. Witness history, everyone. Yui Kurinai, blissfully unaware of the challenges that awaited her, brimming with enthusiasm. Sato Shuichi, choosing not to dampen her spirits, produced a stainless steel bucket from seemingly nowhere. Before we set off, let us replenish our energy with some food. Lifting the lid, he revealed it was filled to the brim with silky tofu pudding. A self-professed sweet tooth, Sato Shuichi had always championed sweet tofu pudding. He retrieved 4 large bowls, ladling the creamy treat into each one before drizzling strawberry sauce atop. The sight of the white pudding paired with the vibrant red sauce ignited the appetites of Yui Kurinai and her comrades. Yui Kurinai eagerly took the first bowl, savoring a generous spoonful, and exclaimed, "Delicious. Teacher, you can be quite understanding at times." Noera Rin and Konan followed suit, each relishing their own bowls. However, before tasting, Konan cast a meaningful glance at Sato Shuichi, hinting that she had discerned his underlying intentions. In a typical scenario, this strawberry-flavored tofu pudding would indeed qualify as a delightful dessert. Yet, considering the daunting task ahead, Yui Kurinai remained blissfully ignorant, indulging in bowl after bowl. Sato Shuichi, with a warm smile, encouraged, "Enjoy as much as you like. You'll need the stamina for what lies ahead. Now that you've eaten and rested, it's time to execute the mission. I have but one request, leave no one behind." Sato Shuichi's warm demeanor belied the chilling nature of his command. Noera Rin, feeling a twinge of anxiety, asked, "What if there are women and children among them?" Sato Shuichi approached her, gently ruffling her hair, and replied softly, "I trust you remember what I just said." Noera Rin stepped forward. Instinctively, she straightened and faced him. "Repeat the duty of a ninja. The duty of a ninja is to obey orders." Satisfied with her response, Sato Shuichi patted her shoulder. "Indeed, the duty of a ninja is to obey orders. Do not disappoint me, Rin." As he watched the trio embark on their journey, Sato Shuichi murmured to the shadow behind him, "Jingar, please keep an eye on them. Ensure nothing goes awry." Suddenly, the shadow began to twist and contort, and a towering Jingar emerged from it. Strangely, Sato Shuichi's Pokémon, having reached adulthood, always seemed larger than their typical counterparts. This was true for both Charizard and Tyranitar, and Jingar was no exception. 6 months prior, Sato Shuichi had successfully evolved Jingar from Haunter, but unfortunately, he had yet to obtain a Mega Stone or Keystone. Both his Charizard and Tyranitar were capable of Mega Evolution, and he estimated that either could easily handle a one-on-one battle post-evolution. Returning to the matter at hand, Jingar nodded in response to Sato Shuichi's request. After emitting a series of playful giggles, it vanished into the darkness. Having evolved into Jingar, it finally shed the mischievous habits of its previous forms, no longer playfully attacking Sato Shuichi with its tongue. However, the peculiar laughter had been passed down from Ghastly. Once Jingar departed, Sato Shuichi reclined on a lounge chair, assured that with Jingar's presence, there would be no danger even if Noera Rin and the others encountered AJ Nin. Thus, he could rest easy. After all, this was merely a basic-level mission, devoid of any ninja presence among the bandits. Konan alone could handle them with ease, obliterating their hideouts in a matter of minutes. As she had now mastered the art of creating explosive tags, an hour later, Konan approached Sato Shuichi, one arm around Yui Kurinai and the other supporting Noera Rin. As they made their way back to him, Xiaonan's face still bore the calm demeanor from before, while Shiri Hong and Yera Rin's expressions had turned a ghostly white, devoid of any color. At that moment, Sato Shuichi, reclining in a chair, suddenly remarked, "Not bad at all. As a reward, how about I treat you to some tofu pudding?" Upon hearing this, Shiri Hong and Yara Rin's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 102 Shiri Hong. Humph, just a trivial matter. After shooting a glare at Sato Shuichi, Shiri Hong and Yara Rin swiftly concealed themselves in a patch of grass. Moments later, agonized cries echoed from their direction. Xiaonan approached, grasping Sato Shuichi's hand, and softly said, "Brother Shuichi, you really have a wicked sense of humor." Sato Shuichi gently patted Xiaonan's head in response, saying, "It's not so bad. I could have treated you to sashimi, but I showed mercy." Xiaonan rolled her eyes at this. Even she wouldn't consider eating sashimi before indulging in tofu pudding. "Brother Shuichi, why do you enjoy patting people's heads so much?" Xiaonan gazed up at Sato Shuichi. Her eyes filled with curiosity, for his hand still rested atop her head. In truth, not only Xiaonan, but Yara Rin and Shiri Hong had also fallen prey to Sato Shuichi's playful antics, although they were conveniently overlooked by Xiaonan. Sato Shuichi withdrew his hand, smiling as he said, "That's precisely because once you grow up, I won't have the chance anymore. Thus, I must seize the moment to enjoy it now." It should be noted that among Sato Shuichi's acquaintances, Tsunade's head was the most elusive target. Under normal circumstances, a playful touch would surely provoke her into delivering a fierce punch. Sato Shuichi could only indulge in her hair on rare occasions. Upon hearing Sato Shuichi's explanation, Xiaonan found herself in a quandary. She initially thought it would be wonderful if she never grew up, allowing Sato Shuichi to continue patting her head forever. However, if she remained a child, their relationship would forever be confined to that of siblings. Despite finding satisfaction in this bond, her greedy heart yearned for more. Ultimately, Xiaonan devised a clever solution. "When I grow up, if Brother Shuichi still wishes to pat my head, I can use transformation jutsu to revert to my current form." Observing the innocent expression on Xiaonan's face, Sato Shuichi merely smiled and patted her head again. Just then, Shiri Hong and Yara Rin returned, their faces still pale and supporting each other. Shiri Hong looked at Sato Shuichi with an indignant expression. "I take back what I said. You are not merely unkind. You are a genuine devil. I will never trust you again." She weakly chastised him. Compared to ordinary bandits, Shiri Hong's spirit had evidently suffered a severe blow. She and Yara Rin might never again taste tofu pudding in their lifetimes. "Well, since you have successfully completed your task, let us vacate this place." "I imagine you would prefer to leave," Sato Shuichi stated. Shiri Hong and her companions nodded in unison, eager to depart from this place of turmoil. Before they left, Sato Shuichi formed a hand seal and unleashed a mighty fire dragon technique. In an instant, the nearby bandit hideout was engulfed in roaring flames, eradicating the evil therein. "Let us set off. Upon our return, I shall treat you to barbecue," he declared. At this proclamation, even the usually mild-tempered Yara Rin couldn't help but deliver a punch to Sato Shuichi. A week had passed since their last mission to eliminate the bandits, and both Shiri Hong and Yara Rin had finally emerged from their psychological shadows, no longer shunning meat. During this week, Sato Shuichi refrained from organizing any team gatherings, understanding that his companions needed time to adjust. After a week, Sato Shuichi's team reconvened for the first time. Observing the drastic transformation in the trio's demeanor compared to before, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "In 3 months, the REND exams will commence. I have registered you all. Perform well. If you fail, you might as well find a nice spot to bury yourselves, for I cannot afford to lose face." Unlike the original storyline's REND exams, which gathered multiple ninja villages, the current situation was increasingly tense, even years after the Second Shinobi World War. Thus, this upcoming exam was organized solely by Konoha, featuring only their own lower-ranked ninjas. "Huh, why didn't TU inform us about this?" Shiri Hong complained, her expression one of discontent. "This is blatant authoritarianism. I must protest." Yara Rin also exhibited a worried demeanor, as she was the weakest among them. Not only was Xiaonan's strength comparable to that of AJ Nin, but even Shiri Hong could easily defeat Yara Rin without utilizing her specialty in Jinjutsu. During their last mission, the enemy had been ensnared by Xiaonan's paper jutsu, allowing Yara Rin to strike without hesitation. Sato Shuichi ignored Shiri Hong's outcry and approached Yara Rin, reassuring her with a pat on the shoulder. "Do you remember the 3 cardinal principles of a medical ninja?" Yara Rin nodded and softly replied, "A medical ninja must never give up on treatment before a teammate's death. They must not stand at the front lines of battle, they must fall last." "Then why are you still worrying? We are a team, merely with different roles." As a medical ninja, your combat weaknesses are not a significant issue. Trust in your comrades. But you and Lady Tsunade are also medical ninjas, right? REND questioned. Sato Shuichi scratched the back of his head, a slightly awkward smile appearing on his face. My situation and Tsunade's are exceptions. You need not concern yourself with that. He had considered teaching REND some powerful techniques to enhance her self-defense capabilities, but after several attempts yielded no results, he realized that talent could not be forced. With Sato Shuichi's comforting words, the worry etched on REND's face finally dissipated. She nodded vigorously and replied in a soft, earnest voice, "Thank you, sensei. I will strive to pass this CHNIN exam and not disappoint you." At her words, a smile graced Sato Shuichi's face as he patted REND's head once more.